What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the third part of a story where Issei was betrayed and became the true dragon god of the end. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Also Drake will have a sister. Now, let's get into part 3. Chapter 28. It's time to duel. City of Agrees. Dragon hunting had already reached its destination, the floating city of the underworld. Curiously, they appeared right in front of the building where they would be transported to the dual dimension. PSS, it's not illegal to show up like that without following the proper procedures. One guard whispered to the other upon seeing the two Bahamut teams entering. Would you say that to those who faced a superpowered Loki alongside a vast army, survived, and won? I don't know about you, but I want to keep my head. The other whispered back. Already inside the building. It seems like there's still some time left before the game. Asia pointed out, looking at the clock. Well, they say it's polite to arrive early. Azazel exclaimed next to Angela. Just at that moment, certain people entered. Looks like the big fish have arrived. Kiba commented. Those who entered were a somewhat older, muscular man with brown hair and a white toga, along with another man with light blue hair and a blue toga. Along with them, a skeleton in monk's robes entered, escorted by apparent grim reapers. But it's Azazel's brat. The old chestnut-haired man shouted, putting his arm around the crow's shoulder. Tell us, how about we go find some women afterward? The blue-haired man suggested. Sorry, but I won't be able to, Zeus, Poseidon. But the raven rejected the proposal. The now identified as Zeus and Poseidon were quick to refute when they noticed the ring on Azazel's finger. Ah, they bit the bullet, you've settled down now. Tell us how you approached her. Said the one who was apparently Zeus. Rather, it was the girl in question who drugged him first. Said Vali, laughing with the others. Noticing the other presences, Zeus and Poseidon's gazes hardened. Children of Bahamut. They both said in a very serious tone that contrasted with the previous facet. Is something wrong? Issei asked, curious and serious. Both deities said nothing and left. Leave them alone. They're still bitter about Bahamut defeating all the deities. Said the skeleton in monk's clothing. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Hades. And please don't bring anyone in today. I don't want to have any work today. Said the skeleton as he left with the fates. At that moment, a deity well known to all entered. Old man of the north. Azazel greeted Odin. Hey, Azazel brat, Bahamut brats. What's your story? Have you had sex with more women? Have you expanded your harems? The Nord asked, angering the women. You old pervert. But it was Roswus who resisted the urge to hit the god the least, as he didn't seem at all scared. Ross. An older, female voice shouted, making the silver-haired girl tense. This came from a woman who looked very similar to Roswus, but she looked older. Ah, grandma. Roswus said in surprise. Just because you're no longer a Valkyrie serving Asgard doesn't give you the right to disrespect Odin Sama, even if he deserves it. Roswus's grandmother said, although the last part depressed Odin. But, what are you doing here? Questioned the former Valkyrie. I came as Odin Sama's escort and to meet the boyfriend you talk so much about in your letters. Explained the grandmother. But where are my manners? My name is Gondel. Hello Goldel, I'm Issei, the king of Ross. The black-haired man introduced himself. Oh, so you're her supposed boyfriend. Said Gondel analyzing Issei with his eyes. And I guess you already did what boyfriends do. He said with a mischievous smile. Consequently, they both blushed. Saraerg appeared with a woman on his back and Rias with a black dragon, while Issei and Vali appeared with Samantha behind them. Then it cuts to an image of the Gremory entourage, another of the Baal entourage, another of the entire dragon hunting group, and another of Issei, Vali, Rias, and Saraerg looking at the camera with blood on their faces. At the end, Ryujin and Ascalon appear colliding. After that moment with Roswus's grandmother, the team started coming in. As they went to the waiting room, they met several guests. These were Lord and Lady Pendragon, Elaine, Irene, Urza, Yusaka, Kunu, Naruko, Rukia and a smaller version of the latter, with larger purple horns and a violet dress. Shella. Albedo shouted, hugging the little silver-haired girl. Albedo, look how much you've grown. The woman responded, hugging him back. Good morning, Issei-sama, meet my mother, Shella. Said Rukia. Your mother. The newcomers shouted, making the others giggle. We reacted the same way, said Lady Pendragon. Arthur. Elaine shouted, running to kiss Arthur, who kissed him back. Hello Naruko. Greeted the descendant of Sun Wukong. Hello lazy monkey. Many would swear they saw an arrow stick in Biku's heart. I'm glad you came, Irene, Urza, Yusaka, Kunu. Said Issei greeting them. As if we were going to miss this. Urza and Kunu said at the same time, facing each other with murderous looks. Just then, the announcement that they had to go to their designated place was heard. "Well, we're leaving. Go to the room that says Bahamut and Gremory," Issei told them before leaving. Both dragon retinues advanced until they reached two doors where they divided, Issei to the left and Vali to the right. With the others. The guests had finally arrived at the room assigned by Issei, which was incredibly large. Along the way, they had met Odin and Gondel, who had accompanied them since they had to go to the same room. For the others, it was a great surprise and honor to meet a god of Odin's caliber, with Lord and Lady Pendragon being the ones who couldn't believe they were speaking to a deity. In the room was Bahamut, along with Office, Navi, Echo, Akame, Leon, Rebecca, Veronica, Sylvia, Susannaman, Galantman, Chibi Petherhausen, and Fenrir Puppy version. The three leaders were also present. "Oh, I see you're finally here," said Bahamut, greeting the newcomers. Immediately, Irene knelt down to the bewilderment of many. "It's good to see you again," Bahamut-sama Irene exclaimed. "Wow, Irene, I didn't recognize you. I see you raised little Urza well." The dragon god's gaze fell on the little Retid who was looking at him with genuine curiosity. "Come on, stand up. You don't need to kneel. Let's enjoy my children's game." With that said, Irene stood up and sat next to the others, with Urza next to Iko. "Excuse me," Odin-sama Lady Pendragon whispered to the Allfather, "who is that man?" "Him. He's the supreme dragon god Bahamut, leader of the dragons and father of Issei and Vali's brats," said the Norse god. Immediately, the jaws of the Pendragons, Gondel, Elaine, Yusaka, Shella, Rukia and Naruko, literally fell to the floor upon hearing that news. At any moment, that will lose its grace. But it was when it won't be funny to see those faces. Bahamut pointed out, laughing a little. Quickly, the newcomers sat down in the different chairs, with Yusaka, Rukia, and Shella being next to Isseixharem. The three little girls, Iko, Urza, and Kunu, stared at each other intensely. You could even swear their eyes were shooting lightning bolts that collided with each other. They put that aside, though, to focus on Issei's match. At that moment, someone else entered the room. It was Iko with her parents, followed by a venerable, bald old man with a white beard as long as Odin's, who was also leaning on a cane and had thick eyebrows. He was wearing a black battle kimono with a white trench coat like a cape. Also coming was a woman who appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, with long white hair and brown eyes, wearing the same clothes as the old man. She also had several visible wrinkles. "Yamamoto, Rijiku, you came at the end." The black-haired man greeted the two newcomers. "I'm not going to miss my grandchildren's fight," Yamamoto said in a wise voice, one that comes with years of experience. "I also want to see the girls who seem to be interested in my cute grandchildren," Rijiku exclaimed with a sweet smile, which scared the black-haired and albino harem. "They," pointing to Issei's present harem, including Irene and Yusaka, "are some of Issei's girls. The rest and Vali's will fight alongside them. I should also tell you that you became great-grandparents." Bahamut beckoned to Iko and she ran into his arms. "This is Iko, Issei's daughter. Look at her, how cute," Rijiku exclaimed, hugging Iko tightly, making her blue. "Honey, you're killing her," Yamamoto pointed out, seeing something resembling echo coming out of her mouth. After Echo returned to the world of the living, Navi quickly took her daughter away from that crazy old woman. Urza and Kunu were jealous of how Iko was presented. While the others did not know who these people were. They are Yamamoto and Rijiku Elix, Samantha's parents, Bahamut's in-laws, and Issei and Vali's grandparents. Office explained from her place. "Oh, Office, that change looks good on you," said Rijiku. The newcomers sat down to wait for the duel to begin, but for the third time, the doors opened. This time a red-haired man with a beard and a white suit entered, whose name was Theodicus Gremory, Ria's father. A brunette with violet eyes who looked almost identical to Ria's, who answered to the name Venelana Gremory, Ria's mother. Grafia and Milikas also entered, saying that Surziches would come later. Beridid with her hair tied in two pigtails, red eyes, stunning body, accompanied by a girl with an almost identical resemblance to Shella, except that she wore a lolligotic dress and her hair had two brooches, one on each side, which are the symbols of man and woman. Another was a young brown-haired man with green eyes, with several scars on his face and arms. The light blue-haired man with yellow eyes wearing armor also entered, accompanied by a blue-haired woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, eyes the same as the previous one and wearing the same armor. A brunette with white hair and golden eyes, who wore a tight light brown and white suit, with parts of black armor with yellow details on her arms, as well as demonic wings with a yellow membrane and horns. Finally, a man very similar to the young brown-haired man, only he wore glasses and his eyes were brown. "We told you that you don't need to come like that," the brown-haired man exclaimed, somewhat annoyed. "Just in case, Basara," said the light blue-haired girl. "Venelana, Theodicus, it was about time you arrived," said Bahamut, tensing the younger ones due to the power he emanated. Sorry Bahamut, but we had to find Ria's cousin, her boyfriend and her harem. Then Alana said without problems, embarrassing the newcomers. Introduce yourselves. Ordered the brunette. I'm Mionares, Ria's cousin and Basara's girlfriend. The redite introduced herself. I'm Maria. The silver-haired girl happily introduced herself, although she tensed a little when she saw her mother and sister. My name is Basara Toho, said the brown-haired man. And this is my father Jin Toho. The aforementioned greeting. I'm Yuki Nanaka, exclaimed the light blue-haired girl. And she's my younger sister Kurumi Nanaka. The blue-haired girl raised her hand, although many were surprised because she had the same name as the black-haired Kurumi. I'm Zest, said the brunette with albino hair. I see. 3 demons and several members of the hero village, though some appear to have been expelled. The aforementioned members tensed. How do you know that? Basara asked, striking a pose as if he were holding a sword. Yuki imitated this pose. Kurumi raised her arm, where a curious gem had been, and Jin stopped smoking. Because of their auras. While one has a holy aura, the holy essence in 2 of them is very low, as if they haven't been to the village in a long time. Bahamut explained, but that didn't calm anyone. Yeah, even if they all attacked together they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The heroes felt very offended thinking that they were underestimated. It's not for nothing that he's in the first place of the strongest. Him. But he looks like a weakling. Kurumi mocked, regretting it after 2 seconds. Bahamut began to unleash his power, causing many present to be forced to either kneel on the ground or seemingly hug the ground. Now that you think about it, brat. Kurumi could only tremble in fear. Come on, Bahamut, don't traumatize the brats, said old Yamamoto, placing a hand on his shoulder. Bahamut stopped emitting his power, and most were able to get up, with the members of the hero clan being the most affected. After 5 minutes where everyone introduced themselves, where the youngest almost fainted upon learning that they were standing before supernatural bigwigs, the newcomers sat down, the most notable being that Milikas sat next to Urza, Iko and Kunu. And who are they? Mio asked, pointing at the wolf cub sitting on a pillow, the 2 chibi dragons beside him, and the 2 men in strange armor. The cub is Fenrir, one of Loki's children. The baby dragons are 2 dragon kings, only they are that way so they don't destroy everything with their true size. And the last 2 are digital beings that came to this world a long time ago. Almost all of them are relatives of Ice and Bali respectively. Office explained, leaving those who didn't know about it in shock. But nothing more could be asked when it was announced that the game was about to start. With the participants. The 4 groups were transported to their bases, which were similar to rooms, but each had the shield representing the team using it. We asked the leaders to come closer. A broadcaster's voice was heard. Instantly, Issei, Bali, Rias and Raiser rushed out of the rooms. Everyone was surprised by the devil's new clothes. Rias wore a red, strapless, sleeveless t-shirt that fit her breasts very tightly, with 2 golden lines extending from the sides of her breasts and connecting right in the middle, just below her cleavage. She wore jeans with golden lines marking the pockets and black boots that reached her calves. She wore a long, open black trench coat. Raiser wore a red, short-sleeved, open shirt that seemed a bit too small for him. White pants, brown shoes, and a red bandana completed his new outfit. Once the 4 were in the center, the referee gave them some dice. Good morning everyone, I am your commentator and next to me we have the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, and on the other side, Emperor Belial. In effect, those mentioned were next to the commentator with microphones and everything. And now we will introduce the leaders. The younger sister of Armau Lucifer, president of the Occult Research Club and the princess of the Crimson Ruin, Rias Gremory. The aforementioned was embarrassed to hear the ovations towards her. The eldest son of the Baal, who was discriminated against and is now here surpassing his brothers, the strongest young demon, Raiser Baal. The black-haired man did not show it, but his gaze reflected sadness for a moment. The white twin, one of those who faced Loki and defeated him, the most powerful hacker Yuku, Vali Haidu. And the black twin, another of those who faced Loki and won, the Profaner. Profaner? The commentator asked himself, looking at his 2 companions. I kiss Gabriel, the most powerful female angel. Was all Azazel said. Issei could swear that every man who saw him looked at him with respect, envy, and desires for Rias or Raiser to kill him. Whatever. The Sekiryute, Issei Haidu. Finished the commentator while the referee explained the rules. Apparently, all 4 had to roll the dice, and the number resulting from the sum of the 4 would be the limit of points they had to occupy the groups. Also that the 4 were grouped into 2 groups, the Hiatus and the Baal Gremory, and 2 bottles of Phoenix Tears were given to each group. They also announced that each king is worth 12 points, while the others are worth the same, regardless of whether it was a mutated piece or not. Finally, pawns could be promoted once they entered the field. The 4 of them rolled the dice, resulting in 6. The 4 went to their bases, which had merged leaving only 2, and elected their representatives. With the Haidu group. I'm going Issei-kun. Kiba offered, ready for battle. Okay Kiba, but don't show your cards unless necessary. Issei advised as Kiba nodded and left. Let me go to my volley, said Kurum. If that's what you want, exclaimed Volley, giving her a kiss on the forehead as a sign of good luck. With the Gremory Bale group. Let me go, Rias-sama, said a brunette with parts of medieval armor. Okay Carloman, it's time to show what we're capable of, said Rias. Are you going, Baruka? He asked, seeing one of his knights wearing armor. As you wish, Sarerg-sama. On the battlefield. The opponents were taken to a prairie-like pocket dimension. The participants are Kiba Udo, Knight of Issei Haidu, Kurum, Knight of Vali Haidu, Carloman, Knight of Rias Gremory, and Baruka Furkas, Knight of Sarerg Bale. It will be a fast-paced battle with pure swordplay, was Azazel's comment. Take Carloman, Kurum, I'll take care of it. What Kiba was saying died when in the blink of an eye Carloman was in front of him with her sword making a downward slash. Still surprised by his rival's increase in speed since the last time they faced each other, Kiba blocked the blow, but the Gremory Knight's attack grazed him. But to his surprise, that touch was enough to cause an unbearable burning sensation to spread through his body from the tiny wound. It feels like when I was a demon and received a sacred attack. His eyes widened as he understood the reason for her ardor, focusing on dodging the attacks as best he could. While Kurum stared at her opponent, who had summoned a horse covered in blue fire. Two can play that game, was what the black-haired woman said while her sword emanated an aura of death. A giant skeleton of an apparent dragon emerged from the ground, along with a cowgirl and a man with a spear and a mouth cover. I'd heard that your sword stores the souls of those it kills and allows you to summon them as your puppets, but how did you manage to kill a skeleton? Baruka wasn't the only one with that doubt, as the same question was running through the heads of the spectators. It actually has organs, skin and muscles, but due to a mutation everything except the bones are invisible, was Kurum's response while everyone was thinking that this was a very particular animal. The giant skeleton fired an energy bullet from its mouth directly at the Bale Knight, but he showed off his horse's speed and eluded it, but the other two were still there. The cowgirl steps to the side and starts shooting, but the horse had no trouble dodging the bullets. But it was the perfect distraction for the other guy to get on top of the horse. The Furkas notices this and summons a spear in his hand, beginning an exchange of blows with the Kurum Lancer, while the horse did its best to avoid the cowgirl and the giant skeleton. The Bale Knight wasn't the only one dodging as best he could, as Kiba dodged or blocked Carloman's sword blows, but she had managed to graze the blonde a little, causing him to feel a strong burning sensation. Okay, I underestimated her too much. I didn't think she'd improved so much since our encounter months ago. Kiba turned serious and quickly charged at her. Although the chestnut was wearing armor, Kiba's holy swords attacked the points not protected by the armor. Kiba made a diagonal slash trying to defeat the chestnut, but it was so fast that it left an afterimage, shocking Kiba. I got you, Carloman shouted from behind him. It would have been the victory of the Gremory Knight if it weren't for that armor that came out of nowhere and hit her. What's that? Carloman asked as she saw several silver armors with dragon head helmets appear around Kiba. This is my Dragon Knight's Armada, a pseudo-balance breaker that I achieved by researching an enemy's sacred gear. An image of Jean flashed through Kiba's mind. Since she has a sacred gear very similar to mine, I thought I could do the same balance breaker. Take this. The armors were positioned in a circle around Carloman, each creating a sword. They all threw themselves at the chestnut, who made a powerful jump, avoiding the swords. But an armor was on top of him, dropping down to defeat him. But he anticipated this and spread his wings to avoid it. But he didn't expect the armor to shatter and Kiba to emerge. The blonde managed to land a slash that injured the brunette and took advantage of being in the air to spin and hit her with his foot in the stomach, sending her against the armor. Just before she was impaled, the game system took her out in a blinding light. Meanwhile, with the other two, Baruka struck the Lancer, knocking him off his horse. But he was caught in the clutches of the enormous skeleton while, distracted, the cowgirl shot and hit the horse's hind legs. Kurum jumps off the skeleton's head and lands on Baruka's shoulders, pointing her sword at her opponent's head. Surrender, Kurum ordered, causing the Furkas to sigh in defeat. I give up. With that said, he disappeared into a light. The winners are Kiba and Kurum, declared the referee, and everyone burst into applause. While the commentators were chatting about the hiatus's victory, they returned to their base. Well done guys, congratulated Issei, but seeing Kiba's serious face didn't bode well for him. Issei-kun, Carloman could use Dragon Slayer magic. In fact, maybe the entire Gremory group can. What Kiba said surprised the others greatly. Having Sting with her, it was to be assumed that they would learn how to use it. Was Tiamat's idea while everyone meditated on that? Well, that just makes it more exciting. Unfortunately, everyone agreed with their king's words. The four kings rolled the dice again, getting 20. With Issei and volley, they sent Gasper, Kaneko, Jessica, Lefay, Roswis and Biku. While Rias and Raiser sent Bale Knight Liban Cressel, Bale Tower Gandoma Balam, Isabella, Ubaluna, Kotaru and Cirrus. They were transported to a rocky wasteland. The second fight is about to begin. There's everything except queens and kings, said the commentator. The number of strategies they can employ are many, said Emperor Belial. Let the fight begin. The referee's announcement started the fight. Isabella, Cirrus and Kotaru took Kaneko, Jessica and Lefay, while Gasper, Roswis and Biku stayed with the other three. Kaneko entered Nekomata mode, while Kotaru entered a werewolf-like form. They both promoted Reina and clashed fists, creating a shockwave. Jessica and Lefay had a few problems. Since they were both more focused on ranged attacks, fighting a Rook and a Knight put them at a disadvantage. Still, Jessica took on both of them, while Lefay protected her from a distance. With the others, Biku faced the imposing Balam Tower, while Roswis faced the Knight and Ubaluna, being supported by Gasper and his sacred gear. Sun Wukong's descendant jumped around Gandoma's powerful blows, striking him with his Taki-covered staff or his Senjutsu-covered fists at points important for balance. Roswis hit Liban's armor, which dragged him, creating a furrow of no more than 5 meters. But he received an explosion courtesy of Ubaluna, who was dodging elemental attacks from Gasper. Kiba was right, the entire Grimoire team knows Dragon Slayer magic apparently, but without an added element like Sting. Thought the former Valkyrie when she saw the wounds caused by the explosion. Kaneko continued to exchange blows with Kotaru, but both of them had several wounds and small threads of blood falling from the corner of their lips. Damn, even though I've promoted to Queen and improved my Senjutsu attacks, he's still doing just as much damage with those Dragon Slayer magic-coated blows. I need a lot of firepower to beat him. I know. Kaneko thought. Interestingly, Jessica had the same line of thought and they even came to the same result. Ubaluna got tired of dodging Gasper's attacks, so she threw an explosive sphere at him which he easily dodged. Is that all? Gasper asked mockingly as he focused his gaze on the violet-haired girl again. But it was that same arrogance that prevented him from seeing how the sphere made a U-turn and headed straight for him. Boo. Biku and Roswis watched in alarm as a large cloud of dust rose where the explosion had sounded and Gasper had been. Unfortunately, both of them were within the vision range of a certain gravity jail-using knight. Both were pressed against the ground as they looked at the Bale Knight. You didn't know about my ability with gravity? He asked mockingly. The tower and Ubaluna approached them, preparing to finish them off. While Kaneko and Kotaru were about to let go of their best hits. Nico Punch. Dog Howl Punch. Kaneko's fist was covered in Tauki and Senjutsu, generating a white cat's paw. While several black dogs from Kotaru's shadow swirled around her fist. The two attacks collided, creating a crater beneath them and raising a thick cloud of earth. Hydro Pump. Jessica's Arch's cannons fired powerful jets of pressurized water. But their opponents dodged them and watched as the ground shattered under the impact of the jets. Isabel and Iris lunged at Jessica, striking her with a sword in one side and a fist in the other, shattering the arch and injuring her. Jessica. Lefay cried in terror upon seeing her injured companion. But Kotaru was surprised when something made him kneel and grabbed him under his arms, while Jessica, taking advantage of the proximity of her opponents, grabbed them tightly by the arms. Lefay watched in surprise as Kaneko and Jessica held on to Kotaru, Isabella and Iris. Lefay, attack with everything. They both shouted. But Lefay understood what both of their ideas were. Quickly, we won't be able to hold them for long. Kaneko shouted, as the Inugami was using a lot of strength to free herself from the grip. It took Lefay a while to react, which was taken advantage of by the Grimoire group, who were about to beat their captors. While Ubaluna, Gandoma and Liban were about to finish off Roswis and Biku. It seemed like it would be just Lefay against everyone, but the Bale Grimoire group was greatly astonished when they saw themselves immobilized by an invisible force, coupled with many shadow hands. As a natural response, everyone saw the cloud of dust where Gasper had been. The dust cleared, revealing Gasper, covered in a faint light, indicating his imminent expulsion due to the injuries sustained from the attack. However, his eyes still shone as he aimed at the entire enemy group that conveniently happened to be within his range of vision. Attack now. I won't be able to hold them off for long. Gasper ordered, and they nodded. Suitor's Flame. An imposing flame came out of a huge magic circle produced by Roswis. Senator Bomb. Biku compressed a sphere created from natural energy. Both attacks were directed at the motionless opponents, who ended up receiving them full force. Iris, Isabel and Kotaru, being further away, managed to free themselves from Gasper's paralysis, but not from Jessica and Kaneko's grip, but it was too late to try. 100 lightning bolts. Lefay summoned a huge magic circle from which powerful lightning bolts came out for 100 seconds, hitting both the Grimoire group and Jessica and Kaneko. After the attacks, the Bale Gremory group disappeared in a flash of light along with 3 first years. The victory goes to the Haidu team, announced the referee, and the applause was immediate. It was a tough fight for Team Haidu, but they emerged victorious in the end. The commentator exclaimed. Although in the end they lost 3 members, said Belial. I think this would be. Without sacrifice there is no victory. Although it was sad, they couldn't disagree with Azazel. At Haidu base, Issei and Vali had sad expressions on their faces as they clenched their fists. Being kings and watching your team sacrifice themselves for victory gives you a strange mix of sadness, anger, and pride. Calm down, I'm sure they will learn from this battle and show their pride as dragons, said Tiamat, calming the twins. They rolled the dice again, where it could be seen that the loss of their servants made Rias and Raiser sad, but they were still proud of them. The result this time was 18. Leave it to me, said a certain dragon queen accompanied by Kurumi and Mine. On the other team, there were Nai, Li, the Nico twins, Sharia, the one in the Arabic dress, Burant, Marian, the maids, Shulam, the other rook in the Chinese dress, Ladora Bune, Sarerg's other rook, and Mistita Savnok, one of Sarerg's bishops. They all appeared in a kind of coliseum. It seems the Team Haidu stopped playing and sent the queen, but they are too confident in sending her supported by only 2 other members, said the commentator while Azazel burst out laughing. Just 1 queen is enough to eliminate most of Rias and Sarerg's peerage, commented the governor of the fallen. As soon as the referee started the duel, the Gremory Bale group was formed, leaving the pawns and rooks in front while the bishop was behind. But all strategy was ruined when in less than a blink of an eye, Tiamat was embedding a left hook in the bishop's stomach, immediately expelling him from the duel. The others, including the spectators, were in shock as in less than a second a crucial piece in Rias and Sarerg's strategy had been lost in a single blow. Tiamat quickly turned around and lifted both towers and embedded them into the ground. The pawns were going to attack her, but a shower of elemental bullets and energy shots attacked them and fatally wounded them. I still wonder why she brought us here if she alone is more than enough, Mine commented, somewhat annoyed. Maybe she didn't want to have all the fun for herself, Kurumi replied, firing again, eliminating a pawn. Tiamat lifted both towers and threw them away. With difficulty they got up and Landora changed, transforming into a dragon. Is that all? Tiamat mockingly asked, whipping out his scaly, sapphire blue tail. He appeared below Landora, swiping upward with his tail and lifting him into the air. Gracefully, she began to whip him with her tail while spinning and flipping, until she finally hit him with a brutal downward swipe of her tail, causing him to crash into Shulan. The impact was such that both were thrown out at the same time as the last of the pawns fell. With a brutal victory, the Haidu wins again. Again, the spectators shouted with joy and admiration for the blue-haired girl, in addition to hearing many lustful whistles. Excuse me, gentlemen, but that girl already has a man, declared Azazel, laughing at the sad faces of many men and women. That was put aside, while Issei gave Tiamat a congratulatory kiss, and the 4 kings rolled the dice again, this time getting a 9. The Gremory Bale sent Coriana and Reelfus, Sarerg's last bishop, and Isle and Nell, the green-haired twins with chainsaws. The Haidu sent Kurayusagi, Scarlet and Ravel. They all ended up in a dark cave. Quickly, the green-haired twins were promoted to queen while Scarlet, Kurayusagi and Ravel were promoted to bishop. The twins launched themselves at Scarlet, who, as she was about to grab the chainsaws, shivered and dodged them. While Coriana threw icebergs at Phoenix, who dodged them gracefully. Scarlet kept dodging the chainsaws until she got fed up and grabbed both green-haired girls and threw them to the side. Ravel, on the other hand, threw a large fire phoenix at her that exploded, sending her crashing into the thrown green-haired girls. The 3 of them collided right into the sights of a certain blue-haired rabbit who threw her lightning-filled spear at them. Boo. The attack echoed as the referee announced their victory. It's incredible. In no more than 4 duels, the Gremory Bale group lost almost all of its members, leaving only 5. Is the Haidu group invincible? The commentator exclaimed excitedly. The 4 kings rolled the dice again, landing on an incredible 24. I'm going hiatus, I hope they sent strong opponents, Sarerg announced, surprising everyone. From what Sting had told them during the trip to Kyoto, Sarerg was someone who shouldn't be underestimated. With that in mind, they sent Roswis, Kiba, Zenobia, Arthur, Lefay, Biku, Esdeath, Najenda, Kurumi, and Akeno. And as the black-haired man said, he appeared accompanied by Sting. Many already believed in the twins' obvious victory, but this battle and the next one, plus an announcement, will make everyone question who will emerge victorious. Chapter 29. Clash of Queens and Final Battle. 3 Dragons and a Lion. The tension could be cut with a knife in the pocket dimension, similar to an open field with a lake and large rocks scattered around. Team Haidu sent a good group of warriors, consisting of Kiba, Arthur, Zenobia, Roswis, Kurumi, Esdeath, Najenda, Biku, Lefay and Akeno. Well, the diminished Gremory Bale team only sent Sarair against Sting. Most people already saw the twins' victory as inevitable. But, Sting, I'll take care of the rooks, knights, and the lightning priestess. You take the pawns. Sarair ordered, covering himself in a layer of Taki. Will you be okay? Queen Gremory asked. How strange that sounds. As she activated Dragon Force, wouldn't it have been better to bring the lion cub? I prefer to leave it for last. And Sarair disappeared. In a fucking second, he was in front of the Haidu group without them seeing him coming. Boom. Pam. Boom. Boom. Pam. The black-haired man landed a left hook on the chin of the blonde sword birth wielder, a side kick on the Caliburn wielder, another, but spinning kick on the fallen semi-angel, a backhand on the blue-haired wielder of Ex Durandal, and grabbed the Valkyrie and threw her towards a rock. No one believed it. They hadn't seen it coming. That W was a perfect instant movement. There was no sound or smoke and it was instant. To think he has mastered it so well and we're lacking in it. Dibble and Arthur thought. And those blows really hurt. They almost thought they'd be sent packing with a single blow. But they knew they wouldn't last a second. However, they forgot about Sting, who already had his attack ready. Holy lightning. Sting released hundreds of aces of light that went towards his opponents. Aya. They shouted as they received the Dragon Slayer's attack. This fight was definitely going to be very different from the previous ones. Sarair appeared with a woman on his back and Rias with a black dragon, while Issei and Volley appeared with Samantha behind them. Then it cuts to an image of the Gremory entourage, another of the Bale entourage, another of the entire dragon hunting group, and another of Issei, Volley, Rias, and Sarair looking at the camera with blood on their faces. At the end, Ryujin and Ascalon appear colliding. With difficulty, Kiba, Arthur, Zenobia, Roswis and Akeno stood up. What's up? Is that all? Sarair gasped mockingly. Immediately, Kiba and Arthur launched themselves at the Bale King, appearing on either side in a second. Slash. With Caliburn and a holy demonic sword, they both cut down Sarair. But they only grumbled when they saw that it was just an afterimage. The real one was standing a little way away from them, holding up a large rock in one hand, ready to throw it. Aya. But Zenobia stopped him by sending a sacred wave straight at him. He manages to dodge it, only to be blinded by the fallen semi-angel. As his vision improved a little, he saw the silver-haired tower preparing a powerful spell. So, without giving her time, he appeared in front of her and hit her in the stomach, bending her over while spitting saliva, and finished her off with a blow to the face that sent her into the lake, but she didn't fall because a light enveloped her, and she disappeared. When I land, I jump up to dodge Kiba's Dragon Knight's attack. However, from one of them, Kiba, Arthur and Zenobia came out with their swords attacking the Bale, while Akeno prepared a powerful sacred lightning. Sting, on the other hand, watched as his opponents woke up in pain from the attack. That one really hurt, Najenda said. We are facing our natural enemy, Lafay reported. If we are careless, he will eliminate us. Biku said nervously. Ara, this will be fun. Esdeath and Karumi said with sadistic smiles. Esdeath created many ice spears that she threw at poor Sting, who dodged them as best she could, although some of them stuck in his shoulder, his left leg, and one in his torso. Instantly, Najenda appeared next to Susanoo and tried to hit him, but he jumped and concentrated his power in his mouth. Holy Dragon Roar. A powerful laser came out of his mouth, hitting Najenda and her Tigu. A Haidu pawn is removed. Announced the referee. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the first casualty of the Haidu group by a single piece. Biku lunged at the blonde and extended his staff and struck him, pushing him against a huge rock. Karumi fired several explosive bullets that hit their target, shattering the rock. This was followed by some balls of darkness courtesy of Lafay, who was standing next to her. Being a dragon slayer, holy attacks shouldn't affect him, but what if we attack him with the opposite element? Lafay said, amused. And in a way it was true, because although light was strong against darkness, it was also the same the other way around. However, Sting, in a swift instant movement, appeared next to the blonde magician, with a fist charged with light. Sacred Nova. And the blow hit, producing a powerful dome of light that swallowed the blonde and the brunette. A Haidu pawn and bishop retreat. Now the Haidu group lost 2 more companions. With the others, they were quite surprised. When they were going to hit Sarair with their swords, he made an instant movement in the void and dodged them, positioning himself next to Akeno, who was in shock. Sorry. He said beforehand. He hit her with a knee in the abdomen, bending her over as she lost consciousness and fell. A Haidu pawn retreats. But the black-haired man couldn't avoid an impact from 3 spheres of light that sent him to the ground. The one who threw them was none other than the silver-haired rook. How? He asked, confused, since he thought he had eliminated her, until he saw the sacred sword in her right hand. It wasn't easy, but with Excalibur and Mimic, I created a special layer over my armor, so I could withstand the blow and vanish with transparency, so you wouldn't find me. Roswis explained. Now it was a good fit for Saraerg, that's why it didn't sound like a retirement announcement. The silver-haired girl returned the sword to Zenobia and she attacked with a double X slash. Of course Saraerg dodged it, but he barely managed to get decapitated by Kiba and Arthur's swords. He watched from a distance as Roswis charged her favorite spell, so he knew he had to do it quickly. He took position as if propelled by the instantaneous movement, but this time the ground began to shatter beneath him. For safety, they didn't approach him and positioned themselves to try to stop him. Zenobia created a shield with Mimic, and the two blondes were on either side. He was only like that for a minute until Roswis's spell was ready on top of him. Lion's Comet was what Saraerg said before shooting off like a rocket, or in this case a comet, towards the silver-haired girl. Kiba created a bunch of holy demonic swords to stop Saraerg, but he was so strong and fast that the swords broke apart. The two knights stood behind the shield to better support it. Pum. That was the sound of Saraerg's fist impacting with Zenovia's shield. In front of many people, the shield was only dented, but if you looked closely you could see how Zenovia's eyes lost their shine, as did Kiba's and Arthur's, and Roswis was sent flying by the impact wave, which created a huge crater. The light covered the four of them, but the black-haired man noticed the discreet smile on Kiba and Arthur's faces and understood what was happening. He looked at his shoulder and saw how Caliburn, along with Durandal, were nailed there, tearing off his arm. I had to praise the fact that they could stab them with those swords while they were defending themselves, and he was going at that speed. Two hiatus knights and two hiatus towers retreat. Gondal had a sad look for his granddaughter. Well, with Sting, things were more balanced. The blonde dodged Biku's attacks while he watched as Esdi threw those ice spears at him and created a giant iceberg above him. Biku jumped far away so that the sky blue-haired girl could throw the huge piece of ice. Pum. This impact with force, destroying the ground but leaving it intact. Do you think he's still conscious? Biku asked. Since there was no announcement, Esdith left it in the air. At that moment, a figure jumped out of the iceberg and pointed at them. Holy lightning. Yes, as the sadistic sky blue-haired girl said, the blonde was still alive. But there was one big difference from the previous attack. While it did cause damage, this time it was a larger number of white beams directed at each of them. Esdith raised a wall of ice that didn't protect them much as it shattered and hit them both. Fortunately, most of the beams were destroyed upon impact with the shield. But the blonde appeared in front of them with his mouth inflated. Holy dragon roar. And the laser impacted with force in an attack that defeated the Haidu pieces. Two Haidu pawns retreat. Winner of the fifth battle, the Gremory Bale group. And the applause for the two men was not long in coming. Wow, I didn't expect that. To think that the king and queen would so severely cripple the seemingly invincible Haidu group, said the commentator. Both Saraerg and Sting have trained since they were little, and now they have a goal to overcome, said Belial. And that would be, said Azazel. Surpass the Haidu twins, announced the emperor. Meanwhile, Queen Bale healed both of their wounds, and Saraerg used a bottle of phoenix tears to heal his arm. Sigh. Both Haidu kings couldn't help but be sad about the defeat of their friends, girlfriends, but even so, they were proud of their current level. Kings, please come to the center. The four rolled the dice again, surprisingly resulting in 23. Deadpool. I smell this fixed. Of the hiatus, they were Asia, Rory, Albedo, Scarlet, Kurumi, Ravel, Mine, Kurum, Chelsea, Kuroka, and Kurayasagi. When we arrived at the battlefield, it looked like a desert. Great was everyone's surprise when they saw that the one who appeared on the Gremory Bale side was Rias, accompanied by Kusha Abaddon, a beautiful girl with green eyes and blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and the queen of Saraerg. Begin. Rias stripped off her trench coat and threw it into the air, concentrating an insane amount of destructive power in her hand. Their opponents were already ready with their weapons or armor depending on the case. Star of Extinction. Rias said, showing that sphere the size of a wrecking ball. Stagnant, lock. Complexio, seize. The enormous sphere was compressed to fit in Ria's hand, to later grab it and squeeze it. Supplementum, magic charge. Pro-armationum, armament. The reaping light surrounded Rias. As it disappeared, Rias was seen, only now she had a black cover with red sparkles on her arms, reaching from her shoulders to her fingers that now looked like claws and were covered in the power of destruction, in addition to having that same power surrounding her like Saraerg's Tauki. And a strange dark essence could be felt in her power. Dissectum garnet ex subvenisti ruini, or Queen of Crimson Ruin. Rias said in a known but unspoken language. Does he know Latin? They all thought. Rias wasted no time and launched into a shundo, instant movement that, while not at Saraerg's level, was fast enough to take into account. With his hands, or claws rather, he grabbed Asia and Kuroka's heads, smashing them against the ground and creating a crater that raised a large cloud of sand and earth. It is worth mentioning that the cloud covered all the Haidu. From that cloud, Asia and Kuroka emerged seemingly unharmed, although the cat was hurt by the attack. they were followed by Rias. The rest came out the other side and Kurum, Scarlet, Albedo and Rory threw themselves at Queen Bale, and Mine, Kurumi, Ravel, and Kuruyasagi prepared to fire at Rias. Mine, meanwhile, hid, waiting for the moment to attack. It is worth mentioning that although the huge cloud of sand had not dispersed, they could find it just by feeling the dark power it emanated. Kusha had to jump to dodge Rory's axe blow, but she was left exposed to the Reteed's blow. But with his wings and a slight instantaneous movement in the void, he dodged it and prepared the magic circle. Arctic blizzard. A powerful blast of frozen air burst out of the magic circle and trapped Scarlet's legs in a block of ice. She knew that wouldn't stop her for long, given the weather they were in and the fire breath the Reteed was now breathing out. I gracefully dodged Albedo's fist before creating another circle. Twin sword. Water and thunder blade. In his left hand appeared a sword made only of water, while in the other appeared a lightning bolt that deformed into the shape of a sword. With the lightning sword he stopped Kurum's downward slash, and with the other he caught Rory. But Albedo launched herself at her with an axe in hand, while the water sword enclosed Rory in a dome of water, which she launched at the black-haired half-demon. While with Rias, the Reteed dodged the attacks of the Twilight Healing Wielder, which were very strong, as could be seen from the ground full of craters. I dodged a swipe and hit the blonde with a kick straight to the stomach that created distance between them. Of course, it didn't last long, as Kuroka caught her, turning the sand into quicksand. But a burst of destruction was enough for her to escape. I managed to dodge another blow from Asia by the skin of my teeth to grab her by the foot and throw her against Kuroka, who caught the blonde without any problems. Asia was very confused. As far as she could remember, Rias was just like a Keno, a ranged fighter with her power of destruction, but now she was more skilled than a Keno in close combat. Of course, what they didn't know, at least the blonde and the Reteed, is that Kuroka guided the Reteed right in front of the cloud of smoke that wouldn't dissipate. On the other side, the others were ready to attack, something noticed by Queen Bale. Flaming wings of the phoenix. Indra's spear. And Mine and Kurumi fired their guns. The attacks passed through the cloud of smoke directly at the distracted Reteed. But nothing happened. And that was strange, since there was no explosion noise or ejection announcement. Of course, they didn't notice how Kusha was focused on the cloud after distracting her opponents. She then had to dodge Kurum's sword again. Looks like your plan didn't work. Rias said with a mocking smile to the surprised Kuroka. The power of destruction began to concentrate in a sphere in his right hand, but it lengthened and grew until it took the shape of a spear about 10 meters long. Kusha, meanwhile, distanced herself from the girls and created a magic circle in front of her. She interlaced her fingers and raised them until they pointed toward the sky, the cold air swirling around her. Aurora execution. She lowered her arms and all the cold air shot out through the magic circle, empowering it and freezing everything in front of her. The girls, who had attacked her and failed to eliminate Rias with the element of surprise, dodged the attack, though they felt the cold air emanating from it. That, and the frost on the sand. That attack was aimed directly at the cloud of smoke that, for some mysterious reason, wouldn't disappear. If only they knew Rias used a spell to keep the cloud from disappearing. The attack entered the cloud of smoke, and Rias jumped away to the side and let Queen Bale's attack pass so that it could hit the surprised Asia and Kuroka. But Asia reacted and was preparing to release a flame to stop the icy attack, but Rias wouldn't let her. With a normal instantaneous movement and in the void he positioned himself above them and pointed at them with his free hand which hit a magic circle. Andromeda's chain. Chains emerged from there and trapped both the Nekomata and the ex-nun. The curious thing is that the chain covered Asia's mouth. Of course, with the strength of both of them, they were able to break the chains, but it was too late. Kiai. They screamed when they were caught by the freezing attack. A minute later, where they had been before, there were now some blocks of ice with them inside. Rias approached them and quickly swung her spear as if cutting something. Of course it was a move to get the prisoners kicked out of the game. A bishop and a rook have been removed, said the arbiter. The others couldn't believe it. Two of the most powerful there, one for being a former SS rank criminal and the other for, well, having a dragon king, had just been defeated. They had to recover quickly to dodge or block Kusha's swords, which were now fire and ice. But a certain Reteed was not going to be left behind. But the powerful Shundo, she appeared in front of Albedo, who received a hook to the stomach with the Reteed's free hand. The black-haired girl opened her eyes in shock and spat out blood. She couldn't believe Asia and Kuroka were fighting against such a force. Her armor cracked, and her abdominal area and breastplate disappeared into thousands of fragments. With a quick spin, I land a spinning kick to the head, destroying the helmet and sending the brunette against Rory, Mine and Ravel, who barely caught her. Kusha then dodged Kurumi's shots, while Queen Bale threw ice needles at Kuruyasagi, who was charging his Indra spear, which did not reach her, as she was protected by the black-haired Kurum and Scarlet. With a graceful leap, he dodged more of the girl's shots and created a new magic circle, only this time it was much larger. Tacitus chains. The same chains that Issei used against Raiser came out of the circle and caught the 4 girls. Using a lot of strength, all of which he gained from physical training with his king, he threw the 4 girls against the other 4. Kurosagi saw how Rias was ready to throw that spear that she had in her hand for about 10 minutes, and, using her spear that she still had in her hand, she threw it. While Rias also threw her spear. Spear of the Apocalypse. But the spears did not clash, but passed side by side. But Ria's spear was going much faster than Kurosagi's, impacting with the enemy group and generating an explosion and a strong glow that Queen Bale took advantage of. 5 pawns, 2 knights and a Haidu bishop retreat. A huge cloud of smoke covered everything now, letting Rias see nothing far from her 3 meters. He felt a presence near him, so he turned and found Kusha. "Looks like we won, Rias-sama," said Kusha approaching. "Yes, Saraerg will be happy with you." Kusha just smiled happily. "Don't you think so, Chelsea?" And in a quick movement she hit Kusha in the stomach, who was wrapped in smoke, revealing the orange-haired girl who was wrapped in the light. A Haidu pawn retires. "The winners are the Gremory Bale team," announced the referee. "How did you know that wasn't me?" asked the real Kusha Abaddon. "Elementary, my dear Kusha. You blush like Asia from before when someone talks to you about Saraerg and that he will be happy with you." The Redeed whispered to her, and yes, as she said, she blushed atomically. And that was when the entire stadium erupted in cheers and congratulations to Surzich's little sister, who was crying with pride next to her parents in the Bahamut Gremory box. Both were transported to their base, where the queen leaned on one tired knee, sweating profusely. "Calm down," her king consoled her. "Even though it doesn't cost you any energy to maintain those attacks, you used some very powerful spells there. Get some rest," he recommended as she nodded with a blush and sat down for a while. They announced a short recess. "Are you okay, Rias-sama?" Sting asked his secret love. "Yes, it's just a little tiring using that form, but it's nothing I can't handle," she replied as she sat down and the blonde massaged her shoulders. You're good at this. Thank you," she said with a smile and a blush. Meanwhile, at Haidu base. "I didn't think Rias would become so powerful, and what was that transformation?" Issei wondered, along with his brother and their queens, fiancés. "It's not possible, but it looks so much like his essence. But how did he get it?" Drake wondered. "Also, what happened to the girls' attacks? It was like they disappeared," Laurie asked. "That means Queen Bale has a secret that is too important to keep from being revealed," Bali exclaimed thoughtfully. "And in the private box. Rias has really become very powerful. And I almost didn't improve," said a depressed Mio being comforted by Basara. "Rias-sama is great," said little Milikas with a drink and popcorn in hand. "Yes, but Issei is cooler," Urza said from the side, taking a drink offered by Prim, who, along with Kasit, attended to the guests in the private room. Of course they made sure there was no anther. "We'll have to wait and see the battle between the two," Iridid told her, and the other nodded. "That transformation. Zeodicus and Venelana have a lot to explain," thought Bahamut, surreptitiously watching both parents who were apparently crying with pride for their youngest daughter. This fight had an incredible surprise. Surzich's Lucifer's sister isn't just all talk. She has the power to back it up, the commentator said. "The transformation intrigues me. Apparently, it gives her control over the power of destruction, almost at the level of her older brother," Azazel deduced, wanting to investigate Rias. "In the scientific sense. Night Raid, who with Bahamut's help were able to go and watch their former teammates and leaders, in the case of Bulat and Bowles, fight. Of course, they had to tell them the reason why they left the group, which left everyone reeling. The 2 leaders were sad because their friends lost, while the new ones watched the fighting in amazement. After a while, the umpire made an unexpected announcement, as the bases were split, creating 4 bases. "Attention, now the royal battle mode begins. First will be the fight of the queens, all against all." That surprised everyone. Already Sting hit him in the pride by taking him as a woman. The one who remains will add a point to her side. Then will be the battle of the kings. If the king of the same team as the winning queen wins, they will automatically win the match. If another king wins, he and the queen will have to face each other to decide the winner. He finished announcing. But Saraerg still has 1 pawn left. And what Issei said was true. Saraerg's pawn hadn't come out, he hadn't even taken off his robes. "Don't worry. Saraerg's pawn is more of an outfit." The emperor's words filled everyone with intrigue. About 15 minutes later, the queens were ready to leave. "Be careful, we don't know for sure what Kusha Abaddon's abilities are," Vali advised seriously. "Calm down, Vali. I don't think they can handle me. The only one who'll be a problem is Tiamat, but we'll lead with the other 2 first." Laurie's words sounded arrogant, but she could back them up. "Please don't get too confident and think about what you will do," Issei asked. "Yes, don't worry. I'll win this one easily," exclaimed Tiamat. Meanwhile, with his opponents. Take advantage of the fact that they don't know about your ability. Saraerg advised his queen. Yes, Saraerg-sama, said the blonde. Use your dragon slayer magic well. You are the weak point of Issei and Vali's queens, and neither uses darkness magic, so they have no advantage over you. Rias told Sting, who listened to everything like a soldier. And take care of yourself, yes. And she said that last thing with a love that a grimoire can give to her servants. Hi, Rias. Sting replied, except he whispered the last part so Rias wouldn't hear it. Too bad she did hear it, and one of her eyebrows raised and had a faint blush. Did he call me by my name without honorifics? Does he have feelings for me? Well, I won't deny that he's cute, but we're opposites. He's light, and I'm darkness. Were Ria's thoughts as she remembered the words of her mentor who had helped her achieve that transformation. Listen to me, Rias. But this power, everyone, whether consciously or subconsciously, will be terrified of you. But if you're lucky enough, unlike me, to find someone who sees you through that monstrous darkness, don't let them go for anything in the world. You might never have a chance like that again. Were the words of her beautiful blonde mentor with pronounced fangs and an extremely terrifying aura. She still remembered how, after awakening this power, everyone who had previously looked at her with desire was now afraid. They didn't show it out of respect for her, given who she was, but she could see it in their eyes. And the only people she ever saw that fear in her were her entourage, especially her faithful queen. Well, them and the Bahamut group, but that was due to their natures. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Sting enter the mountain-like pocket dimension. Let the fight begin. With speed, the dragons pounced on the other queens. Tiamat grabbed Sting, and Lori kicked Kusha. Wow, I was expecting a round robin, but it seems they'll stick with the teams. Tiamat threw Sting towards the mountain wall, but he stabilized before impact, so there was no impact, and instead, the blonde propelled himself with the mountain, striking Tiamat with a flying kick in the face, dragging her a few meters. Lori created a magic circle in front of his fist, and the wind concentrated there. Tornado Claw. A small tornado came out of his fist through the magic circle and hit the blonde, sending her flying a few meters, but she landed safely. Burning Petals. Kusha created a magic circle, and from it came many sparks of fire, similar to flower petals, which when they hit Lori generated small explosions. Did you think that would hurt me? The orange-haired girl asked mockingly. The blonde said nothing, she just placed her hand on the ground, and a magic circle expanded around her, lifting pieces of the mountain. Asteroid Belt. Okay, Lori had to admit that that one would hurt. Especially considering that some pieces are her size. With a hand signal, the stones flew straight towards Lori, who opened her wings and flew away from the attack, but it hit Tiamat, who distractedly received the attack full on, burying her in a mound of stones. Kusha, he was my opponent. Sting demanded. Boo. But with a bang came out an angry Tiamat with her clothes torn by the attack. Dragon Force. Sting transformed, already seeing the powerful blow from the Dragon Queen coming, which sent him against Kusha. Boom. Both collided with a powerful headbutt. Watch where you're going. The blonde told him. They both rejoined, only to see the Haidu Queen's attack. Destroyer Vortex. A powerful tornado shot out of a large magic circle at them. Dragon Pulse. The shot of draconic energy advanced with speed towards its targets. In response, Kusha raised both arms in the direction of the attacks. Some thought she was crazy until holes opened up and swallowed the attacks. For those who don't know, the Abaddon House, one of the extra demons, has the ability to create black holes that absorb enemy attacks. Reported Emperor Belial. Tiamat, Lori, Issei and Vali Fasipum since they completely forgot that Rias told them she could do that. So that's how the attacks didn't hit. Tiamat said. He then put his arms in an X shape in front of him to stop Sting's kick. He then grabbed Sting's foot and slammed him to the ground. The orange-haired girl hit the blonde's stomach with a hook, 2, 3, and finally 4 blows that lifted her slightly off the ground. Lori grabbed her shoulder and placed his palm with a magic circle on it. Vortex. A small tornado sent Kusha flying a few meters. He got up with difficulty and some pain from the blows from the orange-haired girl, and blood trickled down the corner of his lips. He surreptitiously saw Sting a few feet away. He looked very hurt, with several wounds, both minor with minor bleeding, and a little blood coming out of his mouth. They exchanged glances and nodded. They couldn't beat both of them if they continued like this, so they would use the strategy they'd planned when they thought it would be a team battle. Cossatus Chain. The icy chain shot out from magic circles beneath the dragons and trapped them. At the same time, 2 holes formed above them. Not only do I have the ability to trap attacks inside these holes, but also return them. Kusha reported as the attacks went against the dragons. However, the ice chains were beginning to break, and Kusha knew it wouldn't take much for them to break them and dodge the attacks. Sting, take her out now while the chains can't hold any longer. I also used most of my powerful attacks on Lori. The blonde shouted, and the blonde just cursed under his breath and got ready to finish this. Lori saw the attack she absorbed in the previous battle coming through the hole, so she knew that Tiamat would be attacked with the attacks she absorbed in this fight. Kusha created a large magic circle in front of him, and the wind swirled around it, while Sting concentrated a lot of power in his mouth. Aurora's execution. Dragon Slayer secret art. Holy breath of the white dragon. Tiamat and Lori could only watch as the attacks came straight at them. They had made the mistake of underestimating their opponents, and now they were going to lose because of it. But, if I'm going to lose, you're coming with me. Was the thought of both of them as Bahamut in his box noticed a change. And smiled subtly. Kusha's attack was meant to stop Lori and send her flying, but instead. The blonde Bale couldn't believe what she was seeing. The cold air she shot didn't hit the orange-haired girl, but instead swirled around her and headed in her direction with much more power than before. Meanwhile, Tiamat had broken the chains and placed both hands on the ground as the attack from in front of her hit her, but she stayed in place. The attack disappeared, leaving a very wounded Tiamat unable to take her hands off the ground. Sting saw belatedly how magma geysers shot out from below him, enveloping him. "Ai," was the cry of the four when they received the attacks. No one can continue, the semi-final is a draw. The referee announced, and the crowd erupted in applause. "This is unexpected. Somehow all four of them defeated each other," said the euphoric commentator. The four kings couldn't help but be a little sad, but Rias and Raiser were happy because their queens showed that they shouldn't be underestimated, while Vali and Issei thought that this would teach Tiamat and Lori not to be overconfident. "Why are you smiling like that, Bahamut?" his father-in-law asked, so everyone could stare. "It's nothing, just that Tiamat and Lori have scratched the level up requirement." No one apart from Yamamoto, Ranjiku, Office, Navi and Irene understood what he meant. "In a little while the final battle will come. A battle of four kings," said the referee. "The time has come." The four kings thought in sync. But Issei and Vali saw the vials of phoenix tears they had. Their servants, girls, decided that they should use them, but they only squeezed them until the vials were destroyed, spilling the liquid. And after about 20 minutes that seemed like an eternity to the spectators, the four kings appeared on a plateau. The strangest thing was seeing Raiser with his hooded pawn. But he began to grow and change, transforming into an enormous lion with a green gem on his forehead. The Nemean lion. The Nemean Regulus. "How did that boy get a longinus of that caliber?" asked, or rather shouted, Azazel, not being informed of such a thing. "I have been meeting Regulus for a long time, and after a battle he chose me as his king and master," said Raiser, generating more doubts in the fallen. "But, that longinus is supposed to have the appearance of an axe, and its last bearer died a while ago. Did it transform into a lion to search for its new master? This generation is definitely very unique," deduced the governor of the fallen, and in fact that was very true. "Enough talk. Let the final fight begin," shouted the referee. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale male. The red armor of green gems appeared. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker divide gear scale male. The blue gem silver armor followed. Extinction Star Stagnant. Complexio Supplementum. Pro Armationum Dissectum Garnet ex sub Vinisti Runi. Rias quickly entered her new form. Balance Breaker Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Regulus and Raiser merged together, blinding everyone with a brilliant light. By the end, Raiser was now wearing golden armor with a lion's head-shaped breastplate, and his short black hair was now a long golden mane growing out of his helmet. Raiser disappeared in a millisecond as Vali leaped away. Where he had been before, there was now a huge crater from Raiser's fist. Rias took advantage and threw a kick at Issei, who received it, blocking it by crossing his arms. Vali hit Raiser with a hook to the jaw, sending him flying a few feet, but the now golden-haired man recovered in mid-air and launched himself, landing a blow on the albino's helmet, destroying it and sending the aching hacker Yuku away. He rebuilt his helmet and launched himself at the Bale. Issei attacked Rias with one of his signature techniques. Dragon Fist. But the Redeed dodged the Eastern Dragon. In response, Issei created a magic circle in his hand that radiated light. Stardust Revolution. The shooting stars or comets, depending on how you look at them, pounced on the Gremory heiress, who knew how to respond. Supreme Punishment. Rias created a sphere of power of destruction the size of Star of Extinction, but hundreds of comets of destruction were shot out of it. Both attacks impacted, generating explosions in the air. Shortly after, both attacks ceased, revealing that no one had suffered any damage. Apocalyptic Sword. Ria's hand was covered in the power of destruction and took the form of a sword. With devilish speed, Rias struck her sword with Ascalon, which was covered in power from Issei. Both exchanged sword blows while the other two exchanged punches. Raiser blocked Vali's uppercut, which blocked the golden-haired boy's uppercut. Their heads collided and they separated. Lightning Plasma. Multiple strikes of the Beast King. Vali's lightning collided with many lion heads made of Tauki. As the attacks ended, Saraerg slammed his knee into Volley's stomach. The albino survived, but the armor in the area he hit was destroyed. The dragon hit the demon's face, pushing him away a little, then slammed his foot into the breastplate, pushing him further away. He rebuilt his armor, but it was frustrating and exciting that no matter how much he hit him, his armor was not destroyed. There were not even any signs that the blows affected him. At Longinus is the legendary Nemean lion, the one that was said to have almost indestructible skin. Albion said to its bearer, who sarcastically thanked him for the information. Volley launched himself at the golden-haired man again as Issei, and Ria's sword battle became more intense. Issei had to suppress a groan of pain as his shoulder was pierced by Ria's weapon. It said that the more concentrated the power of destruction, the greater the level of destruction it causes. For example, I only managed to destroy molecules. Ria's informed, and Issei took note of that. The Redeed pulled her sword from her shoulder and tried to pierce the other, but Issei stopped her by interposing his sword. But if a high concentration of energy is used, destruction can be avoided, said Issei with an amused smile. The Redeed pushed the black-haired man away and launched a wave of power of destruction towards the dragon, but he dodged it. He launched himself into the air and went straight for Ria's. "Ah!" was Ria's moan as she was pierced in the right thigh. Issei pulled out the Redeed sword and moved away to avoid the apocalyptic sword. However, he noticed smoke coming out of Ria's wound and it closing. It won't be that easy. And Ria's kicked the black-haired boy to the side. Meanwhile, Saraerg grabbed Volley's foot and threw him into the air, but he stopped. Half-dimension. Saraerg felt the space around him compress, but his strength prevented it. However, that stopped him long enough for Volley to use one of his most powerful attacks. Gaia Force. The enormous sphere of energy was launched in the direction of the Baal. With his strength and will, Saraerg broke the distorted space and stopped the sphere of power with his hands. Ai! Saraerg shouted as he tried to return the attack. But, divide, divide, divide. Volley used Albion's ability, and that stopped Saraerg, who ended up receiving the attack. Boom. Issei and Rias stopped their fight when they saw the smoking crater where Saraerg's body was seen with several wounds on it, and his armor was a little cracked. Volley thought he had defeated him and waited for Issei and Rias to finish to fight the winner, but the three of them saw in surprise the spectral figure of a woman with brown hair, purple eyes and wearing a white dress. She's Saraerg's mother. Rias said in disbelief, drawing the attention of the other two. Your mother? They both asked before noticing a glow inside their armor, coming from the necklaces their mother made, which had materialized there for some reason. They know that Saraerg was disowned by his clan for not being born with the power of destruction. His mother tried to take him to the grounds of her clan, but the old Baal did not want at that time for it to come to light that a little boy born in their clan did not have his characteristic power. Rias related. The two lived in the most remote grounds of the Baal territory, where Saraerg trained hard and listened to his mother lament, blaming herself for the fact that he was born without that power, but he never blamed her. For some time now, she has been in a coma due to an attempt by one of the old demons to get rid of them, but it was stopped by Saraerg himself. No one has found a way for her to wake up. So what is she doing here? I think it's more like his spirit, said Issei. The powers of the place plus the power that must remain of Chichigami in the necklaces and his will allowed him to show himself. Volley pointed out. Get up, Saraerg. This isn't the end of your will, right? You made the promise to become the strongest demon, so get up and show everyone your power. Spoke the mother with a loving tone that only she could give. Saraerg hit the ground, slowly getting up while reciting something. This body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless void. And his lion seconded him. My lord and I, let us exhaust this body and soul to rise up to the endless royal road. Rose, the triumph, the game and the shine. This is the body of a beast demon. Housed on top of my fist is the glorious imperial authority. Dance. Dance. Both. Bloom. Both. Let the beast, which surpasses all, be released. The Nemean lion's aura exploded, merging with the powerful Tauki emanating from Saraerg, changing the color of the armor to purple with golden parts. The dimension itself shook violently as the sky cracked. Come on, Saraerg. Show everyone that will that motivated you to get up again and again in your training. That will with which you defeated your brother. That will that makes you rise to face the two most powerful celestial dragons. Fight, my son, and never give up. The words of his mother's disappearing ghost were the trigger for Saraerg to get up again to fight. Regulus King Lethex Rex Imperial Purpure. Saraerg shouted, suddenly launching himself much faster than before against Volley, destroying his armor with one blow, to the latter's astonishment. Another blow sent Volley flying and crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. If Saraerg is already in his strongest form, then I am too. Rias generated another star of extinction. Stagnant. Complexio supplementum. Pro-armationum. And absorbed it like the first one. But this time, he had a more noticeable change. Now his hair seemed to be made of the power of destruction, his feet became the feet of a beast or a dragon. A tail with a small flame of the power of destruction grew from his lower back and strange symbols appeared on his back, seemingly taking the form of wings. He also grew ram-like horns, each forming a circle before pointing forward. The dimension shook again and the sky cracked even more. Draco sub Venisti Ruini anti Regina Rubra, Crimson Ruin Dragon Queen. Rias announced her new form. He appeared in the blink of an eye in front of the black-haired man and hooked him in the jaw, hit him with his tail, raising him higher, and attacked with a supreme punishment that sent Issei near his brother. Amazing. What are those transformations? The commentator asked in amazement. Isseixharem is his breakdown the beast, it's like the juggernaut drive of the boosted gear and the divide gear, but with training and will, Isseixharem can use his resistance as payment for a short time, before his life is drained, but if he were to pass the limit, Regulus cuts the transformation, unless it is a life or death situation. Explained Emperor Belial. However, Rias is unknown to me. I suppose she developed it with her teacher. That intrigued Azazel at his side. Both twins stood up, revealing the damage done. Isseixharem's blow destroyed 99% of Vali's armor, and it was now regenerating somewhat slowly, while Ria's attack did completely destroy Issei's armor, and he was regenerating it. Both were injured and slowly recovering. I guess it's time to go all out. Said Issei, somewhat recovered, seeing the cousins in front. They're using their most powerful forms. It's only fair if we do the same. Exclaimed his brother, wearing the regenerated armor. They both took off, and the sky began to fill with dark clouds. Rias felt deja vu at that. I, the one who would wake up. I am the celestial dragon who gained the power of duplication. I am the celestial dragon who acquired the ability of division. I cross infinity and transfer dreams. I compress infinity and reflect dreams. Let me guide you down the path of the red glow. I'll guide you down the path of the white glow. And I will show you the Emperor's hellfire. And I will show you the Emperor's cursed poison. Welsh. Vanishing. Imperial drive. The pocket dimension began to shake, lightning struck and crackled even more as the transformation ended. The gods, Siodin and Hades, because the others weren't going to lift a finger, modified the pocket dimension to support the power. The dragon god could only think that this generation was monstrous. And fun. The transformation ended as all the spectators admired the new armor. That the real fight. Said the twins. Begin. The cousins shouted. The four of them launched themselves, materializing their weapons. Issei and Vali their sacred swords, Rias her sword of power of destruction, and Isseixharem a golden axe with a green gem in the middle. Vali crashes Auriken into Isseixharem's axe and Issei Ascalon into Rias' sword. Issei and Rias separate a little, and the former launches a thrust that Rias elegantly dodges, then hits Issei's head with her tail, but he returns the blow with his tail. Vali jumps and hits Isseixharem's chest, moving away, but the golden-haired man attacks him with his axe, generating a cut in the albino's armor breastplate, but he regenerates. The Redeed stabs her sword into Issei's left arm, but he endures the pain and hits her with his hand. Isseixharem throws a hook that hits Vali in the stomach, destroying that area of the armor, but Vali hits him with a headbutt that destroys his helmet and cracks Isseixharem a little. Issei cut Ria's arm at the shoulder, but with a movement of his hands, it snapped back into place, and the wound closed. The Grimoire then stabbed the black-haired man in the left side, causing bleeding, but it regenerated. Vali launched a kick that was going to hit Isseixharem, but he dodged it and ended up hitting Rias. The Redeed turned around and punched Vali in the face, breaking part of his helmet. Isseixharem was about to hit him with a hammer blow when Issei charged at him. Issei kicked Isseixharem and pointed his cannon at Rias. Boost 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 Imperial Bomber. The enormous torrent of red energy shot straight at the heiress. Fortunately, he reacted in time and ducked, narrowly dodging the attack that destroyed a good part of the place. It's clear that Issei put power into that attack. Spear of the Apocalypse. Rias created and threw the spear, being dodged by Issei, while the attack generated a new enormous crater in the pocket dimension. The four separated. Before launching themselves again but with instantaneous movements. In full view of everyone, the four disappeared and reappeared in different places, always creating a shock wave. Vali punched Rias in the stomach. Isseixharem kicked Issei in the right side. Rias hit her fist against Issei's. Vali hit Isseixharem's head with his elbow. Isseixharem attacked Issei with his axe, who blocked it with Ascalon. Rias evaded a thrust from Vali. Issei punched Vali in the helmet. Rias kicked Isseixharem in the stomach. Issei blocked the Redeed's blow. The albino hit Isseixharem's face with his knee. Isseixharem kicked Rias in the stomach. Vali landed a hammer blow on the back of Issei's head. Rias fired a ball of power of destruction that created a crater. Isseixharem dodged an Imperial cannon from Vali. The blows and attacks came and went, destroying the pocket dimension. The 2-on-2 battle turned into a free-for-all. The spectators screamed with excitement. Children, young people, adults, old people, Night Raid, the gods, and even Anne Sullivan and Lautremont, where the battle was taking place. In the private box, the little ones couldn't stop screaming with excitement and supporting their favorites, supported by Irina, Sylvia, and even the older ones like Veronica, Rebecca, Navi, Office, and the three leaders. The guests' jaws dropped at the level of power in the battle. It was simply impossible not to be amazed. Some women, like Yusaka and Irene, were amazed at the sight of such a fight. Yamamoto and Ranjiku had a proud smile, seeing the little Issei and Vali, according to them, have that level of power. A certain group of heroes watched the fight with serious doubts. They had trained their entire lives to reach their current level. What could two boys do who had just learned the truth about them, and one of them had only learned about the supernatural a few months ago? The answer was: massacre them. Even the rest of the peerage supported them from the infirmary. Back to the fight. Let's say, war. Issei slammed his fist into Saraerg's cheek, he buried his fist in Ria's stomach, she had her foot against the albino's face, and he had his fist on the black-haired man's jaw. The four of them moved away from that strange position. They looked very tired and hurt. Well, only Saraerg because the other three could heal. The four knew that the transformations could not last much longer. Saraerg felt tiredness take over him, but his will kept him standing. Rias felt like that dark side was trying to dominate her and turn her into an uncontrollable beast. She had to end this quickly. Issei and Vali weren't any better. They knew they couldn't maintain the Imperial drive for long, maybe 5 minutes at most, but the constant repair of their armor and healing of wounds was tiring them out. Besides, they hadn't focused on being able to better control their transformation and training. A single glance between them was enough to know what was going to happen next. One last attack. A large magic circle appeared on Vali's back. At that, Vali's power fragmented into several pieces. Each fragment transformed into Ryujin, only these were far more destructive than the original. Issei put his two hands forward, pointing at his opponents. The heads opened their mouths, but instead of a cannon and a sword coming out, a sphere of power was created in front of them, and fire came out of the mouths, covering the sphere, which only continued to grow until it was as big as Issei. Rias brought her hands together, as if praying, then separated them and created a sphere of power of destruction that grew larger and larger, until it reached the size of Ria's torso. Saraerg placed his arms in an X shape before spreading them apart, and the lion head on the armor's breastplate opened its mouth. The Taki converged on the mouth that released a powerful glow. Ultima Sword. Vali directed his swords forward. Mega Flame. Issei fired a sphere of power surrounded by fire, which was similar to a comet. Big Bang Attack. Ria's sphere of power shot out and was on its way to counter the other two attacks. Meteor of the Lion King's Will. The lion's mouth shot out a sphere of Taki. Boom. The four attacks collided, generating an explosion so powerful that it weakened the pocket dimension and engulfed all four of them. A few minutes passed until the four opponents were seen. They had lost their transformation and were now in their previous stage. Saraerg, Vali and Issei with their balance breaker armors seriously damaged and Rias in her previous form only very weak now. The referee was about to declare a total knockout when, to the disbelief of 95% of the spectators, they began to painfully get up. This isn't over. Issei began. I can still go on, said Rias. You one will prevail. Saraerg continued. And the others will fall. Vali finished and everyone got into position. Several spheres of energy emerged from the albino's armor and concentrated on his hand, which became covered in lightning, and the armor disappeared. From Issei's hand came larger spheres that began to compress and spin around the energy sphere that Issei had in his hand. Rias concentrated the power she had left in her right fist, losing her transformation except for her right arm. Saraerg concentrated his remaining Taki into his left fist, which formed the shape of a lion's head. Regulus aided his master using his own remaining energy. Spirit Dragon Flash. Vali launched. Galactic Dragon Impact. Followed by Issei. Fist of the Lion King. Saraerg was not far behind. Ruin Meteor. And Rias last. The spectators didn't blink. They were afraid they'd miss a moment of the grand finale of this fight. For everyone it was like watching them in slow motion, getting closer and closer until they finally passed. Boom. The attacks collided again, but this time it was seen how the four were covered by a light. This time the dimension did end up destroyed, making clear the power of the four kings. The four kings were ejected. The fight, like the match, ended in a draw. With the referee's announcement, the stadium exploded with shouts of joy and happiness for such a fight. Even the commentator was shouting how amazing the fight was and that it wasn't worth commenting on. 1 hour later. Issei was beginning to open his eyes. Given the white color of the walls and the fact that he was nearly blinded by the light from the ceiling, he assumed he was in the infirmary or a hospital and had been asleep for a while. At the same time, Rias, Vali, and Sarerg woke up. Apparently, they were all in the same room. Looks like no one won. Rias said a little depressed. It doesn't matter, it was a lot of fun. We should do it again. Issei suggested, and everyone nodded. One of these days they should repeat that battle. But this time fight for real. The twins looked at Sarerg strangely. You barely used the abilities of your sacred gears, and you didn't use your primary abilities. He emphasized. We only used the Omega Force and the Alpha Force in life or death battles. Rias was going to refute what Vali said. And I used my ability during the match with Sona since it required strategy, while here it required power. Said the black-haired dragon. Besides, the battle would have been too short and boring. And we didn't use Albion and Drake's abilities much because it would be too much of an advantage. And this was a fight we decided to fight with honor, so we only used the power we had. Explained Vali. There was a minute of silence, until someone spoke. Now that we're not in a battle. Drake's voice was heard in the room, so everyone paid attention to the green glow on the back of Issei's hand. Rias Gremory, how did you obtain the earbeam magic? That question raised more than one eyebrow. So you also noticed Drake? The Welsh dragon nodded at his rival's statement. How do you know about her? Rias asked, more than curious. A long time ago, before we lost our bodies, there was a human who killed a dragon. That surprised everyone. His name was Aknologia. When he killed the dragon, he bathed in its blood, causing a dragonification that eventually turned him into a full dragon. He called himself the Dragon King of the Apocalypse. He would kill dragons indiscriminately and then disappear. Bahamut couldn't find him back then, but there was no need to. Drake's words intrigued the four. After killing his 10th or 11th dragon, Aknologia believed he could take on anyone, so he went to face us too. In the end, his arrogance sealed his fate. The battle wasn't easy. We were somewhat tired from our struggles, but we still defeated him. The most dangerous thing about him was his ability, earbeam magic, which allowed him to absorb power and use it. That's why I ask, how did you get it? There's only one being who has that ability. Drake asked. When I was 8 years old, I suffered because my power of destruction was too powerful for me, and my body couldn't handle it. Rias began to tell melancholy. According to Oni-sama, only the Philosopher's Stone or the fruit of the tree of good and evil could cure me, but neither could be obtained. Ajuka-sama had proposed using the blood and flesh of Aknologia, who had lost an arm during his battle against the two celestial dragons. With that, they intended to make me part dragon to withstand the power of destruction, and since there was no alternative, it was done. For a time, they injected me with a compound made from Aknologia's blood and flesh, and after that I didn't have the problem with my power. That explains your attitude towards Issei. What do you mean, Drake? Before dying, Aknologia swore revenge on us. A long time ago, there was a magus who experimented on a young girl, using a part of Aknologia. The girl not only controlled the Major Rebia, she managed to become immortal, although through other means. However, that girl met my wielder. Seeing me, or rather smelling my essence through my wielder, she became enraged for no reason. My theory is that Aknologia's blood recognizes my essence, and sends that surge of anger to the Major Rebia user. That would explain why Rias looked angry at you after your battle with Rias or Phoenix during the wedding announcement, since your dragonified arm emanated my essence. That doesn't explain why he gets angry with me when I assume my dragonoid form, and why he tried to kill me in the first place, since I doubt that anger was the cause. Said Issei confused. That was Razor's fault. The three of them looked at her confused. You know, the spell that took the power of whoever it was used on and gave it to the user. Don't tell me you don't know why it's illegal. Issei looked at her more confused. You're an idiot. The spell has as a consequence that the user influences the behavior and mentality of whoever it is used on. Haven't you wondered why the girls act very differently than when they were with Razor? Issei started thinking about it and had to admit that Rias made a very good point. Before they were more aggressive and loyal to Razor, almost like slaves, and now the attitude, when it's not against him, is very different. The influence begins when you carry the spell mark for a while. In my case, I had it for 3 months before you were reincarnated, but it didn't affect me because of my power. But when you sacrificed your arm and I sensed Drake's essence, Razor's influence attacked me suddenly and with everything. That explains why I tried to kill you before. Rias concluded. That explains a lot. The Sekiryute muttered. And you really did get strong in such a short time. Rias blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Since your match with Sona, Sarerg, our entourages and I have been training in a special dimension made by your father, where time passes differently. It's impossible for us to have reached this level, especially considering that he only just started training in Arab magic. Vali and Issei didn't know whether to be angry with their father for not telling them something like that, or be grateful because thanks to it, they had a great battle. At that moment, the door is opened by the queens of the four kings, who looked worried. It's good that you woke up. Kusha thanked them, and the four stood next to their respective kings. "Congratulations children, it was a spectacular fight," said Bahamut entering with Zeodicus and Venelana. "And they really caused a scandal," said Lord Gremory turning on a TV that they hadn't noticed until now. "This is incredible." The rating game between Issei Haidu, Vali Haidu, Rias Gremory and Serairg Bale has broken the ranking levels. "It was the most watched rating game of all," shouted a journalist right in front of a hospital, possibly where they are now. "Black Dragon, White Dragon, Lion King, Red Princess," were the shouts of many children and young people in front of the hospital. "Kai, give me a son Issei Sama, Vali Sama, Serairg Sama," and the annoying fangirls couldn't be missing. They are waiting for them to come out to interview them. "Now that I see it, we're in a hospital in Sitri territory, right?" Ria surmised, receiving a nod from her mother. Serairg Sama. The one who shouted was a white-haired man dressed as a butler. "He has to come." Seeing the butlers hurry, Serairg got up and hurriedly followed him. "Let's go." They all went out and followed the Bale heir. They ran to a room with many flowers outside the door. "This is." Rias then knew where they were going. They watched as Serairg entered the room and followed him. Upon entering, several people froze in shock. There, on the bed, was a woman with brown hair and purple eyes sitting on the hospital bed. Rias, Venelana and Zeodicus couldn't believe it, while Serairg remained like a statue as tears began to flow from his eyes. "Isn't that Serairg's mother?" Issei said, receiving a nod from his brother. "But she's supposed to be in a coma." No one except her father knew how the woman woke up. That same night. The young devils, the four rookies plus Glacia's Labolas, I don't know if it's written like that, plus Issei and Vali were in a huge hall, full of high-class devils and important members of other factions. This was the celebration for the end of the rating game championship among the new generations. The entourages involved were dressed in evening gowns, men except Gasper, and fine dresses, women plus Gasper. They were standing on a platform as the results of the rating games were about to be announced. "Attention, attention." Surzich's Lucifer called. "We are about to give the results." Everyone paid attention to this. In last place, with 0 wins and 3 losses, Glacia's Labolas. A few applauses sounded for the demon who only grumbled about how it was fixed. He had to face Bale, Gremory and Agares, and he couldn't even come close to victory. Thirdly, with 1 win and 2 losses. Agares. More applause than before for Sakvara Agares. She faced Vali, Glacia's Labolas and Sona, only the latter winning unfortunately. In the end she did use Vali's idea of using the robots, but Sona's Citri's strategy defeated her in the end. That and it was a capture the flag. Secondly, there is a 3-way tie. That shocked everyone. With 1 win and 2 draws. Hydus and Citri. Immediately applause and congratulations filled the room. "Wait a minute, as far as I know, you guys only had 2 matches. Issei said to Vali and Sona. "Actually, we had a match, but it was during the Loki thing." Vali explained. "Since no one showed up, it was ruled a tie. Even after the reason for our absence was announced, nothing could be done since there wasn't time," Sona said, adjusting her glasses. "That's bad luck." The two lowered their heads, indicating that it was true. And finally, a tie for first place. With 2 wins and 1 draw. Gremory and Bale. And the room filled with even more applause and congratulations. "Well done." Congratulated Issei. "They deserved it," Vali said. "One step closer to fulfilling your dreams," exclaimed Sona. The 2 cousins looked at each other before smiling and raising their fists in victory. At a specific table, Lord and Lady Gremory had tears of happiness, and next to them Serairg's newly awakened mother congratulated them. Everything was going well. Until. "That's my Ria Tan," shouted Mao Lucifer wearing a t-shirt with a picture of Rias as a baby. It must be said that the poor girl was red with embarrassment and that she made her hair look ridiculous. "Moo, Ani-sama." And to everyone's horror and shame, Bahamut, our troll god, put up a screen and a video. Showing the whole new generation as children and in embarrassing situations. "Issei, Vali, stop your father," Rias demanded of both of them. "And you think he's going to listen to us?" Vali responded, red with embarrassment upon seeing photos of him as a baby. But one question was on everyone's mind. How the hell did he get those photos? The next day. It was the long-awaited festival, and with our favorite band. Aya. They were in charge of scaring some. At the ticket booth, Vali and Issei watched in amusement as some kids ran away in fear. They must have entered Petterhausen and Fenrir's event or the dungeon with Esdeath and Magenta. "They seem to be having fun," said Motohama appearing next to Mitsuda, Kaori and Aki, the latter 2 being the captains of the Kendo club in case you forgot. Although curiously the girls carried real katanas. "Oh, are you here to see the girls?" Issei asked, amused, before turning pale as he watched Kaori and Aki take out their katanas and place them on. "Well, a certain important part. They won't unless they want to be castrated without anesthesia." Kaori said frighteningly. Are you too? Vali asked, but all four of them shook their heads, albeit with a slight blush. No. You see, we promised you that if you didn't spy on any of the girls and helped us with our event. You could spy on us for one day and we wouldn't do anything. Aki said. That explains why I didn't see them running for their lives last week. Issei exclaimed. And how did you get there? Vali asked again. You see. Mitsuda was going to answer, but was silenced by a blow from Aki. The look between the two of them really scared the perverted duo. Aya. The scream sounded again, but this time they were from Sting and Kiba, who were dressed as vampires. But from Twilight because of an apparent joke by a certain dragon god who never stopped messing around, and they were followed by a fan club who wanted to take something from them. Although behind them they were chased by a certain furious Queen Citri. Aya. Behind them came Kotaru and Gasper, in female versions of a werewolf and a vampire, fleeing from a group of women just as large as the previous one and with strange intentions. A minute of silence for the fallen. Said Issei, and the six did so. Well, here are passes for all the events of our terror vessel. He handed them some tickets. And don't worry, this one is on me. That was something they really appreciated. But before they entered, Kiba and Sting grabbed the twins' shoulders. Shift change. They both said, and white and tired. They lost the fans in record time. Wait. Everything fell on deaf ears when at an incredible speed the twins were wearing the vampire costumes and Sting and Kiba were dressed normally. Kiaya, Vali-sama, Issei-sama. The two of them began their graceful escape from those crazy women. At times like this Issei missed his old reputation. For reasons like this, I'm glad I'm not popular. Motohama said, entering with the other three. At night, Rias was finishing arranging things in the club lounge with Sting. Come on, this is the moment. Don't screw this up. The blonde encouraged himself. Rias. Yes. Rias thought he had just called her by her name and without honorifics. Sting turned around and faced Rias. TTTU millimeters IGG like you and IW would like T2K no if you wanted to go out with me. He confessed. And shouted the last thing that was redder than the blue-haired girl in an alternative world. Rias also blushed at the confession. Well, I could give you a chance. The Redeed replied, slightly blushing and looking away a little. Sting's eyes seemed to sparkle before he shouted. Yee. And jumped all over the place. Rias laughed at her queen's antics and remembered her teacher's words. Maybe he's the one. It was inevitable. The two were starting to get closer. Sting wrapped his arms around Ria's waist and pulled her close, then kissed her on the lips. It was a magical moment for both of them. Poof. Or it was until the door gave way and all the club members fell plus Theodicus, Venelana, Serziches, Grafia, Saraerg, his mother, Kusha and Bahamut. Even the leaders and those who were in dragon hunting were there. Moo, you ruined the moment. Rias made a deadly pout to Sting, Serziches and Zeoricus. The night continued, with congratulations, jokes, and death threats from Serziches and Zeodicus towards Sting. Yep, a night to remember. Chapter 30. The calm before the storm. Dragon hunting. We see the entire team looking expectantly at the scene in front of them. And in front of them was Bahamut, in front of Laurie and Tiamat, both nervous due to the serious look of their beloved's father. The dragon god cleared his throat before speaking. Tiamat, Laurie, you have managed to tear the special ability you have, and in turn you have torn the surface to be celestial dragons. Said Bahamut, making both of them happy. Ice, how's that for a special ability and tearing the surface of a celestial dragon? Magenta asked curiously, the same curiosity that Akane, mine, Kurum, Leon, Chelsea, Esdeath, Arthur, Biku, Kuroka, Kuruyasagi, Rory, Albedo, Kiba, Asia, Kaneko, Ravel, Lefay, Gasper, Roswis, Akeno, Serafal, Penemu, Gabriel, Griselda and Arena had. The only exceptions were Office, Navi, Rebecca, Jessica, Sylvia, Veronica, Kurumi and Scarlet, who knew what they wanted to talk about. It's something that Dad explained to me, for a dragon to be celestial, it must not only have the power, but also an ability that is born with the dragon, but how it manifests varies depending on each one. Issei explained, satisfying the curiosity of the majority. I would also like to point out that Office recovered half of her power. At that everyone applauded, knowing the inconvenience the former lowly went through. Oh, and that Vali and Issei are prohibited from using the Imperial Drive, they will only use it in areas where people can get hurt. But why do you say that, Dad? Vali asked, surprised that they had denied him and Issei the ability to use their, to date, most powerful transformations. That's because the expulsion of power is such during the transformation that everything around is destroyed. Bahamut's explanation was convincing to everyone, since it was true. But Bahamut's commercials over, everyone went about their daily activities, but Vali disappeared with Jessica. Or was it the other way around? While many of Issei's girls, more specifically those who didn't have their date yet, were in front of a roulette wheel that had their names on it. Okay, let's see who the lucky one is. Timer spun the roulette wheel vigorously. It stayed like that for a minute until it started to stop. Until it stopped at. Yes, it's my turn. Najenda exclaimed happily. The others sighed and went on to draw Najenda's name from the roulette wheel. Sarayarg appeared with a woman on his back and Rias with a black dragon, while Issei and Vali appeared with Samantha behind them. Then it cuts to an image of the Grimoire entourage, another of the Bale entourage, another of the entire dragon hunting, and another of Issei, Vali, Rias, and Sarayarg looking at the camera with blood on their faces. At the end, Ryujin and Ascalon appear colliding. A little while later. This is delicious. Said Najenda wearing a black dress that separated from the thigh and showed off her legs. She and Issei were at a fancy restaurant in Argentina, eating sorrentino stuffed with venison and bolognese sauce. Issei wore a red shirt with black lines, a dark brown jacket, skinny jeans, and shoes. It's true. Who would have thought that deer tastes so good? Said Issei, tasting his dish before drinking some tonic water. While his companion drank wine. Believe me, when you spend most of your life eating simple things just because your grandfather is a high-ranking member of the church, eating this is like being in heaven. Najenda compared, leaving Issei surprised. I didn't know you had a relative in the church. Well, we haven't spoken in a long time since I refused to be part of the church, all because it wasn't the same church it was before. The silver-haired woman recounted, sipping a little of her wine. Although she understood, she got a little angry because I didn't follow in her footsteps. And who's your grandfather? He asked curiously as he brought a piece of sorrentinos to his mouth. You must know him, his name is Vasco Strada. Najendo's statement almost choked Issei. V. Vasco Strada, the former bearer of Durandal and current second in command of the church. Receiving a nod from Najenda. Wow, I'd heard he was strict and only showed seriousness, but you're very different. Ever since I've known you, I've seen you laugh, get angry, cry because your ice cream ran out. That made Najenda blush with embarrassment. It must be a bit disappointing that I can't compare myself to him, right? The girl asked, slightly downcast. Not really. He's like 80 years old, and he wielded Duraldal for a long time, you're barely 21, and you're just beginning to know the full potential of Susanoo. I'm sure you'll surpass it very soon. Issei declared with a smile from ear to ear, making the silver-haired girl smile. Thanks, Ice. He truly thanked her. Every man she encountered, with the exception of Bullet and Bowles, either mocked her or was disappointed that she was the granddaughter of someone like Vasco Strada, but the dark-haired man in front of him had cared for her and protected her. And like Esdeath had said the day they were reincarnated, he loved her smile, whether it was malicious or amused. Issei paid the bill, and they both went for a walk, ending up in the nearby park. And apparently there was no one. Have Najenda. Issei hugged her, to her surprise, but they separated after 3 seconds. To the silver-haired girl's disappointment. Or that was until he felt something on his neck. Curious, she lowered her eyes to see a necklace with silver links and a violet sapphire. It matches you, said the black-haired man. Najenda took him by the jacket and gave him a chaste but heartfelt kiss. Both soared as they danced in the Argentine sunset. They both came together again, leaving in the sky the drawing of a black dragon intertwined with a silver one, and the wings of both spread out. The black-haired man stamped the drawing on the necklace and left with his companion. Dragon hunting. Issei reappeared in his room with his maid. I love you, Ice. Najenda declared, kissing him again. And I love you, Nachan. Issei hummed, making the woman in question blush. Moo, don't call me that. She complained, biting the black-haired boy's neck a little. It's okay. Issei said before kissing her again. Meanwhile, with Vali. Our albino twin was standing next to Jessica on the ladder's sea dragon. What a beautiful night, isn't it? The brunette began. Yes, although it wasn't necessary for you to kidnap me to come see her. Said Vali, amused, seeing how the brunette was a little embarrassed. I did it because I thought someone was going to take you for the rest of the afternoon. It's already pretty unfair that we didn't have a date before the rating game. Jessica complained. That's because you tried to rape me several times. Declared the hacker Yuku. Haha. The brunette laughed nervously. But, I know that beneath that obsessive madwoman there is a girl who is looking for a hero in shining armor. Jessica became even more embarrassed. CCC, how do you know that? You talk in your sleep. They both remained silent until they started laughing. Yes, I can be very imaginative, but in a world full of gods, monsters and other beings, it would not be strange if there were girls looking for their hero. Declared the brown-haired archdragoner. Yes, it's true. And now this hero is going to claim his prize. Vali finished, weighing on the surprised brunette, but she let herself be guided. Vali then put something in his ears. They were a pair of golden earrings with a small blue gem each. Both rose before the gaze of Jessica's dragon. It took 10 minutes for both of them to come down, showing in the starry sky the drawing of a white dragon on the water, next to a brown sea dragon, swimming next to the white dragon. Vali stamped that drawing on the earrings, and they both disappeared, leaving the poor dragon in that lake. Dragon hunting. Vali and Jessica appear in the former's room. The brunette's face was completely flushed. VVVVV Vali. The brunette was completely embarrassed. Calm down. The albino calmed her, kissing her lovingly. The next day. It was Sunday and everyone was in the kitchen having lunch. Oh Ice. Veronica called him. You have something to do tonight. No. He answered, surprised. So, would you like to go to a party at Lot Riamont? The blonde asked, receiving a nod from the black-haired man. Well, I'm going, I have to meet up with a friend. Iku said goodbye, disappearing into a doorway. A few minutes later. Knock knock. Hello Dragon Hunting Agency. Prim greeted, opening the door to the guests. Or rather, the female guests. And it was because those who arrived were Rukia and Shella. Rukia, Shella, they're here. Albedo said, hugging her friend and the woman who raised her. It took us a while to pack everything. Especially the clothing collection. Shella said but was silenced by a blow from Rukia's fan. Ahmed knows where she got it from. Don't wait, not even he knows where he got it from. Akasama, that information is private. Her eldest daughter scolded her. Okay, let's get everything ready in their rooms. Albedo suggested, calming the atmosphere between mother and daughter and leading them to the rooms prepared in advance by her father-in-law. While the brunette showed everything to the guests, the others went to do their daily tasks. The leaders to the paperwork that corresponded to them, to their frustration, some like Esdeeth, Najenda, Tiamat, Office, Navi, Lori, Leon, Roswis and Scarlett started playing pool, others like Akame, Kuram, Mine, Chelsea, Jessica and Roy started watching a cooking show. Asper, Kaneko, LeFay and Ravel went to train, although in Issei's opinion, Kaneko acted very strange with that blush that appeared when she looked at him. Irina, accompanied by Zenobia, was talking with Griselda about something about swords, since the chestnuts was used to create ex-Urandal. Arthur was chatting with Kiba, which from what Vali heard was about food recipes. Curious. Rebecca, Sylvia and Veronica went to their rooms. Asia and Kurumi were playing cards with Kurosagi. And judging by both of their reactions, they were losing. Kuroka had gone to sleep. It was Sunday and according to her, no one takes away her Sunday nap. I don't have anything to do until tonight, what do you recommend, Drake? Issei asked his partner. We might as well go to the dungeons your father invented. A chill ran through Issei's sword. I think I'd better go visit someone. Said the black-haired man. Me too, I'm going to see Seek because he told me he needs help with some Gundams. Bali left through a portal towards the green-haired demon's house. Issei left anyway, straight to visit some Kitsune and then Irene and Urza. Evening. Issei liked spending time with Yasaka and Kunu, especially when the little Kitsune showed him how much she had improved in her use of Kitsune fire. It wasn't a huge advance, but it was significant for her. From setting fire to 1 tree she could now set fire to 3. The same thing happens with Irene and Urza, although in this case he asked the older Redeed to show him her magic that, according to her, could alter geography. He believed her when he ended up in a cave 100 meters below the surface, and when he came out, where the Redeed's house used to be, there was now a mountain. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't asked Irene why she lived in that cabin at a remote point in Tannen's territory. Maybe he would ask her next time. Now the important thing is the party you are attending. Now he was in Lot Riamont, more specifically in the king's castle at a party, apparently celebrating the 157 years of the kingdom. This party was attended by politicians, influential economists in the kingdom, and others. Among them was Rebecca, the top archdragon of Anne Sullivan Academy, although she no longer attended. The orange-haired woman wore a body-hugging black dress, and her normally loose hair was tied back in a knot at the top of her head. Sylvia and Veronica also attended, as they were both princesses of Lot Riamont, and it was their duty, in addition to being important to the kingdom. Both sisters wore the same type of dress as Rebecca, except Sylvia's was navy blue, and Veronica's was royal grey. Sylvia had her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, while her sister wore it down. Issei was going as a guest of the three, wearing a normal formal suit, but with black gloves. It's incredible that in 157 years, humanity hasn't discovered this kingdom. Issei commented on the air. It's because of the barrier that protects the city and Anne Sullivan, it prevents anyone outside of the supernatural from discovering them. A demon told him near him. Apparently one of the economists. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. The king announced, standing in the middle of the enormous castle hall where the party was taking place. The dancing will begin in 5 minutes. Choose your partners. Being the oldest, Veronica claimed Issei first, leading him to the dance floor, while the other two waited. Veronica, be honest. What do you see in me? Issei asked while dancing with the older blonde. You were the only brave one to challenge me and defeat me, the others simply trembled long before I brought out Arturo," explained Veronica. "That's why I was never interested in those arranged marriages, for me there was no one worthy of me. Until you came along. Although we got off on the wrong foot, you didn't hold a grudge and I was able to learn more about you. Strong, powerful, brave, everything I'm looking for," said Veronica with a tiny smile, and if anyone could see in detail, a spark of love in her eyes. Issei felt a strange thirst for blood stabbing at the back of his neck. The dance with Veronica ended and it was Sylvia's turn, while Rebecca muttered something about unfair royal blood. "Sylvia, what made you become part dragon?" the black-haired man asked curiously. "I told you I love you," said Sylvia with a noticeable blush. "You helped me be who I am." Always with a dignified bearing, but when it came down to it, a coward. Issei was about to say something, but the blonde stopped him. "But you made me be who I should be, not a coward, but Sylvia Lautremont, one of the princesses of Lautremont, and since then I fell in love with you. Besides, your back is very warm." She said the last thing so quickly that nothing could be understood, although it must have been something embarrassing due to the strong blush on her cheeks. Again Issei felt that thirst for blood, but more powerful. If only I knew that this thirst for blood comes from the king. And last but not least, Rebecca. "Rebecca. You don't need to ask. I went with you because, to this day, you're the only one who didn't see me as a trophy. Everyone at the academy saw me as the great Rebecca Randall, the greatest archdragoner of the academy. They only thought about the fame and prestige they would have if they won me over. And yes, I did have fun playing with it a little," she confessed, embarrassed by that attitude, making Issei giggle. "But you rejected something that many would literally kill to have. You and your brother interested me, but in the end, only you made my heart beat like that." There were a few more dances until midnight arrived. Issei was on the balcony, and 3 figures were approaching him. "Girls," Issei said in a serious tone, scaring the 3 of them. Their minds played against them as they imagined that Issei would reject them, but he turned around revealing 3 little boxes. Rebecca's was a gold bracelet with a green gem and had the aforementioned name on the back. For Sylvia it was a necklace, also made of gold and with a blue sapphire, inside a heart-shaped frame. And for Veronica it was a ring, also gold, with a diamond, and also has engravings in the shape of the symbol of the Valkyries, which were 2 spread wings. They didn't know how they would like it, so I made them out of gold and… Issei would continue talking if it weren't for the 3 of them attacking him. "You didn't have to do that. It's lovely. I love it." Veronica, Sylvia and Rebecca said. Issei kissed the 3 of them. First Sylvia, Rebecca and finally Veronica. The 4 of them rose up as they sent out a trail of energy over the sky of the kingdom of Lautremont. The first to get off was Sylvia, then Rebecca and finally Veronica and Issei. Now in the sky there were 3 drawings, one of a black dragon dancing with an orange one, Issei's Rebecca, another of a black one rising while hugging a yellow one, Issei's Sylvia, and finally a black dragon crossed with another yellow one forming an X, Issei's Veronica. Issei carefully sealed the drawings on the gifts and disappeared, while the king felt that he had to start the hunt for Issei Bahamut. And he wouldn't be alone. Dragon hunting. Issei and the 3 ladies appeared in the first one's room, but the 3 of them hugged him tightly before falling onto the bed. "Wait, all 3 at once?" he asked hesitantly, but received a firm nod. "Be thankful the synchronization only lasts the first time, because otherwise you would need a lot of help tomorrow to get up," Drake told him, laughing a little. Meanwhile, at the reception office, Kurosagi opened the door, through which entered Vali carrying several bags. "If you're wondering what happened, Usagi, how did it go at the casino?" Lori asked, but she didn't need an answer when she saw the bags her fiancé was carrying. "It went great. But I don't think I'll be welcome there anymore," she replied, scratching her neck nervously. "It seems that the thing about rabbit feet bringing good luck is true," Vali joked, teasing the blue-haired girl with rabbit ears. "Moo, don't make fun of him," complained Kurosagi, hitting him gently, but quickly, in the chest. Finishing the combo with a blow to the head with a paper fan that I already want to know where they get them from. At that, a portal opened, and a bruised Biku emerged. "Biku. What happened to you?" Vali asked, dropping the bags and heading over to his pawn. It's nothing," he said with difficulty remembering how it ended like that. Flashback. We see Biku with Naruko in front and old son Wukong sitting on a rock, with a waterfall behind. "Come on Biku, teach me that technique," the blonde begged, hugging the young monkey's right leg. After a warm-up and meditation routine, Naruko wanted Biku to teach her the Zen bomb. And even though he has feelings for her, he couldn't teach her such a dangerous technique. "Show it to him at once," the old monkey ordered his descendant. "Well, all you have to do is concentrate natural energy in front of your hands," he taught her, getting into position with the blonde in front of him. "As you know, Senjutsu absorbs both negative and positive energy, but we can regulate the amount of each. You need to condense 80% positive and 20% negative. As he did so, many blue spheres and a few red ones combined in front of Naruko's hands, giving way to a dark purple sphere. But the color is different from yours, she said, remembering the color of the one used by Biku. It's because with the help of Kuroka, her little sister, Lefei and the others, I was able to add an element, but for now I can only do it with light. The girl nodded at that and looked at the sphere she created. But you need a lot of concentration, because if you get distracted you could. But the monkey's explanation was stopped by an event. SSSS. And it was a snake on Naruko's foot. Kaiaya. She shouted, losing focus, throwing the sphere forward, impacting with an unfortunate Biku. The poor guy ended up in a smoking crater. Sorry Biku, the blonde apologized, placing the boy's head on her lap. Ha 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 ha, that was fun. Laughed the old man present. They practiced it 4 times, each time she lost focus, and Biku was the one affected. Once it was even Sun Wukong's fault. End of flashback. The next day. At the academy, Issei was sitting in the courtyard next to Vali, Motohama, Mitsuda, Kiba, Biku, Arthur and Saji. It feels good to have some time to relax, said Issei lying down on the grass. Sounds like you've been very busy, said his friend Mitsuda. Getting rid of everything used at the festival wasn't easy at all, said Arthur, sipping some tea. And I have no idea where he got it from. Since Rias was one of the winners, Issei and company had to do something she told them to do, which was get rid of the haunted house props like normal people. It took them all week. There they are. The men fixed their gaze on Akio and Kaori, who were approaching an annoyance. They both grabbed the perverted duo by the ears and took them away, complaining of pain. What have they done? It must have been something worse than just spying on them. Like Kiba and Biku, the others wondered why the 2 girls were acting like this. But now that I realize it, I feel a familiar essence in them, said Vali, trying to remember where he felt that essence. With the other 4, in a remote area. Was it necessary? Motohama complained, rubbing his ear next to his friend. Not if they answer the messages. Akio scolded angrily. Listen, Grover sent a mission, it seems a wild minotaur is prowling around here. And can't we just let the area managers take care of it? No, the problem is our factions and we must solve it. Kaori answered Mitsuda's question. Well, we'd better hurry, Motohama said, walking away with the other 3. After school. In the training dimension, we see Issei and Vali in Balance Breaker with Saji, also in Balance Breaker, in front. The blonde Citri wanted to improve his use of Balance Breaker, since he apparently almost lost against Sakura's robots. Okay, let's see how to do it. Issei disappeared and reappeared, punching Saji in the side, sending him against Vali, who hit him with a left hook. But Saji grabbed Vali's arm with his tentacles and spun it around to slam him into the ground. Issei was going to move but was imprisoned in a prison of black flames courtesy of Saji, but it didn't last long when he expelled his power, vanishing the flames. For 30 minutes, the battle was an odyssey for Saji, dodging the twins' blows while trying to attack them, but they broke free and counterattacked, turning everything into a game of dodging. As Saji was about to launch himself again, his armor vanished. Looks like that's your limit, said Issei, checking a stopwatch. I don't understand why you want our help if you're not doing badly, said Vali, looking at the exhausted Saji. Because I know that even though I lasted so long against you, it's because you held back too much. And I want your help so I can fight you without you holding back, confessed the blonde, getting up only to fall sitting on the floor. If that's what you were looking for, then create techniques for yourself. From what I know and what you told me, you've only practiced Vritra skills, but you haven't tried to create a technique or learn one. And believe it or not, it's good to have a wide repertoire, the black-haired man advised him. Thanks. I better get back, I still have to buy some food to make for my grandmother and siblings, plus Ona, Momo and Ruruko asked me to take them to meet my family, said Saji, drawing the attention of his friends. And your parents? They died in an accident about 6 years ago, leaving us with our grandparents, but my grandfather died a year ago, and since then I've been helping out around the house to keep him from having to work, the Vritra carrier explained. I'm sorry. The albino apologized. No problem. Do you have siblings? Yes, Hitomi, 15, and Fudo, 8. And just between us, I think Hitomi has broken syndrome, Saji told them. Poor Fudo, if he brings friends home. It could be worse. Your sister could be a yandere with a level of sadism equal to Akeno's. A shiver ran down Issei's spine at Vali's words. He loved Akeno, but he couldn't deny that her sadistic side sometimes loved him and other times scared him a little, and adding a yandere to that. After that, the 3 left the dimension to return to their homes. Dragon hunting. Issei's girls used the roulette again. It's my turn, Akame said stoically. The black-haired man had just entered with his brother, only to be led outside by the black-haired woman. What? Wait. Akame. was all Issei could stammer before disappearing with the Murasame wielder. I missed the albino, but I put it aside. What only a certain Nekomata noticed was the jealous and very dangerous gaze of a certain white kitten. With Issei and Ikame. You dragged me into a doorway to come to a meat-eating competition. The black-haired man asked incredulously, seeing how Ikame had brought him to this nighttime festival. Yes. Was the simple response of the brunette. Come on, there is a lot to prove. A few minutes later, Issei was sitting with a plate of 5 different types of meat, while Ikame had all the different types of meat. Did I mention she also had all the condiments? I know that dragons eat a lot, but she surpasses us. Commented Drake, watching with Ascalon and the previous carriers as the black-haired woman devoured the dishes. Haha. Issei let out a chuckle that was noticed by his date. What's funny? She asked, her mouth full of meat. How she made sense of it was a mystery. Nothing, it's just that you look as anxious as that time in Anne Sullivan when we returned from the first necromancer attack. The bearer of the Omega Force remembered. Flashback. We see Issei coming out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist, covering from that area to his feet. It was hard for me to get rid of the smell of those necromancers, but I finally finished. Sighed the black-haired man. But, why did Esdeath want me to wear a necklace with her symbol? But as he walked towards his bed where his clothes were, he stopped dead in his tracks. Sniff. Sniff. I sniff the air and then look up with a poker face. And that's because, clinging to the ceiling and looking at it with a poker face, was Ikame. Aka. Issei couldn't say anything else when Ikame fell on him and tried to take the towel from him. Hey. Don't take that away from me. After about 5 minutes, Ikame had stopped and Issei was holding her towel. What a relief. Said Ikame with a happy smile, surprising Issei. Any reason for trying to undress me? He asked. I've seen people lose because they wanted to act tough and brave, and they always omit any wounds caused by the enemy, and these always have poison. Said the black-haired woman somewhat sadly. Did you lose many? Even your parents? I don't know my parents. Her answer made Issei feel bad. Sorry. No need to. I was 1 year old when Kuram and I were left in an orphanage. The caretakers didn't know anything about us, just our names. Since we were little, we only had each other. We were adopted when I was 11 and she was 10 by Bullet, and a while later I met Leon and mine, as well as the others, and we formed Night Raid together when we found the Tengi. Ikame recounted with a melancholic smile. Wow, so Bullet is like your father. Almost, he prefers that we call him Aniki. I better go, I hear many people coming here, and we don't want them to think badly about what's happening. Said Ikame, amused seeing how Issei blushed and nodded. And flashback. Even now you check on everyone when we come back from a mission. Said Issei. It's just a precaution, I don't want to lose anyone. She said, stopping eating and getting sad remembering how Night Raid lost many members because of their egos and pride. Especially you, you've become someone important to me. The black-haired girl shed a few tears imagining Issei dead. Don't cry, you know I don't like to see anyone cry. Issei wiped her tears away with his finger. I promise you, no matter the adversity, I won't die. Do you promise? I promise. The brunette grabbed Issei and planted an innocent kiss on him, separating after 2 seconds. They both looked into each other's eyes, kissing again, but this time they disappeared to appear on a hill from where the town could be seen. Issei placed something on Ikame's wrist. Upon seeing it, she was surprised to find it was a bracelet, but it was pitch black, with a ruby on one side and a drawing of Murasame on the other, also in a shade of red. If you don't like it, I can change it. Issei was shut up again by Ikame when he was kissed. They both rose, beginning to draw something in the starry sky. Several minutes passed until both finished, showing 2 crossed black dragons, with the drawing of a katana and a medieval sword crossed underneath. Issei sealed the drawing in Ikame's ruby, and they disappeared. Dragon hunting. Both red-eyed boys appeared at the young man's feet. Ice, is it true you won't leave me? Ikame asked, her red eyes shining. That's true. He replied, kissing her again. Meanwhile, downstairs, a curious event was taking place. Do you want me to become my servant again because you can't find anything else to do? Vali asked incredulously. Yes. Was the answer from Rukia. At first, he thought he could afford to get a new home, since his own. Let's just say it's had a few issues. But the job of maid, which is the only one she knows besides fighting, was already taken by Prim and Kassit, and after thinking about it a bit, she thought she could be the personal maid of one of Bahamut's children, but her childhood friend told her that they would never accept something like that, so the only thing she could think of was to become the servant of the only one who still has dragon peace left. Are you sure? It's not something you can regret. Vali said, trying to get the white-haired woman to think more carefully about her options. All my life I've trained to be a demon servant, but they only wanted me for other things. Rukia could only curse that her succubus nature was public knowledge, since unlike her mother and sister, she has almost no succubus nature. I tried to be a maid, but the same thing kept happening. You are the last option I have. Accept her. Shella told him, appearing next to the albino. She is very capable and powerful, she will increase the attack power of your entourage. What do you say, Loru? The albino asked his queen, who was sitting there drinking tea. She'd already asked me, and I told her it was no problem. We're just short of members. Fine, but first I must see your capabilities to determine which piece to give you. That's not a problem. Shella exclaimed with a carefree smile, activating a magic circle in her hand. As her mother, I have the schematics for strength, speed, endurance, and more, in addition to skills. She said as the hologram was displayed. The problem was that the hologram was of a naked Rukia, atomically blushing the albino. Fortunately, it was only for a second, as the little albino flew out, crashing into the wall with her eyes swiveling. The culprit was Rukia, who had an angry expression as smoke came out of her fist. His speed is very good, not to mention his strength. Lori analyzed. Then I think it will be a tower. Volley said, ignoring poor Shella who was left unconscious. The albino handed her the piece and it entered the demon, transforming it into Volley's new piece. Attention. Volley called to the members of his entourage, who were downstairs killing time. I present to you my new rook, Rukia. I hope I can be of help and that we get along well, especially with you, Volley-sama. Take off the sama. Said Volley. No, that would be disrespectful. Seriously, don't use the sama, not even when I was a child in Lucifer's castle, did I get used to that. Volley reminded the many maids who told him that. Now that I thought about it, it seems that Lucifers, whether by blood or title, seem to have a fascination with maids. I'm sorry, but I must call you Volley-sama because of your position. Rukia refused to stop calling him that. Fine, if you want. Volley sighed resignedly. The next day. In the courtyard of Kuo Academy, we can see the dragon hunting boys laughing at Saji's appearance. Hahaha, I mean, your sister does have yandier tendencies. Issei laughed seeing Saji with only a few cuts and a bandage on his head. And all because of a misunderstanding. Sighed Saji remembering how Sona, Momo and Ruruko thought Saji's little brother was cute, something his sister misinterpreted, and he got hurt trying to explain everything to her. Hey, what about Sting? Tiba asked, looking for the aforementioned blonde. He must be with Rias sorting out various Gremory clan matters. Issei deduced. What I'm wondering is, where are Mitsuda and Motohama? They even missed class. They must have gotten sick or they're busy. Biku exclaimed, downplaying it. Dragon hunting. Once the academy was over, everyone went back home. There you could see Issei playing with Iko, while the girls decided with the roulette. Now, it's my turn. Was Kurumi's response. She immediately grabbed Issei and took him away, leaving Iko puzzled. With Issei and Kurumi. Issei was confused. He first bought some flowers, tulips to be specific, and was taken by the dark-haired girl with two-toned eyes to a hospital. Come on Issei, I want to introduce you to someone. Said Kurumi with a sad look, missing Issei more. They both walked through the hallways until they reached a room on the second floor. Excuse me, Aka-san. Kurumi whispered, surprising Issei. The black-haired man entered, finding a normal hospital room, with a woman with reddish-orange hair connected to a machine that records her heart rate. Hey Aka-san, how have you been? Kurumi sat down next to the woman's stretcher. Issei saw a vase with dried tulips, so he exchanged them for the ones he had just bought. Kurumi, is she? There was no need for her to finish the sentence. This is Harumi Takasaki, my mother. Said Kurumi as a treacherous tear escaped her. Look Aka-san, I brought someone. Kurumi began to cry harder. What happened to her? The black-haired man asked, hugging Kurumi. We were happy with my father. He had fallen in love with my mother, and the three of us had a happy life. Until he arrived. He said angrily. A year ago he appeared saying he wanted my father to join his group, but he refused. However, he didn't accept the answer and cast a spell on me, but my mother got in the way and got hurt. He said he would cure her if my father went with him, so reluctantly he agreed in order to save her. Kurumi said while crying. When they left, I brought her to this hospital where several retired magicians work. They told me that what he cast on my mother was a psychological curse. It put her in a state of psychological coma until the person who illuminates her heart with love wakes her up. I immediately thought of Dad and since then I have traveled to find him and looked for clues everywhere, but I found nothing. Kurumi was crying a lot, which was a big blow to Issei since he never saw her cry. It took a few minutes for him to calm down. I thought that with your ability, you could wake her up. Kurumi looked at her king with her eyes still with tears on the edges, tears that Issei wiped away with the pat of his thumb. I'll try. Said Issei putting a hand on Harumi's head. Upon entering, he sees only darkness, except for a piece, where Harumi is shown next to a small Kurumi and a man with black hair with golden tips, a short goatee and one black eye and one golden eye. That must be Krom Kruch. Issei said to himself. Well, let's do what I came for. Pointing to that space, which seemed like a memory, he lit up his Omega symbol. Omega Force. Said Issei, but minutes passed and nothing happened. What's going on? I think I know the problem, partner. Said Drake appearing along with Ascalon, who looked sad. What's wrong? I've never had a power or ability that I couldn't erase with my Omega Force before. That's because the power used for the curse is far superior to your current one. Decreed the dragon, surprising Issei. You see, the Omega Force only works with powers equal to or inferior to yours. Revealed the Redeed. So the guy who used this spell is much more powerful than me? I asked in surprise. No, Issei, there are two powers felt in this curse. One is from the one who cast it, since a part remained in the spell when it was cast, and the other, which is 99% of the curse's power, must belong to the one who cast it. Ascalon explained. Then I just have to call Dad and. It won't work, Issei, I don't know why, but the power with which the spell was created surpasses even your father's. Drake sentenced, leaving the black-haired man surprised. But that's not possible. Issei couldn't believe that there was a being superior to his father. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, he went to give Kurumi the bad news. As he left, he saw the brunette waiting to hear what he would say. I'm afraid I couldn't do anything. Were the harsh words of the red-eyed man as he clenched his right fist tightly. What? The brunette couldn't believe what she was hearing. The power used in the curse is superior to mine, even superior to Dad's. Declared the black-haired man, seeing how Kurumi cried when she saw that she couldn't wake her mother. But there is still hope. Declared Ascalon from the green glow on the back of Issei's hand. As the former sorcerers said, the curse will be lifted if we find Krom Kruich and manage to wake her up. Said Drake, seeing how both young people nodded. Although I must say that I understand why that guy cast a spell on Kurumi. Since Kurumi didn't know anyone except her parents, the curse wouldn't be lifted because at that time she wasn't in love with anyone. Who tried to cast that curse on you? Issei asked, wanting to be alone with the guy. He only told us his name. Ryujin. Kurumi spat on the name of the wretch while clenching her fists tightly, causing them to bleed. But Issei gives her a kiss on the lips, calming her down. Calm down, when we find the bastard, we'll eliminate him. Issei told her, hugging her against his chest, feeling her calm down. I leave you now because I think you want to say goodbye, right? Issei left the room to wait for Kurumi to finish talking to her mother. Aki-san, don't worry, I promise I'll bring Otu-san, even if it's by force, and we'll heal you. And I'll also introduce you to the man I fell in love with. Kurumi declared, wiping away some tears and then kissing her mother's cheek as a farewell. Wednesday. The day passed quickly at Kuo Academy. Now we see Issei preparing to go visit some mothers and their daughters. The girls who still hadn't had their date were depressed since none of them could go out with their black hair today. But on the other hand, they could bet to see when Irene and Yusaka, along with Urza and Kunu, would come live at the house store. There were bets that said in 5 minutes. Issei went first to see the Kitsune pair. But in this case, Yusaka was playing with a ball next to her daughter. Ice, hello. Greeted the Yaokai leader upon noticing the black-haired man. Issei nai. Kunu also greeted him. Hey, what are you doing? I asked curiously. Nothing, just playing a few games with this little ball. Isn't Yusaka-Heim a little old for that? Issei asked in an amused tone. The mother does everything for her son or daughter, the eldest Kitsune replied with a smile. The group of three began to play, while being watched by a short old man from Yusaka's study. 2 hours later. It was fun. Said Issei looking at a sleeping Kunu. In the end, they played so much that the little girl fell asleep. She looks cute when she's sleeping, doesn't she? Yusaka asked, amused, watching her daughter tenderly bite her tail. Yes. Issei nodded at Yusaka's words. Look at the time, sorry, but I have to go visit someone else. Wait. The blonde Kitsune stopped the Sekuruyute. Before you go, here. Issei didn't understand what she wanted to give him until Yusaka joined her lips with his. The contact didn't last more than 5 seconds, but for Issei it seemed like hours. I still haven't thanked you for saving me. Yusaka told her with a genuine smile and a small blush, contrary to Issei who had almost his entire face red. It's so funny that even after doing it once with your girls, it still embarrasses you. Issei's face turned redder before he left through the portal. Looks like our princess has found her knight in shining armor. Sun Wukong commented, amused, as he approached. Why aren't you going to live with him? He asked curiously. You know I can't leave Kyoto or the flow of the Li line will change. The blonde replied. No more, the council and I were able to fix that, the Li lines are no longer affected if you leave. Declared the old monkey, surprising Kunu and Yusaka. So? Whispered the older blonde. You can go with him. Declared Sun Wukong, watching as Yusaka picked up her daughter and took her away, possibly to pack. You deserve it, you have been the leader of the Yao case for more than 1,000 years, and the only time you could find a man you loved, he ran away from you. He thought sadly as he remembered Yusaka's first love. Tanin territory, near Irene and Urza's house. Well, time to visit Ikari, said Issei, who was going to visit both Redeeds, but was alarmed when he saw a column of black smoke coming from near the house of the aforementioned, as well as a sound of something burning. Shit. Issei flew straight towards it, and if you're wondering why no dragon went to investigate, it's because A. Irene's house is in an area far from the other dragons, and B. They, for some reason, feel uncomfortable with Irene. With Irene and Urza, moments before. We see the older Redeed preparing a snack for when Issei arrives. Issei, you are amazing. You saved my daughter and you don't feel intimidated or scared by my power. Besides, you are very powerful and a very good figure for Urza. Irene thought, remembering the few but good moments with Issei. And his rating game that undoubtedly excited her. Mom, do you think Issei will come today? Asked Urza wearing her normal armor. It's most likely Urza. Her mother told her with a loving smile. Maybe today, I can tell Issei my story. The older Redeed wanted to tell her story to the son of Bahamut, but she had serious doubts about whether he would see her the same as before. But his thoughts were cut short by boom, boom. Explosions were heard outside. Irene saw a fire that came out of nowhere spread through the forest and reached the house. Mom. The red-haired mother heard her little one scared cry. Urza. Irene ran out summoning her staff, heading towards where she heard Urza's scream. But when he arrived he met someone he never expected to see. The man holding Urza's head was a middle-aged man with dark hair, drooping eyes, and a bit of facial hair. He was wearing medieval armor and two wings as dark as night emerged from his back. It can't be. Irene was shocked to see the man. Mom. But Urza's scream brought her back to reality. Let my daughter go. Irene roared, pointing her cane at him. So you're the monster who destroyed my family's honor. The man's voice was filled with anger, and he scorned Irene and the little girl who was struggling to free herself. Who are you? And what right do you have to attack my house in a demon's territory, fallen angel? Irene noticed the wings on the man's back a little too late. My name is Adam Shez, I am the descendant of Reginald Shez, and I have come to restore the honor and glory of my family. Adam shouted angrily. For a long time, in my family we have always told the story of how our ancestor was deceived by a monster like you, and that caused the glory of the family to plummet, to the point that he was forced to fornicate with a disgusting fallen bitch, so that the family persists. For generations, many searched for you trying to regain the glory we lost because of you, but none could find you, but I was different. Not only did I manage to find you, but I will kill you along with this spawn. Without care, he threw Urza against Irene, trapping her. Adam activated a magic circle beneath mother and daughter, which stopped their movements. Surprised. It's a spell that blocks movement, coupled with a barrier that drains power, except for the one who cast it, you won't be able to defend yourself. Adam was practically amused watching the Redeed's desperation increase. Do whatever you want to me, but let my daughter go. Irene begged, but the man just looked at Urza with disgust. She's also part of this, but don't worry, she won't die, she'll just be the family's toy for all eternity. Urza trembled as she saw the evil glint in Adam's eyes. The subject pulled a sword from a magic circle. Now die. Adam lunged, sword in hand, trying to stab Irene. Urza, trembling, raised her sword as Irene placed it behind her, trying to protect her. The older Redeed closed her eyes, waiting for the attack, but it would never come. Slash. The sound of air being cut caught the attention of both Redeeds. Then they could see that someone had intervened in the attack. Are you alright? Asked a certain black-haired man who destroyed the sword with Ascalon. Issei. They both shouted. What do you think you're going to do? Issei turned to face Adam. It's not obvious, I'll take care of the monster and the spawn. Adam growled, annoyed by Issei's interference. The only monster here is you, trying to kill a mother and her daughter. Exclaimed Issei, transforming into his dragonoid form. So you're a monster like that too? Adam said with contempt. What motive do you have for calling Irene and Urza that? Issei asked, watching Adam clench his fists. That bitch is neither human nor anything else. Here, where she's supposed to be welcomed, she's forced to live in a corner. In the past, she seduced my ancestor, and as a consequence, it was born, and my family's glory crumbled, to the point of relying on fallen angels for a living. The man recounted, further infuriating Issei. I don't think Irene is capable of that, although I don't know her very well, so I can't guarantee anything. Irene had her head down thinking that Issei would hate her now. But I'm sure you just altered history to make yourselves look like the victims. Adam was enraged. This man had declared that the story passed down from generation to generation in his family was nothing more than a farce. You know what? It doesn't matter what you think, because you'll die. Adam summoned another sword and launched himself to kill Issei. Not even the gods can defeat the Shez family. But, slash, 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 Slash. Irene and Urza watched as Issei reappeared behind Adam as he began to literally fall apart. Issei had thrown such fast slashes that Adam didn't see them. "You're being too arrogant," whispered Issei, watching as the subject disintegrated into particles of light. "Although you deserved to suffer, I was merciful and gave you a quick death." Issei then turned to the mother and daughter duo. "Are you alright?" he asked before being thrown to the ground by both of them, who hugged him. Seeing this, Issei just gave a small smile and quickly left there with Irene and Urza. "It seems you already know," Irene murmured, audible to Issei. "It's not that I don't trust you, but tell me, what happened?" Issei asked, with Urza at his side, the three of them outside the burning house. "A long time ago, some 700 or 800 years ago, I found information about Dragon Slayer magic, a magic created long ago by a wizard with the help of a dragon to confront those dragons that were after his life. I quickly learned it, becoming the most powerful of all in the kingdom where I lived at the time. One day I fell in love with a knight, we even got married. But one day everything went to shit," Irene recounted melancholically. "Dragon Slayer magic has a negative effect, the bearer suffers the effect of dragonification. At that time, religion turned others into idiots, and they locked me up thinking I was a demon, and now I showed my face. But the surprising thing is that I was pregnant at that time. For 3 years, I was able to stop the baby's growth using a spell I learned, but that led to people thinking I wasn't human. When my husband appeared, he told me I didn't have the right or honor to call him by his name and sentenced me to die. I couldn't let that happen, so using my dragon body, I escaped from there and wandered for a long time, until one day I met your father. He had used the spell I used on Urza the entire time, so Urza wasn't born yet, but I also couldn't return to my human form. Your father not only taught me how to return to my human form, but he also offered me a home here in Tannin's territory. But only he and your father spoke to me, the others are terrified by the Dragon Slayer aura I have, so they don't approach me." Irene began to shed many tears. "What am I? I've wondered that for a long time. I'm not human, but I'm not a dragon either." But the redeed fell when a redeed and a black-haired man hugged her. "Mom is mom, I don't care if you're from a human, a demon, etc., all that matters is that it's you." Urza cried. "Urza is right, Irene, it doesn't matter if you are human, dragon or something else, you are you, and it doesn't matter what they say," Issei told her, increasing the grip of the hug. Irene felt happy that Issei didn't reject her upon learning who she was, taking a weight off her shoulders. "But where will we live now?" Urza asked, watching the house burn down. "You can live in the agency if you like," the black-haired man suggested. "Are you sure? We won't be a problem." "Of course not. Dragon hunting." Issei was coming out of a portal with Irene and Urza, and just at that moment, Yusaka and Kunu came out of a transport circle. Both mothers greeted each other while the daughters looked at each other defiantly. "Is something wrong, Yusaka?" Issei asked, looking at the blonde suitcases. "Actually, I moved here," Yusaka declared, surprising Issei, Irene, Urza, and boom. To everyone listening to the conversation outside. After an explanation of why there were new tenants, some even cried at Irene's story. Almost all of them went to show Irene and Yusaka their rooms, while Urza and Kunlu played with Iko. However, Issei stared at Yusaka, remembering the trip to Kyoto. "What are you thinking about, Ice?" Tiamat asked, along with Gabriel, Kurumi, and Rory. "I was thinking about how Cao acted after his plan failed and Heracles attacked Yusaka. He looked very angry with him," Issei said. "Maybe he was just pretending," Rory suggested. "Or maybe their ideals are different from the rest of the faction," Gabriel suggested, leaving the black-haired man thoughtful. But no one noticed how Kaneko's cattail and ears moved erratically. The next day. "Okay, Rias, why did you call us?" Issei asked Rias on the dark side of Kuo Academy. "They met there because it was more comfortable than the club room. And we don't want you to brag about the fact that you're dating," said Vali, somewhat tired of that. "It was just a one-time thing." The redeed burst out. "Anyway, I called you because I need your services." "Do you need us, Rias? What happened to your Grimory pride?" Issei asked, puzzled. "This is more important. I need you to help me protect my little cousin," declared Rias, bowing, leaving everyone surprised and shocked. Chapter 31. Family visit. "Do you have a cousin?" Issei asked Rias after hearing her request. "Yes, we met her during her raiding game," said Leon. "That's her, isn't it?" "Yes." Rias took some photos from her desk and gave them to her queen to distribute. "Her name is Mio Nares, daughter of my uncle Wilberto Grimory and user of a great demonic power." Everyone saw the image of the aforementioned, hair almost as red as Rias, and a body that, despite being younger than Rias, equals hers. "I also hand out photos of other young people. They are Basara Toho, Mio's boyfriend." Rias pointed at the photo of the brown-haired boy with green eyes. "She is Maria, Sheila's youngest daughter. The one mentioned was a copy of her mother. She is Yuki Nanaka and her younger sister Kurumi Nanaka. Everyone saw the image of the light blue-haired girl and the blue-haired girl. Crom Cruach's daughter sighed in relief at seeing the big difference between both Kurumi. And she is Zest. Ending with the brunette with white hair. They will come to Kuo too. First visit me and second to take the middle-class demon exam. Middle-class devil exam? Issei asked, given the redeed statement. Yes, for a demon to go up a class, they must pass an exam that is given according to their merits and experience normally gained in the rating game, but they will make an exception for her. Explained Rias. By the way Sting, you must also take it. The blonde just nodded. And why do you want us to protect her? Asia asked a very valid question. For about a year now, Mio has been under attack from demons affiliated with the ancient Mau, and recently they are being attacked by humans who wield sacred gear and are under the same banner. Everyone changed to a serious look. The hero faction. Issei stated, but doubt came to him. Why would Cao Cao bother attacking a devil of Mio's level? According to the information given by Rias, although Mio has enormous power worthy of the Gremory clan, she can't access it. Why attack her? If the leaders of the hero faction decide to go out to fight, my team and I wouldn't be enough to defeat them, especially if we have to protect Mio and the others. That's why. I ask you to help me protect my cousin. The dragons were surprised by Ria's act. They knew that the girl was proud, nothing new, given that several there are also, but the fact that she admits it and begs for help was strange. Okay, but stop doing that. It's scary. Issei was sincere while his twin looked at the sky through the window. At any moment it would rain dogs and cats. Thank you. With that, the meeting ended and everyone left. Except for Rias and Sting. I'm glad you're helping us. Rias murmured calmly. She loved her cousin, and they had even lied to her for most of her life, pretending to be normal people. Although in the end she took it well, but she still felt some guilt for having lied to her. Calm down Rias, don't blame yourself for the past, you were just a girl who did what her parents told her. All is your uncle's last wish. Sting placed his hand on the redeed's shoulder. Wilberto wanted Mio to lead a normal life, but in the end it couldn't be done. It's better that you focus on the now and help her reach her potential. Thanks Sting, you know what to say to calm me down. Rias looked at her queen's blue eyes, as well as the seawater eyes of her king. Both began to get closer. They joined their lips in a union of pure love. They didn't notice how a certain silver-haired little girl had taken a photo of that moment for her personal collection. I wonder how they managed to fight those demons and the humans with sacred gear. Issei wondered outside the old building. According to this, Maria possesses strength that rivals an average rook, Zest the same, and specializes in earth magic, and Basara, Kurumi and Yuki were trained by the hero village. Read their queen. Hero village? Kiba asked, puzzled. Well, several others remembered Bahamut mentioning that. A village hidden in the mountains. There, humans are trained from childhood to become faithful warriors in the name of the angels. Irina had heard about this village from Miguel. I've heard of that village, but I thought it was a myth. Zenobia said with a finger on her chin. We live in a world where myths are real. Kuro Usagi did not waste a moment to make fun of Zenobia a little. Everyone let out a small giggle. Embarrassing the ex-Durandal wielder who pouted with rosy cheeks. Don't make fun of it. To finish, he said it with a tender voice. The laughter continued for a few seconds until everyone calmed down and went to class. A little while later. As was customary in dragon hunting, Issei's girls who hadn't had their date yet were in front of the Wheel of Fate. Hey, has anyone seen Ravel? Penemu asked the others. They all remembered. She had left Kuo with them, but now that they remembered, she didn't arrive with them. As they remembered, Phoenix had some business to attend to. Well, it's her loss. Serafo downplayed it. Alright, let's see who our lucky winner is. This time it was Office who was going to spin the roulette wheel. The dragon goddess wore a dark purple commentator outfit. She had a matching microphone. And let's go. The roulette wheel began to spin before the attentive gaze of Leon, Kaneko, Rory, Penemu, Serafo, Irina and Zenobia. Meanwhile, a certain Kyuubi and Dragon Slayer looked at the scene in surprise. What are you doing? Irene asked curiously. It's the method they use to decide who has a date with Ice and confesses, as well as becoming one of his girlfriends. Tiamat explained, appearing next to both mothers. And Kunu and Urza. They are both playing with Iko in a park in Kuo, watched by Navi. Said Yusaka. What she didn't know was that the three of them looked like they were about to attack each other. Which they did, but as soon as Navi saw them, they separated faster than light. It's a very impartial method. Irene commented, watching as the roulette wheel slowly stopped on the lucky one. Yes, it's my turn. It's not fair. Irina complained. Why doesn't it be me, if I'm her childhood friend? The brunette pouted sweetly. You mean self-proclaimed childhood friend? Zenobia wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to make fun of Irina. The offended woman glared at the blue-haired girl with a deadly look, which needless to say made Zenobia nervous. "Hey, has anyone seen Issei?" Leon asked, eager to have a date with her Issei for a limited time. None of the girls knew where he was, and they didn't feel his presence in the house. "I saw Ravel taking him away a while ago." A wild Bahamut appeared and broke the news. "What?" Which caused Leon to transform and look terrifying. Like a very angry lioness. "As soon as that bird arrives, I'm going to pluck it." Leon went to the torture room. She needed certain tools. Meanwhile, Kuroka noticed Kaneko going to her room, although the fact that her nails were lengthening to resemble claws in her ears, as well as her tail, were moving erratically, did not give her a good feeling. With Issei and Ravel, Little Phoenix decided to skip the roulette and took Issei out on a date. She was another fiancé, she had more priority. "You really like sweets," Issei commented, looking at the table full of desserts, prepared by the girl in front of him. "It's a hobby," said Ravel, sipping his tea. They were both in a private room in Phoenix Castle, courtesy of the matriarch. "Ravel, I've been meaning to ask you." The woman in question looked at her expectantly. "Why did you join my entourage?" "I mean, I killed your brother." Well, she was expecting another question, but this one was still valid. "I joined your entourage," Issei-sama, "it's because. Well. I like you." Although I whispered the last part, Issei heard it. "But what did you see in me? When we met, you literally treated me like an insect." Ravel was embarrassed as she remembered her previous attitude toward her now king. "I fell in love with his will. No matter how many times Nai-sama knocked you down, or how many times he hit you, you got up to fight again. You were the first one I saw with such will, and let's just say that it struck me, and not be because I thought he looked cute," confessed Ravel with rosy cheeks, although she did the last part in a Tsudier way. "Even so, I killed your brother." Issei kept insisting on that point. "If Nai-sama died, it's because he let his ego inflate and blind him. I know many reincarnated beings who would have killed him if they had the chance, and you had more reasons to do so than they did." Ravel sounded very cold. "Yes, but it's something I regret." That unsettled Ravel. "It wasn't like other times. That time I let my instincts dominate me and I killed him. As I had said, I was going to leave him alive to be judged, but when I talk about Tiamat, Asia, Roswis, Rory and Albedo, I let my instincts guide me and I killed him. And before you ask." He said that seeing how the blonde was about to raise her hand. Brago instincts are not like battle instincts, for example, these are much wilder and dangerous for the people around. Issei remembered the talks with his father about instincts and that he should not let himself be carried away by them because he would become a wild animal without reasoning. At least he gave him a quick death. They both continued enjoying the desserts until Ravel ate a piece of cake. "Wait, Ravel." The blonde looked at him strangely until the black-haired man ran his index finger along the side of her mouth. Issei brought that finger to his mouth and sucked on it. "There you go, you had some cream there." The blonde blushed, it even looked like her head was on fire. "Wait. It was on fire." Baka. Minutes passed before Ravel calmed down and the fire went out. The date continued for a while until the two went up to the roof. "I'm sorry for ruining the date by talking about your brother." Issei apologized while looking at the underworld moon with Ravel. "No problem, he let me know that he regrets some things." Ravel downplayed it. "It's a beautiful night. Here." Issei took Ravel's left hand and put something in it. The blonde blushed and smiled as she looked at the golden ring with a fiery ruby. "It wasn't easy, but I managed to give it that color. I hope you." Ravel planted a kiss on the black-haired man, cutting off what he was about to say. The black-haired man and the phoenix took out their wings and rose into the sky, while Ravel's mother watched everything from her room with her husband. Minutes passed until both descended from the sky, showing a phoenix and on its back a black dragon, both covered in fire. Issei sealed the drawing in the ruby before parting ways with Ravel. Although he watched curiously as nothing happened, except that Ravel hugged him and didn't let go. How strange. Shouldn't something happen? "What's up, buddy?" Disappointed. Issei mentally growled at Drake's mockery. Ascalon and the previous Ekaryutes were laughing with the celestial dragon. Synchronization is like the mating season. It starts at a certain age, which is 16 or 17 years old. Also, the training dimension doesn't affect biological age, so Ravel is still 15 years old. Explained Drake. Issei nodded at that and looked at Ravel, who looked at him. Although there was no synchronization, there was a sparkle in the younger girl's eyes, but it was of happiness and not lust. Even if it doesn't come off for a while. The laughter began, so Issei cut the connection. The black-haired man opened a portal and left with Ravel, while Matriarch Phoenix just complained. "And I was hoping to have grandchildren soon." Her husband just shook his head at that. "Although, we can always have another child." "Well." Lord Phoenix put down his book and leaned back gallantly, making Lady Phoenix giggle. "Dragon hunting. Issei and Ravel arrived home, where only Kurosagi, Rukia, Vali, Asia, Irina and Gabriel were in the living room. The first three were talking about a casino in Los Angeles they were supposed to visit, while the other three were examining some documents. They said something about potential members for Gabriel's deck. Vali watched in surprise as Issei appeared in the living room and not in his room, or at least until Albion told him the reason. "You." A scream echoed throughout the room. Whoever it was furious. Everyone turned to see Leon, only in her transformed form, on all fours, with very sharp eyes and an aura of death around her. Discreetly for everyone, except Issei for being next to her and Leon, Ravel began to slowly walk away. But she didn't even take 2 steps when Leon launched herself. "Come here, bird, I just want some adjustments." Leon ran on all fours, with scissors and tweezers held in her tail, chasing Ravel, who ran as fast as she could. No. Ravel sped up, but Leon had no trouble catching up. She should have remembered she was much faster. Meanwhile, Issei was about to get in to avoid torture and possibly subsequent murder, but a hand stopped him. "I've got you." The feline-looking blonde shouted, grabbing the blonde phoenix's arms. But before she could do anything, a metal-knuckled energy-charged fist hit her in the head, causing her to faint with a bump. Ravel sighed in relief, until that same fist hit her and knocked her out with a common bump as well. "Thanks Najenda, I didn't know what to do." Thanked the black-haired Sekiruyute to his silver-haired girlfriend. "No problem, I've dealt with Leon before and I only know this way to calm her down." An anime-style drop appeared on the back of Issei's neck. And Ravel deserved a punishment for breaking the rules. But that will be decided later. The drop grew 3 times as large. They carried both blondes to their rooms, all before the surprised and somewhat amused looks of the 6 spectators. The next day. "When are Mio and her group arriving?" Vali asked. "Now we are in the academy courtyard during recess. From what Rias told me, they will arrive tomorrow night," reported Sting sitting with Vali, Biku, Issei, Arthur, Kiba, Kotaro and Gasper. Once again, Mitsuda and Motohama were absent due to supposed illness. "We'll have to add temporary rooms to the house, shop," Arthur commented, sipping his tea. An old custom he'd kept in mind since he was a child. "It's just until the rooms are prepared for them at the Gremory mansion," said Sting. "How long does it take to prepare rooms in a mansion where there are plenty of extras?" Issei commented, watching Sting shrug. "I don't know, but according to Rias, most butlers and maids prepare to attend the exams," said the blonde Gremory. "Hey. What are we going to do with them?" Gasper asked nervously, his eyes watering as he looked around. And it is because surrounding the 7, there was a large part of the student body of the Kuo Academy, both men and women. The problem was that women saw them with blushing and men with anger. "Leave them," the twins answered. But things got weird when a small group, consisting of 3 third-year students, 3 first-year students, and 1 second-year student, approached our men. "Excuse me." A first-year stammered timidly, drawing the attention of the 7 young people. "What can I help you with?" Arthur asked, putting down his tea. "We were wondering if you wanted to go to Karaik." A third-year girl had spoken with a small blush. The anger and envy of men grew, and if looks could kill, the place where our protagonists are would be bathed in a beautiful crimson color. But when they were going to answer, "Ice, come on, we need help." Office and Tiamat appeared out of nowhere and dragged the surprised Issei. "Come on Vali, you have to try a dessert." Lori took the albino's hand and led him away. "Sting, I need your help." Sting followed Rias like her faithful queen. "Come on Arthur, let's have some tea together." I have no idea where Vali's girlfriend came from or when she took him by the arm and led him away. "Kiba, can you help me with some council documents?" A wild Tsubaki appeared, and just as she arrived, she disappeared, but with the blonde wielder of the sword birth. "Biku. Can you show me the school? Where did Naruko come from and when she hugged Biku from behind?" In the end, only the poor damper and the Inugami remained, feeling like 2 small, harmless rabbits facing a pack of hungry wolves. The men, on the other hand, were already at boiling point. And it was noticeable by the steam coming out of their heads. "And I'm leaving." And Gasper ran off, followed by Kotaro, like souls carried by the devil. Ironic because one is a demon and the other used to be one. After school. The group has already returned to dragon hunting, ready to rest from the boring classes. But Issei saw how Kaneko ran to her room followed by Kuroka. He saw her acting strange lately, so he went to the albino Nekomata's room to see if he could help her. He opened the door a little and entered. "Come on Shiranaya, I'm sure it will pass." The older Nekomata caressed the head of the younger one who had her crouched down. "What's wrong, Kaneko?" Issei asked, startling the younger girl, while Kuroka couldn't help but think that he had arrived at the worst possible time. "And nothing Issei-senpai," Kaneko stated, but Issei could tell that she was lying. "You're lying. Come on Kaneko, tell me so I can help you. I'll do anything to make you feel better." Issei had approached and caressed Kaneko's head, despite Kuroka's signs not to do so. Naya. And to the surprise of the black-haired boy, the little girl jumped and hugged him tightly. "Hey Kaneko?" Issei asked but was alarmed when he saw Kaneko's eyes. Both of them gave off a strangely familiar glow, and a curious but pleasant aroma flooded his nostrils. "To Issei-senpai, please let's have babies now Naya." "Well, there's no need for everyone's reaction." "What?" was the shout of Issei, Drake, Ascalon and the previous Ikari. With a slash of his claws, the black-haired man's Kuo Academy shirt was ripped to shreds as he reeled from the shock. And before Issei's pants disappeared too, Kuroka knocked out her little sister. The brunette picked her up and laid her down on her bed, sitting next to her. Very well, what happened?" The red-eyed boy came out of his shock as best he could and asked Kuroka who was covering his little sister. "Shirin is in her mating season Naya." Kuroka answered, caressing Kaneko's cheek. Having denied her nature for so long, added to the situations that occurred here, caused her to enter the mating season, and she could barely control herself with you always around Naya. But why didn't he say anything? She's proud, and in that state she could attack anyone Naya. Kuroka answered Issei's doubt. "And you're the only one I wouldn't attack. Considering how they got along at the beginning, it's surprising." Issei commented, but he saw Kuroka's gaze darken. "She didn't attack me because she knew I could stop her if that was the case, but to this day I notice how she still hasn't forgiven me Naya." Small tears almost came out of the Nekomata's yellow eyes. "And have you talked to her about that?" "I don't want him to know what happened Naya," whispered the older Nekomata. "What happened?" Issei sat next to Kuroka, waiting to see if the Nekomata would work up the courage to say what happened. Kuroka continued watching her little sister sleep, remembering her past. "When Shirin was little, we lost our parents. I took care of her until a high-class devil approached us and offered me to be part of his peerage and would take care of my sister if I accepted. But he tricked me." Kuroka's face twisted into a grimace of fury. "The bastard used me as a sex toy since I was reincarnated. But I never opposed because it would hurt Shirin, and I never told her what was happening so as not to worry her. For a while it was like that, but one day the bastard decided to rape Shirin." Issei saw that with surprise. Drake and the others were furious and wanted to massacre the bastard if it weren't for the fact that he was dead. "When I found out, I exploded in rage and killed him, but knowing that the devils would never believe me, I escaped with Shirin, but during the escape I thought that I couldn't let Shirin be pursued by me. I discreetly left her with the Grimoires knowing how they are and left there, escaping for years from the groups of demons they sent." Surprisingly Kuroka hadn't used her vocal tick. That shows how painful it was. "I don't want her to blame herself for what happened, so I never told her the truth and she ended up believing that I succumbed to my power." Kuroka was already crying, but she was hugged by Issei. "I know you want to protect Kaneko, like her older sister always did, but she won't forgive you if you don't tell her the truth. I know it will be painful, but in the end she will forgive you, and you will be able to have that sisterly bond again that you had before," Issei advised. "Besides, it's not her fault and neither are you, the bastard deserved what happened to him." Kuroka pondered the Sekiryute's words. It hurt her to remember the past to tell Issei the truth, but she felt that he could tell her what to do. And it seems that the idea was not bad, but she was still unsure. But like Akeno did, she had to face the past. "I will Naya." Kuroka wiped the tears that came out of her eyes and turned to see Issei. "Thank you very much Ice Naya." And Kuroka kissed Issei's cheek, then giving him a tender smile. "No problem. You're not in your season, right?" Issei asked nervously, standing up and taking a step back just in case. "Calm down Naya, there's still more Naya," answered the black-haired girl leaving the room with the black-haired boy. What they didn't notice was that the little white Nekomata heard everything. "Ni-san." Shirin felt guilty knowing what happened to her older sister because of her, but as her senpai and Rei said, it wasn't her fault. "Thank you, senpai Naya." Kaneko closed her eyes thinking about how to fix the ties she had with Kuroka. Outside the room, all the members of dragon hunting were enjoying the afternoon. Except for the teachers who had tests to grade. "Flirting with one of my maids, brother?" Vali asked, leaning against the wall. It's not what you think, I just advised him to repair his relationship with Kaneko." "Of course, and I'm Lucifer." Vali left with an amused smile, seeing Issei's face somewhat red with embarrassment. He knew he didn't do it on purpose, but he wouldn't miss an opportunity to make fun of him. Unnoticed by everyone, Tiamat and Lori were talking to each other so that no one could hear them. And the strange thing is that it seemed like no one noticed. Night. Bar. Leone was finally able to collect the quote she was owed because of Ravel, who as punishment was locked in a tub full of ice and her powers temporarily sealed, all courtesy of Esdeath. The blonde was someone with simple tastes, so instead of killing Issei by making them go somewhere expensive, she preferred to go to a bar named the Boar Hat. Ha 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 ha, really? Issei asked, laughing his head off with a mug of beer in his hand. Yeah. Mine's first mission ended with her covered in leeches. Leon said, holding a bottle of beer. Both told anecdotes about each other. And is it true that the kendo club was after you? The blonde asked mockingly. Who was on her 10th bottle? Yes. It's embarrassing, but remembering those moments makes me laugh. Issei remembered those moments when he was running away from that club. Now he was running away from his crazy supernatural fan club. And tell me, is there anything else about the members of Night Raid I don't know, like Bullet or Bowles? There's nothing about Bowles, he was always good, but about Bullet. The blonde approached the brunette. He's gay. She whispered, causing a shiver down the black-haired man's spine. If I see him again, I'll be careful. Issei kept that mental note. You know, it's fun spending time with you. Leon confessed, getting Issei's attention. You sound like you've never been with another man. I've been with many, but they were all either scared of my way of life or scared of my tengu. But you're different from everyone else. You're strong, loving, kind, fearless, a little silly, but above all, you get along really well with the little ones. Leon confessed, her cheeks slightly red. Is that important? Issei asked curiously. Not only did she get along well with Iko, Kunu and Urza, but also with the little ones in the underworld when they had to go there from time to time for an event. If they weren't in the middle of a mission. He thought it was something normal. Of course it's important. I've always liked strong but kind men, but above all, I cared more if they got along with the little ones. That way we could have tons of little lions. That made the black-haired boy blush while Leon imagined herself in a few years with 3 babies in her arms and a tail, and Issei with 4. This is going to be cheaper by the dozen. You make a lot of difference to it. Issei commented, while Leon gave him a smile. Of course. I never had a mother and was raised in an orphanage until I was 16, then I left with Bowles and joined Night Raid. I told myself that when I became a mother, it would be like the one I never had. She confessed without a hint of sadness. Maybe it's because the orphanage bosses were nicer than a nun. If you put it that way, I can't say no. And you wouldn't be able to even if you could, because if you say no, I'll come into your room and rape you. She confessed with a smile that got several anime-style drops out of the black-haired boy. But it won't happen for now, we're very young. Although you're already the father of 3 little girls, haha. Leon laughed. Meanwhile, Issei didn't understand. After all, only Iko called him dad. He ignored the fact that possibly certain Kitsune and Dragon Slayer mothers had feelings for him. In the end, Rainer did provoke something in Issei. It was necessary to tell him up front so that he would understand the feelings of others towards him. They both left the bar, which was run by a man who looked like a child. No, seriously, he looks like a child. Issei was with Leon in a nearby forest contemplating the moon at its highest point. Leon, here. Issei extended his arms and put something on Leon's neck. Leon fixed her gaze on the gift, which was a necklace with a lion's head-shaped dam, and in its open mouth, there was a beautiful golden stone. The links also had spikes sticking out. Somehow, the necklace resembled a lion's mane. That's very nice, thank you, Ice. The lioness threw herself into her lover's arms, who caught her in the air and kissed her. As they spun, they both rose into the night sky, being forced apart as they released energy trails. Some time passed when both came down, showing in the starry sky the drawing of a lion's head and the head of a black dragon behind it, all inside a circle with 2 black dragon wings and a blonde lion's mane. As always, Issei sealed the drawing on the gem and disappeared with Leon. Both reappeared in dragon hunting, this time in Issei's room where Leon had transformed. Leon, what's wrong? He asked, puzzled by the transformation, but that turned into deja vu when Leon ripped through Issei's clothes with her claws. Ice, let this kitty pamper you, Naya. Somehow, the synchronization caused Leon to act like a feline, only with Kuroka's verbal tick added. The blonde bit the black-haired boy's right ear, causing a tickle. Leave everything in the hands of your cute lioness Naya. But the swipe, Leon got rid of her clothes and kissed Issei, well with her claws, she scratched the Sekiryuite a little. Saturday. The weekend had arrived and everyone was having breakfast in the dining room. Everyone was eating quietly, although Kaneko spoke very normally with her sister, something strange even for Kuroka, but if this meant that her little sister forgave her, then there was no problem. There was also the fact that Leon wouldn't come out of her lion form and that Issei had several scratches on his face. Not to mention his back. What happened, Dad? Echo asked from Issei's lap. It would have been more normal to see Kaneko and Ravel fighting over who would sit there, but Echo's sad pleading gaze defeated them both. Nothing, Iko, I just Chaz tore. A shiver ran down everyone's spine, even the 3 little ones. That cat was dangerous. And it was actually a half-truth, since the cat entered the house, and Issei, who had just gotten up, had accidentally stepped on its tail, which caused the scratches on his face. Everything continued as normal. As normal as a large family of beings, part dragon, part diverse, could be. Until. Issei, Vali, are you here? Aika asked, peeking her head through the kitchen door. What's up, Kiryu? Even though they're cousins, Issei got used to calling her by her last name. Get ready, we have to go in 5 minutes. Both twins were surprised by the fact that Kiryu ordered them to do something. Either you do it or I publish these baby photos of you. They had no idea how or when, but somehow Kiryu got embarrassing photos of both of them. Something practically impossible if we take into account that Isseis are kept secret inside a closet in the basement under the Haidu house, which is still kept impeccable thanks to Bahamut. And as for Vali's, there was no need to say anything. But remembering that Bahamut had photos of everyone from the award ceremony, they decided not to take the risk. A little while later. Kiryu was right not to tell them where they were going at first. If he had, he wouldn't have been able to see his cousins' distraught gap-jawed faces. KK Kiryu, what is this place? Issei managed to snap out of his shock, seeing the enormous place behind the chestnut. Both twins wore their trench coats with their respective battle clothes. That became their formal wear since they wear it almost all the time. This, my dear cousins, is. The brunette stepped aside allowing us to see the enormous wall that had an open drawbridge, which allowed us to see a kind of city, but in the style of ancient Japan, as evidenced by the houses with that style, although the floor was made of shiny tiles. In the distance, you could see a huge hill with an arch. It is the home of the Elix clan, the Dragon Partner Society. The brunette presented with a smile from ear to ear. Neither of the twins expected that. In front of them was the home of their maternal family. It didn't take long for them to get nervous because they sensed they were about to present themselves before the leaders and perhaps their grandparents. Hello, Jidambu. Aika said to the enormous man, who was 2.10 meters tall and wearing a shihakashu and sandals. He had long black hair falling behind his back, long sideburns tied in pigtails, and small black eyes. The man was in a booth similar to the one used by goalkeepers. Oh, hello Aika. Who are they? Your boyfriends? The huge guy asked, amused. No, they are my cousins. Vali Bahamut and Issei Bahamut. Kiryu introduced them. Guys, this is Jidambu, the guardian of the West Gate. The two young men greeted Jidambu. So they are Samantha's children, how they have grown. I remember that both of them fit in one of my hands. The giant looked at his hands remembering both of them as babies. His eyes released small tears of nostalgia. Did you know us? The whole clan met them, it was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Jidambu responded to Vali's question with a smile and wiping away his tears. Well, it's best not to take up any more of their time. Aika, take them to Chief Yamamoto at once. The big man ordered the brunette and she nodded. Okay Issei, Vali. Let's go. Aika guided her cousins around the place. Kiryu, why was Jidambu wearing a different outfit than yours? Vali asked curiously. It's because mine isn't ready yet. It's taking a while since it has to be resistant to Flaris's flames. Explained their cousin. As they walked, the women and young women who watched them pass by couldn't stop whistling at the sight of the twins. It's worth noting that they were all very beautiful. Vali, doesn't this make you a little uncomfortable? The black-haired man could feel the women undressing him with their gaze, and the young women had hearts in their eyes. You have no idea. Vali was preparing to run when he saw how several were already about to jump on them. Fortunately, a murderous presence was felt, frightening the women and young people who immediately returned to what they were doing. Thank you Kiryu. They both thanked their cousin for unleashing that killer instinct that saved them. No problem. It's good that I acted because otherwise Tiamat-sensei, Office-chan and Lori-sensei would have torn me to pieces. The brunette thought with a few anime-style drops, remembering how the three of them threatened her to take care of both of them, especially against the Elix women. Now that I think about it, where did Lori and Tiamat go in such a hurry? No idea Vali. Both twins remembered how they both left claiming to have some work to finish. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble there was no problem. The three continued walking for another 10 minutes until they reached a building larger than the houses behind them, but which retained its old Japanese style. Kiryu slowly opened the door, while the twins swallowed hard. Yamamoto Jiji, I already brought them. The brunette approached a bearded old man who wore the same clothes as Jidambu, only with a white haori as an extra. When Kiryu arrived before him, he sat down in Caesar pose. Next to the old man was an elderly woman with grey hair and wearing the same shihakosu as Jidambu. Very well Aika. As Aika said, my name is Yamamoto Elix, leader of the Elix clan. The old wise man introduced himself. And I am Ranjiku Elix, Yamamoto's wife. The woman introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Issei Bahamut. And I am Vali Bahamut. There was an awkward silence for a few minutes. Minutes that Aika couldn't stand. They're your grandparents, you pair of idiots. The brunette exploded and hit her cousins' heads hard. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Yamamoto Ajasan, Ranjiku Abasan. They both greeted, bowing. with 2 enormous bumps on their heads. "Relax, we just wanted to see you again after 17 years," said Ranjaku, relaxing both twins. "Not counting the match against Bale and Gremory," added Yamamoto, stroking his long beard. "Did you see it?" Issei asked curiously. "Yes, we saw him from the VIP lounge with Bahamut," Ranjaku replied, bringing one of her hands to her mouth, covering it while she giggled. "But back to the reason for bringing them, it's to get to know them better. We didn't see them for 17 years and we missed their entire childhood," Yamamoto said sadly, losing his grandfatherly time with his grandchildren. "So why don't we start with something simple to get to know you better? Which part do you like the most?" Her grandmother's question puzzled both of them. "What thing?" Neither of them understood the question. "What she says is, Kiryu came out of there and brought a woman with a good body with her. If you like breasts, hips or legs," he said, pointing at each part, something that didn't bother the woman in the least. In fact, she had been looking at both twins with a blush. It must be said that the question colored both of their cheeks. "PP, but what questions are you asking Kiryu?" complained Volley, looking away. "Come on, they must like a specific part. I like the legs, for example." Yamamoto wasn't shy at all. In fact, he said it with pride. While Ranjaku gave a look that said confess or it will be worse. "BB, well, I like breasts," Issei confessed, looking away. Why do my hips?" Volley repeated the black-haired boy's actions. Yamamoto looked at them as Ika thanked the woman for her help. "So they are said the old man, but he was silenced by a strong killer instinct. "If you complete that sentence, we will do everything possible to get out of here and get revenge." Dragon Albion had joined forces to avoid the birth of a possible nickname that would embarrass them for the rest of their lives. Yeah, it was just an innocent joke," Ranjaku commented, but the dragons didn't care. Yamamoto's wife watched Volley and Issei, analyzing him closely. "It's incredible how Volley resembles his mother and Issei resembles his father," she commented quietly, but it was heard by the twins. "Speaking of which, what was mom like? Dad only told us she was perverted but kind, didn't give up on anything, and that she only prayed to him." Volley wanted to know more about his biological mother. "Let's see. What else can I tell you about Samantha?" the gray-haired woman wondered. "Yeah, she was terrible at magic." She remembered, amused, the times she saw her practicing. Only for the spell to blow up in her face. Both brothers, as well as Ika, who also wanted to know more about her aunt, had anime-style drops appear on the back of their necks. I think that's hereditary," Issei said with a nervous smile. "So, Issei has a lot of trouble learning a spell. Although he has an incredible talent for using dragon power, unlike me, he is bad with spells." Volley answered his grandfather's question. "He only knows 3 spells. From the enormous encyclopedia of more than 1,000 spells that his father gave him." Ika added with an amused smile. Issei was surrounded by a purple aura of depression and went to a corner. "Could you tell us something else?" Volley asked, ignoring his brother's condition. "I know what you're getting at, Volley, but it's not up to us to tell you." Ranjaku's gaze was lowered, a sign that she was saddened by the topic Volley wanted to get to. "We better go." Issei's comment caught everyone's attention. "Mio and company will come in a few hours, and we must prepare everything." Volley nodded and they both stood up. "It was nice meeting you, Oji-san and Oba-san, but we must go. Another day we will talk with more time," said Volley, bowing to Issei. "Well, there's nothing we can do but come back here later," Ranjaku asked, saying goodbye to both twins. Ika, here's your shihakosu." Ika caught the suit while thanking her grandparents. The 3 young men left after Ika received her suit. "It's a shame we didn't have more time. At least Kenpachi didn't show up," Ranjaku commented with an anime-style drop, thinking about the chaos his craziest son would cause. "I wouldn't count on that." Yamamoto could feel Kenpachi's aura just outside the room. "Outside. Oi Ika, I see you finally brought them," said a dark voice next to them. The voice came from a tall, muscular man with several scars, his shihakosu torn in several places, and he held a worn katana. The man had spiky porcupine-like black hair and eyes of the same color. Since the right one was covered by an eye patch, and a scar ran vertically across the left, from his forehead to his chin. Beside him was a beautiful woman in her 30s, with long, braided black hair and closed eyes. She was wearing an intact shihakosu, unlike the man. It's worth noting that her gentle smile was frightening. Sitting on the man's shoulder was a girl with pink hair and dark red eyes wearing the same shihakosu. "Uncle Kenpachi, Aunt Retsu, Yuichiro-chan." Ika greeted the family. "Uncle?" Issei asked. "Yes. He is Kenpachi's Araki Elix, older brother of his mother, and his wife Retsu Elix. The little one is the daughter of both Yuichiro-chan, and if you're wondering about her hair, it's a recessive gene from Ursu's family," explained the brunette, watching as Kenpachi stood in front of both twins. Wow, they've grown since I saw them last time. They even face gods now, ha 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 ha. They didn't know why, but that laughter was too terrifying. Come on, Kenpachi, it seems they are in a hurry, let them go this time. Retsu suggested next to him. Fine, but next time. Kenpachi's power suddenly burst out, rivaling a Mayor Dragon King, maybe a super demon. We'll have a memorable battle, ha 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 ha. He laughed evilly. The couple turned around and left, but not before Yuichiro greeted her cousins from behind her father. I feel a strange mix of excitement and fear. Volley said to the heir. You're not the only one. His brother supported him. Well, he's been waiting for them to grow up and return so he can fight. He's known as the most powerful in the clan. Aika's words surprised both dragons. A little while later. Dragon hunting. Everyone was preparing for the arrival of Ria's cousin. They decided to welcome them in their battle clothes, since those were also formal or for events that were not associated with the upper class. Hey, did anyone see Issei-kun and Volley-kun? Asked Kiba, who was now wearing a suit like Arthur's, only the shirt was black as were the gloves. Tiamat-sama and Lori-sama took them away. Answered Morgana's descendant. Well, hurry up, they're almost here. Biku grumbled, somewhat annoyed at having to do so much for someone who isn't even family. Calm down, Biku. Lori ordered, tensing the monkey. Everyone turned to see the reason for the delay, surprised by what they saw. Tiamat now wore half a shirt, as it covered her abdomen, lower back, and mostly her breasts, leaving her shoulders, upper back, and upper chest exposed. On each arm were two shirt sleeves that ran from her wrists to just above her elbows. Her neck was covered by a shirt collar and a blue tie. A long tattered blue skirt covered the back and sides of the brunette's lower body, leaving the front exposed. Finally, she wore brown boots that reached almost to her knees, look for Setsuna from Needless. Her somewhat unruly hair was cut a bit, reaching mid-back and not covering the Issei drought symbol on the back of her shirt. Lori is now wearing a simple, long, dark orange dress, with one side open enough to expose her legs. The dress is held up by an obi of the same color as the dress, and the edges are smooth and yellow. Finally, she wears black platform sandals. Look up Kamika from Fairy Tail. Her hair now reaches down to her lower back and is completely straight. Issei now wears a black jacket with skull-themed buttons and sequence details on the pockets. He keeps it unbuttoned, and the zipper tag also features a small skull. Underneath, he wears a steel gray shirt with skull engravings. He wears black shorts and buckled black boots with red soles. He also wears a black motorcycle glove on his left hand. His hair is now swept down with a few strands up, retaining its spiky, rebellious style. Finally, Volley wears a white dress with black lining, a large collar with a purple border, and armored boots. On the hem and sleeves of her jacket are black sword symbols pointing downward, as well as a large crest. Her hair is now slicked back. It is worth noting that each one has the symbol of their respective entourage on the back of their clothes and on the front, in the area of the heart. And the new look? Seraphil asked, inspecting the four from different angles. It's worth noting that she's wearing her Mahou Shoujo outfit. Well, the other outfits didn't suit them at all, and Lori and I thought of some new and better ones. And at the same time we thought of some for ourselves. Explained Tiamat. It wasn't easy to think of them or make them, but they were worth it. Lori seconded what the blue-haired girl said. The girls looked curiously at the clothes of the four. While Issei and Tiamat used a more rebellious style, Volley and Lori's was more elegant. But, wasn't it better to consult us too? Esdeath asked a valid question that many had in mind. Not that they were complaining about the clothes, but they would have liked to be a part of it. As the matriarchs and firsts of both groups, we thought there was no problem. Or was there? That last thing Lori said, accompanied by that terrifying little smile and the aura she emanated, seconded by Tiamat, made everyone tense. No, ladies. Everyone, except Office, who didn't complain or anything, straightened up and saluted. That made the men drop an I'm-style drops. They didn't want to know what they both did to get them like that. Plus they had things to do and we had free time. Added the blue-haired dragon queen. Hey everyone, the guests have arrived. Azazel and Angela's shout made everyone rush out to greet Mio and company. Bahamut wasn't there, supposedly because he went to see something with the Greeks. Which was weird since almost the entire pantheon hates him. Not bad. Azazel commented, looking at the clothes of the twins and their queens. Maybe he would make a change with their attire for a change. At that moment, a magic device about 6 meters in diameter with a Gremory symbol appeared in front of the huge group. The symbol shone brightly, momentarily blinding the majority. When the glow faded, Rias and Sting appeared. Behind them were Mio, Basara, Maria, Yuki, Kurumi, and Zest. But there were other people, only one of whom most of the group recognized. Bullet. Issei, Volley, Esdeath, Nagenda, Chelsea, Mine, Leon, Akame and Kurum shouted when they saw the muscular black-haired man with a quiff. Hello. The huge man greeted. What brings you here? A silver-haired former leader of Night Raid asked happily. I was hired to protect these kids. Oh, let me introduce you to someone. Tatsumi. At the knock, a young brunette appeared. This is Tatsumi, one of the new members of Night Raid. Hello. The brown-haired boy greeted, and everyone greeted him. Would it be okay for us to stay here, Rias Nisan? Mio asked her cousin. It was more because they were in a free space open to any attack. Calm down, Mio-chan, the location is secret. I had to pay both of them to tell me. A vein appeared on Ria's forehead as she remembered that moment. Well, let's go inside so we can chat more calmly. Everyone nodded at Azazel's wife's words. No one was aware of the events that would occur. Chapter 32. Cheating on the exam. Dragon hunting hot springs. If you're wondering what we're doing here, well. Once everyone was inside, Kuroka suggested they chat to get to know each other better. And, according to her, what better place for that than the house's hot springs, which were underground. It should be noted that she was supported by Leon, Veronica, Kurosagi, Rebecca and Jessica. In each sector, men and women, there were several pools, so that they weren't all crowded into one. On one side were Kurumi, from Basara, Ravel, Lefei, Kurum, Sylvia and Akame. I didn't think you'd have hot springs under your house. Murmured the blue-haired Kurumi in surprise. What can I say, this house has a little bit of everything. Sylvia commented. Yes, we have a torture room, a pool and a fun room, it wouldn't be surprising to have hot springs. Ravel declared, laughing a little next to Kurum. Wow. Ravel-san. The aforementioned woman stared at her, still smiling. Is it true what they say about your brother Raiser? In the village they said that. The blue-haired Kurumi stopped when she saw him, as did everyone else. In the blink of an eye, Ravel's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, emotionless gaze and a stoic expression. They could swear that look would freeze them, even in these hot springs. I would appreciate it if you didn't bring up that subject, Kurumi-san. It's not something I like to talk about. Ravel's freezing words made Kurumi tense, while the others looked at this abrupt change of emotions in surprise. It wasn't the first time it had happened, but it was still a very rare event for them. And Ravel would have continued like this if it weren't for. It smells like steamed chicken. Everyone turned to see Kaneko entering the hot springs. Saying a very clear insult to everyone, except for Kurumi, and especially to a certain blonde. What did you call me, a cat in heat? Ravel's attitude took another 180 degrees turn, and she was now furious. What did you say? Oblivious to the fight between the chicken and the cat, the blue-haired Kurumi asked something to Morgana's descendant. Is this change in emotions normal? I asked, curious and very surprised. No. She becomes cold and emotionless when Raiser is mentioned, but when the subject changes, her personality takes a 180 degrees turn. The blonde Pendragon explained. While Kurum and Akame tried to separate the cat and the bird, we moved to another bathtub. This one was special, being smaller than the others, since this one belonged to the three girls. There were Urza and Kunu, looking with distrust at the youngest of those present, Iko, who arrived before them. Come on, the water is good. Iko encouraged them to come in with an innocent smile. Urza and Kunu looked at each other, then nodded and entered the bathtub. From which they had to get out, making a comical jump because the water was boiling. They both saw the little pink-haired girl again, who only had a big smile. While a small flame escaped from her mouth. Urza and Kunu were about to launch themselves at Iko when they heard a curious noise. At one end of the tub was Issei, who hadn't left since. Ever, now that I think about it. Anyway, the little blue dragon was splashing around in the bathtub. It was a tender scene. If it weren't for Ro. Accidentally, Issei released a lightning bolt that spread through the water. Fortunately, it wasn't strong. But the result? Iko was floating face up with her eyes spiraling, while Kunu and Urza tried to get her out, without laughing. Bad Issei, that's not done. Asia scolded him, taking the little blue dragon and going to another bathtub. In this, there were her, Zenobia, Irina, Gabriel, Penemu, Serafo, Kuroka, Chelsea, Leon, Mine, Rory, Albedo, Rukia, Roswis, Zest and Kurosagi. Well, let's see, those who still haven't had their date with Ice Army. The donkey in front so it doesn't get scared. Irina murmured at Zenobia's out-loud thoughts. What did you say? Nothing. Well. The blue-haired girl with a green streak returned to her thoughts. Me, Penemu, Serafo, Irina, Rory and Kaneko. Maybe you should add one more. Thought a certain black-haired Nekomata. I have a 16.66% chance that it will be my turn next time. Everyone, absolutely everyone, with the obvious exception of Zest, stared at him, which I noticed. What? No one believes you said something like that, silly. Her sword told her through the mental connection. Hey, I can be smart when I want. Zenobia said to both the girls and her sword. By the way, how are your attempts to communicate with Excalibur going? A few days ago Zenobia asked Durandal to try to contact Excalibur, but so far there has been no result. Same. I told you, without blessing, his soul and consciousness won't return. Durandal declared seriously. Then we'll have to wait and see if we find it. Baroka stared at the bathtub where her sister was, watching her sister fight, again, with Ravel, with Kuram and Akame trying to separate them. I better help them before they take out an eye, said Kuroka, getting out of the bathtub, heading towards where her little sister and Ravel were. PSS, Albedo-sama. Zest whispered to the horned black-haired girl. Yes? She asked, surprised by the dark-skinned demon's submissive tone. Why is there a lava bath? I ask, an anime-style droplet running down the back of my neck. Of course the others managed to hear her and see that she was pointing at a bathtub that was, indeed, full of lava. Well, that bathtub is for pure-blooded dragons, like Tiamat-sama, Afa-sama, Lori-sama, Navi-san, Scarlet-san and maybe Iko in the future. Albedo told her. I tried it once and I burned myself. She whispered with a shiver as she remembered that she was roasted. Ah. These hot springs are good to relax after signing papers all day, said the purple-haired girl. It's true. Gabriel supported, taking out his 12 wings, feeling how they stopped being stiff. With the exams to move up a class next week, the paperwork has tripled. Both Penemu and Gabriel felt a chill at Seraphol's words. Triple the paperwork. For God's sake, no. By the way, Gabriel, where is your Queen of Hearts? Penemu asked, surprised not to see Griselda. He had to go to heaven. In his words, to correct Dulio. Dulio, Michael's joker, carrier of, it is said, a longinus. In addition to liking to eat or taste foods, more than a normal person. Mine, Rory, and Chelsea, being the closest to the three leaders, moved away out of fear. The three of them were chatting quietly, so they were scared since they knew that hell was about to break loose. In another bathtub, the largest one, were the rest of the girls, chatting pleasantly. Did you really freeze? Was the question most of the girls asked as they watched the self-proclaimed Red Empress dragon. Out of pure curiosity, Ria's cousin asked how it is possible, after hearing everyone's introductions, that Scarlet, being Drake's younger sister and that he knows her, explaining that she must have been born before the war between angels, fallen and demons, had the appearance of a teenager. To which she, after resisting the others' insistence as much as she could, ended up letting it all out. Yes. While searching for my brother, I accidentally got frozen near the Arctic, near Iceland. It took me almost 2,000 years to get out, thanks to global warming. The redhead with yellow highlights recited her story with great embarrassment. You're a fire dragon. How come you didn't thaw out sooner? Veronica asked, puzzled. I was little and didn't know how to use fire. The redhead excused herself. Leaving aside Scarlet's shameful past, Rias decided to talk to her cousin. Call me Mio-tan. A vein appeared on Mio's head. She hated being called that. Rias now understood why her brother and Seraphil called her and Sona that, it was funny. You kept receiving attacks from the hero faction. Mio noticed the concern in her cousin's words, so she decided to speak the truth. We only received one. We were about to lose, but they left suddenly. Apparently, their boss called them to stop doing that nonsense. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or annoyed. Do you happen to remember if they claimed to be descendants of any heroes? Tiamat asked. One called himself Perseus, another Achilles, another Lancelot, another Heracles, and one was Sig. Said Yuki, leaving several people thinking and others a little nervous. Were they with the people who fought in Kyoto? Rebecca asked seriously. Only Heracles and Sig, we didn't know the others. Said Kurumi, letting an awkward silence take over the place while they thought about what the other three's abilities would be. It's not good to think about that now, let's solve it when we get out of here. Rias exclaimed, wanting to leave everything aside and relax. Being the heiress of a demonic clan brought with it a lot of tension that was difficult to get rid of. They all listened to what Rias said and stopped thinking about it for now. What we should be worried about is that those two are together. Mio said with a drop of nervousness running down her neck when she saw the two together. And those two were none other than Aika and Maria. Both were a little far from the others, very close together and murmuring unintelligible things. But the giggles they let out didn't bode well. Just in case, prepare to attack them. Tiamat ordered and everyone nodded, except for Rukia's mother and Maria. She didn't care since she knew they wouldn't hurt them. Much. Men's restroom. Things were a little different on the other side. There weren't that many bathtubs and everyone was in the same one. But Issei was a little far from Bulid. The hero faction must have made things difficult for him. Azazel commented, seeing Basara's scars. What? This is for Dad's training. He said, downplaying it. It must have been difficult. Said Tatsumi. He also had scars from night raid training, proof of that were the marks on his right side and right shoulder. It's harder to cover them up so they don't ask me anything at school. Said Basara. Why don't you use a spell to hide them? Like these two. Azazel suggested, making everyone look at both twins. And of course, they got curious about those scars. Do they have scars? Biku and Bulid asked. not as many as Basara. Issei commented, scratching the back of his neck nervously. There are some that our regeneration can't cure. A glow began to cover his right arm, as well as his back. This glow began to fade away like dust. When the glow completely disappeared, it was seen that Issei had a scar on his right arm, right on the shoulder, while on his back, he had the mark of having received a vertical cut, which passed through part of the spine. Seeing his brother's actions, Volley did the same, but the glow only covered his chest. As the glow disappeared, the mark of 3 claws was revealed, crossing Volley's entire chest diagonally from left to right. This one, Issei said, pointing at the scar on his shoulder, was from when Cao Cao ripped off my arm. And the others? Tatsumi asked, sending shivers down both twin spines. These were from Dad's training. Issei replied, pointing at the scar on his back and on Volley's chest. How strange, we didn't have any difficulties. Biba muttered, surprised since neither he nor Biku, Arthur, Gasper or any of the girls suffered any scars from the training. The one our father gave us was much more difficult and worse, and we don't recommend it. Said Volley, somewhat pale, remembering that training. Well, leaving aside Issei and Volley's trauma. Azazel called everyone's attention. We must talk about the hero faction. The atmosphere became serious, something that Bulat and Tatsumi didn't fully understand since they didn't face anyone from that group. We discovered that in addition to having Heracles, Jean, Sig, Leonardo and that guy George, he also has someone named Achilles, Perseus and Lancelot. Explained Azazel. I don't know why, but I feel like hitting that guy called Lancelot. Was Arthur's murmur, who felt strange upon hearing that name. From what we know, Heracles has a sacred gear that allows him to explode whatever he touches, that includes the air, which allows him to attack from a distance. His balance breaker allows him to fire missiles that generate much more powerful explosions. Azazel began, looking through some notes he took out of the pocket dimension. He also has great strength and a lot of arrogance. Commented Gasper, who was in the men's restrooms. Mainly because he was brought. Sig has his ancestors' swords, as well as a twice critical that in balance breaker gives him 4 extra arms. Azazel said, ignoring the note. Jean has the opposite version of Kiba's sacred gear, and her balance breaker creates a dragon made of swords. For now we have an explosive muscle man, a sword-wielding spider and an artificial dragon rider. Biku joked badly while Sig felt offended for some reason. The boy Leonardo possesses the Annihilation Maker, which allows him to create monsters with strengths to take advantage of the weaknesses of his enemies, and it works with the imagination of the user. I don't know his balance breaker. Explained Azazel. The last one, George, we know almost nothing about him, but from what happened in Kyoto, we know that he is a magician, and there is a high probability that he possesses the Dimension Lost, the sacred gear that creates those dimensions where we fight against them. Said Azazel before sighing heavily. That sacred gear can not only send someone to a pocket dimension, but it can, in Balance Breaker, create a device that generates a barrier where anything can pass, such as forcibly bringing supernatural beings into the city as happened in Kyoto. Everyone paid attention to what the fallen man said, especially Bulat and Tatsumi, and especially Tatsumi since he, unlike the others, did not have a Tenguo, sacred gear or great power. And then there's Kusanagi Godu and Cao Cao. Issei's words only caused drops of nervousness to run down Azazel's neck. Seriously, I don't know if you did something in a past life to have those two as enemies. Azazel's words didn't bode well. Cao Cao is a skilled warrior, agile, strong, fast, all surpassing human limits. His sacred gear, the true Longinus, can easily kill a god, and I'm not aware of its balance breaker, although some sources claim that the spear possesses a part of the will of Elohim, that is, the god of the Bible. Azazel explained, causing everyone to look at Issei, more specifically the scar on his shoulder. Some thought he was lucky to only lose an arm. And the other one? Basara asked, curious about the other guy Issei mentioned. That's the heavyweight. Kusanagi Godu, 19 years old, although he doesn't look it thanks to being a champion, became one 3 years ago by killing the heretic Veteragat and obtaining his authorities or divinities. In those 3 years, he faced some well-known Greek gods, Sun Wukong and those of the champions, apparently winning them. That's all I could get since the Order of the Black Bronze Cross and the Black Copper withhold the information. Azazel recounted, frustrated at only being able to get that piece of information. He confronted the old man. Biku shouted, surprised by this event he knew nothing about. Why didn't he tell me? The Order of the Black Copper Cross. Bulat muttered, remembering the organization he worked for. Unfortunately, he left long before Godu joined that order, and he wasn't sure they would allow him to obtain information from the 7th Champion. Heretic? Valam, Issei, Basara, Tatsumi, Kiba, Arthur, and Gasper asked, puzzled by the term the fallen man used. It's when human faith intoxicates a god who becomes heretical. Said Bahamut, scaring everyone. When did he arrive? I am the creator and I didn't even see him arriving. You should know that many gods are associated with others from other mythologies. The faith of humans is not only beneficial to many gods, but it is also harmful. When a god becomes a heretic by becoming intoxicated by human faith, he goes to the human world and causes disasters, since his power is not controlled, related to his myth. A sun god can bring hellish heat, a sea god a flood, a war god conflicts. When a god becomes a heretic, he can gain more authority depending on the myths with which he is associated. As you can see, these are not easy to defeat. Bahamut recounted with a tone of wisdom and knowledge not often seen in him. Let us be thankful that Bahamut is not intoxicated by faith, otherwise we should say goodbye to this world. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Azazel said. It was with the birth of a heretic god that the first champion was born. This caught everyone's attention. Millennia ago, a heretic Ares ravaged Greece. Those who responded quickest were Epimetheus and Pandora, the so-called idiot and the witch, who created the grimoire of Prometheus, with which they could steal the authority of a god. They gave it to a friend, and he managed to trick the heretic Ares, managing to steal his divinity and kill him. Unfortunately, his body was destroyed for using the authority. Wait, does that mean Ares has been dead this whole time? Itsumi asked, nervous because of the aura emanating from the older, red-eyed black-haired man. Not really. That surprised everyone except Azazel. Hadn't they killed him? When a heretic god dies, he returns to normal, but enters a coma for a while. Only by killing him when he is not a heretic do you truly kill him. Bahamut clarified. Wherever I was. So, Pandora and Epimetheus did not stand idly by when they saw their friend die. They recreated his body, brought him back to life, but the grimoire had granted him the authority of Ares, and to make sure he wouldn't die for using that authority, they modified his body, giving it a much stronger one, more magical power, impermeability to magic, and so on. That was the birth of the first champion, called the bastard son of the idiot and the witch, because according to the Greeks, only an idiot like Epimetheus would face a heretic god. Everyone was amazed with Bahamut's story about how the champion were born. Of course they tried to kill Pandora and Epimetheus, but they hid in a special sector of the dimensional rift, where they have since taken care of the birth of new champion, their children. Bahamut finished letting the silence stretch for a while. And do you know where that special place is? Azazel asked, very interested. Yes. And I'm not going to tell you. The dragon god clarified, depressing the fallen one. I have faced every champion with the exception of Kusanagi Godu. There are some with authorities who use them in strange ways. Said Bahamut, remembering a champion who used her authority to become a man, put on a mask and defend Los Angeles like a superhero. Something strange but fun. But you should be careful if she has an authority of steel. He said to Issei, Vali, Kiba, Biku, Arthur and Gasper. Why should they be wary of steel authorities? Sting asked, puzzled. A very general way to categorize gods, divine beasts and other beings is, for example, solar, marine, etc. The steel ones are represented by heroes, and they have the particularity of being able to seriously damage snakes and dragons. Explained Azazel with his extensive knowledge. And it doesn't end there. A Greek god is on Godu's side. Now everyone couldn't believe the words coming out of Bahamut's mouth. A god alongside a god killer. That's what I found out from the Greeks. The god who is with him is the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. He declared seriously. Athena, a goddess who combined cunning with power, unlike Loki who, although cunning and skilled with magic, power was not his thing. From what I understand, Godu defeated her when she was a heretic goddess, but did not kill her. Since then, Athena was intrigued by him, to the point of following him many times. It was not until they had their last battle, where she asked him to kill her. Apparently, Godu rejected him, even if it meant losing a new authority. Although in the end she was killed by another champion, Luo Hao if I remember correctly, but she did not gain any authority. Once Athena awakened, she followed Godu the entire time and does not leave his side. Bahamut recounted, leaving everyone silent. Although Tatsumi only clenched his fist in envy because that guy had a goddess with him. Without a doubt Kusanagi Godu will be the most difficult enemy to date for you. He is ranked 11th in the top. Maybe 10th. Said Azazel seriously. You will have to go all out to defeat him. He said looking at the twins. They both looked at each other. With what his father and Azazel had said, there was no doubt that Kusanagi Godu was not an opponent they could beat in Balance Breaker, whose increase took them to the level of a Dragon King. The Imperial Drive would be necessary, but they could only use it for 3 minutes, and the transformation had to be in a wide space and away from others. They still couldn't control the power that came out during the transformation, and it could hurt someone, or worse. There's still a week left until the exam Mio, Zest and Maria have to take, we can use that time to improve. Basara suggested. It's true, they still had a week, with that time they might be able to increase the duration of their strongest form. Okay, it's decided, everyone will train during this week. Declared Azazel relaxing again. He wasn't there to stress himself out more. It was at that moment that blows were heard from the girl's side, added to the cries of mercy from Ika and Maria. They must have planned something perverted. Basara, Issei and Vali muttered, causing the twins to look at the brunette strangely and vice versa. Apparently they both had perverts nearby. After the screams stopped, the boys were able to relax, but Bahamut noticed Issei's thoughtful look. "Issei, what's wrong? You've had that face for like 10 minutes now." Bahamut asked, drawing everyone's attention again. "It's nothing, it's just that I started thinking about Kokao." That intrigued almost everyone except Vali, who knew what he was thinking. "During our fight, he didn't try an attack that would kill me, but rather he sought to incapacitate me. And when Heracles attacked Yusaka, he got angry with him." The younger black-haired man with red eyes expressed his thoughts. "That's strange. From what we know, the hero faction's goal is to eliminate supernatural beings as best we could from the few survivors we found. Therefore, Cao should have the same goal. Although that would explain the function of the magic circle they used next to the Dragon's Gate," Azazel said when Sting asked him about that magic circle. "When you guys arrived, Cao said it was a sacrifice, but not one as such. That magic circle used the power of the Li lines along with that of Yusaka to force the summoning of Great Red. But in case it became lethal to the sacrifice, it would deactivate and leave her in a temporary coma." Azazel explained, leaving those involved in the attack on Kyoto puzzled. What is Cao's true goal? It took an hour for everyone to leave the hot springs. It certainly helped with the tension and getting to know each other better. Of course they saw Ika and Maria crawling out, with bumps on their heads and scratch marks. In short, they didn't want to know what happened. "I say, Vivali, I have something T2G give you." Ika spoke with difficulty, taking a scroll out of a magic circle. Both twins looked at the scroll in surprise. "What's this?" Vali asked for both of them. "It's a scroll with a description of a spell. Yamamoto Jiji created it a long time ago and showed it to his children, and now he wanted to show it to you." Ika spoke a little better. "And should I teach you?" Issei asked, watching his cousin massage her shoulder. "Yes, but I don't have anything to use it on." His cousin's words only surprised the black-haired man and the albino. Curious, Vali spread out the scroll, reading the inscriptions on it. "What is Vali?" Issei asked, looking at the scroll. "It's something that will help us a lot," Vali exclaimed with a smile, already knowing where to use that spell. Thursday. The exam was almost here, and we saw Basara and Tatsumi facing each other in the dragon hunting courtyard. While the scarred brown-haired boy was a skilled swordsman using that sword that could open dimensional rifts, the other brown-haired boy was agile and fast, being able to face him with that short sword he carries. "Both are very good," commented Issei next to Vali, both with their clothes torn and several wounds healing. Fortunately the girls knew of a spell that repaired clothes. Both had just finished self-imposed training to master the Imperial Drive, and so far they are showing good results, at very slow but good steps. "Interesting." Bahamut appeared next to his children. "I hadn't noticed before, but that Basara boy is a Nephilim," declared the dragon god, leaving his children puzzled. "As I guessed, Bahamut-sama guessed it," said a brown-haired man who was an older version of Basara, but with brown eyes and glasses. "Ito, what's a Nephilim? And who is he?" Vali asked, pointing at the older brunette. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Jin Toho, Basara's father." The older brown-haired boy introduced himself. "And a Nephilim is the supposed and almost impossible combination of angel and demon," explained Jin. "That means that. No, I'm neither a demon nor an angel, I'm a human," he clarified, leaving the twins with more doubts. Basara's mother, Raphaeline, was an angel. I met her one day when I was out of the clan. I was injured and she took care of me for months. Haha, I remember how she scolded me for training when I was still very injured. Jin's gaze was melancholic, but his fist was being squeezed so tightly that it seemed like it would bleed soon. But she died when he was just a baby. A tear escaped from his eyes as he looked at the ground. We're sorry. Issei and Vali apologized, they didn't like at all that the man remembered those painful events. It's okay. Jin wiped the tear that escaped him. It was when he was 10 years old that it happened. A demon infiltrated the clan to destroy it. It was Basara and Yuki who discovered it. But the demon saw them and was about to eliminate them. But everything happened very close to the temple where Brynhilder's sword lay. Jin recounted while Issei and Vali, as well as Jin and Bahamut, paid attention to Tatsumi's fight against Basara. Brynhild was formerly a Valkyrie who collected evil souls for Odin, but over time she was transformed due to being corrupted by those souls and became a demon, to the surprise of many. The corruption had driven her mad, so she ended up sealing it in her sword, which gained the ability to open dimensional rifts. The hero clan was entrusted with safeguarding the sword. Bahamut recounted, losing sight of Basara. Basara ended up using the sword to protect Yuki. He defeated the demon, but his body underwent a change. Brynhild's influence turned him half demon and his mother's blood half angel. A Nephilim. Shortly after, we had to leave the village because the elders saw Basara as an extreme threat. Jin finished watching his son fall from a sweep to the legs by Tatsumi. That answered the question. Basara was not a Nephilim by birth, but he was one with great power given by that sword. I must say, that Tatsumi is good. Where can I find him? Bullet. Out of nowhere, Nagenda along with Esdeath, Leon, Mine, Chelsea, Kuram and Akame appeared next to them. From behind a tree, the black-haired man with a quiff came out. It was a coincidence, he said, downplaying the situation. I ran into him while on a hunting mission. I saw him fight a minotaur. Despite the difference in size and strength, he managed to take it down, ending up with minimal injuries. And why did you join Night Raid? Leon asked, watching as Basara performed an upward slash, but Tatsumi managed to dodge it by only slicing through his clothing a bit. He said he was either a mercenary or going to the city and getting a boring job for coming from a small town in the mountains. Bullet said, taking out some anime-style drops at them. But he also told me that in Night Raid he could get the power to avenge his friends. Those words didn't bode well for them. What happened to them? Kuram asked as she watched Tatsumi knock Basara down and use a lever to crowbar his arm. He told me that a tall and strong guy, whose skin seemed indestructible, came to town looking for something, a shield and sword that belonged to his ancestor. Unfortunately, Tatsumi's two best friends, a brother and sister, were the ones who had those objects, since they were a family treasure. The guy didn't care and tried to take them, but they both wanted to avoid him. The guy left them both in a coma and very injured. Tatsumi sends money to the hospital to help his friends, while he looks for the guy who did that to them. Bullet recounted with tremendous seriousness, but you could see how his fists were clenched with monster strength and his murderous instinct came to the surface. Nobody said anything. The characteristics that Bullet mentioned were very specific, but they didn't know anyone like that. Could it be? Were Issei's thoughts, remembering something from the conversation a few days ago at the hot springs. And he has a Tengu. Mine asked as she watched Basara step out of the lever and walk away from Tatsumi. No. But Incursion has been acting strange ever since I found Tatsumi. Bullet declared, missing the former Night Raid members because of that. How would Tatsumi's presence affect Incursion? From what they knew, he's a human. Those present continued to watch the battle between Tatsumi and Basara. Both were skilled with their weapons, but while Basara was stronger and had more power, Tatsumi was more agile and precise with his short sword. Sunday morning. In the underworld, we see our twins emerge from a portal. Okay, I'm going to get some phoenix tears and you go visit and help Isseixharem, said Issei, taking out his wings and heading to the Phoenix Mansion. I hope Isseixharem hasn't finished with those mechas yet. Then Vali left for the demon's house. Once there, the albino knocked, being received by Isseixharem's mother. Although the strange thing is that he came with a very handsome blonde young man his age. Good morning, Ryujin-san, are you home? The albino asked politely. Yes, he's in the workshop as usual. Come in, come in. The woman opened the door and invited him in. It didn't take long to reach Isseixharem, who was putting the finishing touches on a mecha named Gypsy Danger. Are there any new mechs? A voice asked next to her, startling her as she didn't know when someone had arrived. Vivali, don't scare me like that, said Isseixharem, catching her breath. Sorry, the named man scratched the back of his neck with a nervous smile. Vali proceeded to help Isseixharem with the new mechas he had, assembling parts, holding others. An hour passed until they both decided to rest. Although Isseixharem wanted to continue. Seek, can I ask you something? Vali's word surprised the green-haired girl. Yes. Will he ask me out, perhaps? Seek said, thought. Why is it that every time I come here, your mother is with a different man? Vali's question almost made the young woman turn her back. Really? Is that what you wanted to ask me? She said, somewhat annoyed. I'm sure you didn't even think about asking me out. She muttered the last part, but Vali's ear caught her. Well, if you want we can have a date. He suggested, being hugged by the green-haired girl. Oh really? Yes. But could you answer my question? The young woman immediately let him go and cleared her throat. Those men are part of my mother's harem. She must be around 40 of them, all demons, fallen angels, and humans. If Vali were drinking something, he would have surely spit it out. Oh really? Yes. It's something strange to see, but they don't seem to care. Isseixharem downplayed that. Well, let's get back to work and at the same time let's talk about the date. Ordered the green-haired girl, getting up, being followed by the still surprised albino. With Issei. He had arrived at the Phoenix Mansion half an hour ago and had been waiting in the living room ever since. I'm sorry for the delay, I had a meeting with the Baal. A blond man with blue eyes wearing noble clothes excused himself. Looking closely, he looked like an older version of Raiser. No problem, Ruvel. Yes, it was none other than the first heir of the Phoenix house, Ruvel Phoenix. Here are 2 vials of Phoenix tears. he said, handing him the aforementioned objects. Now that we are fewer in the clan, and with the requests for tears increasing day by day, this is all I can give you. He explained, causing a look of regret in Issei. Again, I am truly sorry for having. Boom. The black-haired man was silenced by a blow from the blonde, who had a look somewhere between annoyed and tired. I'm sure if Raiser were alive he would do that to you. Ryujin commented with a small smile. And what was that for? Issei complained, getting up from the ground where he was after receiving the blow. This is like the 10th or 12th time you apologize, and it gets a bit tiring to hear how sorry you are. The blonde sighed to continue. Look, we all know you're sorry, and you're not the only one. Father, mother and I blame ourselves too for not having helped him and guided him, so that his ego wouldn't dominate him. Ryujin looked at the ground while clenching his fist, mentally reprimanding himself for not having acted like a good older brother and avoided Raiser's fate. By the way, is Ravel still the same? I'm afraid so. I'm surprised by how cold she was about Raiser, as if she didn't care. Issei commented, surprised. Ravel only pretends, believe me, it does affect her, but she pretends. I don't know why, but for some reason she pretends that it doesn't affect her. Before Raiser changed, they both got along very well, they even called each other with nicknames that only the two of them knew. But after Raiser started using that, the relationship between them began to break down. From that moment on, Ravel acted colder, but she always treasured the happy memories with Raiser. Or that was until she found out about his crimes. Illegal sale of Phoenix Tears, enslavement and sale of missing demon clan heiresses, fixing several raiding games, he even planned to extort the demon council. Add to that his indirect guilt regarding the suicides of several reincarnated beings whom he confronted and humiliated, and he ended up destroying the old image I had of him. Ryujin explained in a manner both melancholic and furious. But the strange thing is that the change is immediate, no matter if she's very happy or laughing, her attitude becomes cold and emotionless for a microsecond, she doesn't even show a hint of melancholy. Commented the black-haired man. For now I think it's like I told you. Ryujin told him. But just in case, pay extra attention to it, see if it's like I told you. Unknown location. In a castle, located in some snowy area, we see an unknown silhouette walking down the dark corridor. The silhouette continued walking until it met two curious characters. One was a renowned chestnut-haired man in black armor, Shalba Beelzebub, who barely escaped the twins' onslaught during the battle against Loki. The other was different. He was a man, possibly in his 40s, with long dark silver hair, two strands framing his face, and a beard as facial hair. His eyes were hazel, and he had a mischievous smile. Looking closely, he resembled Vali before he met Bahamut. His clothes were the same as Surzich's when he must fulfill his duties as Lucifer, but this man's were silver. Did you understand what you have to do, Shalba-chan? Asked the silver-haired boy, causing the brown-haired boy to growl. How many times have I told you not to call me that, Rizavam? Said the descendant of Beelzebub angrily. When you can even stand in front of me without that scared look you have, then I'll let you call me by my name, understood? He said, releasing a good part of his power and looking at Shalba with a mocking look, enjoying seeing the fear in her eyes. Hi, Lucifer-sama. Shalba apologized. Good. And remember, do what I told you and the two celestial dragons will die by your hand. With that, Shalba left in a transport circle. Do you think he'll make it? The silhouette finally spoke, his voice not only denoting that he was a man, but also calm and bored. Oh. I didn't even notice you. To tell the truth. I don't think he'll even come close, but he'll surely be able to fulfill the first part of the plan. Kuku, it will be fun to see the chaos that will occur in the underworld. With that said, the aforementioned Rizavam left. The mysterious subject just sighed, then walked to the nearest window, which was somewhat large. Upon arriving, her gaze fell upon the crescent moon in the starry sky. From its position at the window, she could see a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, a short goatee, and wearing formal red clothes. Be careful, Sekiruite, Hakuryuku. Were the blonde's thoughts directed at the twins until they switched to a particular person. Will the spell I put on Ravel still work? I've never tried it before so I have no idea if it has a time limit or not. A few hours later, middle-class devil exam location. It was easier than I thought. Commented Mio sitting next to her cousin Rias, Sting and Basara. They, along with Yuki, her sister Kurumi, Maria, Zest, the Gremory entourage and all of dragon hunting, with the obvious exception of the three leaders, Navi, Yasaka and Irene, who stayed to take care of Iko, Urza and Kunu. Now everyone was in the restaurant of the building where the exams were held, which had started a few hours ago, and Mio, along with Maria and Zest, took the exams. The three of them finished about half an hour ago, so they decided to eat here, since the food was worthy of 4 stars. They should have made the exam harder. Bahamut commented while tasting a piece of pork. I mean, it's a promotion exam, so it should be a challenge. As a curious fact, Bahamut now wore a black shirt with red polka dots, a leather jacket over it, and kept his jeans and sneakers. They made us take a 50-question written exam, plus a round of fights. Rias said, somewhat annoyed at the suggestion that they should have made the exam more difficult. Questions of which 75% were about Sarah's program and ours, and the battle round was against other low-class devils, when it should have been against middle-class devils. Issei countered, silencing Maria because it was true. Now, don't start a fight," said Rias, finishing her food. Which curiously was lobster. Although she ate like 5 of them in the end. "It's true, they passed and that's what's important," Alpha said, this time also finishing eating. "Good. Tomio, Maria and Zest." Basara toasted, raising his glass. Which had soda just like everyone else except Bahamut, Azazel, Angela, Leon and Shella. Tomio, Maria and Zest. They all toasted. It only took half an hour for everyone to leave the building. "I was sure the hero faction would attack today," Rias said, surprised by that. "The good thing is that you were wrong," Otter replied, being surprisingly supported by Kaneko. But it was at that moment that a strange fog covered them. "This is it," Sting shouted as he recognized the fog. "It's the lost dimension," shouted those involved in the Kyoto incident. "What were you saying?" Rias asked her pawn with a somewhat mocking smile. "It would have been better if you were wrong," Kotaru, Kaneko, Ravel, Lefei and Gasper replied. The fog was really dense, you could barely see anything, with clear exceptions like Bahamut, who was left staring at a specific spot. OCD. 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 Footsteps began to be heard, approaching them slowly. It was when the footsteps stopped that the fog began to disappear, and it was then that they saw their enemies. In front of them were Cao Cao, the so-called George, Godu, Erika, Liliana, as well as a brown-haired girl with brown eyes who bore a curious resemblance to Asia, in addition to wearing a priestess outfit. And another girl, this one with black hair and red eyes, who was wearing a school uniform, with a sword in its sheath, hanging from her waist. "We meet again," Bahamut said, Cao Cao with a touch of drama. "Cao Cao and Godu, I see you came with company," said Vali, looking strangely at the two new faces. "Ah, yes. She is Yuri," pointing to the brunette. "And she is Enia," pointing to the black-haired girl. "Interesting, 2 high Maikos. He was a very lucky champion," said Bahamut, looking at both of them, while the eyes of the one named Yuri shone. "High Maikos. Priestesses who are born with an incredible connection to the supernatural, to the point of awakening spiritual powers," Akeno said in surprise. "Their mother was a priestess, so she knew something about them. And one of them has a very rare ability." Bahamut's words surprised everyone, except for Yuri, Godu, Enia, Erika, Liliana and Cao Cao, who looked at him with clear surprise. Just looking at her was enough to know about her power. And it seems that someone arrived late to the party. Now those words surprised everyone. It was then that a magic circle with Greek symbols shone next to the newcomers, releasing a glow that blinded everyone. When the glow faded, a woman in her 20s appeared, with long white hair and violet eyes, wearing a Greek toga and a flower crown. She had a slender figure and carried a scythe. "Athena, how long has it been?" Bahamut greeted the newly arrived goddess. "That's right, Bahamut. Are you still as forgetful and playful as ever?" The Greek goddess of wisdom asked sarcastically, causing the dragon god to laugh nervously. At that time, several magic circles were formed alongside dragon hunting. From these came Susanneman, Galantman, Fefner, Petterhausen, Fafner and Susanu. "Looks like the whole group has finally arrived," Cao Cao commented as Godu looked seriously at Bahamut. "Aren't you acting too arrogant? We're all here, including Ria's group. In other words, you entered the dragon's mouth tied up, blinded, and badly injured." Many people felt an anime-style tear appear on the back of their necks at Issei's strange reference. "No, we still need some reinforcements, but in the meantime, how about we warm up?" Cao Cao suggested, skillfully waving his spear. Issei and Vali smiled, taking a step forward. But were immediately stopped by their father. "What's going on, Dad?" Vali asked, surprised, seeing how his father stopped them without taking his eyes off the Kusanagi. "Wait a moment, I want to face Godu." Many looked at him strangely, with the exception of Office and Athena. "I already faced the previous champions and I beat them, so I want to see the power of the strongest summoned among the 7. Declared Bahamut, giving a challenging smile to the champion, who returned it. "You are not the only one," Godu declared before turning to see the brunette priestess. "Yuri, I know it is embarrassing for you, but please I need you to pass me the information about Bahamut," he said, looking seriously at the brunette, but at the same time he had a smile. The brunette, on the other hand, was very red because even though it had been 3 years since she met him, doing that in public embarrassed her a lot. "Oh okay," Yuri said, before stretching out and kissing the champion. The others, with the exception of the hero faction, saw this interaction very strangely, and some were somewhat embarrassed. On Godu's side, more than one of his companions was jealous. what are you doing? Scarlet asks, puzzled and somewhat embarrassed. It's an information passing spell, declared the blonde Pendragon, seeing a golden glow that covered Yuri and Godu. It's a spell that, as the name says, passes information from one person to another through the contact of their mouths, explained the blonde, embarrassed to see that act. A minute passed before they both separated. Thanks Yuri, I don't know what I would do without you, said the blue-haired boy looking at the brunette with a smile. Most likely her life is a disaster because of Erika-san, joked the brunette, getting a glare from the blonde with a sword on her side. You'd better step aside, he suggested, to which Yuri accepted. A golden glow covered Godu's body, while behind him, a circle with an arrow-like engraving appeared, surrounded by 10 smaller ones. Each one had a different drawing. One had a camel, another a bull, another a horse, another a goat, another a sheep, another a boar, another a youth, another a game bird, another the wind, and the last a warrior with a sword. The arrow spun until it reached the warriors. Through the power of words, I will manifest my justice. This spell is powerful and eloquent. Powerful and victorious. Powerful and healing. Godu's words generated an unexpected effect as the circle with the warriors shone. The entire space had changed. Now they were no longer in that replica of the city made by Dimension Lost, but the place changed to an open field, apparently a desert, with rock pillars decorating the stage and a blue sky, changing to orange as it approached the horizon. But the most striking thing was the thousands and thousands of golden swords that were all over the desert, as well as some that were raised. In Godu's hand, a large golden curved bladed sword formed. A Persian sword. The authority of the warrior, with which you are able to transcend divinity. Something terrifying for a god, but unfortunately for you, I have already faced this authority before and defeated it with ease, said Bahamut, somewhat excited as well as bored of seeing that attack again. Bahamut got rid of his coat, rolled up his shirt sleeves past his elbow, and covered his arms and legs with his own black power, but a black as dark as a night sky without stars or lights. Bahamut, born from the creation of the universe, being the first of all divine beings to be born. You, who are represented as the one who sustains the world and all worlds, since you, as the beginning of everything, are also the last to fall, so that chaos may reign. As Godu recited those words, the golden swords were launched at Bahamut, who, to the surprise of the hero faction, and Godu himself, was waiting for them with a smile. The dragon god threw a left blow, which destroyed 3 swords, quickly throwing a right blow that destroyed about 5. He spun with his leg extended, destroying about 10 of them with his heel. Then he leaped back, using his right foot to strike several more swords, destroying them. But instead of doing a full turn, she did a half turn, placing her right hand on the floor, followed by her left, and then began to spin vigorously by extending her legs to the sides, performing a movement similar to breakdancing. As he spun, Bahamut destroyed many of those swords. Those from dragon hunting, Ria's group and Mio's group, didn't know if Bahamut was fighting using some very ancient martial art, or just dancing while listening to that curious song in the air. You, who possess the power to return everything to the beginning as well as erase everything, since you were born with the power capable of initiating a universe, as well as destroying it. You, being the eldest of your 3 brothers, took the position of supreme god, since you were the only one who would act if something happened to your race. The speed and number of swords increased, resembling a golden shower. But Bahamut only smiled more, as he began to hit the swords with more force, destroying them with more ease. His fists moved at practically the speed of light. Their impact with the swords generated shock waves that destroyed the area. No matter which direction the sword came from, Bahamut destroyed it with ease. They didn't even seem like weapons capable of piercing divinity. But everyone knew that if Bahamut makes it look easy, at least they lose an arm or a leg trying. Bahamut spun hard, turning into a top. A top that more easily finished off swords. Cao, Yuri, Enya, Liliana, Erika and Athena couldn't believe it. The 7th Campion's greatest card against gods and campions seemed to be nothing compared to this black-haired man. You, who raised a red dragon of hellfire and the white dragon of cursed blood, and who later had 2 sons who are accompanied by these 2 dragons. You are the one who represents balance, who represents the beginning and the end, and who represents the father of the 2 celestial dragons. You are Bahamut, the supreme dragon god of balance, the dragon god of Alpha and Omega. The moment he finished saying that part, Godu launched himself at Bahamut, seeking to stab him with the sword he had in his hand. The campion took a great leap and, taking advantage of the fact that Bahamut was distracted by the other swords, plummeted towards him. It was like watching it in slow motion. Kusanagi Godu was getting closer and closer to Bahamut and he didn't seem to notice. When I was just 3 meters away from the dragon god, it happened. A thick tail of black scales struck the side of the sword, deflecting it and causing it to end up embedded in the ground next to Bahamut. It took almost no time for Godu to pull his sword out of the ground, but that short time was enough for Bahamut to be ready to finish him off. When he managed to pull out the sword, he turned against the dragon god, but only saw his hands extended in his direction. Final flash. A huge torrent of black energy engulfed the campion, while space cracked and returned to what was created by the lost dimension. Kusanagi Godu ended up at Athena's feet, looking injured by the attack due to the bleeding wounds, although none were lethal. He didn't do bad, but he'll need more than that to make me get serious. Cao, Erika, Liliana, Yuri, Enya and even George looked at him with fear. Was he just playing? And don't worry Athena, your boyfriend is fine. I used very little power in that attack, although his peculiarity as a campion helped him too. Cao, whether you like it or not, I'll call him. The black-haired man couldn't deny George's words when a magic summoning circle appeared next to the bearer of the lost dimension. But it didn't seem to be a common summon. Whatever was about to appear from the summoning circle made dragon hunting nervous, sweating profusely and their instincts screaming at them to escape from there. As if its natural predator was about to appear. Chapter 33. Despair. Fear. Intense fear and terror was what the members of dragon hunting suffered, as could be seen by seeing how several of them trembled, especially Gasper. Ria's entourage, Mio's group. Even Rias was surprised to see several of them trembling in fear. WQQQ what DDD the he heli is this SSSSSSS feeling. Asia, who had changed her attitude a lot, became extremely nervous, something she hadn't seen for a long time. It was even something new for the vast majority. Are you alright? The landman asked Issei and Vali, who weren't trembling but had beads of sweat on their faces. It should be said that neither Galantman, Susannaman, Fefner nor Susanu were affected by the aura that came out of that summoning circle. It's strange. I feel like something is screaming at me to run away from here. Issei explained, attentive to whatever comes out of that circle. Bahamut had his hand on his chin, trying to remember where he felt the sensation before. It can't be. The officer's words caught everyone's attention, especially when they saw that she was one of the ones trembling the most. It was at that moment that Bahamut's eyes snapped open. Don't fuck with me. Bahamut complained with a hand on his face and a nervous smile. I present to you, threats to humanity. George recited while the magic summoning circle shone brighter. It is worth noting how Cao looked at him because of those words. The Dragon Eater. That title. That cursed title. Caused deep fear in all the dragons, while the demons and heroes were curious about that title. Only Rias, since being the heiress of the clan she should know most of the history of the factions, recognized it. A wailing cry was what was heard when the summoning circle was at its maximum. And from it came. That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Kataru commented, earning a nod from the blue-haired Karuki, Sting, and Basara. The creature, known as Ugly. Had the upper body of a fallen angel and the lower body of an Asian dragon. It was nailed to a cross with nails in its wings, tail, hands, and other places. It also had restraints on various parts of its body, and a blindfold covered its eyes, from which tears of blood flowed. I present to you SAMAEL. George introduced. SAMAEL? Mio asked curiously. Ignoring the fact that everyone who was a dragon or part dragon was trembling with natural terror at seeing their natural enemy. Of course the only one who wasn't trembling was Bahamut. The angel who transformed into a snake and tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. Explained Rias, attentive to any movement of the heroes or SAMAEL. Due to his action, and having taken a form that God hated, that is, a snake, he transformed him into that as punishment, turning him into the ultimate living weapon against dragons. If I remember correctly, it happened the day Office accidentally destroyed all of Asia, along with parts of Europe, Africa, and Oceania. Bahamut commented, causing Office to tell him that she had seen a mouse. Taking out an IM-style drops from all those who were not trembling at the presence of SAMAEL. Okay SAMAEL, eliminate. Keep Bahamut busy. Cao ordered, interrupting George. He glared at the descendant of the Eastern hero. You're too soft, Cao George criticized. SAMAEL's mouth opened, and to everyone's disgust, a kind of dark mass like a tongue came out and went straight to Bahamut. Shit. Take care of the heroes and be careful with SAMAEL's tongue. Bahamut ordered, dodging the Dragon Eater's tongue. Although his venom wouldn't kill him, it would cause him intense pain and could steal his power, as happened with Office. While SAMAEL and Bahamut had their meeting, the others were preparing. On one side a large group made up of dragons, demons, an angel and humans with sacred powers and Tengus. Otatsumi as a human with ability. And the other one is much less numerous, but with Longinus bearers, very skilled magicians in combat and alchemy, 2 Haim Mycos, a godslayer already recovered, thanks to the reincarnation of the sheep, and a goddess. A battle of great proportions is about to break out. I'll take care of reducing the number of enemies. Declared Cao, missing everyone who wasn't on his side. Are you sure you want to show it? Godu asked seriously. Yes. It's time for me to fight seriously. Declared the wielder of the True Longinus before giving it a few spins. True Longinus balance breaker. A powerful light blinded everyone, almost including Bahamut, who barely managed to avoid SAMAEL's tongue. As the light disappears after a minute. Polar Night Long Isseixharem Valdine. Cao displayed his balance breaker, which was 7 identical orbs floating, forming a circle behind him. It should be said that Issei and Vali had an anime-style drop when they saw a balance breaker name longer than theirs. This is my subspecies of balance breaker, and this is one of the 7 treasures. Declared the black-haired man with the spear pointing towards his enemies. Isseixharem. Immediately, an orb flew in their direction, and at the speed it was going, only a few managed to dodge it. These being Issei, Vali, Arthur, Kiba, Office, Zenobia, Mine, Kurum, Akame, Veronica, Kurosagi, Rukia, Rias, Yuki, Basara, and Bulid. Tiamat and Lori didn't move, arrogantly thinking that nothing would happen to them, and the others ended up following them. Ai! Shouted those who couldn't avoid it or didn't want to. They were covered by a powerful light. But when it disappeared, none of them had any injuries, strangely enough. I think your ability didn't work. Bhikkhu said with mockery in his voice. But Cao had a satisfied smile, leaving everyone very strange. What did you do to us? Asia, Tiamat, Lori, Jessica, Kuroka, and all the women reached by that light screamed. These felt very strange, like they were restricted. Isseixharem is one of the 7 treasures given by my balance breaker. It has the ability to seal the powers and abilities of women. Explained Cao, leaving everyone surprised. That is a very convenient skill. Vali opined and surprisingly Cao nods in agreement. But how did it affect us? Tiamat and Lori asked, more than angry. It was thanks to the divine protection I gave him. Everyone who didn't know the term stared at Athena when she said those words, so they wanted an explanation, to the annoyance of the goddess. Divine protection is giving extra power to a mortal, which increases all their abilities. Summarized the goddess. Well, let's get this started. Godu declared, raising his power, which had a golden color. You have broken the covenant and sinned in the land. The Lord has spoken, the sinner must be punished. His spine may be crushed. His bones may be broken, his sinews torn, his hair ripped from his skull. His blood may be spilled upon the earth and churned into gory foam. I will become the one who buries his fangs in the sinner's flesh, may the Lord's will be followed. You shall be purged. The boar will tear you apart. The boar will exterminate you. As he recited those words, the wheel reappeared on Godu's back, this time pointing at the boar. A dimensional fissure appeared above him, and a huge jet black boar with red eyes emerged from it. It must be said that the roar the animal let out was monstrous. You had to bring that boar. Vali complained under his breath, briefly recalling his battle with that animal. Go get them, Godu ordered, pointing at Pederhausen, Fefner, Susanneman, Galantman, and Fafner. Gruu! Roared the boar, launching itself at the aforementioned. They moved away so that no one could interfere with their battle. Very well, those who can fight choose their opponents, those who can't go to a safe place. Issei ordered with seriousness in his words and in his eyes. The Gremory group, with the exception of Kadaru and Sting, nodded, seeing that they were a burden. The same happened with Zest, Mio Maria, and Kurumi. However, the dragon-hunting girls, affected by Cao's attack, were extremely against that order. But there was little they could do, none of them could now face any of their enemies. Maybe the brown-haired Maiko, but they didn't know if she knew how to fight or not. The most affected were Tiamat and Lori. They let their arrogance speak for themselves and fell into a trap again, like in the fight against Queens Gremory and Bale. In the end, with no other choice, they decided to swallow their complaints and follow the Gremory group and company. Once they took shelter, those who could fight split up. Issei landed a kick on Godu's chest, pushing him a few meters. So now it's my turn to face you? Godu asked, amused. Issei said nothing and launched himself at the champion, slamming his left fist into his right one. The impact created a crater beneath them. Vali took Cao, and both fought in the air, one thanks to his wings and the other to one of his orbs. Let's dance, Hacker Yuku, said Cao, attacking with his spear. The albino defended himself by summoning Auriken and blocking the thrust of the legendary spear, then launched one of his signature techniques. Dragon Flash. However, Cao had already planned it. At Isseixharem. An orb moved quickly behind Vali and Cao disappeared. He reappeared behind Vali and struck him in the side with his spear. Great, a teleportation orb. The albino complained upon seeing another of the 7 treasures. While both twins faced both leaders, Office, Kurosagi, Rias and Sting took care of Athena. Come on, Office, is that all? Where's all that power you were bragging about? The Greek goddess mocked, blocking a sword of destruction and a draconic power from Office. Rias had entered her Crimson Ruin Queen form to try to even the score. Athena drove Office and Rias away with a snake made of stone, which then collided with one of draconic power courtesy of Office. But the Greek goddess had to jump away from a spear full of lightning. Kurosagi just cursed under his breath, taking advantage of Athena's distraction to attack her with his main weapon, but she dodged it with a mocking smile. It seemed like she knew what he was going to do. Not for nothing was she the goddess of wisdom. Athena stopped looking at Kurosagi to block a kick covered in light from Queen Gremory. An interesting dragon slayer. With extreme ease, he kicked the blonde away, sending him against Rias, who caught him. Elsewhere, on the roof of some buildings, an interesting fight was taking place. "It's good to see you again, Bullet-senpai," said a relaxed Erika with her sword in hand. "I say the same to you, Erika. Look at you, you've become a beautiful young woman, the compliments must be pouring in," praised the black-haired man with incursion on and his spear in hand. Next to him was Tatsumi with his short sword in hand. "Do you know her, Aniki?" Tatsumi asked curiously, interested in Bulet's past. "I already told you that I was part of the Order of the Black Bronze Cross. And I left because I was tired of following an idiot." "You're disrespecting Sir Salvador," Erika reproached Bulet. "I don't care, I left to be able to form a group where they think before acting, where they don't follow what some idiots say," said Bulet, remembering when he met Bowles, who was looking for a job that suited him, Esdeath, who was only looking for battle and a way to live, and Magenda, who was only looking to get away from her grandfather. "And we formed it, yes. Several left the group, but more came to join." "That's a nice speech, Aniki, but again you went off on a tangent," said Tatsumi, causing the one called Aniki to scratch the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Hahaha, yes, sorry. She was a very talented girl when I left, she was going to be the new Diavolo Rosso, Erika Brandelli," Bulet introduced, causing Erika's chest to swell with pride. "But she probably still has her habit of sleeping too much and wanting the most elegant and expensive things. And that caused an anime-style tear in the aforementioned and Tatsumi. You're bad. But well, let's not stay and reminisce about the past. I would have preferred to see each other again under different circumstances, but it seems that fate has other plans." Bulet got into the same position as Tatsumi. Erika appeared in front of the brunette, launching a horizontal slash, but he bent at an odd angle to avoid it, then launched a kick that the blonde elegantly dodged. "Not bad at all. You have someone with a promising future, Bulet-senpai." Erika praised Tatsumi's reflexes. "And you didn't see anything." Bulet appeared behind her, ready to stab her with his spear. But she turns her sword into a shield and blocks the blow. Then she raises her knee to strike Tatsumi's arm as he tried to stab her with his sword. The blow was so strong it deflected the sword. He swept away Bulet's spear with his shield and leaped away from the pair. He only then transformed his shield back into a sword and lunged at them. Another interesting group was Aina and Liliana against Kuram and Akame. Both Kuram and Aina engaged in a grand sword duel, alongside Kuram's dead summons. Akame and Liliana had an elegant sword dance. And it was the only way to define the fight between the two, as they slashed with their weapons while dodging gracefully. "This is very difficult. I must not only face this black-haired woman, but also her undead warriors," Aina thought, frustrated as she saw how those dead people defended her. "It's good, very good, and that sword is covered with a strange aura. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to break my sword," were Kuram's thoughts, evaluating her possibilities while she saw how several of her summon fell due to the attacks of that sword. "Aina seems to be in trouble, but I can't turn my back on this enemy and help her either. A simple distraction, a cut from that sword, and I'm done with this world," thought Liliana, dodging another cut from Akame, but this time she cut a few hairs. "Liliana's no idiot, she knows my sword skill. She'll keep dodging until I tire and defeat her," thought Akame, blocking a kick from Liliana. Somewhat removed from the swordsmanship battle were Kiba, Arthur, Biku, Kotaru, Gaspar, Susanoo, Azazel, Veronica, Mine, Rukia, Basara, and Yuki. There was no sign of Zenobia. These were protecting the girls in case of problems when Cao Cao blocked their power and abilities. "Things are getting complicated," declared the descendant of Sun Wukong, watching the battle in the sky between Cao Cao and Vali, and the duel between Issei and Godu. In the air, the destruction and howls and roars of the battle between the Digimon, dragons and wolves against the giant boar could be heard. "And it seems they are not going to join," Kotaru commented, pointing at the two members of the hero faction who did not join the fight. George had to keep summoning SAMAEL, and it seemed the brunette Haim Maiko didn't know how to fight. "Be careful. I feel something approaching," Arthur warned, alarming the others. The Kalenburn wielder brought his sword forward to block the spear attack that knocked him away. "Arthur," Biku shouted, worried about his teammate. But he couldn't think about that any longer. Since a large object had fallen from the roof of one of the nearby buildings. And the object turned out to be none other than Heracles. "Hey monkey, ready for another round?" shouted the muscular hero. At his side fell the descendant of Siegfried and the descendant of Joan of Arc. "We still have a duel to conclude," declared Sig, launching himself at Kiba, beginning an exchange of sword blows that separated them from the rest. Hercules' descendant struck Biku, throwing him against a building, being followed by Heracles and Kotaru for support. I guess it's my turn to play with you guys. Jean decreed with a superior smile, which annoyed Veronica. Now you're going to see a badly dyed blonde. Veronica said angrily, managing to annoy the enemy blonde. From between Veronica's breasts, a curious baby dragon emerged. What was a dragon doing between your breasts? Rukia asked, puzzled, while mine recognized the dragon's color a little. It's Arturo, my pal. He always likes to sleep there, and now I see it as an advantage. Right after saying that, Arturo assumed his true size, and Veronica climbed on top of him. Two can play that game. Declared Jean, invoking her balance breaker, creating that dragon of swords. Both blondes ended up walking away as their battle continued. We must support them, said mine, receiving a nod from Basara, Yuki, and Rukia. But before he could move and leave the burden of protecting everyone to Azazel, Gaspar and Susanoo, multiple enemies covered in robes and armed with sickles descended from the sky. Fates. What are you doing here? No, with SAMAEL here, it's more than obvious that Hades is supporting them. He's the only one who can give them access to SAMAEL for a limited time. Azazel said as the Fates prepared to fight. But the sudden arrival of these enemies, Basara, Yuki, Rukia and mine stayed behind to help the governor of the fallen angels, the cross-dressing Damper and the Tenguo of Negenda. Meanwhile, with the family. What the hell is this boar made of? Isseixharem shouted, dodging the powerful animal's charge. The beast crashed into another building, easily collapsing it. Although the fight had only started 15 minutes ago, everyone had several injuries. Both Digimon's armor had many cracks, and Fafnir and Petterhausen had some open wounds oozing blood. Even Fafnir showed injuries, as well as the occasional broken claw or fractured fang. The boar was no better off. Several wounds were open, while one of its enormous tusks was fractured. We must find a way to defeat him, declared the furry dragon, watching the boar turn around. It must be something that can pierce through his skin. It's extremely tough, said Fafnir, turning on the spotlight on the shogun-like Digimon. Of course. How did I not think of that before? Isseixharem scolded himself, summoning his strange weapon. Galantman's eyes widened as he remembered and understood what the other Digimon was going to do. Listen, we must keep the boar in one place so Isseixharem can finish it off, ordered the Royal Knight member to the others, who nodded. If they had a chance to get rid of this being and help the others, they would do it. The wild boar charged at the group of relatives again. Fafnir and Petterhausen managed to stop the boar's advance, although they were dragged a few meters. Fafnir leaped onto the beast's back, aiming to sink his fangs into it, capable of piercing divinity. The boar let out a roar of pain as he felt his flesh being bitten by the son of Loki. Galantman was above them, pointing his shield at the boar from above. Fafnir, stay away, ordered the knight-like Digimon. The wolf immediately leaped away from the boar that was searching for Galantman with its scream. The triangles on Galantman's shield began to glow, as if they were a countdown, or rather as if it were charging. Final execution. When all the triangles were shining, a powerful beam of energy came out of the shield and hit the boar. Gruu, was the wild boar's lament as it was struck by lightning. It took 2 minutes for the attack to end. But the boar showed no signs of damage, apart from some shallow wounds on its back. But now he was a little down. Alright, everyone back off, he shouted. At once, Fafnir and Petterhausen took flight, with Fafnir in Petterhausen's clutches. Isseixharem was now standing in front of the boar, his weapon pointed to the side. For some reason, the strange ornament on his head lowered, turning out to be a visor. The dragons and the wolf watched as a blade of pure energy erupted from Isseixharem's strange weapon. It extended to a length of 25 meters. Aye, shouted the Digimon, moving his weapon. Before Fafnir's surprised gaze, Petterhausen Fafnir, the energy sword was easily slicing through the mighty boar, who was letting out powerful howls of pain. As the energy sword pierced the boar, it disappeared in a golden light, while several buildings fell. Apparently, the sword was very long, and it ended up slicing through a few remaining buildings. But how did he do that? Petterhausen asked incredulously. He had never seen Isseixharem use that. That sword is the reason why he is a legend in my world. It is said that with it he was able to cut the digital world once, explained Galantman, leaving the two dragons pale and surprisingly the wolf. If they understood well that the digital world is an entire universe and that sword was able to cut it. But there was no time to think about that, as they were immediately surrounded by grim reapers of varying sizes. More annoyances arrived. Growled the son of Loki, returning to land and preparing with the other four for battle. With the four leaders, Issei launched a strike with his heel, but it was blocked by Godu. He rammed Issei with tremendous force and crashed him into a building, leaving his silhouette. Shit, I thought I could fight a little more like this, but it seems I'll have to go to the next level, were Issei's thoughts. He tried to see how long he would last against Godu in his base form, but seeing that he was taking a lot of damage and Godu didn't even seem to be sweating. It was necessary to use balance breaker. In heaven, his brother had similar thoughts. Cao Cao was not only a skilled fighter, too skilled, but he also had those 7 treasures of which he only saw the one that teleported, the one that allowed him to levitate, and the one that sealed the powers and abilities of women. Take this. Volley launched a punch forward, which was dodged by Cao Cao. But this was a trap on Volley's part, who quickly moved his leg to kick him. Unfortunately, Cao Cao was transported to the side and with the shining edge of his spear. I cut off Volley's leg. The severed piece fell to the ground as Volley grabbed his severed member. Fortunately, the visible flesh in that area began to move until another leg emerged from it. The albino just sighed with joy at seeing his member whole again. I'm glad I can regenerate. This is much more difficult, I'll have to resort to balance breaker. Thought Volley, just like his brother. Balance breaker. They both shouted, covering themselves in a powerful red and silver light respectively. Seconds later they were both dressed in their armor ready for round 2. Boost 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 Stardust Revolution. Issei's shooting stars launched themselves at the champion who didn't move at all. Each shot of light hit the blue-haired man, who was unaffected by it. It only took a minute for Godu to be seen intact, even his clothes. But what? Issei shouted when he saw how one of the only attack spells he knew didn't do anything to him. Remember Issei that champions are impervious to magic. His sword and drake partner reminded him apparently. But I thought that plus the increases would at least scratch it. Godu was only brushing off some of the dust that had stuck to him from Issei's attack, but then he felt it. Shit, the boar was eliminated. Those beings are more than I thought. Were the thoughts of the 7th champion while Issei prepared to fight again, this time taking out Ascalon. I guess I have to take it more seriously. It was here, in this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 rebel deities. 1,000 swords on the earth, used as city walls to defend against enemies. Here. Namely, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. As he spoke those words, a jet black sword appeared, with a golden guard shaped like a half circle and a red gem in the center. It must be said that the mere presence of that sword gave all the dragons a terrifying sensation. Not on the level of SAMAEL's, but it was something to be reckoned with. Impossible. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. How did he manage to get something of that category? Drake shouted, asked, really surprised and alarmed. Welsh dragon, I see that your current wielder must be good for my king to use me. Said the sword with a voice that denoted wisdom, power and a hint of arrogance. Dido, what is that sword? Issei asked, pulling out an anime-style drop from the champion's sword. Really? You don't know despite it coming from your religion. Ascalon sounded incredulous, annoyed and a little scolding. That sword is the legendary sword of the god Susanoo, the one with which he killed Yamada no Orochi. That is a divine sword with the power of steel, which is bad for someone like you. Explained the sword. So you have on your side that toothpick that calls himself the Holy Sword. Toothpick. Now then, Issei, make sure you destroy that conceited brat. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi's mockery really had an effect on Ascalon, so much so that inside Issei, it was shaking Drake in human form, accidentally suffocating him. However, Godu wasn't done yet. The wicked and the powerful fear my wings. My wings curse them. The wicked will be unable to defeat me. Immediately, the circle with the image of the bird flashed before disappearing. As did Godu from Issei's sight. But he was able to follow Godu's movement, blocking the blue-haired man's attack. The blue-haired man disappeared, but the black-haired man blocked another cut. Godu kept moving swiftly, looking to deliver a slash, but Issei blocked them all. Truth be told, Godu's speed wasn't much if you were used to high speeds. Godu moved like lightning again, but Issei ducked, thus dodging the slash that threatened to decapitate him. Issei took advantage of this to hit him with Dragon Impact and send Godu crashing into another building. The black-haired man allowed himself to get distracted, focusing on the battle between his twin and Cao Cao. In the air, Volley launched a sword strike with Ryujin, but Cao Cao dodged it again. Kahabataratana. Another of the 7 treasures was going to show its power. Out of nowhere, several spear-wielding warriors appeared, similar to the Dragon Knights Kiba could create. They launched themselves at the white-haired man, who was already about to receive the blow. A slash from Ryujin split one while another was pierced by a dragon flash, destroying both. He grabbed another one by the helmet and slammed it against another one that was approaching, then shot a dragon shoot at them, destroying them and creating a cloud of smoke. The last one broke through the smoke screen from the previous attack, aiming to kill the albino. But the latter dodged it before slicing it in half with a sword slash. Is that all? Volley asked mockingly. Cao Cao said nothing, just stared at him with a smile. It was at that moment that Volley turned his gaze to focus on his brother, his eyes widening as he watched Godu exit the building and run at high speed to cut Issei off. But from Issei's perspective, he saw that one of Cao Cao's knights still remained and was going to pierce him. Issei volley. Issei threw Ascalon towards volley, and volley threw Ryujin towards Issei. Unexpectedly for Cao Cao and Godu, both twins, disappeared in black and white flashes respectively. Issei was now where volley was, but focused on the remaining knight. He easily dodged the thrust and landed a knee to the knight's chest, pushing him away slightly before grabbing the helmet with his tail, spinning around, and throwing it into some rubble, destroying the knight. Volley had reappeared in front of Godu, blocking Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi with Ryujin. Now Ryujin too. What kind of dragons use Dragon Slayer's swords? Godu's jet black sword asked with a clear tone of intrigue. The kind of dragons that will kick their ass. Ryujin mocked, although Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi just laughed mockingly. Divide. Volley divided Godu's power and then walked away. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to affect me. Volley, we're entering overload. Volley opened his eyes in surprise at those words. Shit, I only did it to recover some lost power, but this means. He didn't use anything or almost nothing. Volley exclaimed with a drop of sweat falling down the side of his face. The champion just stared at him, evaluating what to do next. The repercussions of the bird were beginning to be felt, so he had to change before things got worse. And he knew exactly what to do. For I am the strongest of the strong. Truly, I am the one who maintains each and every victory. I care not who challenges me, be it man or demon. I can face all my rivals and enemies. Whatever the cost, I will crush all those who stand in my way. The bull symbol flashed behind him before disappearing. The champion rushed at the albino. Volley noticed how Godu's speed had decreased, perhaps related to the symbol that flashed behind Godu's back. Godu raised his sword, unleashing a powerful blow with it that Volley managed to block, but they sank into a crater. Now he remembered the effect of that bull symbol, increasing the strength of the bear. Meanwhile, in the sky. Cao Cao looked at Issei questioningly. He wanted to know what they did to switch places like that. Very well, how did they do that? Cao Cao finally asked while Issei gave him a somewhat arrogant smile. It's called Lux Impetus. It's a technique developed by a familiar that allows us to teleport to the place where the object with a mark was. Issei raised his weapon, making Cao Cao nod in a sign of having understood. I didn't even understand it at first, and I'm sure that if it weren't for Volley, I would continue trying to understand it. Those last words got an I'm-style drop out of him. The descendant of the Eastern hero simply pointed his weapon at him before launching himself at him, clashing their weapons in a duel of strength. Neither seemed to notice the figure leaping from building to building. With Bullet and Tatsumi. Tatsumi breathed exhaustedly as he watched his Aniki and Erika clash their spears. Just a few minutes ago, Erika had used an alchemical spell that transformed her sword into a spear. And although, as many said, he was a very skilled human, he still had to work hard on his endurance. Both fighters jumped away. Apparently the duel ended in a draw. I say it again, you've become very strong, Erika. Praised the black-haired man with a quiff of dubious tendencies. And you haven't rusted at all. Erika said. They were about to clash spears again when. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laugh sounded throughout the place. Through a familiar mist, a man appeared next to Erika. He was tall, about 2 meters tall, with brown hair cut in a military style, blue eyes, and wearing a Spartan military outfit, consisting of golden armor that highlighted his chest and abdomen and left his arms exposed, a golden skirt, and sandals with straps on his legs. He carried a sword on his right waist and a shield on his back. Bullet froze when he saw the man in front of him. Joseph. He whispered, heard by the other brown-haired man. Who's Aniki? Tatsumi asked, surprised by his senpai's attitude. This is Joseph Smith, a member of the Order of the Black Bronze Cross and your student. The one known as Joseph finished Bullet's words. It's good to see you again, Bullet-sensei, but my name is no longer Joseph, now I'm Achilles. He said, generating several reactions in his opponents. Bullet was quite surprised. He knew about his former student's ancestry. He was even there when the higher-ups decided to submerge him in the same waters where Achilles was submerged as a child. But hearing that name caused him to secretly look at Tatsumi. He was boiling with rage. In front of him was the man who had left his friends in that state. You hurt my friends and left them in terrible circumstances. Tatsumi shouted, pointing his short sword at him. Could you be more specific? I've hurt a lot of people, and I don't remember them anymore. He mocked, increasing Tatsumi's fury. He launched himself at the descendant of the Greek hero at a frankly good speed. A shame that his opponent had a special ability. To Tatsumi's disbelief, the sword that was aimed at his neck slipped upon contact with his skin, as if it were made of metal. Don't even try, insect, I have the skin of my ancestor, so you won't be able to pierce me. Achilles mocked again as he took his sword. But the handle of this, he hit Tatsumi's forehead, subsequently grabbing him by the neck to throw him against the incursion wielder. What are you up to, Joseph? Bullet asked, catching Tatsumi and turning his gaze on his former student. I just came to do what a hero would do, like you told me, kill supernatural beings like demons, dragons and fallen angels that threaten humans. He replied, looking with an analytical eye at Bullet. Now that I think about it, you have a dragon-type Tengu that turns you into part 1, so I'm sorry Bullet-sensei, but I'll have to kill you. The sarcastic tone plus that deadly smile gave Bullet the idea that Achilles wanted this and was just looking for an excuse. Erika Brandelli, go back to Kusanagi Godu, he may need you. He ordered, earning an angry look from her. I'll do it alone because he might need me. And without further ado the blonde left, leaving Achilles facing both opponents. Bullet left Itsumi, who had recovered and launched himself at his former student, but when he was about to arrive he disappeared. I see, Incursion's ability to camouflage itself, but you're forgetting one thing. Achilles said as Bullet walked around him with his spear ready to be used. The black-haired man with a pompadour launched a slash with the aim of severing Achilles' right arm, but Achilles suddenly turned and stopped him with his shield. And you can't silence your heartbeat. Achilles slashed at Bullet, creating a red line from the blood dripping from his sword. Slowly, Incursion became visible, along with the cut on his stomach. Bullet just growled softly. He had forgotten that the water he was submerged in also gave him heightened senses, which were further developed by the Order's training. Looking up, he saw Tatsumi lunge at Achilles from behind again, but Achilles slammed his shield into him, disorienting him before slamming the shield back into him, knocking him away. Bullet gripped the spear he had even tighter. Looking for a way to finish off his former student, the one he filled with ideals that ended up making him what he is today. With Arthur and Kiba. Arthur was breathing heavily, his clothes looked worn, and he had several cuts on his body, but he was still ready to fight, but his anger denoted anger, a lot of anger. What's wrong, Pendragon? Too much for you? Then go and let Elian be with a real man. Mocked the man responsible for Arthur's current state. He was a man about his age, with long blonde hair down to his mid-back, sky blue eyes, and a beauty mark on his right cheekbone. The only way to describe him was very handsome. He wore classic medieval armor like those worn during the reign of Arthur's ancestor, carrying a spear and shield. I will not abandon this fight, and I will not abandon the woman I love either. Arthur exclaimed decisively, pointing Caliburn at his enemy. Lancelot. The reason for their argument stems from when Lancelot attacked Arthur and drove him away from the others. It was then that Arthur saw him and recognized him. A man who had repeatedly harassed Elian, even attempting to rape her on a few occasions. Fortunately, he was there to stop him. But I never expected him to be descended from a Knight of the Round Table. From that moment on, the battle had begun, where Lancelot attacked him treacherously and on more than one occasion mocked him, while saying that he did not deserve Elian and that when he killed him, she would stay with him. But I still don't understand how your spear hurts me so much. Complained the blonde Pendragon, since although he didn't look very hurt, those wounds he had burned as if acid had been thrown on them. It's because it's a sacred gear, the Dragon Lance, a spear with Dragon Slayer powers, and its balance breaker gives me this armor. Lancelot responded arrogantly, and it was well justified. The sacred gear, most of them made of an extremely hard material, added to Lancelot's speed and his cursed shield that reflected every attack of sacred origin. Even for a knight like Arthur, it was very difficult to defeat this opponent. I had a technique that might work, but it was still in the testing phase and might not work. Arthur clashed his sword against Lancelot's shield again, seeking to win the fight. Meanwhile, things weren't easy for Kiba either. Both he and Sig were in balance breaker. Kiba even summoned his dragon knights, but Sig's abilities were surprising. But something that Kiba noticed and found very strange was that since Sig entered balance breaker, he hasn't even grabbed Graham. Come on, come on. Is this all the ability of the wielder of the sacred demonic sword and the knight of Issei Bahamut? Sig mocked while blocking the sword of one of the knights. He then raised Dane's leaf, creating pillars of ice that impaled 3 of Kiba's knights. Taking advantage of the pillars, Sig ran over them, reaching the 4th armor. The silver-haired man dodged the dragon armor's thrust by jumping, then cut through the air with Balming, generating a powerful whirlwind that swallowed not only the armor, but the other 2, and ended up hitting Kiba. Shit, sword birth. Shouted the blonde, stabbing the sacred demonic sword into the ground, generating a river of swords that came out of the earth in Sig's direction. That won't do. Combining the auras of Balming and Turfing, I generate a powerful whirlwind that not only destroyed the swords, but also some buildings. The whirlwind also caught Kiba, throwing him to one side with several cuts on his skin. Even though I tried to brake, it continued on its way until it ended up crashing into something. Arthur. Indeed, Kiba collided with Arthur, who looked in the same condition as him. No one has it easy, eh? Said the blonde Pendragon somewhat nervously. Don't even mention it. Do you have anything to beat your opponent with? Kiba asked with some hope. Yes, but there's more chance of failure than success. And you? I also have something, but it's not ready. Both rival swordsmen were in the same situation. Both had difficult opponents and had a technique to win, but there was more chance of failure. "Seriously, it seems that we have it very difficult," said the blonde knight of Issei. "We don't have it easy either." A certain Inugami's shout caught the two's attention. Looking up, they saw Kataru transformed in Biku falling with several explosions behind him. They landed easily on the ground. Kiba and Arthur saw how both of their bodies had bruises, marks from explosions, their clothes were torn in several places, and Biku was holding his left side, surely having broken ribs. "How did you guys manage to face that Hercules monster?" Kataru asked, shouted, genuinely upset. "They started fighting that monster with the explosive sacred gear about 30 minutes ago. And not even a combined Senjutsu attack from both of them could do much damage. In fact, he took it and burst out laughing afterward. Even the promotion to queen didn't do much damage. But it was worse when he activated his balance breaker. If he hadn't grabbed Biku and thrown himself through the roof of the building, they would surely be history now, and not the good kind." A sound caught the attention of the four. In the distance they saw a building collapse, and something flew out of the cloud of smoke produced by that building. It's something that ended up next to them, turning out to be Veronica on Lancelot. Both the Archdragoner and his pal were more injured than them. Arthur had multiple cuts, some deep, all over his body, and the blood coming out of his head covered one of his eyes. Veronica wasn't any better. Besides having as many or more cuts than her pal, she also had a sword stuck in her right thigh and a sword in her left shoulder. Veronica. Kiba helped Veronica by pulling the swords out of the blonde's flesh with enormous attributes, who held back the scream of pain she wanted to give when he pulled them out. That bitch," Veronica muttered. She and Lancelot could barely stand. "Where are the reinforcements when you need them?" Biku exclaimed angrily. While I was flying, I could see many Reapers fighting against each other, even against the familiars," Veronica said with difficulty. She wished she had Phoenix's tears, but unfortunately Zenobia had them, and they had no idea where she was. "Where is that idiot when you need her? What's going on? Are you going to give up already and let us kill you?" The question, dripping with mockery, came from Jean, who was riding her dragon made of swords. She had a few wounds, while her dragon had several broken swords. Beside her, Lancelot stood, his armor slightly cut. From a corner, Sig emerged with his 6 arms, his body slightly cut. And Heracles, who had his balance breaker active, fell from the building. Passing through a building, some swordsmen's sisters fell alongside their friends. Ikame had a few cuts on her body, and her protectors were gone, while Kuruk had a few more cuts than her sister, and her clothes were torn. Aina and Liliana came out of the building, the silver-haired one being the one who did not have any cuts, only a few bruises. "This is harder than I thought," Ikame commented tiredly. Normally her battles ended quickly, thanks to her Muramasa sword. But it was of little use against someone like Liliana who was as or more skilled with the sword than she was. It was at that moment that something fell from the sky, causing a small crater in the impact zone, which was next to Kiba and the others. The cause of that crater was an armor that protected a certain chestnut tree from the impact. Thank you, Aniki," Tatsumi thanked. The young brown-haired man was holding his right shoulder, from where blood was coming out, as well as a thread of blood falling from his mouth. "And no problem, Tatsumi," said Bullet, breathing heavily. Several parts of the armor were broken or were no longer there, revealing the large amount of blood coming out of his wounds. Arriving in a relaxed and disinterested manner, Achilles appeared in all his glory, apparently without a wound. "How can that sword cut incursion?" Tatsumi asked, genuinely puzzled. That sword must have had something special to be able to destroy Incursion's armor so easily. Besides, those were the relics his friends defended from Achilles, and if he remembered correctly, they once used that sword, and it wouldn't even cut a cheese. It's nothing out of this world. It turns out there's a story that was never told about how when Achilles died, blood was extracted from his heel and poured onto his shield and sword. Upon contact with his blood, the sword and shield became harder, indestructible. But these characteristics only showed in the hands of some descendant of Achilles," explained the descendant of said hero. "My father used to tell me the story of these weapons, and one day I was able to find their location. It was only necessary to almost kill a couple of idiots who couldn't distinguish a hero in front of them, and voila, these weapons returned to their rightful owner." With those words, everyone from dragon hunting turned to look at Tatsumi. Bullet had told them his story, so they knew that Tatsumi would seek revenge, and blinded by his anger, he would probably end up dead. The chestnut-haired man in question had his eyes, with a great gleam of anger, fixed on Achilles. Yes, he had a tremendous desire to kill him and make him suffer, but he had already tried, and on each occasion, Achilles dodged him, mocked him and hit him. "You're wrong." Bullet said that while getting up as he could. "You're not a hero, none of you are. You try to kill innocents just for being different, you're the same as tyrants of the past like Hitler." The heroes looked seriously at the black-haired man, with a glimmer of rage in everyone's eyes except Enya and Liliana. You understood more what I told you, Joseph. A hero is not one who kills supernatural beings, it's one who protects the innocent. None of you try to protect innocence, you're just looking for an excuse to kill. Recited Bullet, watching as the anger increased in each one. You have no right to speak. You don't have the blood of a hero running through your veins. Maybe so, but I don't need her to know that he's a hero. And a mere terrorist. Bullet's words in response to what Jean said only increased the anger of the descendants of heroes. Each was ready to continue fighting. They just needed a trigger to resume the fight. But at that moment, several explosions echoed in the sky, distracting everyone who turned to the sky to see what was happening. Darling. Things in the sky were chaotic. Explosions here, snakes fighting there. Let's see how this goes. Athena exclaimed, transforming her sickle into a shield with an engraving of Medusa's head, whose eyes began to glow. Don't look at that shield. Office shouted, covering her eyes, as did Rias, Sting, and Kurosagi. You fell. Athena screamed as the glow faded. The Greek goddess had appeared in front of Rias with her sickle in hand, ready to split her. Aya. The Redhead screamed in pain. Fortunately, she was able to dodge in time. Or at least avoid being literally sliced in half. But Athena ended up severing her legs at the knees. Sting trapped his king as Office pushed the Greek goddess away, thrusting her sword of infinite draconic power into Athena's sickle. Sting, do it. Rias ordered while the blonde nodded. Holy dragons roar. Before the puzzled gaze of Athena, Office, Kurosagi and incredibly those below, with the exception of Kataru, Sting disintegrated Ria's severed legs with his attack. With that done, white smoke began to rise from the severed area, which was apparently an effect of Ria's legs regenerating. It only took 2 minutes for Ria's legs to be as good as new, even though her long pants turned into shorts. Rias stood up, moving her legs to see if there was any problem, finding none. Okay, back to. Rias suddenly fell to her knees, her eyes wide open, she was breathing heavily, and a strange black aura was beginning to cover her. Oh shit. You've been in that state for too long, you need to back off. Sting's words reflected concern for his girlfriend's condition. And no, I must continue. Sting didn't say anything, he just took Rias, who now seemed to be struggling with something on her mind, as confirmed by her gestures. She gave Kurosagi a look that said, I'm sorry. The blue-haired girl didn't say anything. It was clear that whatever was happening to Rias was serious enough for Sting to disobey his king. He carried Rias princess style and took her with those who were restrained by Cao Cao. Office flew away from Athena and stood next to the moon rabbit. Looks like you have 2 casualties. Exclaimed Athena, amused to see Office's face express anger. For so many eons Office had looked down on her, saying that no matter what strategy she employed, she wouldn't win, and now she was taking revenge for those distant times. Just then, a man appeared next to Athena. Wearing classic golden Greek armor, with a sword and shield. Even so, his black hair and grey eyes were still noticeable. Athena-sama, everything is happening as I planned. The Reapers are attacking those without an opponent, while the heroes and wives of Kusanagi Godu face another handful. The group of relatives is also being attacked by the Reapers, and both sons of Bahamut will face Cao Cao-sama and Kusanagi Godu-sama. Unfortunately, we were unable to find the wielder of Isseixharem. Reported the warrior kneeling before the goddess. Thank you, Perseus, everything goes as planned. But keep your eyes open, the bearer of Isseixharem should not be far away. Ordered the silver-haired girl, receiving a nod from the descendant of Perseus before he left. Now, what is it? Asked Athena before launching with sickle in hand, which impacted Office's energy sword and Kurosagi's spear. With Sting, he was reaching his destination. The place was the same as the rest of the places where they fought. Buildings reduced to rubble and craters all over the ground. The building where the girls took refuge was in better condition, although some parts were missing. The building was protected by Azazel, Susanoo, Gaspar, Mine, Basara, Yuki, Susanneman, Galantman, Pederhausen, Fafner, and Fefner. The last 5 barely made it to the hotel, but the number of Grim Reapers in the area was so high that they stayed behind to protect the building. Stin. Eubeluna shouted, the next one she sent after Rias and Sting, seeing Queen Gremory carrying her fainted king. Rias has reached her limit, I need you to take care of her. Sting asked, placing Rias next to the rest of the women. But what happened to her? Scarlet asked, puzzled by Ria's condition. The grimace on her face clearly indicated that something was bothering her. It's a side effect of Rias-sama's transformation. Said the purple-haired girl, looking worriedly at her king. It's as if something dark was trying to control her, according to what she said. Everyone in the Gremory group knew about that, more than once they saw her like that while they were training. Sting went with the rest who were outside to defend the building. This has no end. Mine shouted, firing his Tengu at a Grim Reaper's head. Act 2 He bent at a very difficult angle for anyone, seeing how a sickle passed very close to his head. Fortunately, a blow from Basara's sword drove the Grim Reaper away. Why doesn't Bahamut stop playing around and eliminate SAMAEL? That way he'll help us. Basara shouted, blocking the weapons of 2 other Grim Reapers before pushing them away and launching a slash that swallowed the Grim Reapers, sending them into the dimensional rift. He can't. SAMAEL is very resilient, and if he uses the power necessary to eliminate SAMAEL, he'll succeed. Taking us with him, explained the leader of the Fallen, throwing several spears of light. Azazel's answer sent a chill through those who heard it. They remembered the power he used against Godu and how he left him, and if he needed to use more power than that. The sight was not pretty at all. Where the hell is that dumb Zenobia when you need her? She has the phoenix tears. Mine, asked the sky. As if the answer would fall from it. Which wasn't far off. Issei versus Cao Cao. The true Longinus and Ascalon were clashing again for at least the 100th time. Issei kicks Cao Cao away. While it doesn't push him far, it was enough to make an attack. Boost 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 diamond dust. The magic circle appeared on Issei's fist and cold air began to accumulate. As he brought that fist forward, that freezing blast was unleashed against the wielder of the true Longinus, who would not be caught by the attack. Malaratana. Another of those orbs moved to the front of the attack and the attack was deflected to the side, freezing a part of an opposing building and saving Cao Cao. So another one of the 7 treasures can deflect attacks. Issei determined after seeing his attack go in another direction. And you haven't even seen the best part yet. Cao Cao's words made Issei tense up a little. There were still 2 treasures he knew nothing about, so one of them had to have the most powerful ability. Unknown to both of them, a figure was standing at the edge of the roof of the building where Cao Cao crashed, staring intently at the wielder of the true Longinus. Good, now that he's distracted. The figure said, stepping back to gain momentum. I warn you that this is not a good idea. That guy can seal the power of women and even their 2 treasures that we don't know what they do. Advised a voice in her head. Better go back with the others and protect the others who are defenseless. But it's our chance to take care of one of the leaders and let Ice and Volley face off against Kusanagi Godu. He's the most dangerous and together I know they can defeat him without having to use the Imperial Drive and destroy the entire dimension. Retorted a silhouette with blue hair and a green streak, silencing the voice. Having gained some distance, he began to run to the edge. When he arrived, he leaped up, raising his large sword, aiming to strike down the descendant of the Eastern hero. Inside the red armor, Issei's eyes widened as he saw Zenobia jump off the building with Isseixharem raised, ready to attack Cao Cao. It was a good thing she had her helmet on because otherwise Cao Cao would figure out the surprise attack. Not that he likes to do that kind of attack, but seeing that most of them were indisposed. Desperate times, desperate measures. Zenobia was about to collide with Cao Cao, only a few meters separated them. But it was at that moment that she intervened. You should be more aware of your surroundings, Cao Cao. A blonde in a red suit intercepted Zenobia's attack, slamming her spear into the side of the sword, deflecting it. Really? A back attack? Cao Cao asked with curiosity and feigned pain. You sealed the power of the majority. Issei countered. You have the most powerful being on your side, the governor of the fallen angels, and other powerful beings. Which you sealed and you have SAMAEL, a goddess and a champion on your side. Zenobia landed safely on the ground with the help of her wings. She looked up to see Erika angrily holding herself in the air with a magic circle. What's wrong? You weren't expecting me? Zenobia just gritted her teeth at that question. It was true that she didn't count on her since she thought she was against Bullet and Tatsumi. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to take care of a small loose end. At Susaratana. Cao Cao disappeared from Issei's sight. Oh no, Zenobia. Issei moved quickly to go assist the ex-Urandal wielder. An orb appeared in front of Zenobia, who jumped away to see Cao Cao appear from a glow. You won't take me by surprise, I know what your treasures do. Said Zenobia ready to fight. But not all of them, Chitsuka Ratana. Another orb shot out towards Zenobia. She put her sword up in defense, managing to block the attack that dragged her a little. Aye. However, Durandal's cry of pain scared her. What's wrong, D. Durandal? The blue-haired woman asked, maintaining her position with effort. There he noticed that the sphere was no longer pushing. Looking up from above the sword, he saw how the orb was returning to Cao Cao, but now his sword had a large fracture. But what? She asked, not understanding. This treasure allows me to destroy weapons. Although it also depends on the power of the bearer of said weapon, that's why I managed to make a fracture in your weapon. He explained, leaving Zenobia pale. It was lucky not to have the power sealed by his orb, because if not, the same thing would happen to Durandal as to Excalibur. And here goes the last treasure, Balineaka Ratana. The instant she said that, another orb shot out at the blue-haired girl. But she wasn't going to stay and find out what that orb did, so she dodged it with an instant move. At Ratana. The teleportation orb appeared next to the one Cao Cao threw and made it disappear. Zenobia. Issei arrived at Zenobia's side. The orb previously thrown by Cao Cao transported right next to both of them. Careful. Issei hugged the blue-haired girl tightly. Upon contact with him, the orb exploded. Boom. Both of them were thrown to the ground. The impact was hard, but Issei cushioned Zenobia's fall. Hey, are you okay? Issei asked, getting up and helping Zenobia. The Sekiryute's armor was badly damaged by the explosion. Why yes. She replied. Crack. That sound alarmed both of them, who watched as Isseixharem split in half. Shit. And now, I know what Excalibur felt. Durandal's voice sounded pained, and it was no wonder seeing how it broke. Durandal. Please hold on. The blue-haired girl cried, worried, for the sword that had been with her for as long as she could remember. Shit. Go with the others quickly. Issei shouted. Zenobia picked up both parts of her sword and followed Issei's order, running to the hotel where the others were. Dad. How long are you going to keep playing with SAMAEL? Shouted the black-haired man with red eyes, looking at his father, who could see what was happening from that area. The area where Bahamut was fighting was, by far, the least destroyed. Since the aforementioned only dodged the attacks from SAMAEL's tongue. Come on, SAMAEL. Don't you remember me? I'm your uncle Bahamut. The dragon god tried to reason with the dragon eater. Aye. Only a scream was heard coming from SAMAEL. One from which one felt pain, remorse, sadness, and other negative emotions. Hey. You decided to turn into a snake to tempt Eve into eating that apple because you wanted to give them free will. But he never made you do it, and don't blame me for taking that form. Bahamut somehow understood. Near them, George held the invocation of SAMAEL. Ring 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 ring. An alarm sounded from the watch on his right wrist. Shit, time's up, he muttered, gritting his teeth and fists in fury. Cao Cao, I told you we had to use it to kill them all, not to entertain Bahamut. When the alarm stopped ringing, the same magic circle that SAMAEL came out of appeared underneath it, slowly taking him away. It's finally over. Bahamut sighed with relief. Yes, she could have finished him off from the beginning, but she knew him since Elohim created him, as well as the others, so she couldn't do it. Besides, if she used the power she needed to destroy him, since SAMAEL is very resistant to dragonic power, she would destroy the dimension where everyone was with her. Are you done? Issei shouted as he reached her. Volley also came out of a building. Both of them had their armor somewhat destroyed and were slowly repairing themselves. Did you have fun? This is no time for jokes, we need you to get everyone out of here. The albino shouted, pointing to where everyone was. Good. Bahamut spread his wings and shot out to where the others were. It would take a while to generate the portal to escape from this dimension produced by the lost dimension. Office, do you copy me? Said Issei using a communication circle given by Volley. Yes, I copy you. Find the others and tell them to go to the hotel, that Dad is going to open a portal to escape. Understood. Office cut communication with Issei, just in time. Are you going somewhere? Cao Cao asked, arriving at Godu's side. Hey Godu, I think it's time to use the heavy artillery. Cao Cao suggested, to which Godu nodded. It's true, something tells me this is about to end. Besides, it seems I can use it against them. Said Godu, letting a golden aura completely envelop him, but it was denser than before. Come to my side, for victory. Immortal son, send me the luminous swift horse. Miraculous swift horse, come and bring the halo before your master. The symbol of the bull changed to that of the horse. Something that didn't bode well according to the twins. Out of nowhere, a second sun shone upon them. Or at least it was until they saw that same glow approaching, managing to distinguish that it was a white horse covered in fire. The authority of the white horse can only be used against those who have committed sins against the people. Godu explained as the horse drew ever closer. Did we commit sins against the village? Issei denied Volley's question. Neither of them remembered having done anything against the village. Not unless you count destroying the school, hitting classmates. At Drake's words, both of them had an anime-style drop. If that counted, then the horse was more than fit to be used. Godu raised aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, causing the sword to receive the blow of the white horse. But instead of destroying it, the jet black sword absorbed the horse and was covered by a white fire. But how did he do that? Issei shouted with his eyes wide open, just like Volley. They had just seen how a horse, which according to Godu's chant must have something to do with the sun, was absorbed by the sword and it obtained its power. That sword has the ability to absorb power and use it to its advantage and that of its user. Albion's response answered both of their doubts. Ready or not, here I come. Cao Cao shouted, waving his spear. Chitsuka Ratana. Instantly, a robe shot out at the twins. Put us in front and concentrate your power on us. Shouted Ascalon and Aurican. Following what both of them had said, Issei and Vali concentrated their power on their swords and put them in front of each other in a defensive manner, resisting the blow of the orb. Don't lose focus, if you do, Ryujin and Ascalon will be destroyed, warned Issei, maintaining his concentration alongside his brother. The pounding continued for a few seconds until they felt the orb no longer pushing. The orb in question had floated back behind Cao Cao. But there was no trace of Godu. This way. Godu was behind both of them, who suddenly turned around with their swords ready to block the blow again. But the fatigue from the previous blow, plus the increase obtained by Godu's sword, did not allow them to concentrate their power in time. Crack. Crack. And the result was obvious. Vali and Issei's eyes widened in fear as they saw Ascalon and Ryujin slashed apart. But it didn't end there. Godu not only slashed their swords, but also both of them. Godu's slash destroyed both of their armor, creating a cut on their chests, from which a good amount of blood flowed. Shit. How are you doing in there? Vali asked his tenants, his concern for his fellow sword leaking out of his mouth. Calm down, he just fainted. Same here, buddy. Issei and Vali sighed in relief, knowing that both of them were okay. Issei slowly approached and collected the broken pieces of his sword. Sorry, Ascalon. Vali repeated the action. Sorry to Ryujin. Both parties were introduced into their sacred gear. Inside both, each of the previous wielders were attending to both fainted swords. Drake and Albion did not leave each other's side. It seems that everyone is heading to one place. Godu commented, watching as Achilles, Heracles and Sig ran towards a place followed by the rest. Both twins saw where they were going, so using all their strength, they headed towards the hotel where everyone was. At the hotel. Things were not looking good at all. Not only was the hotel surrounded by Grim Reapers, but the heroes and Athena were also outside, preparing to attack them. Get out now or we'll bring the building down on you. George ordered along with the rest. Will that make a difference? Heracles asked sarcastically. It's fair to say that he and the others were ready to tear down that building. They knew it wouldn't kill them, but it would hurt. And then it would kill them slowly and painfully. You know what? I can't stand it anymore, let's tear down the building. Jean shouted, giving the order to Heracles. The muscle man pointed his finger, launching the protuberances like missiles directly at the base of the building. The office was ready to cast a magic circle as a defense, but it wasn't necessary. Ryujin's 100 dragons. The towering energy dragons impacted the missiles, destroying them instantly. G-force. The enormous sphere of energy went straight against the heroes, who upon seeing the attack, were ready to dodge it, but again it was not necessary. Malaratana. An orb intercepted the attack and deflected it against another building, destroying it along with 3 others. At the scene, Issei, Vali, Cao Cao and Godu made an appearance. Ice-kun. Ice-sama. Ice-san. Vali. Vali-kun. Vali-sama. The girls shouted when they saw them arrive, although not in the best condition. Dad, get them out now. Issei shouted, alarming his girls. But what about you? Kuroka asked surprisingly. Issei and I will stay behind to hold them off. When everyone is safe, use the dragon gate and call us. Vali ordered, not taking his eyes off his enemies. Understood. Be very careful. Said Bahamut worriedly. Calm down. They both turned around and gave them a confident and secure smile. Bahamut just nodded and they were about to leave, but someone stepped out of the transport circle. Aniki. Tatsumi shouted as he saw Bullet come out with incursion on. Legenda, Esdeeth, hold Tatsumi back. Bullet's words didn't sound like an order, but like a request. Neither of them could refuse to do what the dark-haired man had asked them to do. He never asked them for anything, and they had no reason to refuse. But they noticed something in Bullet's voice. Something that made them sad. What are you doing, Aniki? Tatsumi asked again, only now held back by the aforementioned. I have to finish this, Tatsumi. I let Joseph. No, Achilles become corrupted and stray from the path I had paved for him. It's my fault for not taking him with me when I left the order, and now it's my responsibility to stop him and avenge the people hurt and killed by his hand. Incursion's helmet didn't let it be seen, but everyone could swear that Bullet was shedding small tears and giving a sad smile. And like I said, it's my responsibility, not yours. And besides, it will be my last fight. Whispering the last thing, Bullet headed outside, positioning himself next to Issei and Vali. Not only did he leave, the twins' relatives did the same, but no one could say anything in time. Before Tatsumi could free himself from the grip of both women, without noticing how they shed tears, Bahamut transported them all. Are you sure? Bullet nodded at Issei's question. And you? He asked, turning to his family. We are your family, your companions. We will always be with you. Susannaman replied and everyone nodded. The 7 of them took up position. In front of them, the hero faction group was ready to fight, accompanied by Grim Reapers. But it didn't matter. They had to buy time for the Dragon Gate to transport them away. I guess it's my time to appear. A voice stopped everyone, a voice that Issei and Vali recognized and surprised. After all, the bearer of that voice must be dead. In dragon hunting. Quick. Tiamat shouted, giving more power to the dragon gate. Everyone was in dragon hunting, more specifically in the basement where Bahamut, Fafnir, Tiamat, Office, Lori and a newly arrived Tannen summoned the dragon gate with the aim of bringing Issei, Vali and Bulid. Everyone involved looked anxiously at the dragon gate, especially the girls. The Gremory group had gone upstairs to take care of their king until he wakes up, being accompanied by Mio and her group. Tatsumi stayed with them, waiting for the return of his Aniki. That's it. Office shouted happily at having managed to capture the energy of Issei, Vali and Incursion. The glow of the dragon gate was powerful, but that was when they felt it. A strange purple light of a corrupt dark color was seen, sending a chill of terror through everyone as they remembered the essence of that light. It was the same as SAMAEL. When the glow faded, the unthinkable happened. Tiamat, Office and Lori fell to their knees on the ground, tears falling in torrents. Their empty eyes stared at what had appeared. Akeno, Asia and Scarlet fainted, while the others cried, some less than the others. Dad. Urza and Kunu hugged little Iko. The three of their mothers joined in. Tannen and Fafnir clenched their fists and teeth together, almost to the point of breaking them. Bahamut had disappeared. Tatsumi looked at the transport site with fury visible in his eyes as he shed tears, a look that Arthur, Kiba, Biku and Gasper shared. What appeared from the dragon gate were Issei's worn, somewhat tattered jacket with a strange purple liquid, Vali's robes in the same condition and with the same liquid, and Incursion in his sword form. Chapter 34. A small light of hope. Underworld, area belonging to Hades. This place was Hades's domain. The place to which Hercules descended and returned to the surface. The place was filled with grim reapers, who were, unlike many people, humans with pale skin. The reason they're thought of as skeletons is because when they fight, or at least the adults, their skin turns black and their bodies are covered with bone-like patterns in their respective areas. Something like what happens to Haiden from Naruto. But we're not here to talk about that, but rather to explain why the Grim Reapers were steering clear of a certain person. This person, with crimson red hair and wearing a ceremonial robe with demonic engravings, was none other than Isseixharem's Lucifer, who didn't look happy at all. Proof of this was seeing how he released his aura, driving away all the poor fates who felt it. The current Lucifer was walking towards a specific house, 2 stories high, very large and luxurious, and guarded by a pair of large Cerberus. But even they were scared by Hades's icy and threatening gaze. Reaching the door, Isseixharem knocked softly, not wanting to sound harsh or anything. It only took a minute for the door to open, revealing a beautiful woman with dark skin and black hair, wearing a black dress with a slit from her hips to her toes, revealing her legs and high heels. She also wore black elbow-length gloves. "Oh, hello Isseixharem's Lucifer." The woman greeted with a calm tone, although a certain nervousness could be noticed in her voice. "Good afternoon Persephone-san, I wanted to know if your husband was home and if I could see him." The reason for the Mayu Lucifer's visit caused Persephone to swallow nervously. She knew well the reason why he came. 5 days ago, Issei, Vali, Rias, Mio, and the Night Raid duo's teams were attacked by the hero faction. The result was known to many. Not only is the whereabouts of Bahamut's children unknown, but the underworld itself was under siege. Out of nowhere, at the same time that the attempt to bring Issei, Vali and Bulid failed, strange black beings with forms between humans and animals began to attack the underworld. Not only were they extremely strong and durable, but several of their attacks were light-based, which was extremely bad news for the demons. There were a total of 13 of them, 2 of them larger than the others, and they each had 4 arms, a tail, and tentacles. All 13 appeared in different areas, but they were marching toward the same goal. Lilith, the capital of the demon underworld. The underworld was in one of its darkest moments, as nothing could seemingly stop the advance of these things. "Why yes, he is, I'll take you to him now." Persephone guided, although trembling a little, Isseixharem to where the god of the underworld was. Contrary to what one might think, this one wasn't in a gloomy throne room, but rather in a room similar to a study. And the aforementioned man was sitting in an armchair in front of a lit fireplace. Unlike the first time he was seen, he now took the form of a young man, with pale skin, long jet black hair, and icy blue eyes. He wore a formal black suit, unlike the priest's attire he had worn the previous time. He was drinking a glass of wine. This was Hades's true form, being used only in his house. "Well, it's Isseixharem's Lucifer. What brings you to my house?" The god of the underworld asked the newcomer. "I came to discuss your actions." Isseixharem revealed, looking at him with icy eyes that would terrify anyone. "Oh, and with what authority do you come to tell me that?" Unfortunately, Hades was not one of those who left his cup on a table and stood up. Their auras were shown colliding with each other. Poor Persephone felt suffocated and trembled with fear. She had already felt her husband's power when he got angry, and of course he never took it out on her, and feeling two almost identical auras collide like that was equally terrifying. I don't mind having to use force. The power of destruction began to cover Issei's body with speed. His clothes disappeared as they were covered by the power of destruction. Before the eyes of both gods, Issei's was now a humanoid form made of the power of destruction, with enormous crimson eyes. He was revealing his true form. Well, it's been a long time since I saw your true form. I think it's a good time to update the top and prove that I'm not below any demon. Hades' aura grew just like Issei's. Now Persephone was much more scared. A fight between the two using all their power would not only destroy the underworld and kill everyone, but would also affect the human world. They were both about to attack each other, they were about to start a fight that would end everything. But something stopped them. Better said, someone. A dimensional rift opened between them, stopping the fight, which gave Persephone a sigh of relief. Only to go extremely pale, paler than her husband, when she saw who came out of there. It was none other than Bahamut. Who by the way didn't have his relaxed face or a smile, now he was extremely serious, so much so that anyone else would have peed and shit themselves in fear. Bahamut, it's good to see you. Save your greetings Hades, I have things to discuss with you. Bahamut cut off Hades' greeting, but he didn't look bothered. The dragon god's face said that if he didn't pay attention to him it was going to end badly. Bahamut then looked at the super demon. To whom he only greeted with a nod of his head. Issei just returned the gesture by returning to his normal form. It's worth saying that Persephone almost feels as if her soul leaves her body before she can relax at the fact that they're not fighting. So what do you want to talk about? Hades asked Bahamut as he poured more wine into his glass. I want you to tell me why you gave Cao and Kusanagi Godu access to SAMAEL. Issei already sensed that that was going to be the dragon god's question. In addition to why you also gave him an army of Grim Reapers. That boy Cao has a curious objective, which I thought was interesting to help him. I lent him SAMAEL with the promise that he would only use him to entertain you, knowing that you would be there and refuse to use all your power. Explained Hades, stirring his wine glass a little. As for the fates. The boy needed a mini army to be able to execute his plan properly, so I simply lent Athena a group of fates for the occasion. You didn't care if they died? Issei asked indignantly. Of course I care, but I trusted that Athena would guide them in such a way that there would be no casualties. And I see that I was right. Issei growled under his breath. Hades was right, the goddess of wisdom coordinated the fates in such a way that there were no losses among them. Finally, why did you give someone else access to SAMAEL? Bahamut's question caused her to stop as she was about to take a sip of wine. Did I hear that right? What are you talking about? I only gave Cao limited access to him, don't let anyone else near SAMAEL. Well, I'm afraid to tell you that you must improve your vigilance. Someone entered the dimension of Dimension Lost and used SAMAEL's blood. Bahamut's response only outraged and enraged Hades even more. That's impossible. Hades ended up throwing his cup against the ground, which broke and scattered all the liquid on the floor. The only ones who have access to SAMAEL army and… Hades stopped suddenly as he thought things over. That son of a bitch Pluto. Hades' scream was accompanied not only by an eruption of his power, but also by the destruction of some bookcases. Now that I think about it, the fate said that nothing had been heard from Pluto for 5 days. Bahamut looked at Persephone for a few seconds. He hadn't even noticed she was here. You know very well, my dear, that Pluto didn't agree with you signing the peace with the 3 biblical factions, but I never thought he would betray you. Persephone's words only enraged Hades more. Pluto was basically his right-hand man, more for his ability than for any relationship between Hades and him. In addition to being the Reaper he trusted the most as his second in command, to the point of giving him limited access to SAMAEL. But unlike Hades, who was only a little annoyed with the demons, Pluto hated them and looked down on them. That's why he got angry when Hades told him he signed the peace treaty. Persephone, send the order. That all available fate search for that traitor, and if you find him, bring him back alive or dead. Hades' order was hard, cold and spiteful. Hades was one of the gods who could not stand betrayal, especially if it was from someone he placed his trust in, although he could understand it if there was a noble motive behind it. Unfortunately for Pluto, his motive was stupid. Persephone nodded and then retired to give the order. As Hades' left hand, it was her duty to also take care of all the fates of the underworld and distribute his orders so that each fate knew them. It was something difficult and exhausting, but she was always helped by the person she loves, so she had no problem. Yes, contrary to popular belief, Persephone was not forced to spend 6 months in a row in the underworld because of some seeds she ingested, but those seeds allowed her to enter and leave the underworld whenever she wanted without suffering any problems, this being a precaution since they were in the place related to death and she was a goddess related to life. The same thing happened with the belief that he kidnapped her. In reality he proposed to her to visit the underworld and she accepted. The truth was different. Persephone fell in love with the god of the underworld. He was different from her brothers Poseidon and Zeus. Hades was calm, serious, somewhat cold, and a bit bloodthirsty, but that was part of his charm, according to her. Love blossomed between them, and it was the only Greek marriage that Bahamut ever liked, especially because he got along well with Hades. As an extra fact, Hades never once hit Persephone. And, unlike his brothers, he has always remained faithful to her. Once Persephone left, Hades began to breathe slowly and calmly to regain his composure. Once he had done so, he went to a display case and took 3 glasses, took another bottle of wine, poured it into each glass, and took them to his unexpected guests. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Hades said as Isseixharem and Bahamut each took a drink. "Don't worry. I would be the same if someone close to me betrayed my trust." Isseixharem was understanding with him. Bahamut, on the other hand, just stared into his wine glass with a blank stare. Changing the subject, "How are your children, Bahamut?" Hades tried to start a conversation with the dragon god, but his response was one that neither he nor Isseixharem expected. "They are with their mother now." Gremory Mansion. The mood in the place was, to say the least, low. Basara, Tatsumi, and the entire dragon hunting party were temporarily staying at the mansion. It's worth mentioning that the latter were extremely sad. No. Not just sad, but also extremely powerless and furious, both with himself and the hero faction. We're now in the living room, where Kiba, Arthur, Biku, and Gaspar are. The 4 of them are watching the television in the living room, which is showing what's happening in the underworld. It's a complete disaster. These creatures have appeared out of nowhere for 5 days now, and the forces of the underworld are powerless to stop them. Even Mauseraphol Leviathan could barely slow one down. The reporter's voice was filled with fear. Not even the help of the dragon hunting and night raid mercenary groups can take them out alone. Even the Gremory entourages, Baal and Mio-sama's group can barely help slow one down. On television, videos of the aforementioned groups trying to eliminate at least one of them were shown. It must be said that the dragon hunting girls fought dominated by the rage that dominated them, preventing them from fighting properly. Even Navi, Irene, and Yusaka fought the same way, though Irene was more needed to move the citizens to safe areas before those things reached the cities. That was for the best, given the amount of destruction. The last thing they wanted was civilian casualties. Sekfera also supported them as best she could, using the mecha she created. She, too, was deeply affected by Vali's situation. Night Raid had arrived after learning what had happened to Bulid. They wanted to avenge their fallen comrade, but with the culprits gone, all they could do was stop those things for now. Tatsumi joined them and helped out however he could, and he had Raid hanging from his right waist, like an amulet. They hadn't seen Bahamut again since that day. Meanwhile, the dragon hunting boys stayed at the mansion, taking care of those who took the twins' death the hardest. Kiba sighed as he looked to his right. On a couch sat Akeno and Scarlet. Both of them were staring off into space, as if a piece of their soul had been ripped out. Which wasn't far from the truth. Akeno was very fragile, ever since her mother's death, and until now she had only found 2 points of support to keep from falling into madness. Issei and her father. Losing one was enough to leave her like this. With Scarlet the case was similar, only she was not fragile like Akeno, however she had just lost the 2 people closest to her, Issei and her brother Drake. I looked away from that place. I couldn't stand seeing them like that, but I didn't know how to help them either. Kiba walked to the door, heading to another part of the mansion. Thanks to being part of the Gremory family, he knew the way. Arthur saw him and decided to follow him, unable to bear to see Vali's girlfriends attacking those beings in an angry manner and not caring about anything. It didn't take long to catch up with him, and they walked together without saying anything. Not that it was necessary. They came to a large door, which led to a large room, typical of that mansion. However, they only put their ears to the door instead of opening it. Sniff sniff. A sigh escaped from both of their mouths. Apparently they were still there. Since then, those 3 haven't left the place, not for anything. They just spend their time crying, although you couldn't blame them. Who was inside the room? Tiamat, Office, and Lori, as well as Echo, Urza, and Kunu. The latter were there more to comfort the youngest. Pam. Kiba slammed his fists against the wall to his right, creating a gap, even as he held back. He gritted his teeth as fury blazed from his eyes. Arthur just looked at him but didn't blame him or say anything, but he was missing the chance to do the same. I can't stand it any longer, Kiba said, clenching his fists so tightly they were bleeding. Believe me, I'm just as keen to find those bastards and make them pay, but we promised them that if anything happened to them, we would take care of them. Arthur reminded her and they both remembered that moment. Flashback. There were a few days left until the battle against Rias and Raiser, and we focused on Issei, Vali, Kiba and Arthur, who were catching their breath after being trained. With this training, we're sure to win, Kiba said haltingly. It's better not to be overconfident. Issei told him before looking at him seriously. Kiba, Arthur, can we ask you a favor? Vali's question left both of them puzzled, even more so the seriousness projected in the eyes of both twins. Sure. They both said. We want you to take care of the girls if something happens to us. Those words left both knights frozen. Why do they come up with something like that out of nowhere? We've thought about it a bit, and thanks to our line of work, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened to us. Vali explained in response to his knight's question. But why us? Kiba asked, more than a little puzzled. Because both of them are our best friends and the ones we trust the most. Issei declared, telling only the truth. Kiba and Arthur thought the same, one because his king helped him with his problem and never turned his back on him, even after what happened, and the other because he was the one who understood his king best. But still. Just promise me. Issei asked, cutting off Kiba's words. The two blondes looked into each other's eyes, as if debating whether to promise or not. Fine, we promise. Only if you also promise if something happens to us. Both blondes extended their hands. Of course. The twins closed the promise with a smile and shaking hands with their respective knights. Let's just hope that doesn't happen too soon. Everyone laughed a little at Arthur's bad joke. End of flashback. Are you still there? That question brought them both back from their memories, and they turned to see two people approaching. The one who spoke was none other than Ria's Gremory, accompanied by her cousin Saraerg. Yes, they were affected. Saraerg commented. What did you expect? That they wouldn't feel anything? Rias asked scathingly, looking at him with an icy gaze that terrified him. I didn't mean that. It's just that they've been here for 5 days and they still haven't come out. The black-haired man excused himself, trying not to flinch at his cousin's gaze. The four of them stood silently at the door, the cries of the 3 dragons being the only thing that could be heard. They stood there, holding back the urge to destroy the hero faction, until a communication circle appeared in front of them. Kibayudo, Arthur Pendragon. The one who appeared and called both knights was none other than Sama. Both showed respect to the Mao Lucifer. I need you for something important. Both were about to say something. I know you want to stay and take care of Tiamat, Office, Lori, Akeno and Scarlet, but I need you two, who are Issei and Vali's right-hand men, to go and bring Ajuka to the underworld, who has been in the human world for a few weeks working on his projects. The Mao Lucifer sent them a paper with the coordinates. The current Mao Beelzebub arrived some time ago, shortly after the fight between the Bahamut, Gremory, and Baal clans. His closest friends, namely Serziches and Serafal, knew he came to complete various private projects, including mobile games and special apps. Of course, none of them were intended to be purchased by normal humans. But, wouldn't it be better to send Rias-sama and Saraerg-sama? Arthur asked, surprised. They must lead their retinues in battle against those things, which we have just named. The 11 smaller ones are the Bandersnatch, while the 2 largest are called Jabberwocky. Informed the Mao Lucifer. Also, this concerns them. Since Ajuka is the creator of the evil pieces, as well as the dragon pieces, he may have information about Issei and Vali. At the mention of that part, both Vali and Arthur looked at him seriously, but with a small glimmer of hope in both of their eyes. If that's true, we'll leave immediately. Kiba and Arthur retreated, ready to go after the Mao Beelzebub. That's not very risky, Ani-sama. It's just as likely that he knows something about them as it is that he doesn't. Rias commented. It may be Rias, but you have to have faith, said her older brother, although she thought that was ironic since they were devils. Meanwhile, Arthur and Kiba had already arrived at the room where the rest were, where they unexpectedly found Baraquiel trying to get his daughter to react. And it seemed to be working. Biku, Gasper. Both named turned to see the pair of blondes. We too have to go on an errand from Lucifer, we entrust you with taking care of them. Kiba asked. No problem, but what should they do? Asked Sun Wukong's descendant. We must go find the Mao Beelzebub. He may have information about them. Those last words made a glimmer of hope appear in both of their eyes. I hope so. I miss Issei-senpai, said the little damper. It wasn't unusual for him to miss him. He was literally the first to meet him without locking him away or fearing him. In fact, he loved his ability. He was like the older brother he never had. Because his blood brothers always ignored him or disowned him. We'll bring him back, Gasper. Kiba stroked Gasper's head a little sadly, getting him to nod. With that said, Kiba and Arthur departed through a portal, heading for Ajuka's secret laboratory in the human world. A little while later, human world. Both blondes were standing in front of what looked from the outside like an abandoned building. Although its name stood out enough to anyone related to the supernatural. Ajuka Apartments, and the fact that the sign was old, somewhat fallen and destroyed in some places, did not make it any less obvious. Without knocking, they both open the door. At first, they see a place that's probably abandoned for years, but they realize there's actually a barrier preventing anyone unfamiliar with the supernatural from discovering what's going on. They both entered the building, seeing the difference between reality and illusion as they passed through the barrier. The reality is that the place looked like a laboratory, full of computers, objects in jars and the like, with many demons taking notes, discussing their discoveries or progress with others, or simply trying out one or another mixture. Or so they did until the two blondes entered. You see, it's them. What will they do here? By the Mayu, look at their levels. These and other comments were heard. It wasn't that there was contempt or suppressed anger, just simple, healthy curiosity, which could be discerned from the scientists' voices. Excuse me. Kiba had approached one who was previously experimenting with a jar and called him. Could you tell us where the Mayu Beelzebub is? He asked while the other scientists took pictures with their cell phones and checked something, which according to them were their skill levels. It must be one of the new applications that Ijuka designed. Oh yes, he's on the roof right now. Let me guide you. The scientist accompanied both of them to an elevator, which curiously had several mirrors, where the three of them got on. While they were there, the scientist could see through one of the mirrors a bit of anxiety in both blondes, as if they couldn't wait for something. Originally, these mirrors were meant to help scientists look presentable for when they went to see the Mayu Beelzebub, although he didn't care much about that. But now they're given other purposes, like the one the scientist had just used. To know a little more about someone, without the need to stare at them. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Thank you. It doesn't matter. Saying goodbye to the scientist who accompanied them, they headed to where Ijuka was, who was drinking tea while reviewing some notes. Mayu Beelzebub-sama. They both called him with the respect that his position deserved. Although as dragons they wouldn't normally do so, let's remember that they were raised as knights. Oh, Kiba-kun, Arthur-kun, what brings you here? The green-haired boy asked, putting down his notes. We came on an errand from the Mayu Lucifer. We're sure he's aware of what's happening in the underworld. Explained the blonde man with glasses. Yes, I'm aware of it, and at the same time I'm looking for a way to eliminate those curious creatures. But that's not the only reason they came, is it? He asked again. It was obvious to him that if it were only that, he wouldn't have sent them. That's true. Since he is the creator of the dragon pieces that Ice-kun and Volley-kun use, we wanted to know if you can locate them both. Kiba asked, kneeling next to Arthur in front of the Mayu Beelzebub. Interesting, your assumption is correct, since I do possess a method to locate the evil pieces or dragon pieces that you create. That visibly pleased both knights. But, however, I'm afraid to say that I cannot locate them, since if a bearer of the pieces you create dies, then that piece is destroyed as well. In addition to the fact that my method requires the king piece, which was the one destroyed. Those words ended up shattering the hopes of both. That light they had at the beginning disappeared completely, leaving only empty eyes. Also, there is something I need to finish before going to the underworld. Those words failed to catch the attention of the two blondes. I'm glad you didn't forget us, Mayu Beelzebub. But that voice did manage to catch their attention. They knew it very well. The empty gaze of both changed to one filled with fury when they saw Sig and Lancelot, accompanied by a good number of demons belonging to the old Mayu faction. That army wasn't there before. Did they just call them back? Ijuka asked curiously. Ijuka, what's going on? Kiba's voice was so angry that he no longer spoke respectfully to the Mayu Beelzebub. What happens, Kiba-kun, is that before you arrived, Lancelot-san and Sig-san came to make me a tempting offer. To join their faction and let me study their sacred gear, even their longiness. The calm with which he said that was sickening, but it tensed both knights, but they still did not falter, and continued to look with murderous desire at both descendants of recognized figures. And in the end he accepts. As I said, it's a very tempting offer. But I'll pass. Accepting it would be betraying friends who are very important to me, and the last thing I want is that. Ijuka declared with sincerity in his words. As expected of the false Beelzebub, a disgrace to the title he shouldn't even utter. Declared one of the old Mayu demons. It's a shame, but it was something we expected, that's why we brought these friends. Lancelot pointed behind him to the demons. It's all yours. But those words, each demon created a magic circle each with which they pointed towards Ijuka, who by the way watched the attack disinterestedly. Die false Beelzebub. The leader shouted, apparently giving the order to launch all attacks at once. The aforementioned just stood there staring bored at the set of attacks falling on him. It was a set of attacks of fire, lightning, wind, ice, darkness and even light. That would terrify anyone, but he was a different story. Disinterestedly and even boredly, he created a strange magic circle in front of him, but rather than throwing anything or projecting a shield, it simply stayed there in front of Ijuka. Moving his hand in the circle, something incredible happened. Fayush. The attacks had been diverted. The demons' faces went from one of joy to one of surprise, shock, and possible terror. So this is the Kankara formula. Sig commented, impressed. Kankara formula was Ijuka's special ability that granted him the title of Super Demon. It was an ability that allowed Ajuka to analyze any phenomenon and control it. With that technique, he could even disable a balance breaker if he had enough time to analyze it. Not even the weather was safe from its power. To the even greater terror of the old Mao demons, Ajuka moved his fingers in the circle again, this time changing the direction of the attacks towards their rightful owners. Fleeing like cowards, the demons tried to dodge their own attacks, but Ajuka had modified them to be remote controlled. It got worse when some tried to use another attack to neutralize the one that was chasing them. Ajuka took control of them again and turned them against their owners. In less than 3 minutes, one by one the demons fell with screams of pain and agony, without having any way to defend themselves. After those 3 minutes, only the remains of those fools who believed they could kill a Mao, moreover a super demon, remained. Whistle, that was a massacre. Sig commented, impressed by the way Ajuka eliminated those demons. It's not like he regretted their losses, for him they deserved it simply for being demons. I guess it's our turn now. Lancelot took his spear ready to launch into combat. He and Sig seemed very confident, as if they could face the Mao Beelzebub. However, Ajuka just shook his finger, waggling it back and forth. It's not me you're fighting with. The other two have that right. They both looked at that comment in surprise, until they had to block Arthur and Kiba's furious sword blows. You'll die here. They both declared, kicking them hard, but it only pushed them away a little. Sig took Graham and went against Kiba, slamming his demonic sword into Kiba's holy demonic sword. The impact was strong, nearly destroying Kiba's sword. But, although his sword withstood the first blow, he couldn't stop the dragon-like fist that hit him in the right cheek, throwing him a few meters until it stopped and charged at him again. Lancelot, on the other hand, activated his balance breaker, pushing Arthur aside with a swing of his spear. What's wrong? That blow is unlike any you gave me 5 days ago. Could it be that the loss of your king made you weak? It's sad to see how someone who descends from the legendary king of Camelot, in addition to carrying his sword, gets like this just because of the loss of a friend. Lancelot mocked, managing to make Arthur even angrier, and he lunges at him again. You are not worthy of it, you are not worthy of that sword, you are not worthy of your name. Lancelot intercepted the attack and returned a thrust with his spear to Arthur, wounding him a little in the right side. Even if he didn't show it, Arthur knew he felt deeply affected by those words. Perhaps it was true. After all, he hadn't even been able to save his best friend. Without him realizing it, the glow of his sword was beginning to dim. Kiba now clashed his sword against Balming, since for some reason he put away Graham when he took out his sacred gear. The silver-haired man only moved his sword to easily cut Kiba's sword, who was sent flying by the wind wave created by his enemy's weapon. Your swords are weaker than last time. Sig analyzed curiously, before hiding a mocking smile. Was finding out that your friend is dead too much for you? Don't worry, now I'll send you along with him and the rest of his horse. Kiba was angered by Sig's words, to the point of attacking without thinking. His attacks weren't as precise as before, now he was just looking to tear him apart at any cost. Arthur was the same, but in theory it would be easier with his sword Caliburn, the sword that cuts everything. But for some reason, it didn't work like before. Well, Ajuka just watched the entire battle. No, that couldn't be called a battle. It was obvious from afar that Arthur and Kiba couldn't fight, though he couldn't blame them. They'd just learned that their best friends had no chance of coming back, that they were dead. He'd act the same way if he were in their place. Sig activated Balance Breaker, taking the rest of his swords except for Graham, and attacking Kiba with everything he had. His swords clashed with Kiba's, easily destroying his own, but Kiba didn't care about that. He just wanted to kill him. Well, it was an understandable thought, the problem was that he was neglecting his defense too much. With Arthur the case was similar, except that his sword withstood the blows and thrusts of Lancelot's spear, however it seemed as if his sword had lost power, since now it could not even scratch the armor or the shield of his enemy. Lancelot smashed his shield into Arthur's face, disorienting him, and then drove his spear into Arthur's right shoulder. Ah! Was the moan of the blonde Pendragon as he felt his flesh being pierced, but fortunately he managed to move away to avoid a deeper wound. Meanwhile, Sig used turfing, destroying every sword Kiba created to defend himself. With a quick slash, he destroyed another batch of swords, then used Dane's Leaf, creating 2 pillars of ice that impaled Kiba's greatest pride, his legs. Ignoring the pain, Kiba lunged again with 2 swords in hand. Unfortunately, Sig intercepted him with Balming, creating a gust of wind that not only destroyed Kiba's swords, but also severed his left arm at the shoulder. Ah! This time he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain from his severed limb. Grabbing the severed arm, he stepped back to Arthur's side. Ajuka looked at both of them. Kiba had lost an arm and his legs were injured, while Arthur had blood running down his shoulder and also running down his head, a sign that the shield blow had hurt him. While both opponents looked in perfect condition. How bad, how bad. They are a shadow of what they were a few days ago. Lancelot mocked. That's true, it wouldn't take anything to eliminate them. but we can give them a small parting gift. Sig took out a pistol with a syringe from his clothes, filled with a strange dark purple liquid. Lancelot, seeing this, just smiled and took out an identical pistol from his armor. That's it. Ajuka seemed to react to that gun, more specifically to that liquid. I see that Mayu Beelzebub recognizes it, this is the blood of Lucifer, declared the albino. At first we wanted to get the blood of Satan, but it was easier for us to get that of the angel who is said to have rebelled against God. What are you planning to do with that? Ajuka looked so upset that he activated his Kankara formula. Neither Lancelot nor Sig responded, they just put the pistols to their necks and injected the liquid. Kiba, Arthur and Ajuka expected some negative reaction to having injected that liquid that turned out to be Lucifer's blood, but nothing happened for a few seconds, until the veins in both of them became even more marked. Sig's body began to change. Not only did he take all of his swords, but those swords also fused to his arms, which had grown more muscular. His height changed to 3 meters, his skin turned dark purple, his teeth turned into fangs, and his clothes ripped, leaving him with a poor excuse for shorts. Lancelot, on the other hand, had a change in his armor. Now it was as black as night, with a knight's helmet covering his face, and the slit through which he looked projected a diabolical red light. What happened to them? Kiba asked, stunned, seeing the change. We call this chaos break. And you gave us the idea. If it was possible, Kiba was even more surprised. You managed to combine the sacred with the demonic, and that made us think that we could also do the same. By combining the artifact created by God with the blood of one of the original Mayu. Sig finished Lancelot's words. Before, using Gram with my sacred gear decreased my lifespan, but now I can use it without any problem. Sig had just said why he couldn't use Gram before, demonstrating why that form benefits him. Without warning, a blast created by Balming struck Kiba full on, covering him with cuts. Then pillars of ice struck him in the stomach. If he hadn't created a sword in time to defend himself, he'd be skewered like the victims of the legendary Vlad III. However, one blow from Gram was enough to knock him out, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a medium-sized crater. He wasn't able to notice her due to Nothing's ability to make anything the user wants invisible. Kiba. Arthur was about to go to his partner's aid, but his opponent's sudden attack didn't let him. Your opponent is me. He easily used his shield to slam Arthur's face back into the air, now using his spear as a sword, creating a diagonal cut across Arthur's torso that ran from his right waist to his left shoulder. Sig grabbed Kiba by the head, throwing him at Arthur. They collided and ended up rolling on the floor. Is this what you've been reduced to? This is where you supernatural beings belong. Lying on the ground, begging for your lives while we slaughter you like the heroes we are. Sig boasted as he watched them both lying there, trying to get up. Is this all we are? The two blondes wondered, staring at the ground. When I became your sword Issei-kun, I swore to accompany you to hell if necessary, but now without you. Am I just this? Kiba wondered, clenching his fists tightly. Vali, not only did you accept me when my parents had rejected me, but you became someone I can proudly call my best friend. But how can I even say those words when I was unable to help you when you needed help the most? I don't deserve my name, I don't deserve to wield the sword. Arthur gripped the Caliburn controller tightly, while the holy glow of it seemed to have disappeared. Ajuka watched everything using his Kankara formula. He was still analyzing the transformations of the two hero faction members, but he kept an eye on Arthur and Kiba. They both looked defeated, as if accepting their demise. Apparently the loss of Issei and Vali was affecting them more than expected. In the end, he would have to intervene and take care of both of them. However, before he could do anything, he detected, or rather his Kantara formula detected, a strange phenomenon in both knights. It was as if their dragon pieces were resonating. No. It can't be. It's impossible. The creator of the evil pieces knew well that his creations hid mysteries. One of them was that communication was allowed between the hearts of the members of a retinue or several if they connected. Bahamut's retinue demonstrated this and showed it to him. However, the dragon pieces go further, allowing for a greater connection, to the point of even using some of the king's abilities. Proof of this was during the battle against Loki, where the twins' retinues used phase 1 of Imperial mode, utilizing the abilities of Drake and Albion. But now he was seeing something that wasn't supposed to happen. He had to admit, it was like Auden and other faction leaders said. The Seker Yuatei and Hacker Yuaku of this era were the rarest and most special of all. Ajuka could see how, through the Kankara formula, a light came out of the pieces on Kiba and Arthur and covered them both. But it wasn't necessary to use it anymore, since that light eventually became visible. What is this light? Both Lancelot and Sig covered their eyes, wanting to avoid being blinded by the sudden light that appeared out of nowhere. Being so deep in their thoughts, neither Kiba nor Arthur noticed the phenomenon. They both continued to despise themselves. They seemed resigned to dying, as if that were the best thing to do. Come on, come on. Don't tell me you're going to throw in the towel. That voice. It can't be. You can't lose with these poor excuses for heroes. You two are like knights. That other voice. Could it be? They both looked up to see the people they never expected to see again. Their best friends. Issei-kun, Vali. They both shouted upon seeing the two celestial dragons in front of them. They were now in a white space that seemed endless. Plus Kiba's arm was still in place. The named ones looked at them with a smile, although strangely their clothes were somewhat torn and had dried blood on them. What's wrong? It's like you've seen a ghost. PPP, but you guys. Kiba couldn't utter a word. Seeing your best friend who you thought was dead in front of you was too much. Of course, a treacherous tear came out of Kiba's left eye, while Arthur tried not to go through the same thing. Now, don't cry or we'll cry too. It was amazing to see Vali in a good mood, considering they're supposedly dead. Kiba and Arthur, unable to articulate words, let their actions speak for themselves. And that was hugging both twins. Calm down, this is not the time for sentimental gatherings, said Issei, momentarily returning Kiba's hug. They still have to finish their fight, added Vali, separating himself a little from Arthur. But, you're too strong, without you we can't. We are weak, Kiba confessed, refusing to see his king. Arthur silently supported what Kiba said. Bakas, you're not weak at anything. Vali put his hand on Arthur's shoulder. Yes, we are. We promised to protect them if anything happened to them, and we couldn't do anything. Both twins looked at their knights. Both of their attitudes were on the floor. They had to do something to help them. And Issei knew what. You know Kiba, I once had the same attitude as you. The black-haired man's confession surprised Kiba. It was after knowing who I was and during my training. My self-confidence was the same as yours now. I hadn't been able to save Rias from her forced marriage, and that led me to seriously doubt whether I could even meet my father's expectations. But he helped me. Bahamut. Issei nodded at Kiba's question. Yes. My father told me a few words that restored my confidence. In life, you'll meet people who trust you, or people you trust in. But that doesn't matter. To achieve your goals, you don't need to believe in the people you trust, or the people who trust in you, but rather to believe in the you that believes in you. Only then will you be able to make the impossible possible. The black-haired man recited with a nostalgic look, remembering that moment. In other words, believe that you can achieve what you see as impossible. Vali simplified, earning a nervous smile from his twin, since this way he better understood what his father had said. Immediately afterwards, both extended their right fist, Issei, and their left fist, Vali. The blonde saw that action, then smiled a little and bumped their fists with those of their respective kings, while a light came out of that clash of fists, covering the four of them. On the roof of Mayu Beelzebub's laboratory, only a few seconds had passed since that light covered both knights, preventing either of them from seeing anything. But after those seconds, the light diminished to the point of disappearing, showing both blondes still kneeling, but with their eyes covered with their hair. Kiba grabbed his severed arm, which he still held in his hand, and placed it where it belonged. His regeneration might not be as good as Issei, Vali, or some pure dragon, but he could reattach his limbs. Something Sig didn't notice was that his sword Gram seemed to react to Kiba. I guess they were right. Kiba said, moving his arm, and his wounds, as well as Arthur's, began to heal. Gram seemed to react more violently. No matter how much skill we have. If we don't have confidence, it's the same as nothing. Both of them stood up slowly, while Caliburn slowly regained its shine. A surprising phenomenon began to occur. Black marks like flames spread from the center of Arthur and Kiba's chest until they covered their entire bodies. They were the marks of the Imperial Moat. Ajuka's eyes widened in shock. He knew that evil pieces, and for obvious reasons dragon pieces as well, allowed servants to use a skill of their king if the relationship was good. But it shouldn't be possible for both of them to use it. Unless. We can't afford to doubt ourselves, Arthur said, wielding Caliburn tightly as it released vast amounts of holy power. For those we swore we would protect. Gram reacted more strongly to Kiba, to the point that its current wielder noticed it. Although too late. We will win this battle. Aya. Sig let out a heart-rending scream of pain as Gram forcibly separated himself from his arm. Boom. And that same sword was now stuck in front of Kiba. Kukuku, you are truly an interesting person, Kiba Yudo. A malicious and bloodthirsty female voice came from the sword, but only Kiba could hear it. Gram. The same. I was getting fed up with staying with that idiot who uses his ancestor's name. I only stayed with him because he was Siegfried's descendant. The sword confessed with noticeable disappointment in his voice. But why are you talking to me? Kiba asked, puzzled. Because I decided to change wielders. And you show the same determination as the original Siegfried. I won't deny that at first you disappointed me, but now, you seem to have gained a resolve, one that makes you rise even when hope seems lost, one that gives you such determination, matched only by the one who wielded me to defeat the legendary dragon Fafnir. shouted the demonic sword, its voice reflecting jubilation at having found such a wielder. But I'm part dragon. That could matter little to me. If those little saints of Ascalon and Aurican can be carried by the current Sekiryuite and Hakuryuku, then I can't be left behind. The pride and arrogance that those words conveyed were worthy of a sword with such legends. But I would recommend you not to use me too much. I could end up draining your life expectancy, advised Graham. Kiba seemed hesitant to grab the demon sword, but that hesitation vanished from his eyes, replaced by a fierce determination. Without hesitation, he grabbed Graham by the handle and lifted her up, pulling her out of the duel like Excalibur through stone. While with Arthur, the sacred aura of Caliburn came out with such force and quantity that it was uncontrollable. Calm down, Arthur. A woman with a slender and beautiful body, silver hair with some golden strands and heterochromatic eyes, one golden yellow and the other silver gray, appeared behind him, running her hands along his sides and helping him hold his sword. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Calm your mind, trust yourself, because if you do, there will be nothing you can't cut with me. Supported the spirit of Caliburn. Both knights firmly grasped their swords. Shit. Why? Why are you abandoning me, Graham? Sig shouted furiously with his former sword. Calm down, Sig, I have a bad feeling about what they're going to do, said Lancelot, who was already preparing his shield and spear. Kiba held Graham with both hands pointing toward the ground, while Arthur held Caliburn with both hands pointing toward the sky. Both were about to use something experimental and for which they didn't have enough power. Boost, 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 boost. Divide, 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 divide. So they would need more power. The markings on Kiba glowed red as Drake's recognizable voice was heard giving the augments, while Arthur's glowed blue as he divided the power Kiba had gained and appropriated it for himself. Their auras erupted like two geysers, ready to launch their counterattacks. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, not known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I play. Unlimited blade works. From the ground, countless swords of various types and sizes began to emerge. But not only did they emerge from the ground, many of them floated around Kiba and Sig. It was like seeing the authority of Godu's warrior, only a version made with the sword birth. This spell was created by a sword birth wielder long ago. According to Bahamut, it was a spell that affected both space and the wielder, allowing them to infinitely create swords of all kinds. However, the energy cost is extreme, to the point that without Imperial Mode, it would be impossible for Kiba to use it. Seriously, the magical reserves of that guy must have been divine. Spirit of glory and holiness. Enter my body and combine your holy essence with my soul in search of the path. Make me the one who bears the title of king. Caliburn royal equipment. Arthur's arms were covered in silver armor up to his elbows. Shoulder pads appeared along with armor on his chest, abdomen, and back, while metal boots appeared on his feet. All of them were shiny silver. A golden crown made of light formed on his head, while the one savage aura of his sword now completely condensed on its edge. Seen in a certain way, he looked like a king. This was a secret his ancestor discovered about Caliburn, and he only revealed it to two people he trusted the most. Merlin and Bahamut as expected. And the latter revealed it to Arthur. Like Kiba's spell, this form required a large amount of energy to use, which is why it couldn't be used before. I have a bad feeling. Sig knew, the chill down his spine was a clear indication they needed to get out of there. But he couldn't even move before he screamed in pain as several swords stabbed into his back, and he also strangely received several cuts. Looking behind him, he saw Kiba with Graham in his hand, from which a few drops of blood fell. Before his incredulous gaze, Kiba disappeared in a black flash, reappearing to the side where he grabbed another sword and made an X-shaped cut. Aya. How can you do that? Sig knew the technique, he managed to see Vali and Issei do it in that dimension. This spell creates a field around me, where I can not only create as many swords as I want, but I can add whatever I want to them, plus I know the spell that Issei-kun and Vali-kun use, since I helped them practice. With a gesture of his hands, Kiba gave the signal to the many floating swords to go in Sig's direction. Kiba teleported between the swords, using his speed to quickly cut Sig, disappear and reappear to repeat the process. Meanwhile, Arthur looked at Lancelot with serene eyes. Don't even think you can beat me, my shield returns every sacred attack. Remember. Lancelot's mocking voice was heard as he raised his shield. However, Arthur ignored that and got into position to make a cut. He'll definitely throw an energy blast. He knows I can react to his speed, and therefore he won't get close. Thought the man in dark armor while laughing internally. But to their shock, Arthur disappeared. But why? Lancelot couldn't finish the question when he felt a terrible pain in his back. Mechanically, he turned his head to see a cut in his armor, which reached his flesh, as a good amount of blood was oozing out. But the truly terrifying thing was that Arthur was behind him. What? Lancelot stepped back in a hurry. He hadn't seen him appear there. It's nothing strange. This form increases my speed, agility and resistance. So it's impossible for you to react to my attacks. Arthur knew he was just bragging. It was only necessary to be well focused on him to notice his movement. But Lancelot didn't know that. Arthur disappeared from sight again, but anticipating what he was going to do, he put the shield on his back. Slash. Only to feel pain as another cut now appeared on his left arm. He didn't have time to think when more cuts began to appear on his body, from which blood was oozing, although not in heaps, at least in a significant amount. Slash. 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 The two members of the hero faction, who had so far had the upper hand, were now cornered by those two who had mocked them and their precious friends. Both heroes now knew what it was like to be in a blender. While Lancelot received cuts on different parts of his body, even piercing through his armor, Sig was impaled by swords and constantly cut by Kiba and Graham. Siegfried's descendant was seething with rage. Not only had the sword that rightfully belonged to him betrayed him and joined his enemy, but he was being humiliated even with this newfound power. Of course, replacing his speed and agility with strength, size, and defense is an important factor. Lancelot was the same, but his own fate was more than obvious, because the light coming from the viewing slit was stronger than before. He was the descendant of the great Lancelot, and he wouldn't let that stupid descendant of Arthur defeat him. But his mind started to play tricks on him. Watching Arthur go off with Elaine somewhere. Taking her away from him. Or. Lancelot roared, throwing his spear aside and focusing on Arthur, who had stopped at that outburst of anger. At the same time, Kiba stopped due to tiredness from using that technique. There were still arrangements to be made. He saw how Sig was left. He was missing an arm, he had cuts on his legs and lower torso, several swords were still stuck in his arms and torso, and blood was running down the side of his head. Kiba opened his eyes as he felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. The veins stood out as the pain increased. I told you, the more you use me, the more dangerous it will be for you. Graham reminded him, with a tone loaded with some mockery and seriousness. A rare combination. D damn you. D don't. T think that. Why you'll T beat me. Sig could barely move. I'm going to K kill you, and th then I'll go F4T that C secure Urtes F4s. Slowly, Sig began to run towards Kiba, with his swords ready to kill him. At the same time, Lancelot launched himself at Arthur with his shield. Both blondes stared at their opponents seriously, ready to finish them off. Several swords appeared spinning around Kiba, all of them were his holy demonic swords, while he tightly gripped Graham. Please Graham, let me use you a little more. The blonde asked the sword. This one, although it did not respond, only raised its aura, trying not to hurt its bearer more than it already was. Arthur held Caliburn with both hands, raising it as high as he could above him, pointing it at the sky, as its aura erupted like a glowing pillar. Go, Caliburn. Behind him, the sword spirit nodded determinedly. Their opponent saw them ready to counterattack. Lancelot raised his shield while Sig had his swords ready to pierce Kiba. Come on. Noble Phantasm. Edge of Camelot. Kiba's sword shot out at Sig, while Arthur brought his sword down, as if cutting through the air, launching a slash of light. Although they seemed simple. They weren't. Slash. 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 Kiba transported himself using the swords, cutting with them and Graham different parts of Sig. His right leg, then his left side, another on his left shoulder, one more along his right arm, an X mark on his back, and ending with a holy demonic sword, and Graham stuck in Sig's chest, right in his heart. Arthur raised his shield, ready to reflect the attack. But it was no use. Slash. The shield split in half. And along with Lancelot, whose parts each fell to one side. Volley leaped away from Sig, landing beside Arthur. Slowly, Sig fell to his knees as a pool of blood formed beneath him. Finally, he fell with a thud. They both stared at the corpses that had once been their enemies. Before they fell to the ground on one knee. Arthur lost his transformation, and both lost Imperial mode. They looked completely exhausted, as if they'd been fighting for hours. Though it was understandable that the techniques they used weren't complete and were constantly draining energy, and a lot of it. In addition to fatigue, Arthur's technique puts a lot of stress on the body, leaving it beyond exhausted. As they tried to get up, a green light covered them both, healing their wounds and restoring both physical and spiritual energy. Looking at where the light was coming from, they saw the Maya Beelzebub, who only had many questions in his head. Using his free hand, he snapped his fingers to cause an extremely complex machine to emerge from the ground. How it didn't destroy itself is a mystery. I need you to stand here. Using his spells, he levitated both of them to the machine. Once there, the machine produced a kind of antenna that began to cover both of them with a grey light, leaving them suspended in the air, while another light, this time coming from a slot, scanned them. "What's going on?" they both asked, looking around, puzzled by the machine and what it was doing, while Ijuka just tapped away at his computer. But Ijuka was only focused on typing while looking at the screen in front of him. With each minute, his eyes opened wider and wider. "Beelzebub-sama, what's wrong? Why are you so serious?" Arthur asked, puzzled. But Ijuka didn't answer, he just kept looking at his computer. "Ijuka-sama," Kiba shouted, trying to get him to pay attention to them. Ijuka just massaged his temples, trying to find a way to express what he was seeing. Without raising both of their hopes to the stars. Gremory Mansion. Sniff sniff. Guarding the door where the queens of the twins' retinues, the dragon goddess and the black-haired man's daughters were Rias and Raiser, although the latter seemed about to explode. "Ah. I can't stand it anymore." Rias grabbed her hair tightly, trying to control her anger. "You can't complain, Rias. You would be in the same state as them if something happened to Sting. Or like the others." Raiser said seriously. And in fact he was right and Rias had to admit it. If something like what happened to the twins happened to Sting, he would be in the same state as them. Or like the others, destroying everything in their path. "It's true. I would be like them." Rias grabbed the doorknobs tightly. "And that's why I will do what they would do." Pam. Abruptly opening the door wide, the Gremory girl and her cousin surveyed the state of the room. There was practically no lighting, but thanks to the light coming in from the hallway, they could clearly see the people inside. Tiamat, Office, and Lori looked terrible. Their hair was disheveled, their skin pale, and there were several signs that they hadn't eaten in days. Their eyes were red from crying, and the dark circles under their eyes were obvious evidence that they hadn't slept at all. Unfortunately, the little ones were in the same condition. The six of them watched in surprise as Rias swung open the door and then walked with heavy steps straight to the bed where the three dragons were crying. To everyone's disbelief, including her cousin, she picked the three of them up by grabbing them by their clothes. "Stop acting like crybabies." The Redid yelled at them, fed up with their behavior. But. Lori tried to speak, but Raz brought his face closer to that of the three dragons. But nothing. Is this how the three most powerful dragons act? None of them had the courage to look her in the face. What will Issei and Vali think when they return? But they. If Issei survived Rainer piercing his stomach and if Raiser and I killed him. A slight regret could be heard in that last part. Then he'll get through this. And if Vali is his twin, he must be just as stubborn about dying. Rias giggled at what was said, and it seemed that she was a little upset at the three of them. Although the saying goes that the third time is the last. Raiser received an extremely murderous look from his cousin, which left him like a scared little lion, for literally lowering their spirits with a few simple words. "Look, I'm pretty sure that." Tap. 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 Ria's words died away as the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps filled the corridor. Only a few seconds passed when those responsible for said sound arrived. Who turned out to be Kiba and Arthur, with their clothes very damaged and dried blood on them, and they looked exhausted. Curiously, Kiba was now carrying 5 swords that were very similar to Sig's from the hero faction. Behind them, Biku, Gasper and Baraquiel arrived carrying a still gone Akeno and Scarlet. What's wrong?" Gasper asked tiredly. They had arrived out of nowhere, and when they were about to ask them how it went, they ran off to the room where Tiamat and the others were. So. You?" Kiba said haltingly. "What?" almost everyone asked. "They're alive. Issei and Vali are alive," Arthur declared with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Instantly everyone reacted. Gasper and Biku's eyes had a glow of relief and happiness, while Akeno and Scarlet's eyes regained their shine. Office, Tiamat, and Lori's eyes watered, but they weren't about to cry from joy, but from happiness. While the little ones. "Really?" Little Iko clung to one of the tired Kiba's legs. "Really?" Her eyes were leaking more tears than before. "Yes." Kiba caressed her hair with a smile. "I mean it." A huge smile of happiness spread across Iko's face, as well as Kunu's and Urza's, while the pink-haired girl hugged Kiba tighter. Rias and Raiser smiled at the scene, happy for them. But it didn't last long. True. An earthquake was felt throughout the region. "What is that?" Biku shouted, alert to everything. Rias. A hologram of Sting appeared in front of the Redid. "Those things are moving directly to the capital at a higher speed. Also, the hero faction was seen there. We and the rest are going to the city," informed Sting before cutting the communication. "I don't think there's any need to ask." Rias looked at everyone in the room. With the exception of the little ones, everyone had a serious look. "I ask for your support. Please, help the underworld," Rias asked with a slight bow. She knew that she alone with her entourage, plus Ona, Raiser and Sikvera would not be enough, and even if it hurt her, she would be willing to throw away her pride to ask for help. No one answered. The dragon hunting members stared at the three dragons getting out of bed. Their gaze still reflected guilt, but now there was hope in it too. There's no need to say that, Rias. This is personal. Tiamat shouted what was on everyone's mind. This was personal with the hero faction. Everyone nodded at the Dragon Queen's words. It was time for the final round. Chapter 35. A Mother's Love. Dimensional Rift. One day before Kiba and Arthur go to Ajuka. The Dimensional Rift. A place with a beauty only surpassed by the Garden of Eden. Or the Playboy Mansion according to Azazel. This place is best known as the dimension where Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, lives. Although the four dragon gods once lived here, nowadays only he remains there, mostly sleeping or walking around, occasionally seeing the other factions. But right now he was doing something else. "How are you doing, Sun Wukong?" Bahamut asked the legendary monkey from Journey to the West. In the dimensional rift, a light, albeit small, could be seen emanating from the Great Gorse's back. That light came from Sun Wukong, who was giving two bodies a senjutsu treatment. "I'm doing well, Bahamut. It won't be long before I finish removing SAMAEL's poison from your children." In fact, the one Sun Wukong was healing were Issei and Vali. Apparently, he was using his senjutsu to remove that deadly poison from them. The supreme dragon god paced back and forth on the reddish ground where they were. But that wasn't a ground. Bahamut, Sun Wukong, Issei and Vali, and the relatives of the latter two were on Great Red's back. And that's it. Sun Wukong took a vial given by the black-haired man and poured SAMAEL's blood extracted from the twins into his mouth. It was a good amount that both of them had. It was already a miracle that they were still alive and whole. The black-haired man approached both of them and placed a hand on their chests, where a glow covered them for a moment before disappearing and making Bahamut smile. "I sensed that what you did made you happy." Sun Wukong didn't know what he did, but he could say that whatever happened, it made the worried black-haired man happy. Yes. Both are in good hands. Those words made the wise monkey think that she was talking about him. "I'll leave them to you, Sun Wukong. I have to go talk to someone." Without saying anything else, Bahamut left through a portal. "And now? What do we do with this?" Sun Wukong said, looking at the vial of SAMAEL's blood. One would think he was talking to the air, but the word he used was a clear indication that he wasn't alone. "I think I have a good use for that." A deep voice sounded throughout the place. It was Big Red's voice. He was the one who found the twins 4 days ago and the one who immediately brought Sun Wukong to save them. At first he didn't even recognize them, but it was enough to look for the similarities between their energy and that of Bahamut to realize who they are. He was really embarrassed. How could he not recognize them if he was there at their births? Which one? Sun Wukong's question was followed by a light coming from his side. The light coming from a magic circle that encompassed the twins' two broken swords. "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?" It was a counsel from Bahamut. "And I'm sure it will be very useful." Sun Wukong went to pour the liquid over the broken swords, being careful not to let it fall on Great Red. But while the two of them were doing whatever they want to do, what are Issei and Vali doing? Blank space. As stated, it was an entirely white space, with nothing but an apparent floor. On that floor, some familiar black-haired albino men were lying on the ground, staring into the seemingly sky. None of them had any injuries, but their dull gaze indicated something had happened. "MMM. An unfamiliar voice drifted through the air. "So, how do I get them out of this trance?" The tone of her voice indicated that she was a woman. For 4 days now, in the real world, the two of them have been like this. And it really worried him. "I know." The smile on his face showed that something had occurred to him. Although that smile was anything but holy. He walked away from both of them, preparing the idea he had to wake them up. For a while they continued like that, without showing any signs of getting up or anything. Until Ice, Vali. Two voices very familiar to both of them were heard in that infinite white space. Even in that zombie state, they managed to recognize them. They raised their torsos, remaining seated, and turned their heads towards where the voice was coming from. The problem is that seconds later they flew away, victims of a nosebleed. And it's understandable. When all the girls in your harem, the ones who are officially there and the ones who are missing, are naked in poses. Not at all holy, not at all holy. I expected a different kind of reaction. Murmured the woman responsible for the scene. With just a wave of his hand, the girls disappeared like dust in the wind. His gaze shifted from where the girls had been to where the twins were now, stunned by the scene. Too bad. They need to spend more time with their families. He had to spend about 10 minutes waiting for the young people to react again, this time more naturally. What happened? They both jumped up, and because they were so hasty, they hit each other. Ow. What the hell happened? I remember we were going to face the hero faction. And 2 seconds later I see the girls naked. Issei tried to make sense of what had happened recently. Yes brother, he tried too, but it was the first time they weren't alone, and his eyes widened. You're so mean Issei, and I thought you'd like my gift. That voice. Issei's eyes opened like volleys, and he fixed his gaze on where the voice came from. Tears sprang from both of their eyes. Their bodies trembled with the happiness that flooded them. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Mom. The woman gave them a huge smile as she opened her arms to her sides. Yes, children. Come here. Yes, Samantha Alex had reappeared in front of both of them. Without further ado, the twins ran to hug their mother. It is true that the moment they spent together was very short, that time being the time between their births and the death of their mother, and when she unlocked the Imperial Drive during the battle with Loki, but even so, she was the woman who gave them life and lost her own for them. The twins hugged their biological mother tightly, who quickly hugged them back with the same strength. My little ones, I didn't get to tell you this last time, but how you've grown. Samantha exclaimed, lightly lifting her children and taking them for a spin. A bizarre scene, but it wasn't as if this family was normal. The three of them let go, but they still had smiles on their faces. I still remember when they were just newborns. They were so cute you wanted to kiss them. Samantha stood between them and brought their faces close to hers, rubbing her cheeks against her children's. Mom. They whispered, somewhat saddened but happy. By the way, did you like my gift? Her mother's mischievous smile left them both confused. What the hell? Volley was the first to notice. Was it you? He shouted, pointing at her accusingly. What's wrong? Issei whispered into his brother's ear. It was she who showed that image of our girls in those positions, replied the embarrassed Volley, managing to get Issei to understand it. Was it really you? Doing the same as his brother and pointing at Samantha, who just laughed, amused by his reactions. Haha. Don't you like me? Samantha's mischievous smile only embarrassed the twins more, but neither denied it. I thought so. And if you ask me, it's easy to create whatever you want in this place. By the way. What is this place? Issei inspected the space they were in. The fact that it was entirely white didn't bode well for him. It would be something like an internal limbo. The answer left the young people stunned. It can only be accessed through a near-death experience, and those who achieve it hardly remember whether they were here. But, how did you? Issei's question stopped abruptly as his head started to hurt, just like Volley's. Memories began to flood back into their heads. Memories from before they woke up in that place. Flashback. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. Just a short while ago they were about to unleash a deadly and possibly legendary battle between them. But that voice stopped them all. Several people recognized the voice, which made what was happening even more unlikely. It is assumed that the bearer of said voice was dead. How are you alive, Shalba? Issei shouted upon seeing the descendant of the Mayu Beelzebub. Shalba was just smiling at them. The demon was giving them an arrogant smile while holding a familiar child in his arms. Leonardo. Cao shouted, recognizing his youngest subordinate. I wouldn't move if I were you. I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to the little one. A magic circle appeared in Shalba's palm and pointed at Leonardo before his terrified gaze. Godu, Cao, Issei and Volley looked furious at the demon. Some for threatening the youngest of their companions and the others for threatening a child. Even if he is from the enemy, neither of them would dare to kill him or threaten him in that way. The other companions just smiled as they saw the plan executed correctly. They all nodded to George to get them out with his fog. Wait for me, I have things to settle with Bullet. Achilles whispered to the bearer of the lost dimension. What do you want, Shalba? Volley asked cautiously. With the child held hostage, there wasn't much he could do. Only that the underworld that rejected our leadership suffers for it. With those words, the circle in his palm shone, drawing a cry of pain from the little boy. Leonardo. Cao, Godu, and Godu's wives screamed in terror as they watched the child suffer. The others ignored them as they fled into the fog. I'm sure you recognize this spell, Sekiruite. It's the same one Razor Phoenix used on Ria's Gremory. Shalba's statement left Issei frozen. Only used in reverse. Although his personality will not change, I am giving him with this spell part of my power amplified by the office snake. The brown-haired man's eyes turned completely black. To that I add a spell that exponentially amplifies the pain. And we have what it takes to force a balance breaker. The twins, the champion and the bearer of the true Longinus, stared furiously at Shalba. The bastard only returned them with an arrogant and haughty smile, as if he were a tyrant watching how the plague tries to attack him, but can't, and he enjoys it. Behind Shalba, several creatures like those created by the Annihilation Maker began to form. But these were much larger. At the same time, magic circles appeared beneath the creatures, beginning to teleport them. Are you planning to unleash them in the underworld? Shouted the brown-haired boy, understanding the plan. He planned to unleash those monsters to unleash the apocalypse in the underworld. Of course. And I'll be front and center to see its destruction. The psychopathic grin on his face was huge. Damn it. Cao teleported behind him, his spear ready to slice through his neck and rescue Leonardo. But the chestnut prevented that, so he bent down, putting Leonardo in the line of the holy spear. Seeing that, Cao Cao stopped just before touching Leonardo, but received a blast of demonic energy from Shalba, which sent him crashing into another building. A jet black sword slashed down, aiming to split his skull in one fell swoop. But he once again used Leonardo as a shield, stopping the sword, and struck Godu in the stomach, knocking him away. Issei and Volley appeared at the sides, their signature techniques ready. However, Shalba repeated what he did before and used the boy as his personal shield again. Both twins growled before cancelling their attacks and blocking a roundhouse kick from Shalba. Ha 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 ha. Come for me, you bastards. Shalba took out his wings and took Leonardo with him to the top of the largest building. Without thinking much, Cao Cao left the building and used the orb that allowed him to levitate. Godu used a spell taught by Erica, which was apparently to use magic circles as trampolines. The twins took out their wings and flew directly to where Shalba was. Godu's wives were about to follow them, but a mysterious mist covered them before they could make a move. Not even Athena could handle the lost dimension. Their relatives were about to follow them, but the surprise attack of a dragon made of swords, missiles and a blast accompanied by ice stopped them and sent them against a building that previously functioned as a base. Bullet was about to move, but froze when he felt his armor being pierced and his flesh being cut through. "Hey Achilles," he whispered as he saw his former student looking at him with a ruthless smile and overflowing happiness in his eyes. "Don't blame me, sensei, blame yourself for becoming a supernatural being," he said while pushing him hard and throwing him against another building. With the twins and closer to Cao Cao and Godu, they arrived at where Shalba went. The aforementioned looked at them with that mocking and arrogant smile, while he saw how the creatures disappeared in those magic circles. "I knew they would come. They have a certain weakness for children," Shalba guessed, increasing her smile. It was obvious if you saw that Issei adopted 3 girls without hesitation, and how they acted with those disgusting demon children at their conferences and events. "So? Do you think you'll beat us with that?" Volley asked, alert. They shouldn't trust him, or so their survival instincts told them. Godu and Cao Cao landed behind them, then positioned themselves at the sides of both dragons. Maybe just a few minutes ago they were enemies, but now they had a common enemy. "No. I'll beat them like this." Shalba threw Leonardo towards the 4 young men. The poor boy was in shock after being forced into balance breaker. Beside the demon, many magic circles appeared, from which arrows shot out at high speed, heading towards the boy. Cao Cao and Godu watched the attack in terror. Without wasting time, they were ready in less than a microsecond to save Leonardo. But someone else got there first. Track. 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 Their eyes widened as they watched Issei and Volley, who reacted faster, move extremely fast and receive Leonardo's attack. I knew they would be stupid enough to save their enemy if he is a child. Shalba roared, continuing with his laughter. The twins glared at Shalba, still with arrows embedded in them. But before they could even move, their eyes widened in shock as they felt an extremely huge pain course through every cell in their bodies. Ai. They both bowed down, but out of pure pride they didn't kneel. The champion and the wielder of the true Longinus, who were carrying Leonardo away, opened their eyes as the veins on the albino and black-haired man's bodies became exaggeratedly prominent. Their screams were accompanied by wounds emerging from various parts of their bodies. "How are you? Did you like my arrows covered in SAMAEL's blood?" Shalba's mocking smile drove them crazy, but with that pain, it was difficult for them to move. The champion turned his face to see Cao Cao holding Leonardo, who did the same. Both became serious and nodded, they were going to pay the debt for saving Leonardo. But before they could move, a fog covered them both. "No. Wait, Jor." The fog covered them and they disappeared. And with them whatever held this dimensional barrier together. The place was beginning to fall apart as Shalba approached them with a medieval sword, ready to decapitate them or torture them for a long time. But, drawing on what strength he had left, Issei placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, while placing another hand over his heart. Shalba looked at this strangely, or at least until he recognized the symbol, but it was too late. Omega Force. Using his erasure ability, he managed to reduce the effects of the dragon-killing poison. The twins stood up slowly. Even though Issei managed to lessen the effect, the pain persisted. "Ha ha 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 ha, just stay still, so that when you die you will have some honor," Shalba mocked, swinging his sword. "Do you think we'll let ourselves be killed?" Volley said with difficulty, placing a hand on Issei's shoulder and the other on his chest. "Alpha. Force." The symbol glowed as their energy recovered enough. "Do you really think I'm going to get scared?" The demon mocked, tired of this joke, according to him. He was about to finish it when he noticed something underneath him. It was a magic circle with a Sekirute symbol. "Do you know something?" Shalba returned her attention to the black-haired man. It wasn't as if that magic circle represented a problem. "Arrogance is the worst enemy. cossetus chains. These words were followed by many chains that trapped the chestnut tree, which in the process froze him. What the hell? Shalba looked visibly surprised. He didn't expect it to be some kind of trap, he thought they were just attacking with pure destructive power. We just told you. Arrogance is not good. Shalba turned her head, anger emanating from her eyes. Only to freeze as she watched both twins charge their joint attack. Roar. Of the twin dragons. Both launched the attack in the direction of the demon. Although it was not as powerful as the one used against Mordred, it was strong enough to eradicate Shalba. No, 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 no. He screamed as the attack consumed him, generating an explosion that sent the twins flying. Haha, it seems we're not getting out of this, said Issei as he fell to the ground and disappeared. He didn't even have the strength to fly anymore. The girls will surely kill us for this. Volley mocked. Come on, come on, come on, you can't give up now. It's true, my friend, you are the strongest Sekiryuite of all, don't let yourself fall so easily. Both celestial dragons were trying to encourage their companions so they wouldn't die. The previous bearers were also trying, but PP sorry drag, B but I see can't feel my B body. SOT this is where we see come to. Both of them were falling into the void now, without trying to stop or fly. Both of them closed their eyes, resigning themselves to death as they had no way to save themselves. The only regret they had was not being able to return to them. End of flashback. I remember now, said Issei, stopping holding his head. So we're dead. Volley's words weren't a question, but a statement. However, Samantha shook her head. Like I said, you had a near-death experience, which means someone saved you. Those words brought both of your attention back, staring at each other in surprise. I don't know if it was already happening or if you two have an extremely high level of luck, but your uncle Great Red picked you both up and brought Sun Wukong to extract the poison. Your family stayed with you and your father was the same, completely nervous haha. Samantha laughed a little. It was always funny for her to see her husband in that state. Ah. They both understood everything and just relaxed. Until they realized something important. Wait, so how come you're here? Incredibly, they both had perfect timing. Huh? Don't you remember? The albino woman moved closer to them and placed a finger on the center of each of their chests. I said I'd always be here. Literally. The mother giggled at the expressions of her children's distraught and completely confused faces. But after 5 minutes of nothing changing, she decided to explain things further. My soul was divided into 3, and those 3 parts were shared between you and your father. Each of you has a third of me. Samantha explained. Not solving anything, only generating more questions. Wait. What's this about your soul splitting into 3? We thought you were going to be in paradise, like Dad said. Issei exclaimed, fucking surprised and confused. His twin brother was in the same boat. Hahaha, that was a little lie I told him to tell you. Neither of them knew if that could be defined as a little lie. I asked him to split me into 3, so I could always be with you. And not watching you from a well in a boring place full of clouds. Being inside you was much better. Issei and Volley looked at each other, as if thinking how to react to that. They had just been reunited with their mother, so far so good. They remembered almost dying at the hands of an enemy they thought was dead, nothing new. And they had just learned that their mother's soul had always been inside them. Honestly, our life isn't normal at all. But this is going too far. Volley commented, holding his forehead. This was something difficult to digest. Who wants a normal life? Her mother shrugged and stuck out her tongue playfully. But how exactly did you end up inside us? And now that I realize it, where are Drake and Albion? Issei asked, looking everywhere, searching for his companions. While the old monkey, the aforementioned sneeze without knowing the reason, healed them, Drake and Albion stayed with Ascalon and Ryujin and the previous carriers. The shock of being split was too much, and they are still weak, but conscious. At least they did not end up dividing into different personalities like Excalibur. He explained as naturally as possible. In that rare combination of words. And how do you know about Excalibur's multiple personalities? Dear Elementary. Your father taught me many things, and I also taught him a lot. The little laugh he let out was anything but holy. And both twins fought desperately to avoid being traumatized. Well, how I ended up inside you. To explain that, I'll have to tell you a story. A story? Both twins smiled a little. They had a feeling what that story was going to be. Yes. The story of how I met your father and how you were born. Samantha's gaze turned to the white sky, remembering those distant days with happiness. One of the best days of her life. Flashback. This is the worst day of my life. Complained a young, extremely beautiful, blue-eyed albino, resting her chin on the table with a blank stare. The young woman, who appears to be no older than 25, was in a cafe within the Dragon Partner Society. Most of the people who saw her paid no attention, already accustomed to her in that attitude. "It can't be that bad," said a female voice on the left side. Said voice came from a well-known blue-haired dragon of great power, who had a glass of juice in her hand. "I failed my 15th attempt to summon my partner. And in front of almost the entire clan, and after boasting that this time he would succeed and it would be amazing." Those words left the blue-haired girl without a response. That must have been the hardest blow she received. "Is it worse than when you tried it naked?" a voice commented to her right. Coming from an orange-haired woman sipping her coffee. "Much, much worse. Cheer up, you have 6 months before your last attempt. You should be able to find your partner in that time." The orange-haired girl tried to encourage her, while the blue-haired girl patted her on the back. "Thank you, Tiamat, Lori." They both smiled at Samantha. They had met by chance when the albino was looking for dragons, hoping to find her destined mate. Sadly, neither of them was the destined one, but they still became very good friends with a woman who saw them as people instead of weapons, who treated them as equals instead of monsters or beings that should be venerated or feared. Something that actually surprised them was that she seemed to be able to get along with any dragon, but none of them seemed to be her mate. Samantha drank some coffee. "Ugh, I don't know how you can drink this, Lori." "I'm with Samantha, I don't know how you stand coffee." Tiamat supported her friend while she drank her water. "You're missing out," Lori commented, taking another sip of her tea. "But tell us, Sammy, how are you going to find your partner now?" Lori asked. It was necessary for the person to know the future partner for the invocation. It was a way to forge a bond before forming the pact. "I don't know. Besides, it will be my last chance." Both dragons spat out their drinks at the recent information. "If I don't make it, I'll stop being the heir and they'll give the title to Aizen." Samantha sighed tiredly. Aizen Alex. Her younger brother. Someone who was born with not only great magical talent, but also managed to find his partner on the first try, something extremely difficult to accomplish. Very different from her, who possesses no magical talent and still hasn't managed to find her partner. Besides the fact that they apparently started looking for a husband for me. "Well, aren't you old enough to get married and start a family?" Tiamat asked, earning a look that was somewhere between angry and mocking. Says an old woman of thousands of years that the only dragon that interested her ended up rejecting her in an original way. Samantha's mockery made Tiamat's eyebrow tremble. It made her remember when she had been interested in Drake and proposed that if she recovered her riches, she would be his partner. Unfortunately, the red celestial dragon preferred to fight against Albion, and she ended up recovering her riches and in the process hating said dragon. And speaking of family, when do you plan to have children? I'll keep waiting for that white-scaled dragon. I still don't understand this fetish that their scales must be white. Tiamat looked strangely at Lori, who returned an angry look. As I said, I will continue waiting for him and have a family with him. Lori finished, drinking her coffee again before it got cold. I see you don't change. Samantha didn't know what to think. She was either stubborn or a little romantic. But she couldn't deny that she wanted that too. And you, Tiamat? What do you think? There aren't any males I'm interested in, and while it's a good idea to adopt, every child or baby cries in my presence. Chaos Dragon Queen Karma dropped her forehead onto the table, sighing in defeat. That's kind of ironic given that you're the mother of all in Mesopotamian mythology. Lori mocked the blue-haired dragon, causing her to growl even more. Don't remind me. I still don't understand where that idea came from. Tiamat complained. She swears that when she meets the bastard she will dismember him, even though it was likely that he was already dead. Don't be so bitter. Don't you want to do something? To cheer us up. The orange-haired girl suggested, even though she knew exactly what Samantha wanted to do. It was well known that Samantha liked to spy on people changing. If there was one thing that made her stand out from the rest of her family, it was that she was a little more kinky than the others, which is saying something. They would accompany her to cheer her up whenever she needed it, even having fun when they had to run away. It was a tradition in the society. If someone was caught spying, they would be punished by being beaten with wooden swords. If they were caught. It was a strange tradition, but since no one minded being spied on, it served to improve their physicality. In the words of the creator of said tradition. Who wouldn't improve their resistance if they had to flee from a lot of people armed with wooden swords? No thank you. Both dragons looked at their human friend in surprise. I'll go to my sanctuary if you need me. Although she didn't show it, her voice sounded somewhat muffled, even with her attempts to cheer her up. Samantha stood up, paid for her unfinished coffee and left. They both sighed as they watched their friend walk away slowly. We'll need a miracle for him to get better. Or a man. Tiamat said thoughtfully. She said the last part because normally, a love interest is usually a good incentive. Good luck with that last one. You should find a man who doesn't see her as an object and who accepts her with everything, her perversion and her lack of magical talent. Lori's words lowered Tiamat's spirits, as well as her own. Samantha had been in a few relationships, but her eye for men wasn't the best, to say the least. They all wanted to have her for her relationship with the bosses, her body alone, or because they think she has great magical talent. All those times ended with the poor devils running away from a furious Tiamat, Lori and Samantha, the latter with a sword, scissors or hammer in hand, whatever was at her disposal. They both continued sipping their respective drinks while thinking about how to help their friend. Without knowing that someone would already do it. Elsewhere. Wow, the Dragon Partner Society hasn't changed much, except for the new establishments. Thought a young man with black hair and red eyes, wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a tiger logo and a black leather jacket over it. He was wearing jeans and black sneakers. It was none other than Bahamut. He had just finished his meeting with the current leader Yamamoto. He really should visit this place more often. He was surprised to see little Yamamoto, whom he remembered as a hyperactive little boy, as an old man with a long beard. Now he walked through Yamamoto's home complex. From what he heard, the old man had a large family consisting of 4 children. He already met 3 of them, the crazy Kenpachi who wanted to have a fight with him, the cold Aizen who was calculating and with great talent, and the young Anna. Apparently there was still one daughter missing, but she was not there now, but he didn't get upset. Although Yamamoto's slight disappointment intrigued him greatly, he didn't dwell on it. He just started walking through the house until he reached the altar section. In this place, each person had their own altar, large or small, where the 4 dragon gods were worshipped. When the society was founded, he said it wasn't necessary, but the first leader said it was to show their gratitude to the god who helped them when the other factions left them aside. Leaving that memory aside, he began to look at the different altars of Yamamoto's children, all lined up from oldest to youngest. Kenpachi's looked more like a dojo. He probably trained there to show his respect with his fighting spirit. He definitely liked that guy. Aizen's was completely tidy. Without a clump of dust or dirt, everything impeccable. Something that went well with his own attitude. The last one was Anna's, which in itself was normal like any other, perhaps because the girl doesn't stand out in anything specific. But the one that caught his attention the most was the one between Kenpachi and Aizen's. The one that supposedly belongs to Yamamoto and Ranjiku's first daughter. This one was open, as evidenced by the open sliding door, so someone must be offering prayers to him and his other siblings. Without thinking much, I entered the altar. The altar was like the other 4, as big as a room. It was clean and tidy, but not as meticulous as Aizen's. But there was definitely something that stood out from the rest. On said altar were 4 statues. One was red, which had the shape of a Western-shaped dragon, another was purple with the shape of another Western dragon, only this one was thinner, which meant it was a dragon, another was a light black statue of a dragon standing on its 2 legs with 7 heads, and the last one was of a black dragon standing on its 2 legs. They were Great Red, Office Ouroboros, Trihixa and him in that order. But what caught the dragon god's attention was something very peculiar. The statues of Office, Great Red and Trihixa had no lit candles. That was extremely strange. But his attention was now on the woman with long white hair who was praying to her statue, with several lit candles. He approached slowly, making no noise. He didn't want to disturb her from her prayers. However, the woman felt his presence. If you're looking to surprise me, I'll let you know that if there's one thing I'm very good at, it's sensing presences. The woman warned, leaving her sentences, laughing a little as she felt the intruder suddenly stop. Bahamut was surprised. Normally, it wasn't easy to detect him when he set his mind to it. That shows the girl's sensory abilities were good. Sorry, I was just passing by and saw the sanctuary open, and I got curious. The power emanating from his voice surprised Samantha, but she still didn't show it. He must be a good friend of Dad's so you can walk around the complex without any problems. You could say I'm an old friend of the family. But you don't look that old. The albino giggled at her own comment, which also amused the dragon a little. Honestly, I was surprised and puzzled. I hadn't known her for more than a minute, and I already liked her. Could it be that she has a natural charisma with dragons? But his attention shifted to the fact that attracted him to begin with. Tell me, why do you only pray to this dragon god? It's not that it bothers him, he was just curious to know the reason why she only prayed to him. Because he, besides being powerful and bloodthirsty, is also the most merciful of the 4, and he was the only one who acted upon learning of what was being done to his faction. To me, he is the only dragon god who deserves to be honored. Samantha's words, plus the timely sunlight that filtered through the open door and made her white hair shine, gave her an image that made any goddess he knew look ridiculous. That beautiful smile, that look of respect and admiration, in that position of prayer. He could tell. Every woman he met only said the same words just to increase their prestige of being with a dragon god or for his blood. But she didn't feel anything like that in her. Only that great admiration towards him. Something impossible happened, something that any god would surely pay an immeasurable sum of money to see. for the first time in his luo. For some reason, the faction leaders felt like they missed out on something that only happened once in a lifetime. Bahamut shook his head, trying to clear the blush he had. It seems you admire him a lot. He succeeded, although it was still a little visible. The albino just nodded. Yes, he's a great role model. And I'd like to meet him sometime. I always love meeting new dragons and making friends with them. Bahamut giggled at the sparkle in Samantha's eyes. If only he knew. The albino offered her last prayers and stood up. It was good to meet you, sir, but I have to go train. A slight tone of depression filtered through her voice. And she didn't like it. If you want, I can go with you. Samantha looked at her curiously. It turns out I have extensive knowledge of various trainings, including magic, so I can teach you. Offered the dragon, leaving the girl thoughtful. I don't know. How do I know you're not a guy who would surely take advantage of me and rape me? Samantha protected her body, in a very erotic way, from Bahamut. Another blush appeared on the dragon god's cheeks, while Samantha giggled at the notice. I'm not like that. I just want to help you. Yes, we just met, but you can trust me that I'm not going to take advantage of you. Bahamut put one hand to his heart and raised the other, swearing on his word. And don't call me sir. It makes me feel old. Samantha let out another laugh at that bad joke, although she didn't know it. And what should I call it? Bahamut quickly thought of a name. And remembered one he liked from Japanese culture. Call me Issei. 6 months later. In all honesty, Samantha can't say that meeting Issei was one of the best things that ever happened to her. Since that day, Issei has been visiting her daily, helping her with her magic training. It had been surprising that he wasn't disappointed by her lack of magical ability. Of course, he laughed because he found the pout she made when they didn't work out cute. Despite not making much progress, she was now able to perform some spells better. For her, that was a lot of progress. Every day that passed, she liked Issei more and more. With him she could talk about her problems freely. It's not like she couldn't with her friends, but Issei provided more wisdom than them, something she still didn't understand how it was possible. But not only did they spend their time training, they also took her to other places on the planet for a walk. She seriously had to learn how to do transport circles. It was also very funny to see him blush when he made a dirty joke or a particular pose on purpose. Any other man would have either been disappointed in her for her poor skills or taken advantage of her, although her attitude didn't help with the latter. Issei definitely caught Samantha's interest more and more. Or at least until a month ago, when she jokingly told him that maybe one day they would start a family. And he said, if it's with you, then I wouldn't mind having to face all the beings in the world to have a family. You're someone who, despite your flaws and defects, you live with them and try to constantly improve without stopping trying even if you fall. Yes, you are bad at magic and a consummate pervert, but you possess a strong will and desire to overcome your own weaknesses without stopping. You are definitely a woman destined to do great things, whether within your clan or outside of it. Don't let others decide for you, be the one who decides what to do. No one. Absolutely no one had ever said anything like that to him before. From that day on, his feelings of friendship had changed. But for now he couldn't tell her about it, he had an invocation to focus on. It was a shame Issei couldn't go with him to look for dragons. It would have been fun to go together. But it wasn't time to think about that, even though he had already done it. At this moment he was about to make his last attempt to summon his companion. The albino was on the hill located in the center of the society. It was the place where the companion was summoned by means of a wide invocation circle with dragon-like symbols. Inside there were 5 circles that turned to the left, 2, and to the right, another 2, and the smallest one did not move. Behind her were Yamamoto and Ranjiku, accompanied by Kenpachi, Anna, a very handsome man with brown hair and a serene gaze, and a charming smile, along with most of the society. As well as Tiamat and Lori. Both had come to give Samantha the support she needed. To her sadness, Issei couldn't go. They may not know him, but Tiamat and Lori already wanted to kill him for not coming at such a time for their friend. Very well Samantha, this is your last chance to summon your partner. I hope you know what will happen if you fail. Yamamoto's tone was harsh, but there was also a hint of sadness. If she failed, she would no longer be the heir, thanks to Kenpachi rejecting the position, and would have to marry someone in an arranged marriage. At first she didn't mind the latter, but now it was different. Samantha approached the circle and extended her hand forward, where markings identical to those on the circle appeared. Her energy began to emanate and concentrate, transferring itself into the circle. That was the purpose of the dragon markings on her hand and the circle. To allow the transfer of energy and the location of a matching signature. This is how summoning worked. First you had to meet your partner, although it was difficult since you didn't know who it was. But when they meet, their auras resonate in synchronization, although neither of them knows it. What the marks do is locate a signature equal to that of the summoner and transport the bearer of said energy to where the summoner was. The circle turned red as it glowed brighter and brighter. Samantha inhaled some oxygen, then recited a few words. Dragon lost in space, may the red light of destiny guide you. May your paths cross to give birth to a future together. No matter the adversity, we will remain united as one. Come to me, my companion. The summoning circle glowed brighter at Samantha's last words. The glow was so strong that some people covered their eyes. Almost everyone watched anxiously as Samantha's last attempt to summon a companion. Sadly, the minutes passed, but no one appeared in the circle. That's a shame, Samantha. Yamamoto sighed, his gaze showing sadness and a hint of disappointment. Samantha was able to hear those words, but she didn't stop. What she did was put more power into the circle. It's true that she was a disaster with spells, but she was the one who had one of the greatest amounts of power within the clan, only matched by Kenpachi and Aizen. Please. Please, someone, anyone, answer. The albino mentally screamed. Almost everyone sadly watched Samantha's desperate attempt to summon her partner, with the exception of Aizen, who only denied it while keeping the smile on his face. But all that stopped when he saw that the circle reacted strangely. The red glow had turned black. The once clear blue sky filled with gray clouds, and the sky had become as black as the circle itself. Powerful gusts of wind blew out from the circle, forcing everyone to hold on tightly to the ground. Although some couldn't hold on and were blown away many meters. Samantha was the only one unaffected, however, marks spread across her body. It was Imperial mode, but how? They were supposed to have a good relationship before it happened. A pillar of black light rose into the sky, where clouds began to swirl. The energy that felt enormous, he hadn't felt anything like it before. But, it seemed familiar. Pam. The energy exploded, generating a final powerful gust of wind that this time sent many more away, leaving only Yamamoto, Ranjiku, Kenpachi, Aizen, Anna to hold on to Kenpachi, Tiamat, and Lori. A smokescreen rose where the summoning circle was, but it didn't cover Samantha. Answer me. Are you my master? A loud powerful voice echoed through the smoke, where a silhouette could be seen. I've always wanted to say that. With a wave of his hand, the smoke cleared completely, revealing a familiar dark-haired man to Samantha and Yamamoto. Ice? The albino asked, puzzled, searching everywhere for something else. And who else were you expecting? The black-haired man replied in an amused tone, while Samantha looked around even behind him. Bahamut. What are you doing here? Yamamoto asked, approaching with his family after recovering from his shock, leaving Samantha puzzled. Hey Brad. I was just resting when a portal opened in front of me, and my instincts told me to enter, so I did and here I am. Replied the black-haired man. And he wasn't lying. He was at home resting, sad for not being able to go see Samantha, but if he did it would reveal who he was, and he didn't want Samantha to find out yet. He liked being treated as an equal by her and not as a god. Worse, out of nowhere, that portal with draconic symbols appeared. And like he said, his instincts told him to enter, but he also had the feeling that it was Samantha calling him through that portal. His feeling was right when he heard her voice calling for him to answer. And that was enough to launch into the portal and appear here. Kenpachi and Anna were still reeling, Aizen had a face that showed he was trying to contain his fury, Tiamat and Lori still had their jaws hanging, and Ranjiku and her husband had their eyes wide open in an exaggerated way as they understood what had happened. Samantha was finally able to connect the dots and understand something. Wait, TTUR. Samantha looked at Bahamut, or as she knew him before, Issei, trembling slightly. Yeah. Sorry for not telling you, but I like that you treated me like any other person. Bahamut scratched the back of his neck in a gesture of regret and embarrassment. One that slightly took Yamamoto off the scent. Samantha's brain could barely finish processing it all when it happened. Boom. Are you okay, Samantha? Bahamut asked, grabbing her. Although asking was useless since she was already unconscious. Several months later. It's been 6 months since Bahamut was summoned again. And things have only gotten better for Samantha. First, the fact that her partner turned out to be Bahamut, making her the first woman, or rather the first person, to have a dragon god as a partner. Although he asked her to continue treating him the way she has for the last 6 months, that he prefers to be treated that way. He was able to access the second level of Imperial mode, developing a black suit of armor, somewhat revealing in Bahamut's opinion, which allowed him to create cannons that fired pure energy. And given his lack of magical talent, it was the best weapon he could ask for. Tiamat and Lori had knelt before the couple, apologizing for having thought of hitting him before. Bahamut came to wonder if he was really that scary, or if they saw him like other gods who cause Armageddon for a small mockery. After that everything went back to normal, although both dragons continued to treat Bahamut as the dragon god, even though he asked them not to. He also learned a lot more from Bahamut between talks, such as that there are dragons that develop one or more abilities, either by inheritance or by finding a reason to break their own limits. In his opinion, it is too similar to the requirement for a balance breaker of a sacred gear, although he told him that he was the one who came up with the idea of that requirement. He also initially raised Drag and Albion, the two celestial dragons, although it didn't turn out very well, let's say. He told him how he partied with Odin when he was young, and currently with Thor. How he is usually the one who stops Office and Great Red's childish fights, lowering some of the respect he had for them. He even invited him to eat in Asgard, drinking wine taken from the House of God. He also took her to meet Great Red in Office. Honestly, he didn't expect one to be a slob and the other a lowly with a perfect poker face. The bad thing is that he didn't get to meet Trihixa, even though Bahamut told her he was feeling unwell. But leaving that aside, in short, ever since he discovered who his friend was, he was able to act more freely. He never expected someone of his standing to act like a normal person, and he didn't want to be shown the level of admiration and respect that a deity would normally have, or at least that's what she thought. Her interest turned into love at that time. Finding someone like him, who saw beyond her talent and didn't see her as a trophy, was already difficult. She just hoped he felt the same. Currently, they were both walking through the Elix clan home, returning from a date they had in Vatican City. But since they left, the albino had noticed a somewhat insecure look from Bahamut. That made her curious. What could have put the supreme dragon god like that? Shall we go somewhere else? Samantha asked as she looked at Bahamut. Yes, I have the perfect place. To tell you something. Bahamut opened a portal in front of them, after saying those words. Samantha froze for a moment. What did he mean by that? With some hesitation, she entered the portal with Bahamut. Only to stare in surprise at the place where they stood. The waxed wooden floor, the 4 statues, only one of which has lit candles. Yes, this was their sanctuary. Ito. What are we doing in my sanctuary? The albino asked, puzzled. It didn't bother her, but she was very curious about why Bahamut decided to come here. The aforementioned was turning his back on him. He was moving his hands frantically, trying to stop and relieve his nerves. Come on Bahamut, you face the gods, you are the most powerful being. Stop acting like a brat and show your balls. He mentally encouraged himself, taking out a small box from a golden portal in the process. Samantha. From the first moment I saw you, I couldn't get that image of you saying those things about me out of my head. No one besides my brothers has ever said anything like that to me in my entire life. Samantha didn't say anything. She felt like she shouldn't interrupt him. From that moment on I wanted to know more about you, to get to know you better. You're someone somewhat clumsy, bad with magic and very perverted. The poor girl felt like daggers were stabbing into her at those words, except for the last one. But you're also determined and have the will to make the earth tremble if you wanted to. All of that makes you Samantha Elix. The woman I love. Bahamut knelt before her, holding out the small box he had open, revealing a silver ring with a royal blue gem. Samantha, would you like to be my wife? The albino was petrified in her place, unable to believe what she was hearing. She was almost jumping up and down saying S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S S if it weren't for Kiai. Both turned surprised towards the door, where a legion of women, plus Samantha's sister and mother, were watching the couple with huge smiles. Maybe they should have closed the door. A few days later. If there was one thing Ranjiku was exceptional at, it was spreading a rumor so quickly that in just 2 days the entire wedding was already in the air. It wasn't a big deal, as only the family and a few special guests were going. The problem was that said family and guests were faction leaders. They ended up going Great Red, Office, Odin, Thor, Hades, Persephone, Shiva, Indra, Tiamat, Lori, Tannen, Yulong, Sun Wukong, Izanagi, Izanami, among many others. Miguel was the priest, since being an angel the role suited him like a glove. When I announced that they were now husband and wife, the party erupted. Several couples dancing, some gods mocking Bahamut a little that he was now tied up, some women congratulating Samantha for having caught Bahamut, although many tried and failed. But that's not what interests us, but the well-known honeymoon. The newlywed couple were in Bahamut's secret house, where he keeps so many things that he's lost count. Stop. Both twins shouted, covering their ears, in an attempt to not want to hear that specific part. But we've only just reached the best part. Samantha complained, pouting and looking away indignantly. Besides, it's a tradition for parents to tell their children in great detail how they were conceived. Mom, we just met again, and the first thing you want to do is traumatize us. Issei asked sarcastically. Better continue with the story. Vali asked, wanting to skip the moment. Party pooper. Samantha grumbled and got back to the story. Back to the story. 9 months have passed since that honeymoon. And the couple can say that they were the hardest 9 months for them. And not because of money or family issues. But after that night, Samantha became pregnant. Ranjiku's scream upon hearing this echoed throughout the clan. And left her children and husband nearly deaf. Bahamut, though overjoyed, felt insecure because of a past experience as a father. From that moment on, the couple suffered through what is called new parent training. Although Bahamut had already experienced it with Drake and Albion, but given how it ended, it was better to know what to do. Samantha was the one who suffered the most, with the mood swings, the cravings, which became strange, the nausea. Of course Bahamut shared that suffering. As the months passed, the Alex and Bahamut family's doubts only grew regarding one topic. For some reason, Samantha's belly was bigger than it should be, and she was eating a lot more. Thanks to the help of Freya, the Norse goddess of fertility, and Artemis, who also rules over births, they discovered the reason for this. They were having twins. This only made the dragon god's insecurity even greater, but for that he received help from Odin, who is the greatest expert in being a father, and who could give him the best advice. When those 9 months were up, the couple was finally able to meet the fruit of their love. And Bahamut felt that fate, or Chichigami, had played a very cruel joke on him. His children had within them those who could be considered his first children, although not by blood. They were currently at the Dragon Society Partner Hospital, where Samantha gave birth to the twins. 2 days have passed since that moment, which Samantha sincerely doesn't want to repeat, and the couple has received visits from virtually the entire clan, receiving congratulations and gifts for the little ones. On the bed in the room, Samantha lay wearing a robe, covered up to her waist with a sheet. In her arms were 2 bundles covered by blankets. Beside her, Bahamut, with his wife, looking through the contents of the bundles, both smiles on their faces. "We're here," Tiamat whispered, slowly opening the door. Standing next to her were Laurie and Office in her child form. "Hey girls." Samantha nodded, since her arms were full. "Come on, come closer." The 3 of them approached to see the contents of the packages. They were 2 newborn babies, one with black hair and the other white. "How cute." The 2 older-looking dragons hummed, while the little one just touched the cheek of the closest one, who was the black-haired one, with her finger. "Do you want to hold them?" Bahamut asked, receiving a nod from the 2 of them. With extreme care, comparable only to the care taken when deactivating a bomb, the dragon god gave each of them a baby. The albino one to Laurie and the black-haired one to Tiamat, while Office flew and continued to touch his cheek, although it didn't seem to bother the baby. That's when Tiamat forgot about her little problem. They both opened their small eyes, revealing a pair of blue eyes and a pair of red eyes respectively. "You're a cutie." Laurie tickled the little one in her arms with her nose, who let out a tender giggle in the eyes of the others. The little black-haired boy was also laughing, but the person carrying him was completely petrified, while Office continued to caress his cheek, but now she looked him in the eyes. "Is something wrong, Tiamat?" the albino asked worriedly. "She's not crying," she whispered, but because of the proximity everyone heard her. And it was true. They just remembered Tiamat's problem with babies or children, but the little one in her arms just smiled at her. "Looks like you found the only baby who doesn't cry when you're around," Office commented neutrally, not leaving her task of scratching the little one's cheek. Samantha watched as her 2 best friends played with the little ones. She knew very well that they wanted to do the same, but with their own children, so a crazy idea formed in her head. She didn't know if it was a product of the sedatives they gave her before, or her perverted nature, but she liked the idea. "What do you say about being my little ones' fiancés?" Everyone stopped immediately when they heard that random comment come out of her mouth. "What?" was all Laurie and Tiamat managed to utter. Yeah, it's not like they're forced, it will only happen if both parties love each other," clarified the albino. "But they're just babies," Office said, tilting her head to the side. "It's for when Office-chan grows up. I see you're trying to make so that they're already reserved in case a profiteer shows up." Somehow, Bahamut made sense of what his wife said. "Exactly. Because of who they are, they'll be spoiled. I'd rather they be engaged to 2 of the women they trust the most." They both looked at each other, as if trying to decide whether to accept or not. "Fine, I accept. But I know it won't work out," Tiamat said confidently with Laurie supporting her. She wouldn't like to remain single, but the chances of her friend's son being interested in her are almost 0, after all she had thousands of years behind her. Laurie had the same thoughts. "Good, it's done. Honey, remind me to do the necessary paperwork later." Bahamut nodded to his wife's request. Although he didn't like the idea of compromising his children at such a young age, the love clause in between convinced him. And he had a slight feeling that it would be fulfilled. "Have you chosen names yet?" Office asked, changing the subject, as she was now the one carrying the little one. "In fact, yes." Samantha asked the 3 of them to come closer with their children. "I'll call him Volley, because I always liked that name." Samantha grabbed the white-haired baby and rubbed her nose against his, then moved on to grab her other son. "And he will be called Issei." Repeating the same thing she did with Volley, while Bahamut raised an eyebrow. "And why Issei?" "Because he looks like you," he said with a chuckle, which was reciprocated by the dragon god at the reason for the name. 2 months later. Samantha sat holding her children in the living room of Bahamut's secret house. Their mother hummed a lullaby after feeding the little ones. Her husband stood beside her, lightly rubbing his children's noses with a small smile. He never expected to marry or have children one day, but he would never complain. It was one of the best things that could have happened to him in his life. I see the family has expanded. A voice, similar to Bahamut's, was heard at the entrance to the room, leaning against the door. This voice came from a man with black hair, only lighter than Bahamut's, combed neatly down unlike the other's unruly hair, and golden eyes. He wore a black suit, with some gold details, though these reminded him of a priest's. Trihiksa. Bahamut whispered in surprise upon seeing his other brother. The same. Hello Bahamut. Bahamut stood up, slowly approaching Trihiksa. It's good to see you again. It's been. But Bahamut stopped abruptly, going from that happy expression to a neutral one. But tell me. How did you get out of El's prison? He asked seriously. Haha, I knew you wouldn't escape. Trihiksa moved away from the door and stood up straight. I got someone to destroy the seal the demons had, allowing me to escape temporarily. And what exactly are we doing here? Bahamut asked cautiously. It wasn't that he didn't like meeting his brother again, but he knew him, and he wouldn't come without an ulterior motive. I wanted to know if you were going to join my cause at last. Bahamut narrowed his eyes at Trihiksa's reason. Never. I will not let you exterminate all life in the world, Trihiksa. There are other ways. However, Trihiksa just laughed a little. Haha, I already knew it was useless. I'm sorry, but even if you are my brother, I have a goal to fulfill. Trihiksa's gaze became serious, while his immense power came out of him. Bahamut did the same, snapping his fingers to cause 2 things to happen. 1. The room to increase enormously in size, equaling a professional soccer field, with the advantages of dimensional magic, and 2. A most powerful barrier to form around Samantha and her children. From Samantha's point of view, the battle between the 2 brothers could simply be described as titanic, even though neither of them was in their true form, and they were just warming up. Punches, kicks, energy blasts, spells. The battle between the 2 combined everything. But even though they seemed evenly matched, Samantha realized something. Trihiksa's power was greater. Fortunately, the currently expanded room had the ability to rebuild itself, otherwise it wouldn't support either of their power levels. Bahamut blocked a blow to the face from Trihiksa, counterattacking with a kick straight to the jaw, but Trihiksa also stopped it. They both traded blows non-stop, but it seemed like they both knew exactly where the other would attack, so when they collided their fists, they both opened their palms, creating a sphere of energy each that collided with the other, creating an explosion. The explosion knocked both of them away, ending with Trihiksa crashing against the wall and Bahamut next to his crying wife and children. Shit, he's stronger than before, could it be because he devoured El? Bahamut's gaze went to his wife and children inside the barrier that was badly cracked as a result of the fight against his brother. I can't keep fighting him, I'll put Samantha, Issei and Vali in danger if I continue like this. With little difficulty, he got up and with his outstretched hand, created a portal behind them. We have to get out of here. Samantha didn't need to hear any more. From the looks of the barrier, it couldn't withstand another attack. They had to get out and get their children to safety. But when she stood up, she froze. Trihiksa got out of the wall where he was trapped. He knew well that even with his new power, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Bahamut, he wasn't stable or 100% yet. That was when he felt like something was pulling him hard. Shit, time's running out, I have to take care of him right now. Trihiksa charged energy into her finger. Although the energy ball didn't exceed the size of a marble, its power was completely different. Samantha watched as Trihiksa fired that tiny energy sphere, but a last-minute tug on her prison caused the shot to veer straight towards Samantha and her children. The albino woman watched in slow motion as the shot hit the 3 of them. She felt that if it hit them, all 3 would die. So she could only think of one way for her children to survive the attack. FHIUM. The attack, not according to the size of the sphere, left a rather large hole in the middle of Samantha's chest when she separated her children. Bahamut had noticed the little sphere late, having been concentrating on the portal. By the time he felt it, he couldn't prevent it from passing through Samantha and leaving that gap, causing her to fall to the floor. Samantha. The dragon god shouted, grabbing her and her children in time, saying her name over and over again as he held his children with his tail. Shit, I missed. Trihiksa cursed herself. That jerk caused her to deflect the shot and kill her brother's wife when she was the target. Samantha. Bahamut's gaze momentarily faded as his children cried. He slowly placed them next to their mother, not bothered too much that the blankets covering them were soiled with the blood that was forming beneath Samantha. Trihiksa stood up straight, ready to strike again, now that he was distracted. And she would have, but in less than a microsecond, Bahamut was in front of her, one hand open, fingers pressed together and pointed skyward, while the other held that arm in place. His look of fury and death is something that will forever be etched in the mind of the beast of the apocalypse. Hakai. Trihix's eyes widened, fear visible in them. She remembered that technique very well, the ultimate killing technique of the dragon god of beginning and end. He felt Bahamut's energy being forcibly sent into every cell in his body, slowly destroying them. A technique that could kill anyone, since the energy is constantly being sent out, making regeneration useless, but the more powerful the enemy, the longer it takes to completely eliminate them. Taking advantage of that, Trihixa created a sphere of energy, with all that she had left, in her right hand, since her left had already been erased. Boom. The ball slammed into Bahamut's face, knocking him off his feet and allowing Trihixa to escape the attack. But that triumph didn't last long. A third pull blurred Trihixa's body before her astonished gaze. Shit, time's up. You're lucky bro, but next time I'll finish what I started. Trihixa disappeared into black particles, leaving the room silenced except for the baby's cries. With a blank stare, the dragon god approached his wife's body and lifted both babies in his arms while trying to stop them from crying, but it was impossible. He also cried along with them. Bah. Ha. Mutt. Samantha's broken and agonized voice was heard by her husband. Samantha. Bahamut shouted, still holding his children but with his tail, kneeling beside Samantha. The marks on her body were proof that Imperial Mode was buying him time. Don't worry, I'm sure we can. No. Way. The albino spat out a little blood. We both know that. I won't survive. Samantha put a sad smile on her face. But if I go for the Sephiroth Grail, maybe. You know. The effects of that on the user. I wouldn't like for someone to suffer because of me. But calm down. I want you to do that. Bahamut's eyes widened in shock. But if I do that, you won't be able to go to paradise. You won't be able to rest in peace. I prefer that to going to a boring place in the clouds. A weak smile formed on Samantha's lips at his bad joke. Samantha saw Bahamut's eyes quickly moisten, he was on the verge of tears. Her gaze shifted to her children who were still crying, as if they knew their mother was dying. Please. Bring me closer to Issei and Vali. Bahamut obeyed, gently passing his children into his wife's arms. My little ones. This may be the last time I see you. For a long time. But I want you to know that I will always be with you. I will always see everything you do. If you are somewhat perverted I will not get angry. In fact, I will be proud. Be good, do not fight among yourselves. Be good brothers. Although, I know your father. And I know that he does not have the confidence to raise you. So I am sure that you will grow up apart. But even with that, if you ever meet again, I hope it is on good terms. Eat well, sleep well, make friends. And do not hate your father if he does what I said. He will not abandon you even if I sent you to different families. And if possible, I hope that you fall in love with my friends. I know it is a lot to ask, but I know that you will make good couples. My instinct as a mother tells me so. A sad smile turned to form on Samantha's lips. It's time. Sorry for not telling you more things. But know that no matter where you are, I will always be with you even if you don't know it. Samantha's eyes closed as her children continued to mourn her death. Bahamut, still with tears in his eyes, placed his hand on top of his recently deceased wife's body, where a magic circle formed below her body and in Bahamut's palm. From Samantha's body, a pure white sphere emerged, levitating just 1 meter from the albino's body. That white sphere split into 3, one part going to Bahamut, another to Vali, and the last to Issei. The 3 spheres entered the 3, shining slightly for just a few seconds. Bahamut carried his children as they continued to cry. Ryujin. A roar of helplessness and sadness escaped from his mouth. All over the world, both human and supernatural, dragons shared the same roar, feeling the suffering of their leader. End of flashback. And that was the story. Samantha finished with a melancholic gleam in her eyes. Both brothers looked at each other. Sadness was visible in their eyes. They had just heard how their mother died, including her last words. No one knew what to say at this point. Don't make those faces. Samantha approached and hugged them both. Although I couldn't be with you for most of your lives, at least you grew up with people who loved you. Except for me. Said Vali. In his case, it was his adoptive mother and Lori who loved him, later adding Azazel when he went with the fallen angels. Yes. I took care of that with your father. A somewhat evil giggle came out of Samantha's mouth, scaring the 2 youngest a little. They didn't want to know what she did to him. The trio stood there hugging each other. Enjoying each other's company. Especially Samantha, who sincerely thought she would never be able to do this with her children. The next day. Well? Asked Samantha, sitting on a simple chair with a small circular glass table and 2 other chairs beside it. Everything's perfect. They just needed some confidence. Issei declared, opening his eyes. Both twins were sitting in the chairs next to Samantha, drinking or eating some snacks that were on the table. It should be said that said snacks and drinks appeared practically out of nowhere. It's not as if they satisfied any need, but it helped to create more of a conversational atmosphere. They had talked a lot with their mother, remembering moments from the past. Like Issei's escapes when he was being chased by the kendo club, Volley's somewhat disturbing walks through Gregory, funny anecdotes about Samantha. At least that was the case until they felt something strange. They could feel Kiba and Arthur seriously depressed and emotionally defeated. They connected with them to give them some help. That connection was easier being in a place like this limbo. Back to what I wanted to say. I still don't understand how one of Papa's abilities is so simple to understand and the other so complicated, said Volley, returning to the conversation. Samantha had told them a little secret that Bahamut kept just for fun. Alpha Force didn't make one's power infinite, it was simply an illusion. What it did was reset the energy level to before the fight started, and the effect lasted as long as the ability was active. It was in simple words a reset button. Well, the skills themselves are contradictions. One erases and the other restarts, Samantha commented calmly. His gaze saddened a little as he noticed something strange. What's wrong, Mom? Both children asked. Looks like our time together is about to end. Samantha created a full-length mirror and placed it in front of both of them. Amben saw how their bodies became increasingly translucent. Not that I'm complaining, but they took a while. Issei commented, curiously watching her body disappear. Like he said, he wasn't complaining since he really enjoyed spending time with his mother, but he found it strange that they took so long. Keep in mind that Sun Wukong spent days awake to save them. He had to rest for a while, Samantha explained. And I guess that's goodbye. Issei and Volley stood up from their seats, approaching their mother as they disappeared further. No. It's a see you later. Samantha hugged her translucent children, who returned the gesture. The hug didn't last long since they had disappeared. The woman stared at the space where her children had once been. Good luck, my little ones. They'll need it with the problems that lie ahead. Samantha not only wished that her children would do well in this fight, but also in the one to come. After all, someone had sworn that he would return. Chapter 36. The Return, the final round against the hero faction. Issei and Volley opened their eyes, finding themselves with a landscape of a sky of various colors, predominantly dark, and a red rocky ground. So we're on top of Great Red. Issei commented to the air, feeling strange about this above his uncle. That's correct, children of Bahamut. A voice replied from behind them both. They turned around, finding Sun Wukong in the lotus position, probably waiting for them to wake up. Aren't you going to help this old monkey up? I've been in this position for about 20 hours. Complained the monkey from Journey to the West. Both brothers rushed to help the old monkey get up, who once stood up straightened his back, causing his bones to creak as he rearranged them. That's better. Thank you very much, Sun Wukong. Before the first Sun Wukong, both brothers bowed in extreme gratitude. You're welcome, I owed it to him for preventing Biku from doing something crazy. If you'll excuse me, I must get back to work. I wish you the best of luck. He'll inform you about everything that's going on, said Sun Wukong before a portal opened and swallowed him. Did he say it? Issei asked his brother. That would be me. A deep voice came from nowhere, although not really from nowhere. I am Great Red, the dragon you have been riding for the last 5 days, declared the voice, making the young ones realize that where they were standing was not a rocky ground, they were Great Red scales. Are you Uncle Red? Volley asked, surprised by the size. He had already managed to see his uncle after Diodora, but being on top of him was a totally different experience. Ha 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 ha, it's me. He laughed a little at the lack of respect. They were definitely children of Bahamut. It's good to see that you are awake and safe. And he's not the only one. From behind one of Great Red's large scales, Galantman came out alongside Susanneman, Fefner and Pederhausen. Guys. The twins went to greet their families, receiving congratulations for surviving the poison and apologies for not being able to help. Hey, you're not the only ones who want to greet them. Drake's voice sounded from the light on the back of Issei's hand. Drake, Albion. They both greeted their companions, and the previous bearers greeted them in the process. Albion, how's Ryujin? And Ascalon, Drake. Both twins asked, concerned for both sword spirits. See for yourselves. Great Red's voice sounded as a light manifested behind both twins. Turning around, they found something that filled them with relief. In the middle of a magic circle was Ryujin repaired, with strange symbols running through it near the edge, but something strange was the other sword in the circle. It was normal looking, with a wide handle, the guard had both ends pointing upwards and were shaped like fangs, and the blade had symbols just as strange as Ryujin written in the center. What happened? They both exclaimed in surprise, Issei more than Volley, seeing the change in the swords. Hehehe. A somewhat macabre chuckle was heard as they held their swords. Ascalon, Ryujin. Ha. Time for revenge. Damn piece of ancient metal. Both of them jumped tremendously from the scare they received. They were definitely the voices of Ascalon and Ryujin, but for some reason they sounded somewhat macabre. Hey, what happened to you? Bali asked for both of them. Well, Great Red and Sun Wukong came up with the idea of combining Ryujin and Ascalon with the SAMAEL poison that was extracted from them to reform them. The fact is that now they are not only complete again, but they are stronger than before. SAMAEL's blood had part of yours when it was extracted, and by combining both factors with Ascalon and Ryujin, the result was not only that Ascalon suffered a greater change, since more blood was extracted from you than from Vali, which explains why Ryujin did not suffer a greater change, but also that their personalities became a little evil. Both dragons explained, seeing in the mental landscape how the previous bearers hid behind a wall of furniture, while the two swords released a somewhat dark aura. Well, at least they're back. Vali sighed in relief. Rest assured. They both said, returning in a second to a friendlier personality. Does anyone know what's been going on outside? Issei asked the family members. No. Since we've been here taking care of them, we haven't heard anything from outside the rift. SAMAEL answered. Frustrating Issei and Vali, since they had no idea what was happening. I know what's been going on. Great Red's statement managed to draw everyone's attention towards him. Although more behind his back, since they didn't know where his head was. For 5 days now things haven't been looking good in the underworld. The monsters summoned by Shalba Beelzebub have been causing havoc throughout the underworld, heading towards the capital. Several teams, including mostly their retinues, several demon retinues, even the leaders, have tried to stop them. Unfortunately, your girls aren't fighting with all, perhaps because they are still affected by the disappearance of you two, and most of them don't have the power to cause such damage that the creature's regeneration can't work. Besides, they all just diverted their course to a specific city, where most of your group is. Great Red's explanation left the two twins petrified, both from surprise and fear of what might happen to the others. What are we waiting for? Issei shouted, running towards where Great Red's head apparently is, being followed by his brother. But how do you know that? Asked Petterhausen, following his masters with the others. I am the dragon god of dreams. Besides being able to create things out of nothing, I can enter the dreams of others, which allows me to see what happens outside the rift. Said Great Red before feeling both brothers in his head. It will take me a while to open a portal to the specific area. The lost dimension interferes with my ability to open portals. Not to bother you, uncle, especially since this is the first time we've seen and talked, but if you can do it as quickly as possible, all the better. Issei asked, receiving a nod from Great Red, which almost made the 6 above him fall. Inside the boosted gear and divide gear. While the previous carriers tried to calm down Ryujin and Ascalon surrounded by a dark aura, Drake and Albion had separated to go to a section far away from them, but not too far. Are we sure? It's time to stop holding back. It's time to release our primary ability. Both celestial dragons saw in front of them 2 circles, one red and one silver, which had different symbols, without an exact meaning, but spinning in different directions. The circles ended up lining up, forming the dragon symbol that both dragons had, but this time there was a closed lock around the symbol of each circle. Click. But the sound of something opening, the previous wielders and swords turned to watch as the locks on the circles opened, letting the circles fade into lights of their respective colors. What did you just do? Elsha asked, confused by what had happened. We only release something that we ourselves sealed out of pride. Drake replied, turning around with Albion, both giving a reassuring smile. Both the previous wielders, Ascalon and Ryujin, didn't know what they were talking about. Until recently they believed that the only abilities of both were boost and transfer in the case of Drake and divide and half dimension in the case of Albion, but with the Imperial Drive, penetrate and reflect were revealed. What abilities did they have exactly? Everyone nodded at Ascalon's question. All the abilities you saw were born after we sealed the original one after our first encounter. When we were young and didn't know each other, we almost died at the hands of a different god each, Ishtar and Ereshkigal. Albion began to relate with a nostalgic look, remembering their first fight to the death. At first neither of us took a fighter training seriously. We were raised by Bahamut in different places, he even trained us a little, and that made us proud. That pride almost caused our death, but in that battle, both of us, without even knowing each other, had come to the same conclusion. It is very difficult for a dragon to let go of its pride, since it defines us, but we both let it go in order to win and become stronger. That awakened our dormant ability, one that could kill the gods. Drake remembered those days well. His abilities were so powerful that a simple impact from them was enough to win. Honestly, it was very boring to always win with a single move, until we met. It turns out that neither of us is affected by the other's ability, which turned us into the rivals we were in the future. Our first encounter led us to seal our primary ability to develop new ones. Albion finished, turning back to look at the bearers and swords, just like Drake. And what they just did was. Yes, we released that ability. It is dangerous and very powerful, but it will be useful against those things if they regenerate. Drake finished what Ascalon was going to say. Both dragons saw where the circles had been. Their minds wandered to the possibilities of what might have happened if they had unleashed the ability after the fight with Loki, which was when they remembered about it, and their pride wouldn't have prevented it. But there was no time for that. They had to put that pride aside and unleash that hidden power. A magic circle, one red and one white, appeared beneath each of the two dragons, and said circles slowly faded into golden particles. Those skills must have been very powerful if they led them to create such security systems. Belzard commented. Dragon Albion hadn't paid attention to the comment, but he was actually absolutely right. Those abilities were what had made them so feared in the past. It will take us some time to remove the last locks. Drake reported. It will probably take us as long as it took Great Red to get the kids to the underworld. The others just hoped they would make it in time. And that those skills would really be enough against the Annihilation Maker's creatures. Underworld. Appearing through a magic circle, Tiamat, Kiba, Lori, Office, Arthur, Akeno, Scarlet, Rias, Biku, Sererg, with Regulus waiting outside the Grimmery mansion, and Gasper arrived as close as possible to the besieged city. Shit, we have to hurry. Kiba pointed out, looking at the city, or what's left of it. Many buildings were destroyed, a few collapsed, and there were large columns of black smoke rising into the sky. But there is no sign of the beasts. Said Office looking around. From what they felt, they still had some time before the beasts reached the city, although it wasn't much. That means. Biku's words were left unfinished. Everyone guessed what he meant. The hero faction attacked the place. Boom. 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 Several explosions sounded from the city. More columns of smoke rose into the sky. And it seems they didn't leave. They all took flight towards the destroyed city. City in ruins. Bua. The black armor spat blood when it hit the ground near a bus full of children. Okay, this is too cliché, but what can you do? Shit. Of all the possibilities, how does a bus with children get trapped? Saji wondered, getting up, while his armor regenerated. Don't complain, Saji, and help us. But it's Sona-san, Wendy, and I who are fighting. Saji shouted at Ria. While King Citri, the Dragon Slayer, and the Vritra wielder were fighting, the rest were trying to move the bus. Stop complaining, Saji. Sona shouted, emerging from a cloud of smoke with Wendy and Dragon Force, looking very tired. Sona launched a huge water snake, Saji a purple energy sphere, and Wendy a roar of the heavenly dragon. Boom. An even larger cloud of smoke covered the previous one, while the ground cracked even more. Was that enough? Wendy asked, losing her transformation. Ha 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 ha. His response came. But it wasn't the one he expected. Emerging from the cloud of smoke, Heracles laughed as everyone could see the condition of his body. The bumps were there, a sign of his balance breaker, and he was barely hurt. Not bad. If I hadn't activated my balance breaker and launched a missile, I'm sure I would have been hurt worse. Heracles shouted, showing a smile. Now, shall we continue? The descendant of Hercules cracked his neck and knuckles. Shit. Whispered Sona, already tired. Although she didn't have any significant injuries, the fatigue of using strong spells was too much. How long can those reinforcements take? Shouted the black-haired girl to the sky. Boom. 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 As if summoned, several explosions occurred near Heracles, forcing him to move away. Among them he could recognize the representative color of the power of destruction. We're sorry for the delay. Ria said, getting off with the rest. I should have said that 5 minutes ago. Sona mumbled, slowly straightening up. Isn't anyone else coming? Saji asked, still in his armor. The rest are on their way, along with the creatures. Tiamat revealed, tensing the Citri group. It's a joke, isn't it? You can barely handle one, and now the whole pack comes. Listen, the priority is to get those children out of here, so we can fight the creatures more freely. Rias declared, looking at Sona now. Why didn't you teleport them away? It can't be done. There's something interfering with the transport circles. Sona revealed, catching her breath. Ha 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 ha, finally, more fun. Heracles' laughter echoed as he approached again. In the distance, lightning, explosions, and collapsing buildings resounded loudly. And it seems the others are having fun too. Declared the descendant of Hercules. If the others are here, the creatures won't be long in coming. Office felt the energies around the city. Everyone was in it apparently. Pick up your pace. We'll take care of Heracles while you evacuate the children. Ria shouted in a commanding tone to the Citri group. Or so it seemed. From the sky, several figures fell behind the Redeed, generating a small cloud of smoke. However, it vanished, revealing the Grimmery entourage ready for their king's orders. We are sorry for the delay, Rias, but we were holding one of the creatures with the help of Serafal-sama, Gabriel-sama and Penemu-sama, with assistance from Yasaka-sama, Navi-sama and Irene-sama. Explained Sting next to her, with a servant tone. Okay, like I said, take care of getting those kids out of here while we take care of the rest. Rias declared without turning to look at him, but that didn't bother him. He understood well the situation they were in. Understood. The 15 members said before turning around and helping the Citri group. Alright, who will fight me? Heracles asked, massaging his neck. It will be me. The one who spoke was none other than Sererg. I will fight by his side, my king. Declared Regulus, positioning himself to his side. No, Regulus. This is an enemy I wish to crush myself. Sererg declared, cracking his knuckles. Oh. You're not underestimating me, heir of the House of Baal. At great speed, Heracles was in front of Sererg, with his fist with one of its missile-shaped protuberances, ready to impact the black-haired man. Boom. The smile on Heracles' face was huge as he slapped Sererg's face. A cloud from the explosion completely covered the black-haired man, while Heracles refused to move his fist. Ha 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 ha, that's what you deserve for being conceited. You're just as weak as the Seker Uite and the Hacker Yuiku. He mocked with a deranged laugh. However, one thing I didn't notice was how the rest didn't seem alarmed by the explosion, but rather angry at the mockery. Is that all? Heracles' eyes widened as his laughter suddenly died away. The cloud faded, revealing Sererg in perfect condition, his clothes somewhat dirty and in perfect condition, with only a few small burns at the impact site. His face was slightly tilted by the fist held in place, but his eyes showed no pain, only boredom. And you claim to be more powerful than Issei or Vali, you disgust me. Sererg forcefully moved his face, pushing Heracles' fist away, and launched his own punch. Boom. Heracles' eyes shot open as he spat out a considerable amount of blood. And was thrown about 30 meters before crashing to the ground. He held the area he'd hit, which was right in the pit of his stomach. It felt like his organs were turning to mush from that simple blow. He turned his gaze back to Sererg, who was covered in a layer of taki as he stared at them with eyes resembling those of a predator. More specifically, a lion. Heracles clenched his fists and teeth tightly. Don't think you've beaten me. He said royally as he fired all his missiles at a single target. Boom. 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 One after another they exploded, filling the air with the sound of explosions. But none of them hit their target. Heracles' eyes widened again, seeing how Sererg countered each missile that came at him with his fists. Of course he didn't get away with it, as his hands became increasingly stained with blood. Although it was little given that the taki cloak served well as protection. Boom. 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 The missiles ended up exhausting Heracles, who looked not only injured by the blow, but also tired from the large barrage of missiles. Is that all? I expected more from the descendant of that hero who completed the 12 labors. Sererg said, looking at him with bored eyes. His fists were bleeding a little, but it wasn't anything that bothered him. Heracles looked at him with enormous fury, but also with incredible frustration. He couldn't help but agree with him, his ancestor completed those legendary and dangerous 12 labors with his strength and cunning, but he was nowhere near what his ancestor had been. That was a burden he and the others carried, wanting to equal their ancestors. The only one who didn't seem to agree with the methods they used to do so was ironically their leader, Cao Cao. From his shorts pocket, he took out a syringe with a liquid inside. With this chaos breaker, he would easily overcome his enemies and then eliminate all the demons, as a hero should do. He placed the syringe on his neck, ready to stick it in and graft himself. So you're going to use that? I guess I shouldn't have expected much from you. His enemy's words stopped him. Heracles stared at him wide-eyed, before shifting his gaze to the syringe he'd removed from his neck. He wondered if it was the right thing to use the liquid. His rational side told him yes, but the side that wanted to be a hero like his ancestor told him no. Hercules didn't need drugs to defeat his opponents. For him to use them would only tarnish his ancestor's name. His mind was in a serious debate, while tears of frustration fell from his eyes as he couldn't decide. Ai. With force, she broke the syringe and launched herself at Sererg, while tears of frustration continued to fall, but she didn't regret what she did. So you decided to fall with honor. Sererg retracted his right fist, where the taki concentrated and took the form of a lion's head. Beast King strike. Boom. The blow landed square on Heracles, causing several wounds, some more dangerous than others, and knocking him down. His blank eyes were a clear indication that the blow had knocked him out, leaving him in a coma. I think I held back too much. The Baal thought before returning to the others. The Citri and Gremory groups were lifting the bus, taking it away to a safe place. Those who remained were ready to face the heroes and the beasts. Wow, I didn't think Heracles would fall so easily. The voice known to most was heard a few meters away. From behind the ruins of a building, Faust's descendant came out. George. Most of those present shouted, taking up battle stance. They had to be on their toes. They were about to face the bearer of the lost dimension. I've been wondering where you guys were. I see you're hiding somewhere. George mocked, slowly increasing the anger of the accused. To think you'd get like this because of those idiots from the Sekiryuite and the Hacker Yuku. Everyone looked at George furiously, some more than others. Tiamat, Scarlet, Lori, Office, Okeno, Kiba and Arthur were the ones who mainly wanted to tear off the head of Faust's descendant. But to everyone's surprise it wasn't them, nor Rias or Sarayerg, who refuted what he said. Don't make fun of Issei senpai and Vali senpai. They're way better than any of you. George looked at the talker with growing anger. Asper's red eyes shone with anger, even though you could see he was trembling a little. Those two idiots tried to save Leonardo, their enemy, from Shalba, another enemy. They tried to save someone who could change their ways from a murderous madman. That may make them idiots, but they're better heroes than any of you. Gasper countered George's comment. Change your path. As if I was going to let the same thing happen that happened to Cao Cao. He whispered to himself so that no one could hear him. Whatever you say, it won't change the fact that you are two idiots who went straight to the death I planned. He declared with an arrogant smile printed on his face. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, turning in just a second to complete fury and murderous intent, directed toward the bearer of the lost dimension. Gasper clenched his fists tightly as he stopped shaking. This guy had just confessed that he was the one who planned the death of Issei and Vali, the first two people who weren't scared of his power, nor tried to isolate him like the others. Issei had accepted him immediately without problems, without showing fear or repulsion towards his sacred gear. And Vali could identify with him on some level, even helping him on more than one occasion. The damper admired both of them, and hearing those words from that guy. His eyes seemed to turn darker for just a second. Did you plan it? Despite Sarayerg's desire to hit him, his curiosity was able to bring out that question. Yes. I've been the one who planned almost all of the hero faction's moves, including the Kyoto incident. That information opened everyone's eyes. I've been leading the faction behind Cao Cao's back for about 3 years now, planning attacks, kidnappings, deals. Everything was going well for our victory even before we revealed ourselves. But then those two came. The venom in his voice was palpable. Those two? Kiba asked, anticipating who they were referring to. Yes. Issei Haidu and Vali Haidu, or rather Issei and Vali Bahamut. Until a few months ago nothing was known about the Sekiryuite or the Hacker Yuku, but out of nowhere they both revealed themselves to the world, altering everything I planned. George's fists were being squeezed so tightly that his knuckles turned white and he was bleeding a little. Everyone they interacted with suffered a change that made them stronger. Ria's Gremory, Sarayerg Bale, dragon hunting. Two weren't supposed to be a threat and the other shouldn't exist, but the simple presence of the twins altered everything. That's why they were a variable that had to be eliminated. Declared this one looking again at his opponents. Behind his glasses, both eyes showed a good amount of fury. And what exactly were you planning? Rias asked, emanating a subtle air of the power of destruction. Eliminate all monsters that pose the slightest threat to humanity. This revelation took no one by surprise. We will eliminate you demons, who feed on human desires, the angels and gods, who take advantage of your faith. We will eliminate each and every one of them. Even children. Even innocent people. Sarayerg shouted angrily. The demons of old wouldn't care about them if they weren't pure-blooded, that was a truth everyone knew, but fortunately times change, and so do demons. Yes. The sincerity in his words was tremendous, as well as the surprise of the others when they saw him make a psychopathic smile. They are monsters, simply for being born that way they deserve to die. So, you'll kill anyone who's not human. George didn't answer Biku's question. But he kept smiling like that. The talks are over. It's time for the human era to begin. Several magic circles appeared around George, aiming at them. The mist he released was a clear indication that his sacred gear was also being used. Surprisingly, the first to step forward to confront him was Gasper. So the cowardly vampire goes first. Gasper's eyes showed anger at the insult, but George and everyone else could see that he was trembling a little. Hated by your family, cast aside by them just for being half-blood. Even the Gremories, supposedly the most loving family among the devils, locked you in a room. Rias couldn't refute those words. The older devils were afraid of Gasper's power, even her, and locked him up until she had the power to control it. And I'm even sure that the Sekiryuite integrated you into their group out of pity. Yes. George's words stopped upon hearing Gasper's statement. I know that at first he felt sorry for me, but I made sure to prove that I am worthy of being in this group. I get scared easily, I always depend on Senpai's blood, and I can hardly do anything by myself. But even so, Issei Senpai never asked me to push myself further, he wanted me to grow at my own pace. He trusts me, more than anyone except one person has ever trusted me. The image of a blonde girl flashed through his head. And that's why I'm going to beat you. Gasper had stopped trembling to glare at George. And before he could mock, saying, "I want to see you try it," something strange happened. Gasper's eyes shone, a sign of his sacred gear being used, but that glow was somewhat darker than normal. Added to the pitch-black aura that emanated from it. To everyone's disbelief, a large number of shadows emerged from Gasper, enclosing George and the rest in a black dome. "What the fuck?" Fausto's descendant shouted when he saw himself trapped. Gasper. Tiamat and Akeno screamed when they saw that where Gasper was there was only emptiness. "Don't think you scare me by creating this darkness." The magic circles at his sides began to charge. But strangely they stopped suddenly. "What the? It's useless." Gasper's voice sounded everywhere. It was his, but mixed with other darker ones. "Shit, I better go." The fog of his longiness was about to cover him, but it vanished. "What?" I said it's useless. In the darkness, dozens, if not hundreds, of glowing red eyes opened, pointing at George. In a way, they reminded the others of Gasper's eyes. "Everything stops before my gaze. Your end has come." George backed away, fear visible in his eyes behind his glasses. This didn't make sense. He knew vampires could use darkness and transform into animals, but he'd never heard of anyone who could use it like this. Besides, since when was his sacred gear able to stop a spell mid-creation, or his longiness? Without being able to notice it, a shadow was moving towards his left leg. That said shadow was not amorphous, since it had the appearance of a crocodile's head, only with two mouths and a third blood-red eye on its forehead. "Aya!" was the cry of pain that escaped George's mouth as he felt his leg being bitten by that strange shadow being. His scream only increased not only when his leg was crushed, but also when his right forearm was torn off by the talons of a four-winged, one-legged eagle. The crocodile let go of his leg, letting him fall to the ground, sitting down. The fear visible in his eyes amplified when he saw what was in front of him. Just like the eyes of the rest. From the shadows, creatures began to emerge as if from the water. But these creatures were not like normal ones. Some had more than one mouth, others seemed to be fused with another animal, others were missing or had extra limbs. They were creatures straight out of someone's worst nightmares. The only thing they had in common was that they were all made of darkness, and their eyes were red. A red very similar to Gasper's. "No, please." George tried to move away, but ended up colliding with the shadow wall. "Don't kill me, please." How curious. This time the voice didn't sound distorted, but like Gasper's, only deeper. From behind the creatures, Gasper emerged from the darkness, but his gaze was lifeless, and he seemed more like possessed, if his posture like that of an undead was a sign. "I'm sure many told you the same thing." His eyes didn't show even a hint of compassion. With a wave of his hand, the creatures launched themselves at the wielder of the dimension lost. His screams echoed again as he tried to push the creatures away, but in the process was consumed by the darkness of the wall. "I think in the future you will have serious limitations. And I'm not saying this because of you," Sarah commented, shocked by the bizarre scene in front of him. "To think that Gasper would have this power. We'll have to talk to the vampires about this." Although Ria's face showed how traumatized she was like her cousin, she was able to conclude a possible action to execute when all this is over. George's screams diminished as he was swallowed by the darkness. Until nothing could be heard. The dome, along with the creatures, disappeared, dissolving into the ground. But that darkness coalesced into a single point, which was Gasper. The young damper staggered a bit before collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Office was quicker and caught him. Looking at his face, she noticed he was very calm considering what he had just done. I never expected that," Biku commented, still with his hair standing on end from the scene. No one expected Gasper to be so ruthless. Arthur had trouble associating one of his Koheis with that word. But the most disconcerting thing was that power. Tiba tried to remember if he had ever seen Gasper use a similar power, but all he remembered was that he could create hands of darkness, not create those nightmare monsters. "And aren't you surprised by how ruthless and cold Gasper was? He lives with us. Sooner or later it would end like this." Kiba shrugged at the Bale's question, while Scarlet nodded still in shock. By the time everyone arrived, Gasper was beginning to wake up. "Sir. Where am I? What happened?" he asked, his brow furrowed, his head aching. "Are you okay, Gasper?" "I feel like my brain has been crushed." I answer Office's question. "What happened to George?" I ask, noticing the absence of the aforementioned. "Don't you remember?" Laurie asked, receiving a refusal from the damper. "The last thing I remember is yelling at George. And a voice telling me let's do it." That worried everyone. Could it be that Gasper had a spirit in his sacred gear, that he already has one not linked to it or a second personality? However, those doubts were put on the back burner when boom. A nearby building exploded due to the impact of something. When they turned to look, they managed to see a blonde hair falling along with pieces of metal. But before she can do anything, a bolt of lightning and a ring of light strike the blonde, but she creates a sword and stops it. She then creates a dragon of swords and lands on the ground, where the dragon dissolves. Jean. They shouted when they saw that the blonde turned out to be a descendant of Joan of Arc. Shit, wherever I go I have enemies. She complained. Her body was covered with several cuts and burns, some more serious than others. Simultaneously, a few people land next to the others. So they finally came out, said LaFay, descending. Her clothes had cuts all over them, the most serious being the one on her right leg and right shoulder. Even her hat was gone. Irina, Mine, Kuram and Asia appeared next to her. All of them had the same injuries, although some were more serious than others. Not even Fafner's defense could protect Asia. Listen, we know you have a lot to tell us, but there's something we have to say first. It will have to be for later. On the other side, Irene, Yasaka, Navi in her dragon form, Gabriel, Serafal and Penemu landed. Soon, the remaining members of dragon hunting began to arrive. All of them looking injured and exhausted, which was a positive development considering the enemies. Mio's group appeared a few seconds later. Another building was pierced as the projectile impacted near Jean. Said projectile was none other than the well-known descendant of Achilles, who only had scratches and small bruises and a few cut wounds, in addition to a scar on his abdomen. Oh, didn't you boast about your impenetrable skin? Jean mocked at his condition. Shut up. This guy snorted. He always boasted about his tough skin, and now karma was coming to collect. Along with dragon hunting, Rias and Raiser, Night Raid appeared in full, each with their eyes glued to the descendant of Achilles. Boom. 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 The earth was shaking violently. The cause was none other than the 8 Bandersnatch and the 2 Jabberwocky that were approaching the city. Although they seemed to be several kilometers away, everyone knew they would arrive in a minute or so. They were able to eliminate 3 of them. Afa stated as she took flight and saw that 3 of the Bandersnatch were missing. It cost a lot. But yes, we were able to eliminate 3 for now. Kiba looked at each of the ones who were fighting until now. He knew that if they had attacked with more strategy, there would be many fewer of them right now, but he couldn't blame them for attacking blinded by fury. He would have done the same. Those Bandersnatch have a core in the center of the chest. But it is very resistant. Gabriel revealed having slight spasms due to the pain. Mainly in his wings, which more than once he thought were broken by the force of those beings. At least we have a point to attack. Declared Rias, seeing how the creatures were getting closer and closer. Gremory's gaze shifted to the 2 members of the hero faction. Looks like they've already lost. That voice made most people tense. Above Jean and Joseph, Cao, Gudu and Athena were levitating. No. Not yet Cao. The fog gathered around Joseph, revealing a George in poor condition. He had to lean on some rubble, given the lack of his leg and an arm. What happened to you, George? The aforementioned man just glared at Gasper in fury and some fear at Jean's question. Let's just say some are more than we thought. I understand you. I didn't think those mercenaries had those scissors. Joseph cautiously looked at those enormous scissors. The look of the bearer only made that caution stronger. You're just complaining about those little scissors to maintain your indestructible skin facade. Joseph had a huge urge to hit Jean, but he held back. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I think, as Cao said, it seems you've already lost. Godu said, descending to the ground next to the goddess and his friend. And I said no. We still have the Bandersnatch and the Jabberwockies. Declared George, seeing how the aforementioned beings were already there. We will follow my plan, and we will end the underworld and the demons. And I see you didn't understand. What I meant was that this is over. His words were serious, accompanied by that icy look. It frankly scared Joseph and Jean. And I said no. I'm tired of following your stupid false ideal of a hero. I don't know what happened 3 years ago, but you changed for the worse. From that day on we should have removed you from the leadership position. George's words only increased the curiosity of the enemy group. It seemed like there was an internal war. But I'm still the leader, and I say this is over. Declared Cao, pointing his spear at George, but he, despite his pitiful state, laughed. What's making you laugh? Haha, it's just that. You forget that I also possess a longinus. The fog appeared again. And that I can easily reach Leonardo. That tensed a descendant of the Oriental hero. You don't want anything bad to happen to the child, do you? Isn't that a bit low for a hero? Jean asked her companion. In war, anything goes. Were Joseph's only words. Cao continued to stare at George with the same intensity, although he seemed tense. George's threat may have made him tense, but if being conscious was already a great effort for him. And to emphasize my point. With his good arm, he pulled out a syringe with a familiar liquid from his clothes. TCH. Fine. Cao lowered his spear in annoyance. If he used Chaos Breaker, he didn't want to think about what could happen to Leonardo. They may not be family, but there was no way he was going to let a child die. George just smiled and turned his gaze back to the long-forgotten dragon hunting, night raid, the Gremory and Bale Kings and Mio's group. How are you doing with the transfer of the children? By connecting the pieces, Rias called her servants. There's not much time left. The arrival of those things will bring down more buildings and we'll be delayed. Sting answered for everyone. I guess it's finally time to end this. With the arm holding the syringe, George signaled all the monsters to attack. The 11 began to emanate an increasingly strong light from their eyes. They had been seen using this before, and the result was, simply put, destructive. Can anyone generate a shield? Kaneko asked. We can. But the others haven't left the city. Rias cursed under her breath. The attack would destroy the entire city and the surrounding areas, and would reach the Gremory and Citri groups with that bus. Dimensional rift. We're almost there. Big Red reported. The twins were grateful as they waited patiently on the outside, but inside they were dying of anxiety. Calm down. Drake advised. Drake, where have you been? Issei asked. They hadn't heard from either of the celestial dragons for a while. We've been busy with something. And what were they doing? Bali asked. Both were releasing a little help to defeat those things. Ascalon said in an amused voice, raising an eyebrow from both of them. We only unlocked our primary skill. Gooey. The scream of both left almost all of them deaf. Yes. It wasn't necessary to shout so much. Albion scratched his ear, checking if he hadn't already gone deaf. As I was saying, those skills are very useful against the two largest creatures. Let's fight those creatures that can kill gods, with the power that can kill them. Ha 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 ha, you're about to meet the most feared flames of all. Drake's laughter drew a lower one from the others. But, you can only use it on the Imperial Drive. No problem. If you're already finished, we've arrived. Warned Great Red, opening a dimensional rift in front of him. It was simply enormous. On the other side, a city could be seen, Lilith perhaps, in ruins, with those creatures around it and their eyes shining brighter and brighter. It seems the party has already begun. Beside the kings, their relatives were getting ready. We better get started. They both looked at each other, only to smile and turn around. I, the one who would awaken. Lilith. From a helicopter, a reporter, along with her cameraman and the pilot, narrated what was happening in the city. As you can see, the creatures have arrived at the city, and if you can look closer. The camera zoomed in on the city, more specifically on dragon hunting, night raid, the leaders, Mio's group and the Gremory and Bale Kings. The only ones left to face the creatures are those who have been fighting bravely for the past 5 days, but the camera now focuses on the creatures and the people with them. The hero faction has apparently appeared. And those things are about to bomb Lilith. The camera focuses on how the creatures are increasingly charging the attack, to then move on to the Gremory and Citri groups evacuating those who remained. And there are still people in the city. The future does not look good for the underworld. Finally. George began, straightening up as best he could, a smile on his face. Today will mark the beginning of the end for supernatural beings. Very soon, only humans will be the rulers of all worlds. The descendants of Joan of Arc and Achilles couldn't contain their smiles. Although Cao Cao was a separate issue given the strength in his grip on his spear. How he wished he wouldn't do this, but George could appear where Leonardo was in a jiffy and kill him, and he couldn't take the risk. Dragon hunting, Mio's group, night raid, the leaders, Rias and Raiser. Everyone was thinking of a way to not only survive the bombing, but also save those who are still evacuating. Irene almost had no power left to change the terrain and get the devils to safety. Shit, prepare the shields. Tiamat ordered, clenching her fist tightly. She saw how Rias ordered the same to her peerage. Both of them, Lori, Office, Akeno and Scarlet, being the ones with the most energy, created a magic shield that would cover them all, with several layers just in case. They only cursed not being able to go for those who are being evacuated. They would have to leave their defense to the Citri and Gremory nobilities, but the way the Citri were. They could only pray that the civilians were only injured, and not worse. And there's no one who can stop it. George shouted at the top of his lungs as the creature's eyes glowed brightly. It's a pity that his words cannot be fulfilled. Ryujin. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the underworld, causing the beings to abandon their attack and focus their gaze, along with that of everyone else, including the journalist and cameraman, on the sky. A huge crack that showed the dimensional rift opened. What came out of it took more than one's breath away, especially George. It can't be. Athena's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What's Big Red doing here? Jean cried in astonishment, asking the question her enemies and the reporter had in the sky. This is unprecedented, ladies and gentlemen, the legendary Great Red has appeared in the underworld. Did the concentration of powers catch your attention? George had panicked. The only thing missing was for Big Red to decide to attack them. There's something above his head. Gasper shouted, everyone concentrating on making out the figures above the head of the dragon god of dreams. The sight of a red suit of armor and a silver one made everyone's eyes, without exception, open even wider. Both silhouettes shot out from the giant dragon's head. Both looked like two comets, one red and one white, and they had a target. Both hit the two Jabberwockies squarely in the chest, causing them to move away from the city at least a little. One moved his fist to crush the red armor. It just pulled a sword out of the right head that was his arm, flew over the fist and stuck the sword in it, then began to ascend until reaching the elbow, where he withdrew the sword. The other tried to crush the silver armor, but it dodged and took flight. It hit its knee, bending it and making the giant kneel. The Jabberwocky tried to grab the red armor, but it passed through its fingers. It repeated the same action it had done with the other arm, drawing a roar of pain from the creature. The silver armor took flight, striking the creature's chin with enough force to raise it slightly. Rising even higher, it did a somersault and landed on the creature's chest with a kick, which forced it to retreat. Dodging another swipe, the red armor slashed his sword through the air, generating an energy blade that impacted the Jabberwocky, but did not cause significant damage. The silver armor summoned Ryujin, with which, at incredible speed, he cut the Jabberwocky's hand several times, as well as his left arm. Seen from a distance, they looked like two lights, white and red, constantly colliding in different directions against the enormous beings. This is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. The camera recorded how the red armor kicked the creature's back hard, as well as the silver one kicked it from the front. The result was both creatures colliding against each other, almost making them fall. The Sekiryuite and the Hakuryuku, who hadn't been heard from for 5 days, have appeared next to Great Red. It's as if they've been waiting for the exact moment to make their entrance. Although I can't complain since they're fighting against the two biggest ones. The reporter continued narrating the fight while making one or another complaint about how long it took them. It was actually Great Red Sama's fault. He was the one who took that exact amount of time. Susannaman commented amusedly, who due to the distance and his hearing could hear the reporter, making his fellow family members laugh. They wouldn't have thought that Great Red would bring them right when they needed them the most. GGGGGGGRRRRRRR, we'd better get down. Fefner growled as he was held by Pederhausen. Fefner is right. We have to go where the others are. Following the dragon's words, the four familiars went in the direction of where their master's fiancés, girlfriends, love interests, friends were. Back in the fight, Issei and Vali were applying Lux impetus, not only achieving more cuts, but they moved in such a way that the Jabberwocky had stopped turning their heads to meet them and had remained still, resisting the cuts. Although it wasn't very difficult. While it is true that they were performing cuts, regeneration as well as size played an important role in the battle. Both twins had stopped for two reasons. 1. They weren't getting anywhere with this, and 2. Using Lux impetus was already making them dizzy. They barely dodged the giant swipe. But the same couldn't be said for the lightning bolt that struck them both. The twins fell to the ground, only slightly sore. The Jabberwockies fired without charging the lightning, so it didn't have extreme destructive power. We're not getting anywhere. Issei said as he dodged the giant's foot. Their regeneration is very problematic and they are also very resistant. Vali dodged another beam while cutting the Jabberwocky's palm, moving it away. It's good that we released that. I think the same. Then guide us. Both twins took flight, dodging the attacks of both Jabberwocky in the process. They managed to reach a height higher than their opponents. Very well, do you remember those techniques you practiced and used in the duel against Gremory and Bale? The sealed dragon received a nod from both of them. Use them and we'll do the rest. They both split up, Issei to the right and Vali to the left, each targeting a Jabberwocky. Issei brought both arms together, pointing at the Jabberwocky that touched him. The mouths of those dragon heads opened, letting out fire that combined with the energy sphere that he charged right in front of those two heads. Vali activated a huge alchemical magic circle behind him, where his energy split and began to take the form of spectral Ryujins. But, unlike the game against Rias and Raiser, this time there was something different. Issei's fire was getting redder and redder, but not a normal red. It was like the red of the boosted gear. A hellish red. It was like he was using the flames of hell. On the other hand, the gems on Vali's shoulders, as well as those on his chest and head, split open, releasing a strange liquid. This liquid remained suspended in the air until it moved toward the projections and covered the spectral weapons. The weapons in question seemed to have absorbed the liquid, changing from their blue color to a purple one. You only have one chance. Make sure you hit those things. You don't want to know what will happen if you don't. Following what their companions had said, Issei and Vali focused their sight on the Jabberwocky that were charging that powerful beam, if the light in their eyes was any indication. Too bad Issei and Vali's attacks were already ready. Take this. They both shouted at the same time. Infernal Mega Flames. Crystal Tima Sword. Both the swords and the flaming sphere were launched at the Jabberwocky. Upon impact, one of the Jabberwocky was covered in that red fire, showing how its body was slowly turning into ashes, and its regeneration did not seem to work. The other, however, was impaled by the swords on his legs, arms, and torso. At first it seemed like nothing happened, but after a few seconds, the impaled areas began to show an unexpected event. They were shrinking. Issei and Vali watched in surprise the effects of those abilities. They knew they were extremely dangerous, but seeing them in action was different. However, something began to happen to them. Their armor began to glow slightly, while seeming to disintegrate into particles of light. What's happening? This is an effect of using our original ability. It doesn't matter if they just transformed, once they use it, they lose the Imperial drive. Albion responded to the doubt of his wielder and friend. Because they need us to use it, it couldn't be done without the Imperial mode that allows us to synchronize. But using it exhausts Albion and me, so we can't maintain the Imperial drive. There's no way around it. We still have to face Cao Cao and Godu, and without this form, we won't be able to defeat them. Issei declared. There is a way. A very familiar voice sounded in the heads of both twins. Immediately, the armor stopped glowing and remained stable. Okay. All that was left was to reset Dryag and Albion's power levels. I'll only be able to do this once. I just used up all of Chichigami's remaining energy, and since I'm a fragmented soul, I can't generate my own power, or at least not enough to use the Alpha Force or the Omega Force. I wish you the best of luck a mother can give. Thanks, Mom. Thanking their mother, the twins returned their gaze to the Jabberwocky, or at least what was left of it. The one hit by Issei's attack only had half of an arm, a quarter of his torso, and most of his head left. The one who received Vali's attack, on the other hand, had lost his limbs, and his torso continued to shrink, leaving only the head that was not attacked. But something strange was seeing black spheres in both. In both cases the sphere was protruding from the chest, either because the chest was being consumed by fire and turning to ashes, or because it was shrinking, and the sphere was not affected. What are those spheres? Who cares, maybe it's the core of those things. Something so big and with so many abilities, needs a core that allows it to do all that. In any case, just destroy it. Following Albion's words, Issei took out his cannon, and Vali created that magic circle. Boost 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 boost. Can I borrow some energy? Divide divide divide. If Vali could see his brother's face, though he didn't need to, he would see the amused smile that said. Why do you ask? Imperial bombardment. Imperial machine gun. Both attacks went in the direction of the cores, hitting them without any problem. Boom. The explosion ended up destroying the cores, allowing us to see how the Jabberwocky quickly vanished in the explosion. Fortunately, the flames were extinguished when the Jabberwocky's presence vanished. With the threat of the Jabberwocky eliminated, the twins set off for what remains of Lilith. They could feel everyone gathered there. Lilith. Without delaying more than 5 seconds, both twins landed between the joint forces of Dragon Hunting, Mio's group, Night Raid, the leaders, Rias and Raiser. Their relatives were at the sides of the large group. On the other side were the stunned Joseph and Jean, along with a terrified George who was backing away as best he could. Above them were Godu, Cao Cao, and Athena, although they had smiles of relief. It was strange, but they let it go. And no, and they won't catch me. George looked terrified, just like when Gasper did that. In his mind, the possibility didn't exist. His plan was supposed to have worked, to have gotten rid of the Sekiryuite and the Hacker Yuku, to have two of the biggest threats no longer a problem. But somehow, both of them defied that certain death they had and were back. Out of fear, he dropped the gun and syringe, breaking it on the floor. The fog covered him, and then revealed that he was gone. Hey, at least take us with you. Jean complained as she was left by her supposed leader. The twins looked at this strangely. But they had to put it aside, after all, they had bigger problems than a wizard who had lost 2 limbs. Stay as close to Leonardo as possible. George is badly hurt and dropped a syringe, but he's still dangerous. Godu whispered into a small communication circle next to his mouth. Understood. Erika's voice answered. As Cao Cao, the Campion, and the goddess descended, Issei and Vali turned to look at their group. Their helmets pulled back to reveal their smiles and faces bearing the Imperial mode markings. It's good to see you all again. As if it wasn't enough, they spoke in sync. The eyes of most of the girls, and Gasper, began to shed tears that they had been holding back for the last 5 days, with the exception of the queens and office. Without expecting anything, everyone threw themselves at both twins, almost knocking them to the ground if they didn't hold on tight, which unfortunately didn't work because due to the number of people, they ended up falling. Haha. They both laughed, embarrassed by the display of affection. From the ground, they saw Kiba, Arthur, Gasper who controlled himself from jumping next to the girls, Biku, Rias, Raiser, Mio's group and Night Raid, giving them a smile of relief at seeing them alive. Girls, please. First we have something to do. Then we continue. The girls heeded what both kings had said, standing up and wiping away their tears. Their words were true, they still had to finish off what remained of the hero faction. Those who belonged to the peerage of both began to develop marks like flames that spread throughout their bodies, coming out of the center of their chests. Kiba, Biku, Gaspar and Arthur experienced the same phenomenon. The twins laughed back just as Cao Cao, Gudu and Athena finished descending. Both groups stared at each other, waiting for the moment to begin. On one side, the defenders of the underworld, the group that has been fighting the last 5 days against those things and saving as many fallen residents of the underworld as they can, added to the newcomers Issei and Hakuryuku and their 4 relatives. On the other hand, the Bandersnatch. The 8 remaining creatures, along with those responsible for the attack on the underworld, or at least partly to blame. 3 descendants of renowned heroes, a godslayer and a goddess of war, were all that remained of the hero faction. There was no trace of Perseus's descendant. The third and final round between both sides is about to begin. Chapter 37. VS, Part 1. Evolution. The members of Dragon Hunting, Night Raid, the Gremory and Bale Kings, Mio Gremory's group and the leaders, stared at what remains of the hero faction. "We will take Cao Cao and Kusanagi Godu," declared Vali, taking a step forward with Issei. The screen now shows the image of the twins on Imperial Drive and on the other side Cao Cao and Godu with their weapons ready, with the VS in the middle. "We will take Athena," declared Office alongside Tiamat and Lori. The screen now shows the 3 dragons against the goddess who was looking at them arrogantly. "Achilles is ours," were Tatsumi's words, brimming with anger alongside Night Raid. The screen showed all of Night Raid with their weapons ready against Achilles, ready to receive them. "We'll take care of Jean," Akame said, along with Leon, Chelsea and Kuram. Now the 4 were shown against Jean riding her dragon. "That leaves you 8 giants," Issei declared, looking at the rest. Now the rest of the huge group was shown going against the creatures. "Rias, do you copy me?" Loud and clear, Sona. Rias replied. "There are no more civilians around. We've evacuated and moved everyone away from the city. You have a clear path to go all out. By the way, thank Issei-kun and Vali-kun for us. It seems that without the bosses the others are uncoordinated," said Sona, looking at the creatures in the distance. They were looking everywhere, as if they didn't know what to do. "Understood," he said with a smile before hanging up. "It seems there are no civilians around. They took advantage of their fight to evacuate those who remained and get everyone as far away as possible." Rias warned the twins. "Okay. Asia, I need you to stay in the rear." Asia saw him, offended by that. "You're the healer, I need you to be in the back to heal those who get hurt." "But Ai-san, I know you want to be at the front. And if it were other circumstances I would let you, but most have fought for days with little rest, just like you." The blonde said nothing. He was right. You have to be in the rear to heal everyone. "Do it for me." The blonde couldn't go against that statement. "Fine, I'll do it for you." The golden armor flashed before fading away, returning Asia to her nun outfit and Fafnir appearing behind her. "And those who are too exhausted go with Asia. They will be protected by Fafnir." Issei saw how the leaders, as well as Navi and Irene, struggled. "That goes for you." Vali pointed at the now embarrassed women. They didn't want them to see them tired considering their rank. "You've tired yourselves out destroying 3 of those things by yourselves. Added to the fact that it took you a while because you had to restrain yourselves so as not to kill nearby civilians. It's normal that you're like this," declared the albino. "Please go with Asia and Fafnir, you will be safe." The women reluctantly had to do it, climbing onto the back of the golden dragon. "And don't worry, we will finish everything," he declared before turning and facing the heroes. "Why didn't we attack them when they were distracted?" Jean asked her companion. "Code of honor, do not attack until both sides are ready. Besides, if we did, we would most likely be killed by them." Achilles pointed at Cao Cao and Godu. He knew that with this division of the faction, the patience of both had run out, and that if they did not respect that code, it would most likely all end for them. "Sorry for the wait, but we had to get organized." Issei and Vali were at the front of their group, while Cao Cao and Godu descended just 2 meters away from them. "No problem." The bearer of the Holy Lance dismissed it. "So, shall we begin?" At that question, the members of the twins' entourage began to develop markings on their bodies. Imperial mode was active, and everyone was ready. "Let this final round begin," was the champion's declaration before he shot off alongside Cao Cao. From the helicopter. There was apparently a pause in the fight. "We'll keep you updated," the reporter said from the helicopter, at a distance neither too close nor too far, but just in the right place to film and not end up in the middle of the fight. The reporter thought it was strange that there had been a pause in the fight until she saw something even stranger. "We don't know why, but it seems that the leaders got on the Dragon King Fafnir, along with one of Issei Haidu's bishops, Asia Argento," reported the woman watching the aforementioned walk away and then saw how both groups approached. But then he grabbed onto the helicopter as a precaution, as when the twins and the two hero faction leaders collided, they generated a shockwave that brought down some dilapidated buildings and created a powerful gust of wind. The Seker Yuite, Issei Haidu, and the Hacker Yuku, Volley Haidu, have begun to fight the two leaders of the hero faction. By Satan, the power of those four is incredible. The camera recorded how Volley grabbed Godu by the right leg and spun him around, then threw him far away. Issei, on the other hand, struck Cao Cao with his left arm, disorienting him, then charged him and took him in the same direction where Godu went, followed by Volley. Another powerful gust of wind forced them to move away a little. The cause was Athena's collision with Office, Lori and Tiamat in their dragon forms, where the three were able to push Athena away from the city. But it didn't end there. The camera captured how a dragon made of a sword moved away, followed by four figures, while the well-known Night Raid group took Achilles to a more distant area of the city, and the rest of the group began to attack the giant monsters created by the Annihilation Maker. This is crazy. The battle has begun and everyone seems to have chosen their opponent. Three dragons, who we assume are the Chaos Dragon Queen Tiamat and the legendary dragon of the Rending Wind Lori, are facing off against an unknown albino with a scythe. For it to be 3 against 1, she must be very powerful. Narrated the reporter seeing the explosions in the distance, where the four were. And things in the city are the same or worse. 4 members went to chase a dragon made purely of swords, while the mercenary group known as Night Raid takes care of another member of the hero faction. The camera now captured both confrontations. And the rest are fighting against the things that have caused so much trouble and fear the last few days. The camera now captured the battles that could be defined as David's versus Goliath's. Suddenly the reporter screamed as a black armor with purple details and tentacles entered the helicopter. "Ma'am, gentlemen, you need to get away from here," Saji said in Balance Breaker, trying to make the place clear enough for the others to fight freely. "No way. This is a Prime exclusive. The final battle against the infamous hero faction. Do you have any idea how much of a promotion they could give us?" The woman shouted. "I don't know and I don't care, I'm just trying to make sure my friends can fight freely, because they have to do it to defeat them." Taking out his demon wings, Saji came out and with his tentacles and hands, grabbed the helicopter from below, taking it far away even with the complaints of the journalist. Elsewhere, Athena stopped Lori's enormous claw with her scythe. But the dragon's force sent her crashing to the ground, but the goddess recovered halfway and landed without any problem. She leaped back to dodge Tiamat's swipe this time, transforming her scythe into a shield to protect herself from the flying debris. She turned her shield back into a scythe. And using her strength, she slashed at Tiamat. The Dragon Queen managed to dodge it, but she was wounded by a cut on her abdomen. At least it wasn't as deep as the one Athena's attack left on the ground. Athena takes flight, escaping Office's bombardment. She launches several energy slashes towards the Dragon Goddess of Infinity, but she blocks them with her own bombardment of infinite dragonic energy. The clash of energies created a huge cloud of smoke, which Athena took advantage of to launch another pressure cut that managed to hit Office. She quickly turned around to face Lori, who was coming towards her. The goddess threw her scythe, which managed to cut off one of the dragon's wings, causing it to fall. From below, Tiamat rose, her wound healed, with the aim of attacking Athena unawares. But the goddess already knew that. AHG. The moan came from Tiamat's mouth as she felt her wings being cut off. Athena's scythe had acted like a boomerang and spun around, cutting Tiamat's wings in the process. The scythe continued on its way, this time going to its third victim. But still wounded, Office managed to swipe to deflect the scythe, causing it to return to Athena. "As I guessed. She will be more difficult," Athena whispered, looking at Office. It was clear that even without her full power, she was a very powerful enemy. The goddess's gaze shifted to the two fallen dragons. Both of them ended up next to each other, regenerating their severed wings. "Shit. He knows what we're going to do before we do it," Lori complained, recovering his wing. "She's the goddess of wisdom. She's the smartest of the Olympians," said Tiamat, still hurting from the loss of her 2 wings. "Don't you think that she's looking at us as if we were wherever she wants?" she said, looking at the goddess. "You said she's the goddess of wisdom. But even so, she can't have planned everything." Lori tried to convince him. "You know." The dragons heeded the goddess's words. "You look so weak from here." Athena knew exactly where to prick the dragon's pride. Lori and Tiamat were ready to attack from the ground, not noticing how Athena snapped her fingers. "Tiamat, Lori, get out of there," Office shouted as she saw the ground crack. From the ground, 2 enormous stone snakes emerged, coiling around both dragons. It wouldn't be a problem for them to free themselves if it weren't for the fact that they were still smarting from the pain of losing their wings, and the eyes of those snakes were shining. "Although they can't turn someone into stone since I'm not around, they can immobilize them with their gaze," Athena said to the air. The only one who heard was Office. "AHG. When do I create them?" Lori wondered. It was when you sent me to the ground. While I was there, I created those two babies. Athena replied, downplaying it. But he had to move quickly to dodge Office's swipe, who, seeing that he moved away, wasted no time and launched a flame from her mouth in his direction. Turning her scythe into a shield, she protected herself from the scorching flames. Though she was forced to drop the shield as it was red hot. But it wasn't as if she was defenseless. Extending her hand forward, a large flock of eagles and owls formed behind her and headed towards Office. If they were normal animals they would be nothing more than a very mild nuisance, but these were formed by Athena's energy, which made them dangerous. I forgot I could do that. Office thought as she tried to push the owls away from her eyes and tear the eagles apart with her talons, but they were too fast, and Office's size was not conducive to speed. Athena reached out, calling to her shield, which had cooled from the fall. It flew towards its owner as it transformed back into his scythe. Athena shot out at Office, who was still trying to get rid of the birds. But she could see the goddess approaching. I guess it's time to test it. Office concentrated for a few seconds before something happened. Athena stopped as she saw the flock she summoned growing ever larger. As if Office was Ryujin. Roaring loudly, Office created a gust of wind that temporarily drove the flock away. But that short time was enough for it to escape. But what? Athena quickly transformed her scythe back into a shield, protecting herself from Office's unexpected swipe. Athena was surprised by the change. It was nothing strange, all it did was shrink until it was a little bigger than an elephant. Did you reduce your size and lose strength to gain speed? It was a possibility she considered, but she dismissed it since they wouldn't do it out of pride. Desperate times, desperate measures. Office launched herself at Athena at a faster speed. Athena could now say that she was in some trouble. She had to block Office's rapid attacks and at the same time plan a strategy that would allow her to defeat the dragon goddess. Of course she couldn't even kill her or the other two, Godu wouldn't like that. On the ground, Tiamat and Lori were trying to get rid of those pesky stone snakes. They had already gotten their wings back, but these things were very heavy, and besides their eye problems, they had also wrapped themselves around them. It's incredible that Athena managed to create them in a few seconds. Lori. Tiamat's call caught the dragon's attention. When I say ready, shoot my snake's head and I'll shoot yours. It was risky. Both heads were on top of them, and the snake's tails made it difficult to move their heads, but it was still the only option. Making an incredible effort to move her head, even for a dragon, Tiamat aimed her mouth at the head of the serpent holding Lori, which was on her back. Lori, meanwhile, aimed at the head of Tiamat's serpent, which was at the end of her tail. 1, 2, 3. Now. Firing a blue and orange energy sphere respectively, both dragons were able to hit their target. Boom. Although they were not spared from injuries. Shit. I almost lost my tail. Tiamat complained when she saw her tail injured and a little bruised from the attack. Don't complain, my back hurts now. Lori had a visible wound on his back. Fortunately, they were not wounds that made it difficult for them to fight. Any ideas on how to deal with her? Lori asked, watching the clash between Athena and Office. Let's shrink like Office. Tiamat said, earning a surprised look from Lori. And why would we have to do that? That way we can beat her. Lori declared, offended by those words. Stop that attitude. Tiamat's gaze was reproachful, and it wasn't directed only at Lori. But at herself as well. It's because of that arrogant attitude that we almost lost Ice and Volley. Every time we act like that we lose. Like in the match against Rias and Raiser, or the battle against the hero faction, where we were left useless because we let ourselves be guided by pride. Tiamat returned her gaze to the fight. We can't let pride control us again. It's time to change. Tiamat's words were full of truth, which made Lori lower her head disappointed in herself. But the Queen of Volley raised her again, focused on the battle in the skies, as she and Tiamat reduced her size to one equal to Office. As Tiamat said, it was time for a change. Crack. Unbeknownst to them, something inside both dragons seemed to break. Something that contained their true power. Athena continued to defend herself from Office's rapid attacks. The collision created gusts of wind that drove away the birds she created, preventing them from distracting Office. Plus they weren't close to the ground to be able to create a snake. And she stood there, but when she felt she had to move further away. She did it in time or she would be seriously injured by Tiamat and Lori's attack. Great, they're freed. The goddess was evaluating her options taking in the whole scenario. Now that the three of them are together it will be harder to defeat them. I'm not able to defend myself from a simultaneous attack from the three of them with the current speed they have. I could use that, but first I need to distract them. With a movement of her hand, Athena created more birds and sent them against the dragons, but instead of attacking them, they flew round the three of them forming a sphere 50 meters in diameter that was spinning at great speed. Without wasting time, she created more animals, but this time they weren't birds. Athena had created spiders of considerable size. He threw those spiders into the bird sphere, where they hid among themselves and began the plan. "Be alert, he's going to attack at any moment," said Tiamat, looking around. Suddenly, some birds broke formation and dived at the dragons. "Watch out." Moving away, Lori narrowly managed to dodge her. But not the other three, who came in different directions. The dragons suddenly found themselves caught in an unexpected and swift attack by the birds surrounding them. The worst part is that they were well coordinated, knowing when to come out and attack and where to go so as not to collide with another bird. What are birds made of to cause so much damage? Lori shouted, trying to incinerate some of the birds, but they were resistant to fire, or at least partially. What kind of summoning does Athena have? They're not summons, they were created by her own power. She can create animals according to the one she's related to. Afa said, not seeing how strange thin, glowing threads were sticking to her. And what animals are related to her? Tiamat asked. If I remember correctly, they were snakes, eagles, owls, and… Before she could say the last thing, the dragon goddess saw how her body had some thread stuck to it. Spiders. She whispered when she saw that. She realized it too late. The group of birds surrounded Office, causing the threads to curl up and trap the claws, feet, snout, and wings of the dark purple scaled dragon. Office. Tiamat and Lori shouted as they watched the dragon fall rapidly. I wouldn't get distracted if I were you. Athena appeared between them at an absurd speed. With her scythe, she began to spin like a trope, causing a serious cut on both dragons. Luckily they moved away in time, or it could have been worse. But to the surprise of both, Athena stopped spinning when she transformed her scythe into a long snake, which she threw at Lori, who was the closest. Arg. Lori growled as he felt the snake's fangs digging into his left leg. Using Lori as a mace, she struck Tiamat with it, disorienting both of them. But Athena didn't stop, she used Lori to strike like a hammer, sending Tiamat crashing to the ground, creating a crater. With Tiamat eliminated, Athena spun again with Lori still held by the snake. After a few spins, she made the snake release Lori, sending her crashing into one of the nearby mountains. On the ground, far from where Tiamat fell, Office gathered her strength to break the threads on her hands. She effectively succeeded, proceeding to cut the ones on her snout and legs, but she couldn't with the one on her wings, not only because it was difficult to reach, but because Athena almost decapitated her. Spinning around, Office connects with a tail swipe which Athena manages to block with her weapon, but it pushes her away. Taking advantage of the distance, she launches a flame from her mouth behind her, seeking to burn the threads. But Athena quickly launches herself at her. Fortunately, the threads were not fire resistant, allowing her to fly away with Athena following her. From their different locations, Tiamat and Lori stood up to watch the battle between the two goddesses. Seeing the level Office had reached after losing all her power made them see something. What have I been doing all this time? Both had been content with the power they had. They couldn't be blamed, they had no reason other than to be recognized. But now it was different. They were powerful, and that made them arrogant. And now they realized that even with all their power, they ended up being a hindrance due to their own arrogance. As Tiamat said, they almost lost what was most important to them because of their pride. Crack. Now they had a reason to become more powerful, and if they didn't want to lose it forever. Crack. They had to first put aside what is a characteristic of dragons, as well as a great weakness. Crack. His pride. Crack. Crack. Crash. Something broke inside them both. Like a cocoon containing a part of them. Without either of them realizing it, their eyes shone with their own light. Tiamat roared loudly, causing a change in the atmosphere. In the sky, Office and Athena continued to exchange blows. The scythe attacks of one were reflected by the claws of the other. Both caused cutting wounds on the other, but none were significant, only superficial. In a moment, Athena transformed her scythe into a shield, placing it in front of Office. The eyes of the shield's engraving shone, alerting Office's instincts, who shielded her eyes with her arms. Take it. Transforming his shield into a long snake, he caught Office's tail and repeated the same thing he did with Lori, only he sent the dragon goddess to the ground, but Office immediately recovered, avoiding impact. Athena was about to attack again when she noticed something strange in the sky. The previously clear sky had suddenly been covered by huge black clouds that foreshadowed a storm. His instinct screamed at him to move as fast as possible, which he did in time. A lightning bolt had struck right where he was, with astonishing force and power. He didn't have time to analyze this strange phenomenon, as his instinct screamed at him again, only this time not to dodge, but to run. A shower of lightning fell upon Athena, who barely dodged them all, as some of them grazed her and caused some damage. She might be a goddess, but speed wasn't her thing, she wasn't like Hermes. He continued dodging the lightning bolts as Office stared. Surreptitiously, he looked at Tiamat, noticing that glow in her eyes. It seems that she just broke the cocoon. His eyes then went to where Lori was, noticing something curious around her. And she's not the only one. It seems that by discarding her pride, they were truly able to break the shell and release their hidden ability. Now we just have to see if they can use it well. He thought to see again how Athena tried to dodge all the lightning bolts. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't amused by the scene. The goddess was fed up with this, so she did the first thing that came to mind. She grabbed her scythe and threw it into the sky. Her plan seemed to have worked, as the lightning bolts flew straight for the scythe, which hovered in the air, forming a lightning-free space around Athena. Her eyes fell upon the Chaos Dragon Queen Karma, watching those eyes glow. These lightning bolts. There's no magic in them, they're natural. How is that possible? Unless. Her mind was already analyzing all the possibilities, the least liked one being the most likely. He must have broken out of his cocoon. And these lightning bolts are his hidden ability. However, Athena didn't believe that someone with the title of Chaos Karma would have such a basic ability. However, her thoughts had to stop when she felt as if something was being sucked out of her. She felt as if the air was being sucked out of her. Pam. A sharp pain began to feel on her left side. Athena could only remember feeling like someone was behind her when she began to run out of air, only to then receive a powerful blow that sent her to the ground, but fortunately she was saved by being able to stabilize herself. Looking up, he managed to see Lori there, although the strange thing was the transparent sphere surrounding her, as if it were a sphere of air. He noticed that her eyes had the same sparkle as Tiamat's. Great. Not only Tiamat, but Lori also broke her cocoon. And here I thought I could humiliate Office a little more. Were the thoughts of the goddess. She had nothing against Office, but since the dragon goddess had mocked her several times in the past, she wanted to return it to her. It doesn't matter. I just have to find out each one's ability, defend myself from it and defeat them both, that way I can continue having fun with Office. And I swear on my honor as goddess of war that I won't lose. Athena rose until she was at the same height as Lori. He called out his scythe, which almost hit Lori, but that weight for air deflected the scythe and it passed to the side of the dragon until it reached his hands. Athena launched herself at Lori, dodging the lightning bolts that fell upon her. But Lori also launched herself at her, so before reaching that sphere that surrounded the dragon, the goddess retreated, launching birds that she created. Unfortunately, she was struck by a lightning bolt and sent to the ground. As if that were not enough, her birds were unable to attack Lori, as the wind barrier trapped the birds and redirected them towards the goddess at great speed, so that the birds could not stop. On the ground, Athena was forced to dodge not only the lightning that continued to strike, but also her own birds. However, at a certain point, the lightning stopped falling, to her surprise. The goddess was attentive to everything that was happening, seeing Lori still on the ground and Tiamat in the distance, both with their eyes still shining. That's when she felt it. A slight tremor suddenly began to get stronger and stronger. The ground opened up beneath her, but it didn't affect her since she could fly, but unfortunately that wasn't the only thing that happened. From that crack, a geyser of magma erupted, nearly trapping Athena and incinerating her. The goddess narrowly avoided it, as the tips of her hair and the bottom of her dress were affected. Suddenly, she felt as if she were suddenly short of breath, but this time she thought about how to avoid it. Closing her mouth and holding what little air she had left, the goddess spun around, dodging Lori's tail and slamming her right foot into the dragon's stomach, pushing her away from her. Athena watched in amusement as Lori's wind barrier vanished. Apparently she has a time limit. Of course she couldn't think much as she felt like she was being sucked in. Turning her head back, she could see a large tornado forming behind her. The goddess wondered where it came from. Having nothing to scythe into, Athena used her flight ability to get away from the tornado. However, that didn't work, given the tornado's suction power, which ended up pulling Athena in. The goddess tries to resist, but is constantly hit by debris thrown up by the tornado. Fortunately, it doesn't last long, allowing her to catch a breath while the dragons regroup. Well. From what I found out, Lori's ability is to create a kind of wind barrier, which gives her control of the air within it, but she can only maintain it for a short time, maybe 30 seconds. Athena's eyes suddenly narrowed. The most difficult is Tiamat. I thought her ability was the storm, but now she showed that she could create earthquakes, lava and tornadoes. It doesn't make sense, the four are different catastrophes with nothing in common, and she can't have suddenly developed sub-abilities. Her eyes widened as she thought of something. Wait a minute, catastrophes. Chaos. Her ability is the control of natural disasters. Athena couldn't believe it. Tiamat had a truly terrifying ability. Although it seems that her control time is different for each disaster. The goddess calculated as she remembered how there was a time when lightning didn't strike, how long the earthquake, the lava geyser and the tornado lasted. Meanwhile, with the dragons. It seems that they finally managed to break the cocoon. Office commented, looking at both of them. They looked tired, obviously from having used a newly awakened ability that they were not used to. Thanks. But it would be better to talk later. Said Lori, seeing how Athena was back on guard. She's a goddess, and we've just broken out of the cocoon. She must have thought of 3 strategies to confront us by now," declared Tiamat, not being so wrong. "In that case, all that remains is to attack in a way she wouldn't expect." Lori and Tiamat gave off a challenging smile, who returned it. Just like Athena, they wouldn't fall. Both sides charged at each other, with Athena on one side, with her scythe ready to cut down the dragons, and the dragons with their claws, ready to impact with Athena's scythe and avoid being harmed. The impact was enough to generate a massive shock wave, which lifted a large amount of debris and created a crater beneath them. Both sides recoiled, only to take flight and repeat the previous impact. Knight Raid vs Achilles. The fight between the descendant of the legendary hero and one of the most renowned mercenary groups was very even. Achilles blocked with his shield a blow from a dark blue armor with black parts, which was very similar to Incursio. It was Wave, using his Tigu Grand Chariot. By moving the shield, he managed to push Wave away, who landed successfully. Achilles used his shield again, defending himself from the flames fired by Bull's Tengu. Behind him, Lubbock, wearing gloves with metal claws on his fingers, began to move some threads attached to those claws. In less than 3 seconds, he had a spear made of steel threads. It was his Tigu Crossed Ale, the so-called Tigu of infinite uses. And it wasn't far from the truth. Lubbock threw the spear straight at Achilles' back, who already knew that, but let it go with a smile. He thought the green-haired man was stubborn enough not to remember that he had already tried that move, and it didn't work, given the skin of the descendant of the Greek hero. However, the spear's objective was not to pierce him. Almost reaching it, the spear began to dissolve into threads, which caught Achilles, immobilizing him. "What the?" he shouted as he saw himself caught by Lubbock. "I learned from my mistakes. Did you really think I'd attack you again with the same spear I missed before? It was just a distraction to get you to trust me." Achilles bridled at Lubbock's mocking smile, even more so because he was right. Suddenly, Achilles threw himself to the ground, narrowly avoiding a pair of enormous scissors with a panda symbol in the middle, which were in the hands of a purple-haired woman with glasses. They were Extus, the scissors that supposedly cut everything. And Achilles didn't want to test if that was true. After all, just because his skin was tough didn't make it impenetrable. This time he rolled, dodging the impact of some enormous muscular fists that belonged to a very terrifying humanoid dog. It was Hekatonker's, or Koro for short for some reason, Seryu's Tigu, who was shooting at Achilles with machine guns, with a disturbing smile for those who didn't know her at all. Of course, those bullets didn't do anything to Achilles. His skin resisted those bullets without any problem. Seeing his sword in the distance, Achilles rolled far enough to reach his weapon. But was cut short when several feathers embedded themselves in the ground, halting his advance. In the sky, watching Achilles like a predator, was run with her Tigu, Mestima. A Tigu that gave the wearer a pair of angel wings and the ability to shoot the feathers like bullets. If a real angel saw this, I don't know if they would take it as a joke. Achilles managed to stand with difficulty, watching as more feathers flew in his direction. Again he managed to dodge them, although some managed to graze him. Just as others hit an intact lamppost, cutting it cleanly. That gives me an idea. Achilles' thoughts were cut short when he fell to the ground by a sweep of wave. More threads caught him, this time to throw him, with Koro's help, into the air where Run bombarded him again with her feathers. Unfortunately for them, Achilles was not so easy to defeat. Managing to move in the air, Achilles was able to position himself correctly so that several of those feathers passed by, cutting the threads that bound him. Of course, he didn't notice how some of those feathers brushed against him. Freed from his bonds, the descendant of the Greek hero fell right next to his sword. He grabbed it, then blocked a silver sword with a red eye in the middle. Good try. You waited for the moment when I lowered my guard and attacked me. Too bad I was your opponent. Achilles said to Tatsumi, who only growled in frustration and anger. To be honest, that attack was accurate and well planned, something very well learned from Bulid. Unfortunately for Tatsumi, he was the first disciple. Without much trouble, he drove the brunette away with a simple flick of his sword. His eyes scanned the surrounding area, searching for his missing weapon. He was able to find her, behind the mutant dog on steroids and the blue armor. Without thinking much, Achilles ran towards them, while the 2 members of Night Raid prepared to stop him. Koro threw a punch straight at Achilles, who used his body to block it. Although it made him retreat, it didn't take him any time to get back at it. The monstrous dog launched another blow, but this time Achilles dodged it by moving to the side. Using his sword, he cut off Koro's left leg, destabilizing him and causing him to fall. He had to take advantage of the seconds he had gained. He had witnessed the Tigu's regeneration, and he knew it wouldn't take long to regenerate one of his legs. Wave threw a punch that Achilles dodged. The Tigu wielder threw a hook that Achilles dodged by taking a step back. He may have supposedly indestructible skin, but that didn't mean he was immune to internal damage caused by his opponent's super strength. Achilles then slashed with his sword, which Wave blocked thanks to his armor, but left him exposed enough for Achilles to sweep at the Tigu wielder's legs, knocking him off his feet. The descendant of the Greek hero kicked him with enough force to throw him into Koro's owner, who was trying to aim for a vulnerable spot. They both fell, giving Achilles a free pass to run and grab his shield. And he did it in time, as he used it to deflect the scissors that were aimed at his neck. Shield fell to the ground due to Achilles' backhand. Bad idea jumping to reach her neck, she lost her footing. The purple-haired girl faced her scissors, blocking the blow from Achilles' shield. He took advantage of her proximity and tried to eliminate her. Seeing his attack fail, Achilles jumped away, dodging feathers and bullets coming his way in the process. From a distance, Run and Seryu frowned as their surprise attacks failed. Having gained some distance, Achilles looked at his opponents. Shield was being helped up by Run, while Seryu helped Wave. Lubbock was creating a spear again, while Koro stood behind the green-haired man and bumped fists. There he realized something, where were Bowls and Tatsumi? His battle instinct screamed as he felt the heat rising behind him, so he quickly turned around and brought his shield forward. The flames of Bowls' Tigu impacted his protection, increasing the heat of the shield as it split the sea of flames that gathered again behind him. The members of Night Raid moved away so as not to be reached by those flames. Achilles felt the metal of his shield growing hotter and hotter. He could even see a tiny drop of molten metal dripping down the side of his shield. Fortunately, he was wearing a glove to protect him from the heat because otherwise, by now, his hand would have felt like it had never been burned before. It only took a few seconds for the flames to subside, revealing how the place had been melted by the intense fire. Achilles lowered his shield slightly, only to move his head to the side, dodging the familiar sword. I see you only attack when you see a possible opening. It's a somewhat cowardly tactic, don't you think? Achilles mocked as he dodged Tatsumi's attack, who growled at the sight. Achilles was going to hit him with the edge of his shield, but Tatsumi ducked in time and threw his sword forward, seeking to stick it in one of his eyes. But Incursio was stopped by the Greek hero's sword. He still had that mocking smile directed at Tatsumi. Not that the boy was bad, but admittedly, for a normal human, he was quite skilled. Perhaps if they had found him earlier, they would have joined him to the hero faction, just like any of the others, except that the boy stood out for not possessing a Tigu. Yes, he admitted he had skill, but if he was blinded by rage, it wasn't a big deal. I push Incursio aside and slam my shield into Tatsumi, sending him slamming into what remained of the building. The impact didn't hurt as much since the remaining piece had already been melted by the heat of Bowls' Tigu. With his shield, he blocked another dive kick from Wave, but it dragged him a good few meters. Immediately afterward, he swung his sword horizontally, looking to slash at someone behind him. Lubbock had doubled over to avoid the slash that nearly sliced him, the advantages of being flexible. Lubbock leaped away in an acrobatic leap, but not before catching Achilles' sword hand with his strings. Koro and her owner, Seryu, quickly reached the green-haired man and grabbed the strings tied to Achilles. Seeing how one of his hands was trapped, Achilles used only his shield hand to protect himself from Wave's rapid blows. Thanks to the shield's near indestructible nature, he was unaffected by the superhuman strength the armor granted its wearer. Slipping into the middle of the clash of shields and fists, Lubbock wrapped his thread around Achilles' shield. He passed the thread to Wave, who moved away from Achilles and pulled him tightly alongside Rune, who had landed to help him. Achilles had his arms spread out at his sides, leaving his forehead exposed to a deadly ecstasy attack. Achilles watched as shield drew ever closer to him, but he managed to notice something. The arm holding the shield wasn't caught by Lubbock's thread. Apparently, although the thread encircled the entire shield, the large length prevented it from trapping the arm of the descendant of the Greek hero. As she leapt forward, aiming her open scissors at Achilles' neck, ready to decapitate him by simply closing them. Achilles dropped the shield, allowing her to withdraw her arm, causing Wave and Run to fall back from the force of them, and allowing her to counterattack. Boom. Shield's eyes opened, as she spat out blood and shot to the side. Achilles slammed a fist with all his might into her right side, preventing those scissors from killing him. Although the tip of them managed to make a small scratch on her chest, but nothing serious. Shield. Bowls' shout was accompanied by the flare of his Tigu in the direction of Achilles. But he narrowly escaped by throwing himself to the side where he still had Koro and Seryu. Shield was lying on what remained of a building wall, holding her right side, feeling some broken ribs. Extus lay beside her, but the impact was so severe that the pain prevented her from moving. Using his monster strength, Koro began to spin, still holding Achilles by Lubbock's threads. Achilles' descendant collided with what remained of the buildings, but while it didn't cause any injury due to his skin and the rubble worn away from the constant struggles, it did hurt. But luckily for him, he managed to hold on to some rubble that was seemingly more resistant than the rest, avoiding continuing to spin like a top because of the dog on steroids. Pull Koro. Its owner, Seryu, helped her Tigu by pulling the strings, with the aim of getting Achilles to release himself, and, if everything went well, they would receive him with a blow powerful enough to, in the worst case, leave him affected enough to tie them with many more strings, and end it all with ecstasy. However, Achilles wouldn't fall so easily. He deliberately let go, causing Koro and Seryu to take a step back to balance themselves as they were almost falling. But they didn't notice, until it was too late, that Achilles was coming their way. With his free fist, he struck Seryu in the stomach, causing her not only to spit out a considerable amount of blood, but also sending her almost unconscious. Angered by what he had done to his mistress, Koro lunged forward, aiming to devour Achilles with his enormous mouth. But Achilles leaped backward, dodging the Tigu's mouth. With his free hand, Achilles untied the threads binding his sword hand. With his sword back in his grasp, he fixed his gaze on his shield, lying a little way off, just behind Rune, who had his wings spread wide. Before he could do anything, Achilles stepped back, dodging Wave's diving kick. "You should know, that strategy doesn't work anymore," Achilles shouted, grabbing Wave by the leg and throwing him hard towards Rune, causing them both to fall far from the shield. Achilles ran to grab his shield, narrowly avoiding Lubbock's thread trap. Whether he set it up recently or early in the fight was unknown to the descendant of the Greek hero. As soon as he managed to touch his shield, he immediately used it to block Koro's punch aimed at his head. He swung his fist and, with a twist, sliced through Koro's left leg, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing that they were next to a building, or what remained of it, and that it was barely held up by its pillars, an idea came to him. Before the Tigu could regenerate, he punched specific pillars, setting off a chain reaction. Without those pillars, what remained of the building, which was much, collapsed on Koro, burying him completely. Achilles escaped in time to avoid being trapped. Admiring his work, he paid no attention to the bullets hitting his skin. His eyes focused on Seryu, who could barely stand due to the pain from the previous blow, even her hands were shaking as she held those machine guns. Determined to finish her off once and for all, he approached slowly. She wasn't a threat, but her Tigu was a different story. But he stopped mid-stride as he shifted his sword to his other hand, securing the shield to his arm, and grabbed Tatsumi's neck with his free hand as he lunged forward to attack him again. Achilles just stared at him as the brunette struggled. He had skill, and a lot of stubbornness, that was admirable. Even when he saw the enormous gap between them, he didn't give up. Now he understood better why Beulah took him as an apprentice. It's a shame he was the weak link in the group. Without any problem, Achilles plunged his sword into Tatsumi's stomach, leaving him static and causing him to spit blood. "Tatsumi!" The other members shouted as they saw one of their own fall. Achilles tossed Tatsumi's body to the side, returning his sword to his free hand. And quickly brought his shield forward to protect himself from Bull's flare. While Achilles faced the furious attacks of the Night Raid members who were still able to fight, Tatsumi tried, with a little strength he still had, to get up. The wound in his stomach was serious, and he was losing more blood every second, but he refused to stay on the ground. He had to finish Achilles off, not only for what he did to his friends, who were like soul brothers to him, but for Beulah as well. Someone who, although called Ikari, was actually like the father he never had. He was an orphan, and he never knew who his parents were or why they left him in the orphanage. Only with his two friends, who were also originally orphans, did he manage to bond to the point of being almost brothers, separated only by blood. But Beulah was like he had imagined having a father since he was a child. He trusted him, he trained with him, he was kind and strict at the same time. And learning that he died was not only a very hard blow for him, but also a huge boost to the flames of his anger. However, no matter how hard he tried to get up, his body couldn't. "Oi Tatsumi, are you giving up already?" Her eyes widened as she lifted her head to see who spoke to her. In front of him was that man who was so important to him. "Hey Ikari. Come on, Tatsumi. Where's that stubborn, strong spirit you always displayed during your training and missions?" Beulah asked, amused, as if trying to lighten the mood. It's not easy. He's much more powerful than I can't avenge you, Ikari. I'm very weak." Tatsumi felt how it was becoming more and more difficult for him to speak and breathe. He knew he was almost there. "I never asked for revenge. But if you think it's right." Beulah downplayed that part. He understood that it was Tatsumi's sense of justice that was crying out for revenge. "But, how do you plan to do that if you're on the ground? Get up." I can't. I don't have any strength left." Tatsumi felt his eyes very heavy. He wanted to sleep. "Then draw on your spirit strength." Beulah roared, raising his arms. "Even if the body is defeated, the spirit only rises stronger. You just have to roar, Tatsumi." Beulah became more and more transparent with each second. "When you roar, you must put your spirit and feelings into it. And then there will be no stopping you. Roar, Tatsumi." Beulah glanced quickly at Incursio, his Tigu since a long time. Now he had someone who could get more out of him. Someone who could bring out the full potential of the tyrant spirit. Tatsumi was moved by Bulet's words. Watching him fade away, giving him a reassuring smile. With what little strength he had left, Tatsumi grabbed Incursio. Meanwhile, Achilles struck Bowles with the side of his shield, tearing part of his mask and causing a bleeding wound. He would have struck him again, but Lubbock caught his sword hand with his threads, trying to prevent it from moving. But it was easy for Achilles to pull him down and slam his shield into Lubbock, knocking him off his feet. Before he could do anything, he had to dodge a pair of scissors that nearly cut off his head. Shield was standing next to Lubbock. Barely able to stand, as her wobbly legs indicated, but she would fight to the end. Seryu stood next to them. Oro managed to get out of the rubble and stood behind her owner. The advantages of being an organic Tigu are her incredible regeneration. On the other side, Bowles was already aiming at him with his flamethrower, while Run stayed in the air with his wings and wave on some rubble. Achilles just chuckled at the sight. 6 Tigus users against a single human, and even then they couldn't beat him. It was clear to him that he would win. Are you going to keep trying? Achilles mocked, tightening his grip on his weapons. So be it. Come and fall before the hero Achilles. You're not a hero. Everyone's eyes widened at that voice. Everyone, even Achilles, looked back at the descendant of the Greek hero. Tatsumi was standing, but he was barely holding on. A hero is someone who helps another of their own free will, even without knowing them. At least, that's what I believe. He's a hero. Images came to Tatsumi's mind. The first time he met Bowles, when he saved him from a treacherous attack by a dying minotaur. How he offered him a place to live and a job. And how he agreed to train him when he asked, without knowing him. For him, he was the image of a hero. Just because you use the name Achilles doesn't mean you're a hero. You're just a murderer who likes to hurt and kill others. A hero is one who kills supernatural beings who are a threat to humans. That's how it was before, and that's how it is now. Declared Achilles, angrily at Tatsumi's words, which reminded him of Bulet's. I don't know if you know this, but the world changes. That may have been the definition of a hero before. But humanity has changed. And so has the meaning of a hero. Tatsumi tightened his grip on Incursio. You guys just took the easy way out, thinking you'd be heroes. You're just guys who love blood. Tatsumi's words only angered Achilles more, who turned around to go and kill the brown-haired boy once and for all. Tatsumi's companions were very surprised that he stood up and spoke even with the wound he had, that they didn't move. And you consider yourself a hero? Achilles asked, preparing to lunge and slice Tatsumi's throat. No. I'm just a mercenary. Tatsumi answered, his eyes a little blurry. But you killed the person I considered a hero. Declared the brown-haired man, standing up as straight as he could. In that case, I'll reunite you with him. Achilles charged at Tatsumi, with the other members of Night Raid also rushing to stop Achilles. Tatsumi saw everything in slow motion. He barely had the strength to stay up, there was nothing he could do against Achilles. Or so I would think. Draw strength from your spirit. It was like Bulet said. He just had to lift his spirits, and his body would do the rest. Roar. I only had. Roar. I only had. Roar, Tatsumi. The powerful gale was unleashed the moment Tatsumi shouted on behalf of the Tigu. Everyone was blown back by the powerful winds. But Achilles was the first to see something that left him stunned. Around Tatsumi, as those winds were unleashed, chains appeared, and behind Tatsumi, the Incursio armor manifested. But something that no one expected happened when the chains broke. Incursio's mouth opened, revealing sharp predatory teeth. His eyes gained cross-shaped pupils. The armor itself shifted, transforming the metal into bone-like plates. Incursio was no longer behind Tatsumi. The moment the chains broke. Tyrant, the dragon from which Incursio was created, had appeared. Tyrant's claws landed on Tatsumi's sides, enveloping him in a red dome. Even though Tyrant died, it is said that thanks to his flesh, which was used to create Incursio, his spirit is still there. Were Bowles' thoughts as he watched the phenomenon. Don't tell me that. Tatsumi managed to awaken that spirit. Achilles' eyes widened in shock as he saw Tatsumi's eyes turn red with the pupils in the shape of a cross. Tyrant's eyes. Bulet's last moments came to mind. Flashback. Lying on some rubble was Bulet, with a fatal wound in his chest, right where his heart is. The cause, the bleeding sword in the hands of Achilles. This is as far as you go, Bulet. Achilles walked towards the Incursio lying near the black-haired man. The weapon that now belongs to him. But as he tried to take it, he felt a shock that forced him to move away from the Tigu. I think Kashiti doesn't like you. Bulet answered with difficulty. You are indeed stubborn, to live even when I pierced your heart. A trait Achilles admired in Bulet, although he would never say so. That stubbornness and willpower. The Tigus C choose their owner. And I Incursio C chose his. Said Bulet, spitting blood. And I thought he would accept me. Said Achilles resignedly. Not that he cares much, but he would like to have Incursio in his arsenal. Achilles was about to leave when. Reflect, please. Turning around, he saw how with a little strength he had left, Bullet managed to sit up. T the path Y you follow, W will only lead YU to T destruction. Bullet felt like his life was leaving him more and more with every second, but he had something to say. Joseph, why you are like a son to me. Please, G give up on this S path. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. The path we are following will lead to destruction, but to that of supernatural beings, the enemies of humanity. Achilles declared, refusing to change that philosophy. I guess. No. I can't make you see change. Bullet lay back down on the rubble, watching as Incursio's sword disappeared in a small magic circle. At least I know. That there will be those who stop them. And who exactly is going to stop us? You've seen that no one is a match for us. Why shouldn't you underestimate others? One of the first lessons IG gave you. It doesn't matter if you're a D demon, a angel, H human or something else. W when you put your feelings and W will together, you can make the I impossible possible. Achilles left after those words, leaving Bullet alone while everything fell apart around him. W would have liked to. G say goodbye properly. The images of all the members of Night Raid from before and now came to his mind as everything disappeared and he fell into the dimensional rift, dying with a smile on his face. End of flashback. Now, in front of him, he saw that Bullet's words were true. Please, Incursio. Give me your strength. Give me the strength to defeat him. I don't care how. Tyrant's eyes shone brighter than before. Finally, after more than a millennium, he had found his perfect wielder. It was clear that he wouldn't let him die so soon or so easily. Tatsumi's body began to change inside that red dome. His body was being covered by the Incursio armor, but it was being forced to evolve, not only to better fit its current wear, but also to help him survive. The armor was taking on a more skeletal appearance, shedding its medieval appearance, and giving it a more beastly feel. Its fingers became claws, and its helmet changed, taking on the appearance of Tyrant's head, with its mouth open, and the interior black, except for the slits for Tatsumi's eyes, which were red with cross-shaped pupils. The helmet also had two horns extending backward. The cloak was replaced by two triangular pieces of cloth that hung from the back of his waist. The areas not protected by the armor were covered by a black membrane. When Tyrant disappeared, so did the dome, revealing Incursio's new appearance to everyone. He forced Incursio to evolve. Bowles didn't believe it. Not only did he awaken Tyrant's spirit, but he also managed to use his evolutionary ability to make him better suited to Tatsumi and his enemy. Achilles tensed, his senses heightened to the maximum. He knew of Incursio's evolutionary ability, but almost no one had been able to use it before. That Tatsumi had been able to do so was a sign for him not to underestimate him again. Tatsumi saw his hands, clenching them as he moved random parts of his body around, getting used to the armor. He thanked Tyrant, he would even pray to him if the occasion arose, for helping him with his wound. A red spear formed in his hand. The Noontid hadn't changed much, other than becoming sharper and the circle in the center now having a cross, symbolizing Tyrant and Tatsumi's pupil. Putting his newfound strength into his legs, Tatsumi shot towards Achilles with his spear pointed straight ahead. He's fast. Achilles thought, surprised by the increase in speed. But it was nothing he couldn't handle. He put his shield forward, successfully blocking the spear and causing it to deflect to the side. Tatsumi realized with it that his spear wouldn't pierce through that shield. He immediately turned around, hitting the shield with his left foot. The force used managed to push Achilles back. It's not bad at all, kid. But you'll need more than. His words were cut off when he felt something not only hit his back, but also cause him a sharp pain. He immediately turned around, finding Wave landing on the ground and getting into a fighting stance. It seems they've gotten over their initial surprise. Achilles watches as the other members of Night Raid prepare to fight again. He had to spin again to block Tatsumi's spear slash. The spear bounced off the shield, disorienting Tatsumi enough for Achilles to slash with his sword. But to his surprise, the sword was stuck in his arm, trapped in his forearm. Apparently the armor was tougher than it looked. He didn't manage to pull it out when Koro hit him with such force that he was thrown several good meters. Tatsumi forcibly pulled Achilles' sword from his arm and threw it far away. One less problem. Shit. Achilles cursed, seeing himself deprived of his sword. At least he still had his shield. His instincts alerted him immediately he felt the rise in temperature. He turned to the right with his shield in front, in time to block Bowles' flames. Shit, they burned. Unfortunately, those flames were a distraction. Before he could do anything, Koro appeared behind him, weathering the Tigurubakante's flames as best he could, and attacked Achilles with a hammer blow. Achilles crashed to the ground, a trickle of blood coming from his mouth. He managed to stand up a little, allowing him to turn to the side and dodge Koro's barrage of fists, thus avoiding knowing what ground meat feels like. He stood up completely and jumped away from the giant dog. He didn't have time to think of a strategy when he had to protect himself from the impact of Wave's flying kick, who was thrown against him by Run. Using the shield as a base, Wave leaped away from Achilles before he could use his weapon to do so. Leaving him unprotected, something Tatsumi took advantage of as he appeared in front of Achilles when he moved his shield to the side to push Wave away. "Take this," Tatsumi shouted, slashing with his spear. Achilles, unfortunately, managed to dodge it by moving backwards, which was not entirely effective, since the spear managed to cut a little into the gash that Extus had opened. Achilles' eyes widened in shock as he saw himself injured by a cut after too long. But how? Achilles remembered at that moment how, when he hit Shield, he felt something, but very small, in the chest area. The tips of the scissors must have cut it a little. Looking at the wounded area, Tatsumi thought. I'm sure the spear alone isn't able to cut his skin. Maybe it was thanks to Extus that he managed to injure him. But even so, it's very difficult to pierce him even with that wound. Tatsumi thought that, with enough strength, he could pierce Achilles through that wound. Tatsumi launched himself, along with Wave and Koro, against Achilles, who surprisingly resisted the attacks of the three. With his shield, he protected himself from Koro's powerful blows, resisting Wave's attacks, and with his free hand, he deflected Tatsumi's spear. From a distance, Shield, Seryu, Lubbock, Run and Balls watched the fight. If I could move. Calm down Shield, your actions gave us a small chance. Said Bowles, who had noticed the wound caused by her and Tatsumi later. And what's Bowles' plan? Run asked, his wings spread out and ready. We must get Nunta to pierce Achilles through that wound. But to do that we must disarm him first. I'll take care of it. Lubbock said, going towards the aforementioned. Then we need to apply enough force to force the spear through it, and Tatsumi, I'm afraid, doesn't have the necessary strength. But this Wave. The strength and power in that kick could be enough if we add the impact against something solid. Like the ground. Run pointed out. Okay, so while you run, take Tatsumi and Wave and get them high enough, we'll disarm Achilles and throw him into the air. Run nodded and went to his fighting companions. Seryu. For this to work, we need you to use Koro's trump card. Bowles said, not sounding like an order, but more like a request. Koro is going to end up very weak after using it. Seryu commented, but she didn't complain or anything. Now she just had to wait for Bowles' signal. Achilles takes Tatsumi's spear and uses it to clash with Wave, sending them both hurting away and allowing him to focus on Koro. Using both arms to hold the shield and keeping his feet planted firmly on the ground, Achilles was able to withstand Koro's furious and powerful blows. A short distance away, Tatsumi and Wave stood up. Seeing how distracted he was, they prepared to attack him again, but were stopped by Run. What's up Run? I need you to come with me, Bowles and just came up with a plan that could take down Achilles. And without waiting for Wave's question, Run grabbed them both by the arm and rose into the sky. Meanwhile, Lubbock was approaching Achilles and Koro at a good speed, something very surprising for a human, considering the gusts of wind that were shot out with each impact of fists and shield. When Koro brought his hands together and used them like a hammer to hit Achilles harder, Lubbock saw that this was his chance. Achilles' feet had become trapped in the ground due to the force of the impact, limiting his movement. As soon as Koro took his hands off Achilles' shield, Lubbock did his thing. Not a second later, Achilles saw threads catch his shield before seeing Lubbock running in front of him. Before he could even stop it, he had to shield himself from Koro's attack again. Lubbock managed to gain enough distance, while Bowles discarded his flamethrower and ran as fast as he could toward the green-haired man. Once he arrived, he grabbed the threads wrapped around the shield. Seryu, now. Bowles shouted. Koro, berserk mode. Seryu ordered, stopping Koro for 3 seconds. Achilles, although he was surprised by those words and the fact that he stopped, turned his attention to his shield when he felt someone pulling on it. Far away, Bowles and Lubbock were using all their strength to pull his shield off. Achilles didn't even have time to react and separate the threads of his shield when he was hit by a blow much stronger than before. The blow was Koro, who underwent a very noticeable change as his fur turned red and his muscles, as well as the number of teeth and height, increased. The impact was such that it caused Achilles to momentarily drop his shield, allowing Bowles and Lubbock to snatch it from him. Without his shield, Achilles began to feel every blow from the enhanced Koro, causing internal, though not external, injuries. Achilles could feel how Koro's strength had tripled when he entered this mode. At some point, Koro had grabbed it and then tossed it into the air. But he deliberately didn't throw it any higher, because when it fell, Koro let out a powerful roar that not only stunned Achilles and the others, but also lifted him much higher than before. If he could turn around, Achilles would say that the city, or what remains of it, seemed small from that height. Of course his attention was much more focused on the current wielder of Incursio that was released by Rune. Without his shield or sword, Achilles tried to stop the spear with his hands. However, as he rose and Tatsumi fell, the latter was quick to act and drove the spear into the wound made by Extus. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Achilles, only the tip of the spear managed to penetrate. It seems that it didn't go well for you. Achilles mocked upon seeing Tatsumi's apparently failed plan. Did you see me get angry? Tatsumi's mocking words alerted Achilles even more. Tatsumi leaped into the air, knocking Achilles to the ground. Without Tatsumi, Achilles could see Rune spinning around, holding another person, before throwing them toward him. Grand fall. Wave shouted, diving, his leg extended in the direction of Achilles, more specifically Incursio's spear. Achilles, surprised, tried to withdraw the spear, only to find it caught between his muscles and bones, making it more difficult to extract. In the end, Wave hit the tip of the spear shaft, not only burying it deeper into Achilles, but due to the technique used, the speed of the fall increased. Phew. The magnitude of the impact was such that it created a crater of considerable depth, and the resulting shock wave demolished many surrounding buildings. Shit. Tatsumi shouted as he watched himself fall uncontrollably to the ground. If he hit, he'd most likely die, or at best, just end up badly injured. And he doubted Incursio had wings. Fortunately, Run caught him in midair and descended at a steady pace. Calm down, I've got you Tatsumi-san. Thanks, Run. The brown-haired boy thanked. Everyone was approaching the impact zone. Seryu was helping Shield get there, while Koro was walking beside her in his original form. Using Berserk mode left him exhausted, and he won't be able to transform for a while. Bowles had taken Rubicante again just in case. Being the first to go down into the crater and see the result. Wave was off to the side, catching his breath as he sat. Fortunately, the defense of his armor protected him from losing a leg, but not from the pain he felt now. But the main focus of attention was on Achilles. The man who had caused them so much trouble, who had murdered one of the group's most beloved people, was lying on the ground, the spear that had once belonged to Bullet piercing his chest. As he spat out blood, the life drained from Achilles more and more quickly. So. This is what Bullet meant. With his last remaining strength, Achilles fixed his gaze on Tatsumi and the rest. I, who possessed unbreakable skin and 2 weapons of equal quality, as well as great training. I could not defeat them, who followed your teachings. Achilles then remembers Bullet's last words. I do not regret the path I chose and followed. Although, maybe if I had gone with you, would I now be with them? So it is true that one reflects on one's life when one is dying. With those last thoughts, the light in Achilles' eyes extinguished. Do you think Bullet can rest in peace now? Bowles asked Tatsumi, who vanished the spear and removed it from Achilles' body. I couldn't tell you. I want to believe so, but what I do know is that Seo and Issei will be calm, knowing that Achilles is dead. Maybe I should pick up the sword and shield to return them to them. Before Tatsumi went for the aforementioned objects, everyone heard the explosions, impacts and destructive techniques that were being used all around the city. Before that, we must finish our work. Bowles looked at all the members. Run, take Shield and Seryu to a safe place, both are exhausted from the battle and will not be able to continue. Run nodded before taking both women, grabbing an arm of each one. Seryu used her free arm to grab Koro. As Run took off, Bowles stopped by to see Wave. Say Wave, can you keep up? Of course I can, don't think this will stop me. Wave declared, standing up. He was still in pain, but if Tatsumi held on even after being pierced, then he could. Shit, they're forcing me to continue. Lubba complained, although in a playful tone. There was no way he was leaving everything to them. And you, Tatsumi. Bowles fixed his gaze on the Incursio wielder, who was resummoning Nuntid. Let's do it. He declared before he, along with the rest of Night Raid present, went to where the battle was continuing. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.